Yo, SSI Ball, you're awake, huh? In Liang Ye's room, he was squatting on a chair, eating instant noodles and sipping a Bing Maisher, iced Americano. On another chair in the room, Li Hua sat with his legs crossed, flipping through documents. Lin Yu looked at the neatly dressed Liang Yi, a little surprised. Team leader, did you stay up all night? Liang Yi put down the seafood fishboard noodles in his hand. There's no need for that. Li Hua looked up and said, he's Korean, he doesn't need to sleep. Have you two rested well and are ready to start the investigation? Lin Yu nodded slightly. Yes, we're ready to go question people. If it's convenient for you two, please come along. After all, if it's just for Baluo and me, our weight might not be enough. Liang Yi deeply agreed. You have a point. These SSI Ball are all people who judge others based on their appearance. Don't worry, Li Hua and I will back you up. If necessary, we can play the bad cop. Li Hua turned off the tablet in his hand. I'm not very good at pressuring people, but I'll do my best. You two are too kind, Lin Yu said, then a hint of appropriate hesitation appeared on his face, but there's still something a bit strange. Liang Yi saw Lin Yu's hesitant look and then spoke, SSI Ball, just say it. Last night I had a very strange dream, Lin Yu began, as if having made up his mind. In the dream, someone claiming to be a consultant and an accomplice in Luobu's murder wanted to play cards with me. For every game lost, I could ask the other party a question. I played a few games with him, and he told me that the missing item and Luobu's killer were not the same person. The person who stole the item intended to use it in a certain copy world. Lin Yu spoke cautiously, his tone sounding a little unconfident. I always feel like this isn't just a dream caused by too much stress. It felt too real. After he finished speaking, Liang Yi hadn't reacted yet, but Li Hua's expression changed dramatically. Dream infiltration or dream weaving techniques, the nightmare spell of the secret realm. To be able to pull you into a dream right under our noses, it's definitely a troublesome character. Li Hua said coldly, and Liang Yi also reacted. SSI Ball, was this achieved by a summoned being or a scroll? If it's the former, then we have big trouble. The reaction of the two order experts was more intense than Lin Yu had imagined. And what surprised Lin Yu was, not just these two, but even Fu Luo reacted. Dude, did you just say that person called himself consultant? Seeing Fu Luo's surprised and uncertain look, Lin Yu was also very surprised. You wouldn't happen to know him, would you? Fu Luo shook his head. It's not really knowing, but in the Player Mutual Aid Society, aren't there small circles and exchange communities formed by the same profession members? Liang Yi and Li Hua nodded, seemingly aware of this situation. Only Lin Yu was a bit confused. He had no idea this existed. However, Lin Yu knew it was reasonable that he hadn't encountered this. He had only joined the game for too short a time. Plus, he was a unique profession, so he hadn't initially thought about exploring this area. Information among players still relied too much on word of mouth, like this kind of thing. He wouldn't have known if Fu Luo hadn't mentioned it. But precisely because Fu Luo mentioned it, he would know about it from now on. If I can get into different profession circles, it will probably help my performance a lot. Lin Yu thought silently, continuing to listen to Fu Luo. When I was communicating with other local detectives, I heard about a guy. Although this guy is a detective, he does anti-detective work. He specializes in planning crimes against other players for various expelled players. If you want to kill a player, steal an item, he's your guy. And that guy calls himself consultant. When I helped our local order solve several cases in Yu province, he seemed to have been involved, but due to lack of identity, we couldn't fully confirm which ones he did. Our team leader Sean said that we couldn't rule out the possibility that those guys fabricated the fact that they received guidance from the consultant to lessen their own responsibility. But this person definitely wasn't made up out of thin air, because he has many traces of actual activity. It's just that he's very clever, so he hides very well. Moreover, based on my investigation, his strength should be very high, a tier 3 on the rankings, maintaining anonymity. Liang Yi and Li Hua listened to Fu Luo's statement and fell into thought. SSI Ball, I think I've heard of such a person too. Lin Yu, however, looked directly at Fu Luo at this moment. You must have some guesses about his true identity, but you're struggling with a lack of evidence or 100% certainty, so you haven't told us. Fu Luo was surprised. Holy cow, you saw through that? You truly are my good brother, Mei, you understand me too well. Lin Yu shook his head, just a hunch. Of course, it wasn't a hunch, because he could tell that when Fu Luo was describing the other party's characteristics, some parts were too specific. He seemed to be describing the characteristics of a specific person, rather than describing a range. So, even if Fu Luo rationally felt he hadn't figured out the other party's identity, subconsciously, he already had a locked-in candidate. Who do you think that guy is? Tell us. Li Hua also nodded. Since that guy is hiding, he might not even have been expelled from the forum. Fu Luo thought for a moment and said, his forum ID and social ID should both be Nian, the character for 20. As far as I know, he really does seem to have some kind of dream infiltration method. Nian? Hearing the other party's codename, Lin Yu frowned slightly. He seemed to recall seeing a few posts mentioning this ID before. If he remembered correctly, they seemed to be relatively positive. The general content seemed to be that this guy often led all players to perfectly clear puzzle-type copies with no casualties. SSI Ball, this is a very serious accusation. Liang Ye's expression was also very serious. That guy has good relationships with high-ranking officials of many local organizations, and mid to high-ranking officials of large organizations, including our order, and even administrators of several cities. Are you sure, Fu Baluo? Fu Luo shook his head. I didn't say I wasn't sure, but all the directions of my investigation currently point to him. Li Hua raised his hand to interrupt the discussion. Let's put his matter aside for now. Anyway, this guy only claimed to be an accomplice, and if he wasn't lying in the dream, he objectively even helped us. It's more important to first investigate the killer and give the player mutual aid society an explanation. Among everyone from Order currently present, Li Hua's authority is undoubtedly the highest. Putting everything else aside, just his position alone means that even if Liang Yi becomes the general captain of Jiang City in the future, he still won't hold as much weight as Li Hua, the Haicheng administrator. After joining and reviewing Order S, Lin Yu roughly understood the internal organizational structure of Order. Order's highest decision-making body is called the headquarters, with only 5 members. They are Order's supreme leader, the general, 3 decision-making leaders, the secretary, the grandmaster, and the professor, and the codename of the 5th person has not yet been revealed. Reporting to these 5 are the regional branches of the 7 major regions: Northeast, North China, East China, South China, Central China, Northwest, and Southwest. Each regional branch consists of 1 regional administrator and 1 or 2 inspectors. The 2 are of equal rank, but their responsibilities differ. Below them are the general captains of various cities and their respective squads. Furthermore, larger first and second-tier cities have additionally established independent city administrators, although some city administrators are also members of Order. City administrators are not entirely members of Order, but rather individuals who cooperate with Order. Just like Bai Lian Gang, the Fengqing administrator who came this time. The reason for this setup is that the general and the secretary worried that the power of a city's general captain and regional administrator would become too inflated, and relying on 1 or 2 inspectors to intervene would not be sufficient for supervision. Therefore, they established these individuals in various cities who can be called upon but do not take direct orders. And Li Hua is extremely special. He is the Haicheng administrator and also the regional administrator of the East China region. The only other person with such a dual role is the Kashi City Administrator, Knight, in the Northwest region, who also serves as an inspector for the Northwest region. But this is purely due to the vast land and sparse population of the Northwest. The East China region is different. Furthermore, Hai City itself is the most prosperous city, second in importance only to Yanjing, and even surpasses Yanjing in population. This not only reflects Li Hua's powerful personal abilities but also his level of trustworthiness within Order. There are even various unreliable rumors circulating. For example, ethical series rumors like Li Hua being the general's illegitimate son, the secretary's nephew, the grandmaster's cousin, or the professor's nephew. There are also more sci-fi leaning rumors, such as Order having methods to test the moral compass and ideology of high-ranking officials, and discovering that Li Hua's ideology is pure, and his will is as unshakable as steel. There are also somewhat plausible rumors that Li Hua was among the same batch of players as the general, and the 2 always went through copies together in the early days. Some even say that the gambler is the 5th person in Order's headquarters, but like the Grandmaster, he dislikes managing the entire organization and making macroscopic decisions, so he came out to manage High City according to his own ideas. Lin Yu certainly doesn't believe any of these many rumors. But no matter what, Li Hua's identity as the East China Regional Administrator is solid. Therefore, although Lin Yu still wanted to delve deeper into matters concerning 20, but after hearing Li Hua's decision, he could only second it. Of course, Lin Yu himself had no objections. His initial goal was achieved simply by letting Li Hua and Liang Yi know that he was being targeted. Moreover, Li Hua also gave him and Fu Baluo considerable autonomy. Who do you plan to question first? Arriving in the hotel corridor, Li Hua asked the 2. Fu Luo looked at Lin Yu. I'm fine with anyone. In my opinion, since there's a possibility of 20 being a consultant and an accomplice, the suspect's guilt is all equal. After all, given his resume, planning a crime without leaving a trace isn't too difficult. I even suspect that his exclusive item might be related to trace elimination. Liang Yi started to get a headache. SSI ball. If we really can't find any clues or physical evidence because of his exclusive item, does that mean the only breakthrough left is questioning? Lin Yu shook his head. I actually don't think so. Because from the dream encounter, although the ghost-masked man, who was likely 20, never exposed himself and deliberately showed weakness, it was difficult to analyze what kind of person he was from his micro-expressions, demeanor, and actions. But Lin Yu still felt that the other party had a pursuit. 20 seemed to be a very typical genius. He possessed all the advantages of a genius, quick-witted, creative, and observant. But at the same time, he also had the common flaws of a genius: arrogance, a pursuit of perfection, and a certain degree of lack of empathy. Such a person often has a paranoid personality disorder. Otherwise, if Lin Yu had the ability to weave dreams for others, he definitely wouldn't create a spiky black sand beach and a dilapidated wooden cabin, then wrap himself up tightly to play cards with people inside. Wouldn't it be better to make it more bizarre and fantastical so the other party truly believes they are dreaming? Or, play the role of the other person's mother, lover, teacher, or even God to create an afterlife, or even directly impersonate the other person themselves, making them mistakenly believe they are having some superego dialogue. That would also be good. Even if he were really playing cards, Lin Yu would 100% cheat, or simply establish rules that were absolutely in his favor. But 20 didn't. He was just very seriously playing cards with him, and he seemed to be looking forward to Lin Yu finding some surprising strategy in this game. Looking at the curious gazes of the three, Lin Yu did not explain. Alright, let's go question them. Let's start with Phoenix. Li Hua looked at Lin Yu again. Is there a reason for choosing Phoenix? Lin Yu casually explained. Oh, according to some of my investigations, this senior member of the Hunter Association seems to have had a past rift with Luobu. No, rift isn't even accurate. It should be said that she has a grudge against Luobu, the kind that's sufficient to be a motive for murder. Liang Yi listened and clicked his tongue. SSI ball, you're well informed, brother. Li Hua nodded. I understand, let's go. Saying that, he turned and walked towards the elevator. Lin Yu was a little curious. Wait a minute, Phoenix's room is also on this floor. I know. Li Hua stopped, calmly pushed his glasses. I've already spoken with the hotel. We're borrowing one of their conference rooms. It was renovated overnight last night. As the questioning party, we don't need to go door to door asking. This isn't a census. They need to come to us. After speaking, Li Hua walked to the elevator and pressed the up button. Lin Yu patted the dumbfounded Fu Luo next to him. See, I told you there were benefits to calling them. The conference room Li Hua borrowed wasn't large. In fact, he probably deliberately chose a smaller one. All furnishings in the room had been removed, leaving only the simplest, most rudimentary metal tables and chairs. The thick curtains were drawn, like welded iron plates, preventing even a sliver of sunlight from entering, even at midday. The only light source in the entire room was the pale, cold glow from the desk lamp. Lin Yu and Fu Luo sat on folding chairs behind the table, while Liang Yi and Li Hua stood in two corners of the room behind them. This is quite well set up, almost like an interrogation, Fu Luo said, rubbing his hands excitedly from behind the table. Lin Yu sighed. We are going to interrogate him, so be serious and don't waste the setup. Someone has to play the good cop, and those two behind us are already quite the bad cops, Fu Luo shrugged. And do I look like the type who would be scary if I put on a stern face? I wouldn't even dare to say anything harsh. Being scary isn't just about saying harsh things, Lin Yu murmured. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Come in, Lin Yu said loudly. Then, the conference room door opened. In the brief flash of light from the opening door, Lin Yu clearly saw the person who entered. It was a short-haired woman in a beige shirt and trousers, with striking makeup. Her blood-red eyeshadow and the sparkling ruby pendant on her left ear were also very eye-catching. She unhurriedly walked into the room, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Phoenix, from the Hunter Association, the woman said concisely, then crossed her legs and folded her arms across her chest, scrutinizing Lin Yu and Fu Luo. Fu Luo was clearly intimidated by her presence, and his prepared opening remarks got stuck. Hello, we called you here because... Hearing Fu Luo's tone, Lin Yu knew he wasn't playing good cop or bad cop, he was just embarrassing himself. So, he sighed softly and tapped the table. Dong dong. The crisp tapping sound interrupted Fu Luo and drew Phoenix's gaze towards Lin Yu. Then, Lin Yu spoke in a deep voice. Miss Phoenix, I'll be direct. Where were you and what were you doing after 10 p.m. on Monday night? Phoenix calmly replied, I was in my room working on Hunter Association-related tasks. The Hunter Association administrator backend can confirm my account was online during that period. I worked until almost 1 a.m., and then, feeling sleepy, I went to bed. I didn't have any time to commit the crime. Lin Yu shook his head. Electronic backend records aren't very effective as an alibi. Based on our understanding, you and the deceased had a disagreement, didn't you? Lin Yu brought up the information he had heard from Freud. Phoenix openly admitted, it's not a secret. When my lover died, he was in the same copy as him, and that copy had some peculiarities. So, at that time, I indeed harbored hatred. And then you tried to kill him, didn't you? Lin Yu countered. Hearing Lin Yu mention this, Phoenix finally showed a slight change in expression. She moved her folded arms from her chest to her knees and said in a low voice, yes, but the reason I didn't succeed wasn't because someone stopped me. It was because I stopped myself at the last moment. Phoenix said softly, and Lin Yu was a little surprised by this statement. You stopped? Yes, I was almost going to kill him. My knife was already at the old man's throat, but, Phoenix sighed, I gave up. I realized that revenge was meaningless, and more importantly, he also felt very guilty. Not a false remorse because my knife was at his throat, but genuine pain. Phoenix raised her eyes and said calmly, now he has died on the eve of the auction I am in charge of, and in the hotel I arranged. It's not surprising that I'm suspected. But I must also make my statement, after that one failed attempt back then, I no longer had such intentions. I still hate him, but this hatred doesn't need to be ended or resolved by killing him. After she finished, she looked at Lin Yu. Do you have any more questions? Fu Luo was about to speak, but Lin Yu waved his hand. No need, you can go back. And, could you do me a favor and call Bai Lian Gang over? As Lin Yu spoke, Phoenix nodded slightly. She stood up and left the room directly. As the door closed, Fu Luo looked at Lin Yu. You don't think it's her? I think what she said is true. The fact that she can say, I still hate him convinces me that she wouldn't kill again, Lin Yu said calmly. Fu Luo stroked his chin. Alright, then I'll believe you for now. After a brief exchange, the door opened again shortly after. A sturdy, buzzcut man in a dark floral shirt roughly pushed open the door and sat down boldly. He slapped the table, and before Lin Yu and Fu Luo could speak, he preempted them. Alright, ask quickly. You order guys are really messed up. You give me an administrator title when you need me, and now there's a murder case and I'm the first one you suspect. Is that how you operate? That's really something. Bai Lian Gang grumbled. But faced with this demeanor, Fu Luo was unafraid. Hey, watch your language, we just called you here to ask a few questions. You tell us, what were you doing between 10 p.m. on Monday night and 2:30 a.m.? Bai Lian Gang exhaled. I ordered barbecue takeout and was watching movies at home. I even have the barbecue takeout record. Wanna see? Bai Lian Gang showed his phone. You ordered takeout at 9 o'clock. That little bit of barbecue probably isn't enough for you to eat for 3 or 4 hours, Fu Luo said with disbelief. And what movie were you watching that could last that long? A movie series, watched until 6 or 7 in the morning, Bai Lian Gang said, growing more impatient. Damn it, I'm not an idiot. I can't just keep eating, can I? What movie series? Fu Luo continued to ask. Bai Lian Gang's tone was hesitant. Just, American blockbusters. What American blockbusters? Don't be so evasive, Fu Luo slapped the table. You're making me very suspicious. Fast and Furious. Bai Lian Gang said, and Lin Yu casually asked a question. There are 10 Fast and Furious movies. Which ones did you watch? What's the story about? Bai Lian Gang's face turned red. Fu Luo slapped his thigh. I got you. Let me see your playback. You used your phone to cast to the screen, right? Current playback records are very smart. Let me see what time you started watching movies and how many hours you watched. Bai Lian Gang opened his mouth, almost admitting that he had killed Luobu. But a moment later, he still dejectedly handed over his phone and opened the playback. You're from Order. Can you keep it a secret for me? You have to respect my privacy, right? I can cooperate, but you can't tell anyone. Lin Yu and Fu Luo looked at the playback and instantly understood Bai Lian Gang's reaction. No, brother Bai, you watched 8 hours of Princess Little Sister by yourself all night? Even 100 Forged Steel was politely escorted out of the interrogation room by Lin Yu and Fu Luo. Firstly, while the playback record wasn't definitive proof of an alibi, he at least provided his reason. Secondly, Lin Yu genuinely found it hard to believe that a man from Fengcheng who loved watching Princess Hours would assassinate Old Man Carrot. Even if it were a genuine revenge killing, with this person's style, he would probably just say, I did it. His embarrassment at watching Hong Kong and Taiwan idol romance dramas showed that his values likely had a rather simple side. He wouldn't conceal a murder committed for revenge. What's more, when mentioning that hatred, 100 Forged Steel's explanation did indeed convince Lin Yu and Fu Luo. I really hated him back then. My good brother suddenly died, and he was the only one who came out of that dungeon in one piece. How could I not get angry? But, after I calmed down and thought about it, this game is just like that. Anyone can suddenly die. To put it bluntly, it's a small probability event for us all to keep living, so I gradually let it go. Mainly, Old Man Carrot was indeed a good person. Lin Yu judged his statement credible based on the fact that he didn't seem to be acting, while Fu Luo combined it with some evidence analysis. I asked Brother Sean to interview players from Fengcheng, and it seems he did have a few interactions with Carrot later on, probably reconciling. During those contacts, according to the testimony just received, their communication should have gradually warmed up. The first time there were still some frictions, but later, while not intimate, it became normal. Anyway, the possibility of this guy committing a revenge killing has been ruled out. Let's move on to the next one. Next to be interrogated were Ming Wang and Seagull. Ming Wang was a man who appeared short, slightly chubby, and fair-skinned, with a very gentle speaking tone. He claimed to be clearing mobile game stamina in his room at the time of the incident, which also couldn't serve as an alibi. As for the cause of Carrot's death and Carrot as a person, Ming Wang vaguely answered with phrases like "I'm not very clear and I've only heard of him, not familiar." This, on the contrary, made him a bit suspicious. Seagull was a clever-looking young man in his early 20s, dressed head to toe in trendy sportswear, suggesting he came from a good family. He was quite familiar with Carrot and expressed deep regret over Carrot's death. He even actively pointed out suspicious aspects of other players. "I'm telling you, you especially need to watch out for Phoenix and 100 Forged Steel. They had a grudge against Carrot." "Oh, you already know? Then never mind." "Then Cress isn't a good person either. This bounty hunter is cold-blooded and profit-driven. Old Man Carrot has been famous for a long time, so it's not impossible that his prop was targeted. I'm not very familiar with Ming Wang, but this person rose to a high position in the Hunters Guild in 3 months, so he must have some tricks up his sleeve. It seems he also started as a bounty hunter, so he's likely not clean either." As for Lotus and Cassia Seed, Carrot complained to me that the Player Mutual Aid Society's new generation is increasingly deviating from the organization's founding principles. Many of those players who are nominally there to protect him are more like eyes and ears planted around him. Perhaps someone in the Player Mutual Aid Society found him an eyesore. Seagull listed them one by one, and before leaving, he didn't forget to add and try to get close to Lin Yu. "About that, keep me updated on the investigation. I can help too. By the way, Mei Mei over there, I thank you on behalf of someone. You were a great help in the last dungeon." This Seagull seemed to have no awareness that he himself was a major suspect. Halfway through the interrogations, any leads? After Seagull left, Li Hua, uncharacteristically, spoke up and asked. Fu Luo stroked his chin. "I have a feeling I've grasped something, but it's just a feeling, not fully formed yet. But I have a premonition. After questioning these 8 people, I should be able to get something that is at least a major clue, and perhaps even directly arrive at the answer." I believe Mei's feeling is the same. Lin Yu neither admitted nor denied, merely nodding slightly. He didn't possess Fu Luo's almost abstract talent and intuition. But Lin Yu, compared to Fu Luo, actually had an extra piece of the puzzle. The accomplice who entered his dream last night gave Lin Yu an additional perspective during the interrogations. And indeed, there were certain questionable points in the conversations with the 4 people just now. Lin Yu exhaled. "Let's continue asking. Next is Cress, then Paper Kite. But before we start questioning these 2, I'd like to ask Captain Goodnight and the administrator first." Goodnight, who had been leaning against the wall almost asleep, now snapped back to attention. "Ah, Sybil, my turn too? I thought I was just standing guard." "Go ahead," he said. "I remember on the way here you mentioned that you were very suspicious of Cress. Why was that? It couldn't have been just because he's a bounty hunter, right?" That was the reason Seagull had just given. Before Goodnight could speak, Li Hua interjected. "Because he was so angry after Cress snatched his ranking that year, he fought Cress." "Sybil, even if you're the head of the East China region, you can't slander me like that, Sybil. Are you saying I, Sybil, am holding a personal grudge?" Goodnight said unhappily. "Sybil, Li Hua, don't talk nonsense. I thought we were brothers." "Sybil." Although Goodnight's expression hadn't changed much, one could tell he was a bit agitated from his noticeably faster speech and the increased concentration of his local dialect in a single sentence. "I didn't mean that. My point is, you should be quite familiar with Cress's methods. I've only heard that his fighting style is quite similar to sorcery, so I actually have my suspicions. I'm just not very sure." Li Hua remained calm. Goodnight calmed down upon hearing this, nodded, and said, "Yes, although some of what I said in the car was out of anger, after seeing the scene. Here, if anyone could achieve that, it could only be Cress. He's a master of curses, perfectly capable of delayed killing with almost no traces, because he isn't considered to be using a prop." "He can kill with a delay without using a prop?" Lin Yu was somewhat surprised. Yes, because he had a special prop implanted in his soul that allows him to continuously generate a magical power similar to magic, and then he learned many curses and spells from an NPC in a dungeon world. Goodnight shrugged. Simply put, this guy can really conjure skills himself. Therefore, that guy also has a nickname, Demon Hunter Cress. Demon Hunter Cress, so there's this kind of operation. Lin Yu exclaimed. If someone could use certain supernatural powers without using props, and it just happened to be a curse type, then, objectively speaking, this person's suspicion would indeed be the highest. It wasn't about motive, just sufficient ability. Fu Luo obviously thought so too. Even if he didn't do it, it's probably not unrelated to him. Lin Yu nodded, then looked at Li Hua. Well then, we've finished asking about Captain Liang Yi. Comrade Li Hua nodded. Do you have anything you want to ask me? Of course, when you were introducing earlier, you mentioned that although Ji Yuan is from our order, the exact words you used were but his suspicion is also absolutely not small. Although it included 2 members of the Hunter Association, you specifically emphasized Ji Yuan, which makes it hard for me to ignore. Based on my observation of you, Comrade Li Hua, you are a very meticulous person. Plus, Ji Yuan is, after all, from the order. When you say his suspicion is not small, to some extent, you've almost found evidence against him, haven't you? Comrade Li Hua sighed. Yes. He looked Lin Yu up and down, somewhat emotional. At first, when Fuer Baluo suggested to me that we specifically transfer you here, I still had some doubts. After all, before, I had only witnessed your abilities in other areas, but now it seems, your puzzle-solving ability is indeed not inferior to someone whose profession is detective. Just your keen sense of smell alone is comparable to the ability of a detective himself. Fu Luo, who was next to him, heard this and quickly said, Actually, I noticed it too. I just didn't ask. But no one paid attention. Lin Yu looked at Li Hua and spoke. So, what's wrong with Ji Yuan? He was a patrol officer in the East China region until a month ago. Last month, after an investigation, it was discovered that he had been actively assassinating players. The known victims currently number 9. I reported this matter urgently to headquarters through special channels, and then he was demoted. Currently, his position as a patrol officer in the East China region has been revoked, and he is temporarily serving as a sub-captain in Changchang. Comrade Li Hua pushed up his tortoiseshell-rimmed glasses, saying so. Liang Yi frowned, SSI ball, so Ji Yuan's demotion was because of murder. Wait, that's not right. If he illegally killed 9 people, why was he only demoted? Because every person he killed deserved to die, Comrade Li Hua sighed. From the southwest to North China, all the deceased were players who hadn't been removed from the forum, and even had good reputations. They were either mid-level members of various local organizations or well-known lone players. However, after each death, our investigation found that all the deceased had dirty secrets. They either used their abilities to secretly enrich themselves, harming ordinary people, or they had engaged in foul play and non-confrontational copies. And he did it very cleanly. If he hadn't made his move in the East China region in the end, and unluckily happened to run into me when I went to find him, this matter would not have been discovered. Liang Yi was very surprised. SSI ball, is he some kind of Batman? A Dark Knight? Batman doesn't kill people. Lin Yu suddenly interjected. Don't mind such, Liang Yi waved his hand, but, if he is the murderer who killed Grandpa Radish, are you saying that Grandpa Radish isn't the good person he's rumored to be? Fu Luo stroked his chin. That shouldn't be the case. I feel like that Grandpa shouldn't have any dark past or a hypocritical side. Lin Yu also nodded in agreement. From his interactions with Luobu, even if Luobu was faking it, he was probably the kind who would fake it for a lifetime. A gentleman is judged by his actions, not his intentions. Comrade Li Hua slowly spoke. I also don't think Luobu has any problems, so my point of suspicion is not Luobu, but Ji Yuan himself. The establishment of the order, or rather, this organization personally created by the general, which seems somewhat bloated to me for the player community, needs such a complex organizational structure precisely because there will be super individuals with extraordinary strength among players. Whether it's righteous or evil, altruistic or selfish, if there's no constraint from the order, such people acting on their own beliefs will inherently lead to chaos. We are called the order, not justice, precisely because our enemy has never been evil, but chaos. He is just one person. Even if the previous 9 times he didn't make a mistake, I wouldn't be surprised if he made a mistake this time. What's more, with this kind of personal heroism, even if Ji Yuan himself believes he is doing good, his deeper motivation may not be. As Comrade Li Hua spoke, the other 3 realized. SSI ball, do you mean, he might just simply enjoy killing? Although he kills guilty people, it might just be to convince himself, is that right? Fu Luo also spoke in a deep voice. There's a relatively simple and quick way to judge. How were those victims killed? Was there any commonality among the bodies, any signs of intentionally inflicting pain? Comrade Li Hua sighed. You've really hit the nail on the head. Among the 9 victims, 6 were shot by him, not shot for efficiency, but rather a execution like shooting at close range after the opponent had clearly lost the ability to resist, and among these 6 cases, 4 were shot through the left eye socket. Hearing Comrade Li Hua's introduction, Fu Luo spoke coldly. Then Ji Yuan's current situation is very similar to a case I saw before. Comrade Li Hua looked at Fu Luo. You're talking about the executioner, who disappeared without a trace, aren't you? Fu Luo nodded. Lin Yu heard the familiar name and was slightly surprised. The executioner, wasn't that the girlfriend of Brother Wang from the Free Alliance, whom he met in that copy about the train before? She wasn't missing now, but was listed as an idle member of the Psychological Society. Fu Luo knew this too. However, Lin Yu looked at Fu Luo, but the other party didn't correct Comrade Li Hua's statement, only continued the conversation. Then he is indeed suspicious. If we analyze him not as a member of the order, but rather from the psychology of a serial killer, Luobu fits his victim criteria, a famous, good person. His modus operandi differs from before, but he didn't use the same method every time, which shows that although he has a pursuit, he is not dogmatic. Lin Yu mused, so the next 2 people to interrogate, one fits the ability, and one has a criminal record, plus the 2 who had a grudge against Luobu before. This is getting interesting. Lin Yu had originally thought that although all 8 people were suspects, there would always be a few who were just there to make up the numbers. Now it seems, everyone being suspected is truly not too unfair. After understanding what was suspicious about the 2 of them, Cress arrived. The brawny man who pushed open the door had a broad face, a square mouth, and a burly build, with his hair tied back in a samurai-style braid. Especially, there were 2 intersecting saber scars on his left cheek. This made Lin Yu can't help but suspect whether the title of Demon Hunter had an appearance requirement. Otherwise, he could totally be called something like Mage or Sage. As soon as Cress entered, his gaze immediately bypassed Lin Yu and Fu Luo, who were sitting at the table under the light source, and landed on Liang Yi in the corner. SS Eyeball, Liang Yi, why are you here? Liang Yi looked at Cress, his arms crossed. SS Eyeball, you better behave yourself, Cress. You are now the biggest suspect in Luobu's death, and I am the person in charge of order investigating this matter. USS Eyeball better confess and be lenient, resist and be severe. Cress walked to the table, did not sit down, but leaned on the back of a chair with one hand and said with great momentum, SS Eyeball, I don't know why you suspect me, but Luobu and I had no grudges in the past and no enmity today. You filthy bounty hunter, SS Eyeball, you can kill your friend for 8,000 yuan. I find it laughable to say you need enmity to kill someone. Liang Yi spat, walked forward to stand between Lin Yu and Fu Luo, and also leaned on the table with both hands, his momentum completely not inferior to Cress's. SS Eyeball, do you, a Korean, have no other skill besides slandering? Cress turned to look at Li Hua. What, does order no longer care about evidence? Mr. Gambler? Li Hua, who was mentioned by Cress, coughed. We mean no harm, Cress. Liang Yi, watch your words. Liang Yi immediately spoke. Hey SS Eyeball, do you think I don't have evidence, Cress? I've been watching you, do you think your accounts are hidden enough? Don't forget our partners in order, and my recent appointment in Jiangchang. Those recent unexplained deposits in your offshore virtual accounts, don't you want to explain them? Cress heard this, spat. SS Eyeball, you want to fabricate? What offshore virtual accounts? I only ever use the big 4 banks. The 2 of them stood in silent confrontation for a long time. Liang Yi stared at Cress for a long time. Then a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He, didn't fool you? SS Eyeball, I was just teasing you. Cress's veins bulged on his forehead. SS Eyeball. Lin Yu could no longer stand this farce. He knocked on the table, interrupting the SS Eyeball Captain versus SS Eyeball Hunter showdown. Captain, please don't interfere with our normal procedures, okay? Do you have to fight Mr. Cress at a time like this? Liang Yi took the hint, raised his hands, and slowly retreated back to the corner. Cress was about to sneer a few words, but Lin Yu's next sentence cut him off. Mr. Cress, please also sit down and accept questioning. If you truly believe you have no problems, then don't do anything extra to increase your suspicion. Lin Yu said unhurriedly, gesturing to the chair in front of Cress with his hand. Cress slowly sat down and looked at Lin Yu. Are you new to order? Yes, you can call me Wu Yue. As expected of order, always able to recruit interesting people. Cress said, crossing his hands under the table and leaning back. So, what do you want to ask? The normal procedure is to ask what you were doing last night, but because you, Cress, are special, I don't plan to follow the normal procedure. Lin Yu said, also leaning back. Oh, am I special? Cress asked unexpectedly. Lin Yu nodded, of course, because if we only look at the cause of death, and if we conclude that Luobu was killed by a player, then based on current intelligence, only your ability can perfectly achieve this. According to the on-site investigation report issued by order, there were no traces of props being used in the house. On the contrary, there were faint power residues in his soul. This perfectly matches your ability. You have the ability to cast spells without using props, don't you? As Lin Yu spoke, Cress smiled. Are you suspicious of me based on this? But is it possible that among the other suspects, I'm not the only one who can do this, it's just that my ability happens to be known to you? Lin Yu also smiled. It's actually very possible. Most of the current suspects are so-called high-level players, and it's normal for them to have some hidden methods and trump cards. But, now it's your turn to prove your innocence. Either you tell me clearly now who else among the others has similar abilities, or you prove that your ability cannot kill Luobu. Lin Yu said calmly, and Cress's expression changed slightly. What if I don't say? Without decisive evidence, can Order still insist that I did it? As the most prestigious organization among players, are you going to frame me? Lin Yu laughed. You know, Order's enemy has never been evil. We are not called justice but order, which means our biggest enemy is chaos. You also know we have prestige, so, Mr. Bounty Hunter, with your tarnished reputation, are you going to go against us? When necessary, we can sacrifice you to appease the Player Mutual Aid Society and more players, because Grandpa Radish is too well known, so, cooperate. Now, tell me, what is your ability? Cress looked at Lin Yu. It's pure ruins, lost heart. You kid don't know a good thing when you see it. Let those two over there take a good look, and they'll tell you later. He interlocked his index fingers and hooked his thumbs and pinkies together. The sound of invisible tides and a distant woman's song began. Lin Yu instantly felt dizzy and nauseous, almost throwing up. He clutched his head, and as the salty smell of seawater filled his nostrils, a suffocating sensation like drowning came over him. Damn! What are you doing? Liang Yi spoke coldly. Li Hua reacted even faster. Enough, Cress. The moment he spoke, two golden 20-sided dice spun in the air, finally stopping simultaneously. 1-7, 1-4. 11, fail. Cress's face suddenly changed dramatically. He released his hands, then gasped, clutching his left forearm. Hiss. At that moment, Liang Yi also rushed over and slammed his head directly onto the table. Cress, USS Eyeball have such guts. Lin Yu also immediately recovered from the drowning state. He coughed violently, and indeed, he actually spat out a mouthful of seawater onto the table. These Tier 3 players, especially those well-known and ranked, are indeed all incredibly dangerous. But Lin Yu wiped his wet mouth and nose, still looking at Cress, who was pinned to the table, with a calm yet somewhat insane attitude. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Cress looked at Lin Yu in this state, staring at him for a long time before speaking as if resigned to his fate. Damn it, you win, Order member. But, that was enough to prove it. The spell I can use without the aid of props cannot cause a death effect that a post-mortem examination cannot find. If I wanted to kill someone, it would have to be like just now. Because its essence is to grant me permission to borrow the power of pure ruins. And pure ruins is an ocean. So if it were my doing, Luobu should have drowned. Cress explained, and Lin Yu waved his hand. Alright, Captain, let him go. Keep an eye on him, I need to go rinse my mouth. Lin Yu said, standing up, then walked out carrying his school bag. And once outside, on the way to the restroom, Lin Yu patted his school bag. Lao Zhang, tell me about that pure ruins he mentioned. How much do you know? His move wasn't right, although I felt like I was drowning just now. Before drowning, I felt dizzy, not physiological. In other words, he actually also has abilities similar to mind control, doesn't he? Facing Lin Yu's inquiry, Lao Zhang did not hold back, even showing a hint of excitement. Oh, very sharp, Director. Well, since you asked, it's time to give you a rundown starting from the 10 realms. Lin Yu interrupted Lao Zhang, no time for that now. Don't worry, my teaching skills are very high, I can explain it in a few sentences, Lao Zhang quickly said. This thing can't be understood if not explained consecutively. In short, the 7 currently known realms of the 10 realms are Pure Ruins, Mist Island, Night Valley, Great Wilderness, Prison Mountain, Black Swamp, and finally, the Gray Zone. Among them, Pure Ruins, Mist Island, and Night Valley are also known as the 3 soul realms. Most creatures residing here have the ability to disturb people's hearts and manipulate souls. At the same time, many high-level beings can influence illusions through soul power, and many lifeforms even lack physical bodies. The Great Wilderness, Prison Mountain, and Black Swamp are collectively known as the 3 life realms. The forces in these three realms are mostly better at transforming life and can even directly manipulate energy and matter. Therefore, a spell from pure ruins certainly couldn't be as simple as merely conjuring seawater out of thin air. The seawater of pure ruins can inherently serve as a very potent tranquilizer. Lin Yu frowned. So that guy was indeed lying, wasn't he? No, not entirely, because the spells that the Lost Heart can grant him indeed couldn't allow him to kill someone silently and without a trace. Lao Zheng analyzed. However, this is a loophole. Although you didn't question it because you weren't sure, shouldn't that gambler behind you know better? He should also be aware of how pure ruins spells work. Lin Yu shook his head. His abnormality is within my expectations. At Li Hua's position, there are many things to consider, and besides, Li Hua has not been honest with me. Oh? Lao Zhan was very curious where Lin Yu's perspective came from. Order probably does want to solve the case as quickly as possible, but it's probably not that urgent. Last night, Nian reminded me of the reason for the theft of the super transgenic Luobu. It was likely taken into a copy. Li Hua very possibly knows this too. Lao Zheng agreed deeply. Now that you mention it, that's true, but why? Perhaps it's about the diviner, Lin Yu said calmly. As someone who was present throughout and saw how I operated in the copy, what are your thoughts on me? I think you kid have infinite potential, and you're simply like a monster. Lao Zhang praised him without reservation. Yes, this is also Li Hua's or Order's highest level thought. Regardless of what others think, what I did in the last copy was too amazing, and since they don't understand my trump cards as much as you do, this could very well be another test and observation of me, Lin Yu said cautiously. Fu Luo calling me over must be his original intention, but why Fu Luo was called over might require some thought. So, next, I not only have to solve the case and reveal the truth, but also make them believe they've revealed the truth about me. As Lin Yu spoke, he walked to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and washed his face. Water droplets rolled down his cheeks. Lao Zheng understood Lin Yu's hidden meaning. You already know who the killer is? Just found out, not entirely certain, but probably 9 times out of 10. Lin Yu walked back towards the interrogation room. Sorry, I'm back. Did I miss anything? Cress in the room had already been handcuffed. Li Hua and Liang Yi stood on either side of him from the corners of the room, seemingly to prevent Cress, that madman, from harming anyone again. Fu Luo shrugged. You didn't miss anything. The interrogation didn't continue after you left. Lin Yu pulled out a chair and sat down again. Alright, Cress. Then let's continue. Your self-defense just now was good, and you even fixed me in the process, didn't you? As Lin Yu spoke, he leaned forward slightly. But how could Pure Ruin's spell be as simple as just creating seawater? You are deliberately concealing. All of Pure Ruin's abilities will inevitably affect people's souls. Although this was knowledge he had only just learned a few minutes ago, Lin Yu spoke it with absolute certainty, as if it were common sense he had always known. Sure enough, Lin Yu's aura instantly somewhat overwhelmed Cress. The other party frowned and subconsciously began to explain, following Lin Yu's words. I just didn't make it too clear, it's not concealment. Although the Lost Heart indeed has soul-related curses, it's far from being able to kill others. And the other party was Luobu, a tier 3. Even if he is known for not being good at combat, his self-preservation ability is definitely much stronger than that of an average player. As Cress spoke, Lin Yu nodded slightly. This part should not be false, but, Cress, this doesn't mean you're not a suspect. Are the traces of the curse remaining in his soul related to you? Cress shook his head. I swear, absolutely not. I have not cast any curses on him. Lin Yu heard his answer and nodded. Okay, I understand. You can go. What? Lin Yu's understated and sudden remark caught Cress off guard. He was somewhat incredulous. What? My questioning of you is over. You can go now, and have Ji Yuan come over quickly. Lin Yu still spoke calmly, making a gesturing motion. Li Hua heard Lin Yu's words, looked up at Lin Yu, then stepped forward and unlocked Cress's handcuffs. He and Liang Yi each took a step back. Cress stood up somewhat incredulously and slowly walked towards the door. As he neared the door, he turned back to look at Lin Yu and Li Hua several times before finally opening the door and leaving. And just after Cress left, Liang Yi and Fu Luo, who had not expressed an opinion on Lin Yu's sudden decision until now, spoke simultaneously. SSI Ball, I don't understand. Why did you suddenly let him go? Not questioning Lin Yu was due to professional ethics, but that didn't mean they understood Lin Yu's intentions. Because there's no need to ask anymore. Lin Yu said calmly. Fu Luo frowned. Brother, it's not because he made an oath, is it? No, it's because he lied. Lin Yu took his hand from under the table, holding a red glowing item. This is my item, a lie detector. His last sentence just now was false. He used a curse on Luobu. Lin Yu placed the item on the table. Liang Yi instantly became a little agitated. SS eyeball, he really is the killer. No, although he lied, that doesn't mean he's the killer. Lin Yu said calmly, let's wait for Ji Yuan to come. Kite arrived quickly. He was different from Lin Yu's imagined image of a serial killer in training and former Order East China Regional Inspector. He was a young man who looked shy and introverted, like a recent graduate, dressed in a simple shirt, jeans, and sneakers, much like a science student, who would be worrying about his internship and future job at a campus recruitment fair. As soon as he entered, Kite politely greeted everyone individually. Hello, Teacher Li Hua, Teacher Liang Yi. And these two are Fu Luo and Wu Yu. Wu Yu, you've worked hard too. I've really troubled you. The distance from the door to the table was only 5 or 6 steps, but Kite insisted on bowing slightly to each person before walking to the table. Can I sit now? He pulled out a chair, quickly gestured up and down around it with both hands, and asked with a somewhat reserved smile. Just sit. Fu Luo gestured for Kite to sit down. Kite then sat on the chair, his hands rubbing continuously on his lap. Lin Yu's gaze fell on his small movements. Noticing Lin Yu's gaze, Kite immediately spoke. Aha, I'm a little nervous, sorry. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Does a former East China Regional Inspector also get nervous when questioned by a newcomer like me? Fu Luo heard Lin Yu's tone and seemed to sense his intention to put pressure on the other party, so he immediately followed up. Yes, and haven't you been through this kind of situation before? Kite heard this and glanced at Li Hua in the corner. You two already knew. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his right hand, then rubbed it on the shoulder part of his clothes. Is this the main reason I'm suspected? Yes. But it's not just that. What were you doing when the incident happened? Lin Yu naturally brought the topic back to the normal interrogation process. I was looking at the forum, Kite said honestly, because I came to Haicheng. I thought I'd check if there were any other violators in Haicheng recently, besides this incident. At this, Li Hua, who had been standing guard in the corner, could no longer hold back. Shihan, can you just calm down for 2 days? Teacher Li Hua, I didn't intend to kill anyone again, Kite immediately replied. Sorry. I was just looking. I also want to atone for my crimes as soon as possible. Despite his words, Li Hua still didn't relax. He stared at Kite for a long time, then finally said nothing more. Lin Yu, however, understood Li Hua's reaction very well. Because although Kite had apologized immediately, from his expression, he had no intention of reflecting. His apology was like a greeting, purely out of politeness and upbringing. This guy will definitely do it again. Lin Yu had a preliminary understanding of Kite in his mind. He was indeed a bit dangerous. Sure enough, the proportion of abnormal individuals among death game players is simply too high. Even Order was only relatively normal compared to other organizations. However, regardless of Kite's character or personality, Lin Yu would not use this as a basis to influence the rhythm of what was to come. Okay, but you should know, this is not a strong alibi. Lin Yu said, and Kite nodded. I understand. So, what's your relationship with Carrot? Lin Yu asked again. Kite looked troubled. As for our relationship, there isn't really any. I'm not particularly close with the old man, but I've heard of him. He's a good person, with a very good reputation. Just like the others you've killed before, they also had good reputations. Fu Luo added abruptly. Kite lowered his head. Those people were different. They were hypocrites seeking fame, but Carrot, he's a truly good person. I actually investigated him. Did you find anything? Lin Yu secretly gave Fu Luo a thumbs up, then continued to ask. Kite shook his head. If I had found anything sordid about him, and if I had indeed killed him, I would admit it now and tell you the reason. It was like that before. In fact, Teacher Li Hua only caught me once, the other 8 times, I admitted it myself after he caught me. Li Hua rubbed his forehead. You're quite proud of that, aren't you? Not at all. Kite still shook his head. In short, I can guarantee that I did not kill Carrot, nor did I ever think of killing him. Lin Yu looked at Kite, thought for a long time, then nodded. I believe you, but one last question. Then, were you aware beforehand of Carrot's death? Kite froze for a moment, then shook his head. You must be joking. If I wasn't the murderer and knew beforehand, how could I stand by and let such a thing happen? I understand. Please leave. Lin Yu made a pleased gesture. After Kite left, in the interrogation room, Fu Luo turned and spoke. Should we call those two from the Player Mutual Aid Society? There's no need. We have enough information. Lin Yu looked at Fu Luo. Do you need to ask more questions? Fu Luo crossed his arms. I don't need to. I'm just afraid you can't keep up with me. Liang Yi spoke happily. Sybil, it sounds like you have a lead? Yes, Lin Yu nodded. Just now Kite also lied. I know he was lying even without a lie detector this time. Li Hua pushed up his glasses. But he's not the murderer, is he? Lin Yu nodded. But before he could elaborate further to Li Hua, the door to the interrogation room opened again. Kite had returned. Behind him were Huang and Ming Wang, 2 members of the Hunter Guild. Seeing the somewhat gloomy expressions on the 3 people's faces, Li Hua turned and switched on the light in the room. What happened? He stared at Kite and asked. Someone else died, Kite said in a deep voice. It's Cassia Seed from the Player Mutual Aid Society. Suicide, and he left a suicide note. Where? How did he die? Who found him? Has the time of death been determined? What did the suicide note say? Fu Luo immediately asked. In his own room, by gunshot to the head. Lotus found him. He went downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes, and when he came back, the person was already dead. Huang answered point by point. The time was just a few minutes ago. As for the content of the suicide note, I took a picture of it with my phone. Saying that, she took out her phone, which displayed a hastily written suicide note, only a few short lines. He admitted he was the murderer. Lin Yu took the phone and frowned as he looked at the suicide note. Liang Yi also tugged at his hair. Sybil, what a joke. A player committed suicide? Sybil, everything's gone to hell. Players of the death game are chosen because of their intense desire to live to enter this game. This means, although many people become players and are dissatisfied with the constant anxiety of a weekly dungeon, even Lin Yu occasionally complained in his heart. But no one would give up their life because of it. Only those with an obsession to live on above all else become players. This is the common characteristic and underlying trait of all death game participants. Therefore, despite having a suicide note as evidence, everyone shared the same thought as Liang Yi, good night, who spoke up. How could it be suicide? In the hotel room, Fu Luo looked at Zhu Mingzi's corpse and murmured with a frown. But, it looks like suicide no matter how you look at it. The pistol Zhu Mingzi used for suicide was a Browning M1906, not an item, but a pistol that could be bought in reality. After entering from the chin, the bullet remained in the cranial cavity. Because the caliber of this pistol was very small, the bullet hardly damaged Zhu Mingzi's face. Lin Yu scanned him up and down. The artisan of the Player Mutual Aid Society was not tall and had an ordinary face. Most importantly, his expression before death showed no terror, nor any signs of struggle. Did you use your detective ability? Lin Yu asked. Yes, the clues are on the body, Fu Luo said, stroking his chin. I'm waiting for the preliminary identification results. The fingerprint test on the pistol is fine, and the entry angle is consistent with suicide. Most importantly, this time the duration was even shorter. Fu Luo pointed outside. A sturdy man was sitting on the corridor floor outside, sighing and seemingly unable to accept reality. He was the Lotus of the Player Mutual Aid Society. The successive deaths of Radish and Zhu Mingzi were clearly a blow to him. Lin Yu understood his feelings very well, especially Zhu Mingzi's suicide note, which was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the Lotus's spirit. It was me, I killed Radish. For the future of the Player Mutual Aid Society, I had no choice but to do this, but I will atone with my own life. I must do this, I'm sorry, I must do this. Lin Yu's gaze returned to the location of the suicide note. It was placed by Zhu Mingzi's hand. I always feel there's something strange about this suicide note too. Lin Yu muttered. Right, you feel it too. Fu Luo took off his baseball cap and put on a knitted hat. His suicide, the suicide note, the confession, all reveal a sense of incongruity. If the original clues were a puzzle, we had almost completed it, but after this guy's death, all the original puzzle pieces immediately seemed to be put together incorrectly. Fu Luo said, troubled. Lin Yu also nodded. Indeed, Zhu Mingzi shouldn't have died. In his and Fu Luo's deduction, Zhu Mingzi was definitely not the murderer. Just as Lin Yu was thinking, Hannah's voice rang out. Quack, director, old Zhang said he has a clue for you. What clue? Lin Yu communicated with Hannah in his mind. Quack, old Zhang said that this guy's death was indeed suicide, but he was hypnotized. The evidence is that suicide note, he said there's an 80% chance it was done by someone from the Psychology Society. Lin Yu was slightly stunned after hearing this. After old Zhang's hint, Lin Yu understood where the sense of incongruity in the suicide note came from. Indeed, people before suicide often go through intense internal struggles, and hastily written suicide notes often contain strong emotional content. However, this suicide note repeatedly contained, I must do this. It was too much like some kind of compulsive behavior or intrusive thought. So, he was induced to commit suicide. When? Is there someone from the Psychology Society here? Lin Yu felt a jolt of alarm in his heart. Quack, old Zhang said it was a switch. The suggestion might have existed a long time ago. It's just that something triggered the switch in his subconscious, causing this idea to materialize. Listening to Hannah's words, Lin Yu understood again. Yes, that makes sense. He looked at Fu Luo. Halopo, I completely understand the truth now. We weren't wrong. The reason this puzzle piece doesn't fit is because we got the cause and effect reversed. He wasn't part of the cause of Radish's death, but rather a result that Radish's death would bring about. His suicide note indicates that this guy's mind might not have been normal when he committed suicide. Fu Luo looked at Lin Yu and immediately reacted. But that's just your conjecture, right? Lin Yu nodded. He knew this wasn't just a conjecture, as he had old Zhang, an expert, to back him up. But he couldn't bring old Zhang out. However, it's the most reasonable conjecture at the moment. I still need to verify it. Fu Luo turned to look behind him. Liang Yi, good night, and Li Huai were still guarding the doorway, one on each side. Help me call the guy at the door in. I have something to ask him. Liang Yi, good night, made an okay gesture, then dragged Lotus in. Shiba, stop crying here, you're supposed to be a thug. I have something to ask you. Lotus was somewhat dejectedly pulled in front of Fu Luo and Lin Yu. Do you two have anything you want to ask? Regarding the deaths of Radish and Zhu Mingzi, I've already told you everything I know. Fu Luo waved his hand. I'm not asking you about that. Tell me about the internal factions within the Player Mutual Aid Society recently. As someone close to Radish, you should know, right? Lotus was visibly stunned. Is that relevant? Are you a pig brain? Your brother, who was on a mission with you, left a suicide note saying he killed the protected target for the organization, and now you're asking if it's relevant? Fu Luo said, frustrated. Lotus was scolded, his face paled slightly, clearly a bit angry. But after thinking carefully, what Fu Luo said made sense, so he finally spoke. Indeed, there have been many different voices within the organization recently. Although we are a relatively loosely structured organization, we still have positions. Mr. Radish has always been the leader of our entire organization. He is one of the founders and the most senior, so it was naturally him. However, as the number of members in the Player Mutual Aid Society grew and newer members became stronger, they started to be somewhat dissatisfied with the Player Mutual Aid Society's current organizational philosophy. So, over the past 2 months, calls for a re-election of leaders or the formation of a new decision-making body have grown louder. As Lotus said this, he seemed somewhat regretful, but what I didn't expect was that they would actually resort to murder. The Player Mutual Aid Society was established with the hope of providing a place for orderly players who didn't want to join local or other organizations to still enjoy the benefits of information exchange and item exchange that large organizations offer. This organization, much like its founder Carrot, carried an aura of simple kindness. The basic function of the organization was written in its name, Mutual Aid. If you wanted to join the Player Mutual Aid Society, all you needed to do was post on the forum or find a member of the Player Mutual Aid Society, download and install an app, and you would be considered a member. It didn't even require you to be its only member. There were no obligations to join, just a hope that all members would live by all for one, and one for all. They shared dungeon information, exchanged idle items, and players seeking teams could communicate with each other. If you wanted to further serve as a manager within it, you could directly apply to become a volunteer, helping to manage the organization and regularly host activities like mutual aid Q&A, item appraisal, and ability training. They even provided solace to the families of members who died in dungeons. In the beginning, when the numbers were small, relying on the information shared by a few early members and the founder, and the large number of items they proactively offered to encourage others to do the same, the Player Mutual Aid Society was practically heaven. It was more like a friendly forum that didn't require points, and it had very active high-level players. However, as time went on and a large number of players flooded in, the organization gradually began to deviate. Many players who took advantage of others' kindness appeared on it. But at that time, when the founders of the Player Mutual Aid Society were still around, everything was still under control. But, after that dungeon, which almost wiped out all the active forces of the Player Mutual Aid Society, the surviving Carrot had no choice but to change some strategies. He raised the entry threshold for the Player Mutual Aid Society and streamlined the number of volunteers. And he cut the bereavement benefits. At the same time, it was no longer an organization that accepted overlapping existence with other organizations, and many of its benefits were only provided to existing members. After these reforms, the organization did improve for a while, but soon, the relatively closed organizational structure caused the power of volunteers to start growing. This caused its internal structure to begin forming factions and hierarchies, just like other organizations, something Carrot had originally been unwilling to see. But he was powerless to stop it. He himself was even gradually being sidelined by these new factions. More and more people sided with these new factions for profit. Gaining a leadership position in a well-known large organization offered too many conveniences. Carrot was powerless to stop any of this. It's just that I didn't expect. Cash's seed had always been by old Mr. Carrot sighed, Lotus sighed, that he would do such a thing. I thought he wouldn't be swayed by profit either. Lin Yu shook his head. Firstly, don't overestimate human nature. the eventual fate of any public welfare organization is inevitably corruption. Secondly, the reason your organization transforms so quickly is certainly not just internal corruption, you also need to look for external reasons. Lin Yu spoke calmly, and Lotus looked up. Are you talking about other organizations? Order and Night Watchman might not need it, but what about other local organizations? And what about those 3 organizations that were delisted from the forum? Lin Yu said softly, and Lotus's expression subtly changed. So, are you saying, at least Cassia Seed's death should be the work of the Psychology Society, or someone with similar hypnotic abilities? Fu Luo said calmly. He wasn't a suicide in the complete sense of the word. Just like you uncharacteristically fell asleep that day, he was led by suggestion. He wasn't even the murderer of Carrot. Lin Yu looked at the startled and uncertain Lotus. So, rather than self-pity, I recommend you choose hatred. You didn't do anything wrong, and you still have things that need to be settled. Lotus's expression changed slightly, and after a long while, he nodded. I understand, thank you. But, if the murderer isn't Cassia Seed, who is it? Who should I seek revenge against? Fu Luo was about to speak, but Lin Yu raised his hand. We will announce that later. At a moment like this, it's best for everyone to be present. Lotus nodded. I understand. I'll call everyone over. The thug turned and hurried out. Fu Luo watched Lotus's retreating figure and couldn't help but exclaim, You're quite nice. You even care about his mental health and gave him some guidance. If I don't stabilize him, I'm afraid he'll lose control later, Lin Yu said calmly, and his willingness to tell us about the internal affairs of the organization is a great help in itself. Liang Yi, good night, who had been standing by listening for a long time, yawned. So, what's the truth about all this? Who committed these 2 murders? You and Li Hua, you at least have to give us a spoiler, so we know who to catch and who to watch later. Lin Yu shrugged. It's not impossible. This time, Fu Luo interrupted Lin Yu. We definitely can't tell you directly, but we can give you a hint. Do you like reading mystery novels? Liang Yi, good night, was surprised. I guess so. I've only read a few famous ones, and I read Higashino Kigo's new books every year. Why? Oh my god, what a clickbaiter, Fu Luo said subconsciously. Can you Shiba speak properly? Liang Yi, good night, rolled up his sleeves, and Fu Luo instantly cowered. Bro, my mouth got ahead of me, please don't mind. He then quickly said, anyway, this case. Never mind Cassia Seed for now, the situation with Old Man Carrot's case is actually very similar to a very famous mystery novel. It was written by my second favorite novelist, the Queen of Mystery, Agatha Christie. Fu Luo said, and Liang Yi, good night, paused. Agatha Christie, Shiba, the murder of Roger Ackroyd? The killer is the doctor's assistant who has been helping the detective solve the case? Shiba, that's impossible, May only arrived today. It's possible he killed Cassia Seed. After all, his sudden return to sleep is indeed suspicious. He even went to the restroom just now. The more Liang Yi, good night, spoke, the more he felt something was wrong, and he began to scrutinize Lin Yu, his eyes full of vigilance. A vein throbbed on Lin Yu's forehead, and he didn't care that Liang Yi, good night, was his superior, directly cursing out. Is your concussion not better yet, Captain Liang Yi, good night? I went back to sleep to keep my mind clear and avoid saying idiotic things like you. Poirot was clearly talking about murder on the Orient Express. Under the urgent announcements of Lotus, the remaining 6 suspects also gathered in the room where Ling Yu and Fu Luo were. The originally spacious room suddenly seemed a bit crowded. Li Hua and Liang Yi, good night, stood at the door like 2 door gods, with Lotus standing not far from them, ready to assist. The rest of the people were evenly distributed on the sofas, in front of the cabinets, and on the bed in the room. Huang crossed his arms. Calling all of us here doesn't look like a second round of questioning. Have you found the murderer already? Fu Luo nodded. Of course, everyone, calling you over is for this matter. Hio, Seagull, rubbed his hands, gathering all the suspects and then announcing the true culprit. How ceremonial, just like Detective Conan. Lin Yu shook his head. Calling you all over isn't because of ceremony, because the number of murderers, or rather, accomplices, is not just one. Just like the case designed in one of my favorite mystery novels, Murder on the Orient Express, Fu Luo took over from Lin Yu, cleared his throat, and announced the answer, all of you are the murderers. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of these 6 people changed in unison. Huang frowned slightly, Bai Lian Gang cursed, Ji Yuan, Paperkite, looked up at the ceiling, Ming Wang looked a bit surprised, and Cress spat. Hio, Seagull's reaction was the most intense. What? This accusation is too much. Are you suspecting all 6 of us at once? Even if you are from order, you can't make such baseless accusations. Hio, Seagull said, somewhat indignant. Lin Yu shook his head. Not you, it's the other 5. Hio, Seagull was stunned. Ha, how can it be so hasty? You're not trying to trick us, are you? Cress also spoke. Order, we come from different organizations, some even have different stances towards each other. Why would we conspire to do this? Lin Yu seemed to have anticipated someone asking this, and spoke unhurriedly. During the interrogation, except for Hyo, Seagull, over there, most of you had one commonality. You didn't seem eager to prove your innocence, nor did you point out anyone else's suspicious behavior. It's as if you suddenly reached some kind of consensus. Huang spoke indifferently. This is merely your subjective conjecture. Does it mean we are accomplices just because we didn't accuse others? Ming Wang also chimed in. That's right, this isn't very rigorous. You agree, gambler? He even bypassed Fu Luo and Lin Yu, looking directly at Li Hua. Li Hua pushed up his glasses. This case is solely handled by Mei Mei and Fulpulo. Fu Luo looked at Ming Wang. Even if you complain, we certainly have evidence, because although you all seem unrelated to each other, your only point of intersection is precisely the victim, in this case Radish. I admit that he and I had a grudge, but I have already explained, Huang said calmly, I had no intention of killing him, and apart from me and Bai Lian Gang, everyone else here has almost no connection with him. But everyone here has joined the Player Mutual Aid Society. I mean, in the past, Lin Yu said calmly, the reason you and Bai Lian Gang had a past that could be called hatred with Radish is because your loved ones died in the same instance with him. But, why were your loved ones in that instance with him? Of course, it's because they were members of the Player Mutual Aid Society at the time, just like you. The same goes for Cress, Ji Yuan, Paperkite, and Ming Wang over there. You may not have had direct contact with Radish, but you have all witnessed the most beautiful period of the Player Mutual Aid Society. Lin Yu shook his phone, or rather, a considerable portion of players who can reach Tier 3 now have witnessed that Player Mutual Aid Society due to their seniority. Do I need to go into the app and check your past records? No need, Cress interrupted Lin Yu, but as you said, probably half of the old players have joined the Player Mutual Aid Society. But why is it just the 5 of us? At least I, Ming Wang, and Ji Yuan, Paperkite, absolutely have no motive to kill Radish. Fu Luo waved his finger. Let me correct you. According to the definition of criminal psychology, motives for murder are divided into profit motive, sexual motive, revenge motive, escape and fear motive, political motive, and abnormal killing. You just don't have a revenge motive, and if the 3 of you were involved, it could be fully explained by profit motive, political motive, and abnormal killing. Lin Yu added, and this is still talking about murder. If you are just accomplices and accessories, then your motives will be clearer. As long as they are reliable, that's enough. The mastermind found you, exploited your feelings for the Player Mutual Aid Society, and combined with various factors, that's enough to make you qualified accomplices. For example, promising you actual benefits, Ming Wang might just be simply helping Huang. As for Ji Yuan, Paperkite, perhaps only some simple persuasion was needed. Ji Yuan, Paperkite, awkwardly raised his hand. Don't make it sound like I'm a born psychopath. I admit I'm a bit abnormal, but I believe I'm far from having an antisocial personality. I've been a conscientious member of Order for over a year. How could I kill someone just by being talked into it? Lin Yu nodded, indeed, but the crime I'm accusing you of is not murder. As I said, you are an accomplice. Ji Yuan, Paperkite, frowned. Even if it's assisting in murder, I wouldn't help so easily. So what you assisted in wasn't murder either. Lin Yu sighed. All 5 of you are accomplices, but only accomplices. None of you are the true killer or mastermind. Huang looked at Lin Yu, an interesting claim, but tell me, who is the true killer? Who could persuade us to do all this? Lin Yu sighed. So, your only connection is the Player Mutual Aid Society, that former Player Mutual Aid Society. The one who decided all this, the mastermind who persuaded you, is of course the only remaining elder from that era of the Player Mutual Aid Society. And that is Radish himself. Lin Yu said calmly. Hyo, Seagull, laughed. Joke. Is it suicide again? How could an experienced player like Radish commit suicide? Liang Yi, good night, also rubbed his hair, smiling helplessly. Shiba, the previous one was just confirmed to be a fake suicide. How can there be a real suicide now? You're kidding, right? But judging from the simultaneous silence of the remaining 5 people, Liang Yi, good night's expression gradually became serious. Are you serious? A real suicide? Impossible. It's not the Psychology Society playing tricks again, is it? Lin Yu shook his head. No, the crime I've been accusing them of as accomplices from beginning to end is not aiding murder. It's conspiracy to defraud. These people collaborated, under Radish's instruction, to disguise Radish's death date and cause of death, creating a deception that attempted to fool everyone, making his original natural or accidental death look like a murder that occurred on the eve of the auction. Lin Yu had to admit that when 6 third-tier masters acted as accomplices, and the victim Radish was also involved. The entire deception, even if it still had elements that felt off, was very difficult to find flaws in. But unfortunately, as an officially certified trickster of the death game, Lin Yu was quite sensitive to deceptions. Their lies and cover-ups made Lin Yu smell something amiss. Following these scents, even the most abstruse answers would naturally surface. Radish's death was indeed too clean if it were a murder. It was almost impossible to deceive Order's layers of investigation in various detection items, and to deceive Li Hua, the gambler, by leaving no trace or flaw. So, based on this, Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder, what if it wasn't a murder? Rather than the killer being too clean, leaving Order no traces or flaws to find, the possibility of Order's overall direction being wrong seemed even greater. After all, putting himself in their shoes, Lin Yu felt that between the two difficulties, the latter was definitely simpler. Furthermore, following this line of thought, he found decisive testimony in his conversation with Cress. Cress had used magic on Radish, only the effect wasn't to harm him. It was to save him. Looking at the 5 accomplices, Lin Yu smiled. I know you all might still not want to admit it, but all the investigations Order conducted before were based on the assumption that Grandpa Radish was murdered, Lin Yu said calmly. But what if we re-examine it from a different angle, and see what abilities and items he received to be saved? The room was silent. Only Cress spoke again after a long silence. Even so, Huang sighed deeply, interrupting Cress. Forget it, Cress, forget it. Admit it, we've been seen through. Cress pursed his lips, then finally shook his head. Alright, if you've surrendered, what can I do? Ji Yuan, Paper Kite, also sighed. Can't you respect this old man's last wish? If his last wish was to pass away peacefully, of course there would be no problem. But who would have thought this old man would choose such a troublesome way? Lin Yu rubbed his temples, and also, Ji Yuan, Paper Kite, you are also a member of Order, and even my senior. Why would you help Radish carry out such a plan that would obviously create chaos? Ji Yuan, Paper Kite, sighed again. From my personal judgment, I was convinced by him. I believe his plan is actually beneficial to the player community and the current situation. And as you said, I do miss the old player mutual aid society. Lin Yu looked at Ji Yuan, Paper Kite, and asked, then, when were you convinced? Ji Yuan, Paper Kite, looked at the remaining 4 people. 100 Refined Steel spoke in a deep voice, then let me speak. The time was 3 months ago. 3 months ago, Radish secretly contacted us and extended an invitation. Accompanying 100 Refined Steel's voice, the beginning of everything unfolded before everyone. 3 months ago, they each received an invitation from Radish in various forms. The leader of the Player Mutual Aid Society, the high-end player with the best reputation, informed them of one thing: he had decided to attempt to break through to 4th tier. This was an extremely high-risk endeavor. For players who had reached 3rd tier, they could generally handle various situations in ordinary dungeons, and while there were still risks, they were nowhere near as great as the risks of attempting to break through to 4th tier, especially when not fully prepared. But Radish's mind was made up, and knowing that he had a significant chance of failure, what he sought from these 5 people was naturally to make arrangements for his affairs after death. What troubles me most is that super transgenic Radish, created by the devil distorting my wish. I hope you can help me find a suitable person to deal with it. Secondly, I am still very sorry about what happened back then. The Player Mutual Aid Society after my death will inevitably deteriorate again, so I saved a sum of money, hoping that you can continue to compensate the relatives of those friends who died with me in the dungeon back then. In the form of a fund and charity, I have these saved on my phone. Also, I have a son and a daughter. I left them some money, you don't need to worry about that. Instead, I trouble you all to donate my surplus property during the estate liquidation. My daughter married well, and my son is a lazy glutton, so extra money wouldn't be of much use to them. And these 3 arrangements and last wishes obviously would not make them create a deceptive scheme. Therefore, what truly gave them this need was the last point. Finally, and most importantly, the reason I sought out you 5 is that I carefully selected you. After my failure, I will try my best to return with one last breath. At that time, I ask you all to help me sustain this breath. Cress's Pure Void secret art, combined with Ming Wang's rejuvenation and 100 Refined Steel's reshape all things, should be able to achieve this. Also, though it may be presumptuous, I hope you can disguise my death as murder, because as I said before, after my death, the further deterioration of the Player Mutual Aid Society is almost inevitable. This will require the help of Ji Yuan, Paper Kite, and Huang. I consulted an advisor, and he gave me a very feasible plan, but it will trouble you too. I know those ambitious young people have joined and taken the lead, and I also know those organizations, especially those disbarred organizations, are using my place as a stepping stone. I don't want it to become a tool for harming people. This goes against my original intention in founding it. So, my death absolutely cannot be gentle or natural. I cannot die in a dungeon, or during a failed advancement. If I truly fail, then do not waste my death. Make my death conspicuous, make them mistakenly believe it was done by each other. This way they will not continue to erode this organization. Perhaps the Player Mutual Aid Society will be destroyed because of this, but destruction is always better than it becoming a tool to harm more players. As for remuneration, I don't have much to give you, only the entire process of my attempt to break through to 4th tier. I will record it and invite you to observe it at the last moment. I hope that even if I fail, you can gain experience from it, just like the Player Mutual Aid Society of the past. If possible, I hope that because of my death, after intense turmoil and reform, it can finally return to its original state. Under the narration of 100 Forged Steel, the full story of the entire incident finally came to light. Everything that happened here was not a murder case, but a deception orchestrated by the deceased, Radish, himself. Lin Yu spread his hands, so, in the end, there was actually no murderer. But Liang Yi, good night, realized something was wrong. Aish, Sybil, that's not right, Liang Yi, good night, said, stroking his chin. If there's no murderer, what about the craftsman who committed suicide? Liang Yi, good night, was naturally referring to Cassia Seed. Upon hearing this, Lotus's expression also darkened. Yes. Cassia Seed couldn't have committed suicide. And if it was a plan devised by Teacher Radish, he would absolutely not have allowed Cassia Seed to sacrifice himself. Lin Yu shook his head. You're also mistaken. This confused me at the time as well. But in reality, this matter actually has nothing to do with the occurrence of the entire case. On the contrary, it is the result. Cassia Seed did not participate in the entire incident, but he was killed because of it. If I'm not mistaken, he must have been planted with some kind of hidden psychological suggestion by the people from the Psychological Society a long time ago, Lin Yu analyzed. This psychological suggestion would be triggered on the day Radish died. After it's triggered, Cassia Seed would probably fall into cognitive confusion. He would see himself as the murderer and develop a strong desire to commit suicide as atonement. You can tell this from the suicide note he wrote. It doesn't look like something a person in a normal mental state could write. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Lotus rubbed his hair. Damn it. Is it those guys from the Psychological Society? What a bunch of beasts. After discovering that there was no murderer in Radish's death, although the guilt in Lotus's heart lessened somewhat, he was still inevitably a bit lost because he had lost the object of his hatred. But Lin Yu's words just now gave him a new object and goal for revenge. Of course, this was also what Lin Yu was happy to see. He didn't mind causing trouble for the Psychological Society. Phoenix also confirmed this statement. Our plan indeed did not include Cassia Seed. The only thing we did to him was, upon confirming that Mr. Radish's life could no longer be extended, have Cress operate to isolate him from external perception for a short while, including your unconsciousness. That night, Lotus, which was also done by Cress. Liang Yi, good night, nodded. That all makes sense, but is it such a coincidence? It's not a coincidence, but someone leaked the information, Lin Yu said. All of this was a setup based on the Psychological Society knowing about this deception. Their arrangements were exploited. And the Psychological Society's goal, I'm afraid, was to turn the reform that Old Man Radish originally hoped for into a more intense situation directly through Cassia Seed's death. Fu Luo then added, imagine if we hadn't realized this, and Cassia Seed had died leaving a suicide note. Because there was this guy taking the blame for everything, Old Man Radish's efforts would have been in vain. The reform he wanted would simply devolve into a struggle for power among those people. Lotus trembled with anger. What a bunch of scumbags who deserve to die. To actually trample on Teacher Radish's last wish like this. And Li Hua, who had been on standby nearby, finally spoke up. Wait a minute. You just mentioned a leak, so you mean, someone among these 5 people colluded with the Psychological Society, right? He looked at Phoenix, King Ming, 100 Forged Steel, Kite, and Cress, and slowly said, Hey, why are you pinning new charges on us again? Cress said discontentedly. Otherwise, did Radish himself tell the Psychological Society all of this? Li Hua pushed up his glasses and said coldly. There's also a 6th person, Kite said calmly, and that person's suspicion should be much greater than ours, because he definitely knew about the plan the earliest. We were all executors of this entire plan. But the initiator of the plan was not Radish himself. At least, someone provided him with advice. Lin Yu nodded. There really is such a guy. He even ran into my dream last night, pretending to give me hints. If I'm not mistaken, he's the one who leaked Radish's plan to the Psychological Society. Fu Luo spat. that really is a guy with no professional ethics, and he loves to stir up trouble. Lotus frowned. Who is that guy? Phoenix shook her head. To be honest, we don't know either. I thought he was someone from your player mutual aid society. According to our preliminary guess, it should be a guy named Nyan. Liang Yi, good night, chimed in. As soon as the character Nyan came out, everyone instantly showed expressions of sudden realization. So that's it, it's that son of a bitch. 100 Forged Steel slapped his thigh and said. And it's very likely that the super transgenic radish that was lost is also in his hands. The big man from the northeast said excitedly. Lotus was startled. What, that item wasn't taken by you guys? Didn't he tell you to keep it safe? For a moment, the expressions on everyone's faces were a bit awkward. We originally planned to retrieve it after you and Kasha Seed fell asleep, but when we went there, we found that it was already missing. We've been looking for it these past few days. Phoenix said softly. Seagull spoke eagerly. Then it's very likely it really fell into the hands of the Psychological Society. It's over. If we go look for it now, it might still be in time. As everyone was in a chaotic state, Li Hua calmly pulled a carrot from his pocket. Ding! The perfectly shaped, golden glowing carrot emitted a crisp sound as it was taken out, and its dazzling light illuminated the entire room brilliantly. No need, I've already got it. Li Hua said calmly. Lin Yu sighed. I knew it. After he told Li Hua the information he got from Nian, seeing Li Hua not continue the topic and even quickly interrupting his reaction, Lin Yu vaguely guessed, this guy most likely knew something. When the selection range narrowed to a certain extent, the gambler's ability was enough to lock down the options. And with Li Hua's ability, after locking down who took the carrot, getting his hands on it was, of course, effortless. Looking at the carrot in Li Hua's hand, Phoenix was a bit displeased. What the heck, if it was in your hands all along, why didn't you say so earlier? I just got it not long ago, and only now have I confirmed that you are not the murderers, Li Hua said calmly, looking at Seagull, and you can now begin to defend yourself, Seagull. Hi-oh, Seagull opened his mouth wide, as if he wanted to argue, but in the end, he gave up. What kind of situation is this? Who would have thought that all 5 people were murderers? Now only I'm left, and I'm indeed too suspicious. I knew I shouldn't have had those wicked thoughts. He sighed, looking dejectedly at Li Hua. How are you going to punish me? Li Hua shook the golden carrot in his hand. It depends on what you originally intended to do with this thing. Hi-oh, Seagull tentatively began. I originally planned to keep it for carrot. Li Hua continued to watch him, saying nothing. Hi-oh, Seagull sighed. Alright. Although my first thought was indeed to keep this dangerous item for him, I was later blinded by selfishness. You know, my main area of activity is in the Black Mire realm. I plan to use this thing to control the fallen tribe. Hi-oh, Seagull sighed. We night watchmen are really too poor. Li Hua's expression was calm. Then be a little poorer. I'll fine you 3,000 forum points personally, and then 2 weeks of confinement in the outer layer. After you go back, I'll write a report, and you can go find your city's squadron leader to claim it. Hi-oh, Seagull raised his hand. Got it. Thanks for going easy on me. Lin Yu listened with great curiosity. Confinement? How is it confinement? Do you go to a detention center? Of course not, Fu Luo explained in a low voice. How can you, as a member of order, not know this? Because my superior is Liang Yi. Good night. Lin Yu pointed to the Korean who was already secretly using his phone to scroll through short videos, frantically tapping hearts for a dancing, fair, slender streamer. He didn't fully explain the business to me. Of course, I can't blame him entirely. After all, he just got out of the hospital not long ago. Fu Luo was speechless, so he explained to Lin Yu. In short, when order arrests someone, some don't deserve death, so there are naturally options for fines and imprisonment. Fines deduct forum points, and city administrators have the authority for this. As for imprisonment, this thing was concocted by the general. He reached an agreement with the god of fairness and judgment and obtained a special item. The form is a regular, additional instance entry card, but after entering, you are teleported to the eternal prison of the god of judgment, and you can only be released when the time is up. Depending on the severity of the crime, the time varies, and the place of entry also varies. The outer layer is the simplest. Besides being pitch black, there's nothing else, and there are even jailers who give you food. If it's the inner layer or the core, that's a real suffering. As Fu Luo spoke, Lin Yu nodded. So that's how it is. The functions of order were quite complete. No wonder the general could establish an organization to maintain player order. He actually had a way to deal with disciplined players. As expected, the number 1 on the rankings should not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt even more fortunate and fearful. It was truly not easy to escape unscathed after encountering the diviner in his last instance. I still need to continue getting stronger. While Lin Yu was pondering, Hai-Oh, Seagull, who had received his punishment, also left the room dejectedly. Li Hua also coughed a few times. Alright, since the thief has been caught and there is no murderer in this case, this matter has come to an end. While I don't approve of your actions, there are no violations, he said, crossing his arms over his chest. You mean this matter is over? Of course not. I will write a report on this matter and submit it, and I will publicize the entire process of the incident and inform those who need to know. Afterwards, I will likely urge the Player Mutual Aid Society to elect a new organizational leader, Li Hua said calmly. I just won't hold you accountable, but this matter is not over. After hearing Li Hua's words, 100 Refined Steel was the first to react. Hey, Li Hua, aren't you trying to make Carrot's arrangements go to waste? If his arrangements don't go to waste, the entire player community will be severely turbulent. Li Hua pushed up his glasses. Moreover, the existence of the Player Mutual Aid Society does have meaning. Just as the Hunters Guild supplements the forum with additional bounty and trading methods, the Player Mutual Aid Society, as a public platform, is also an excellent platform for exchanging strategies and information. Its existence is valuable. Therefore, based on Order's stance and perspective, I will not allow it to be turbulent and chaotic, he said coldly. Of course, this doesn't represent the final plan. I will still await headquarters approval before taking action, but I believe they will endorse my plan. For a moment, the 5 people in the room who were involved in Carrot's matter were somewhat speechless. Even Ji Yuan, Paper Kite, a fellow member of Order, had a bad expression. Ji Yuan, Paper Kite, looked at Li Hua and sighed. Brotherly, I finally understand what the secretary meant by saying you are the most order-like member of Order. Do you really have no emotions at all? Grandpa Carrot is a good person, and what he did might be beneficial to all players. It has nothing to do with whether he is a good person. Li Hua pushed up his glasses. As a member of Order, and even a former East China inspector, you should also be able to judge correctly. No, your previous statement already exposed it. You have indeed judged correctly. You yourself said it was possible. How much of that possibility is harmful? Have you thought about it? Carrot is very kind, but he indeed made a wrong judgment in this matter. If he could have foreseen Zhu Mingzi's death, he likely would have changed his mind, Li Hua said decisively. Ji Yuan, Paper Kite's face turned red, and he finally lowered his head. Alright. 100 Refined Steel patted him on the shoulder. And among the crowd, Cress spat. Shiba, what a pretentious fellow. That's why I say, I really hate dealing with you Order. You guys are either administrators, Order, or the Hunters Guild. I understand you're constrained by people, but I'm a bounty hunter. Gambler, remember this matter, I will push it to the end. With that, Cress turned and left the room directly. And his departure was like a signal of parting on bad terms. Phoenix sighed, and also took Ming Wang with him, leaving with Cress. Although the two did not express a stance, they seemed to silently protest Li Hua's actions. Next were 100 Refined Steel and Lotus. In the room, only Fu Luo, a non-order member, was left in an instant. Liang Yi, good night, scratched his head. Shiba, Li Hua, do you have to say things so harshly? Look, Ji Yuan, Paper Kite, is so upset. Because there's no room for mediation in this matter, Li Hua said, then looked at Lin Yu. Alright, Liang Yi, good night. Ji Yuan, Paper Kite, you two take Falbaro and leave first. I have some private matters to discuss with Mei Mei. In Xincheng, the young man with a black cat perched on his shoulder opened the door to his apartment. The room was pitch black, with the only light source being the city night view reflected through the floor-to-ceiling window directly opposite the door. I'm home, Nian said to the empty, dark room. He had always lived alone. And Nian greeting the empty room today wasn't due to a love for life or a force of habit. Instead, come out, friend, don't hide and conceal yourself. There really was someone in the room. And as Nian's words fell, the lights in the room flickered on with a snap. A girl with gradient hair dyed in shades of cyan, purple, and white walked out of the kitchen, a popsicle stick dangling from her mouth. Damn it, how did you know I was here? Nian shrugged. The left side of the doormat outside my door was slightly lower than when I left, so someone must have stepped on it. You really live up to your name as a detective, the girl exclaimed, sitting on the sofa. Your memory and observational skills are incredible. Just kidding, the cat told me, Nian said, pointing to the yawning cat on his shoulder. By the way, nice new hair color, Sister Yu. Hearing the compliment, Yu proudly shook her head, her hair clips clinking together with a jingle. Hee, it took me 4 hours to dye it, and it cost me over 3,000 yuan, Yu said, leaning back slightly. It's really nice. So, you probably didn't come here just to show off your new hair color. Nian walked into the kitchen, took out 2 cans of soda from the fridge, and tossed a Coca-Cola to Yu on the sofa. Is there something important that warranted your personal visit? I'm here to check on the progress of the matter the boss assigned. You opened the Coke, took a gulp, and said, crossing her legs. Nian raised an eyebrow. Oh, it seems he takes it quite seriously. Actually, the unexpected gain from this trip to Haicheng is that I've already investigated thoroughly regarding his identity and his special qualities, but then again, I thought he would come personally. You sighed. He wanted to come, but he couldn't. That's normal, after all, he manages such a large organization. Nian also opened his imported canned soda and took a sip, then looked at Ayu's expression. Oh, it seems it's not entirely because he's busy, is it? Ayu sighed. You're really too smart. He couldn't come not because he's busy, but because he got beaten up and hasn't recovered yet. He can get beaten up too? Who was it, a player or an NPC? Nian said, surprised. The Grandmaster. You concisely stated the other party's name. Nian stroked his chin. That shouldn't be the case. The second ranked in the country couldn't beat the third ranked? Who knows, that ranking is for overall strength, I guess, Ayu sighed. Anyway, this time it proves that in a direct one-on-one fight, he really can't win. Maybe the Grandmaster was injured even more severely. Nian said with a smile. Ayu shook her head. I doubt it. And this matter is also related to the kid you investigated. He met Mei Mei in the last dungeon. The Grandmaster very likely came for that kid. Nian chugged the soda in his can, crushed the aluminum can, and threw it into the trash can. Oomph. What a big deal, a first-tier newcomer, not only targeted by your boss, but even the Grandmaster is willing to protect him? You, seeing Nian's reaction, also realized something. You don't seem very shocked. Does his true identity explain everything? In reality, he's just an ordinary performing arts student, but he does have something special. Nian pulled out a document bag from his arms. First, he should be rated as potential S rank by the Psychology Society. Secondly, his advancement should have only taken him 6 dungeons. Nian threw the document bag over, and Ayu reached out to catch it. A performing arts student? Then how is he a doctor? Nian laughed. That's the problem. He should be like you. His true profession is a unique profession. Because in the previous assessment by the Psychology Society, he displayed the professional abilities of a soldier. In other words, this guy is not only a unique profession, but like you, he's a unique profession who can use other professional abilities. Ayu was surprised. Wow, no wonder. A unique profession combined with S-rank potential. He's definitely worth paying attention to. Not only that. Nian said indifferently. Not only that? Yu was a little surprised. He shouldn't only have the order organization. Nian stroked his chin. What's worth noting is his interpersonal relationships. Currently in Jiangcheng, many experts centered around him have gathered. So, I suspect he might also have joined some deep, secret player organization, and he's just the one who came out to show his talent. Yu stroked her chin. Secret organizations? Do those things really exist? All signs have shown that although the oldest players can only be traced back 3 years, I don't think 3 years is when this game started, Nian said, thinking. Dealing with those NPCs and gods always makes me vaguely feel that they aren't new to the existence of players. And according to those lunatics from the Psychology Society, this death game will have major events, just like a real game. Yu frowned. You think he has guidance from players of the previous version? Otherwise, as a newcomer, his information acquisition ability is a bit too terrifying. If you observe his trajectory and social circle, you'll find that this guy seems to simultaneously know the operational patterns of many organizations, Nian said, stroking his chin. This is impossible for a newcomer player to achieve. Of course, it's not necessarily a player from the previous version. It could also be a god-level NPC, a spokesperson jointly chosen by several top-ranked players, or orders god-making movement. In short, he's very interesting. This might also be why the Grandmaster values him. You let out a breath. I understand. I will report what you've investigated to the boss. Then, she reached out and pulled out a box. Anyway, this is your reward. If there are related commissions in the future, I'll come to you again. Happy cooperation, Teacher Nian. Nian nodded. If it's related to this guy, I'll definitely take it. Honestly, even after investigating this far, I still feel he still has secrets I haven't uncovered. To get straight to the point, I know you've been hiding your true profession. In the room, Li Hua tapped the table and spoke to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, sitting opposite Li Hua, was relatively calm. It seems order is truly all-encompassing. You've already investigated my identity, haven't you? Lin Yu said calmly. Li Hua nodded. Yes, because you're in Jiangcheng, it wasn't difficult to investigate. Although investigating in a megacity of tens of millions might seem like searching for a needle in a haystack, because we are order, once you have access to the database, a simple filter based on your age and health status can narrow the scope down to just a few thousand people. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, I'm still too conspicuous. he said with a sigh. As long as a large organization like Order wanted to investigate him, the identity of Mei couldn't be hidden. So, this case was more of an assessment and test of me, wasn't it? Lin Yu looked at Li Hua. Li Hua didn't deny it. I still hope the case can be solved as soon as possible. But it's not a big problem if it's not solved. What's important is that you want to see my abilities, and my choices. Lin Yu said softly. Because you knew from the start that this wasn't a murder case. While a gambler's ability might not achieve this, you are a Tier 3 gambler. Li Hua shook his head. No, even a Tier 3 it can't be done. Moreover, I've developed my abilities very balanced. So I could only analyze through the probabilities I saw that this case wouldn't ultimately cause any terribly adverse effects. Lin Yu smiled. You truly are calm, so calm it's almost cold. Li Hua nodded. But this organization also needs people like me. Order needs ordinary people with good intentions like Liang Yi, good night, reliable and seasoned police like High Mountain, guys like Kite who are even somewhat obsessive about justice, and guiding lights like General and Grandmaster. Similarly, I believe Order also needs you. Li Hua said calmly. Lin Yu was very surprised. I thought you were here to persuade me to leave or punish me, like putting me in solitary confinement for a while. Li Hua shook his head. You went to great lengths to conceal your identity and join Order, which by all accounts seems to be with ulterior motives. However, the most important thing when judging a person is to look at what he has done. Whether it was saving High Mountain during the Freedom Alliance incident, or the earlier retaliation against the Marauders, or this case's resolution, I can see, you can become a backbone of Order, and you identify with our Order's ideals. Therefore, I can now give you a chance. Tell me frankly, why exactly did you hide your identity and your true profession? Lin Yu exhaled. Because I was afraid. Joining this kind of game, and being shot into it, makes it very difficult for me to trust any organization, so I just wanted to keep some trump cards for myself. Li Hua nodded. I understand. Regarding your profession, how much can you tell me? Unique profession, I can use other profession abilities, but there are many restrictions. Currently, I can only use Doctor and Soldier, and I cannot use them simultaneously. The Doctor can use Tier 1 items. Lin Yu answered fluently. Li Hua nodded. Sounds like a weakened version of the Marauders AU. Can you acquire new professions later on? Yes, but only after completing a tier advancement. Lin Yu said, and Li Hua pondered for a moment. Alright, I understand. Currently, only I and headquarters within the organization know about this matter. I will keep your secret. Lin Yu looked at Li Hua. Keep my secret? It sounds like the organization has a special task to give me? Li Hua nodded. Yes. The East China region's inspector position is currently vacant. I hope that after you advance to Tier 2, you can come to me to take on this position. Lin Yu looked at Li Hua. The reason? I don't believe Order is so desperate for people. The reason is that just like within the Player Mutual Aid Society, Order's internal structure is currently experiencing various problems. Examples, like Kite, are not uncommon. Whether it's the administrators and team leaders in various places, or the grassroots members, we need more reliable people. Li Hua said calmly. Lin Yu pursed his lips, but it's still too early to talk about this now. It's not certain if I can even advance to Tier 2. Li Hua pushed up his glasses. You're right, so I'm just bringing it up with you for now. And the final assessment? Lin Yu retorted. Li Hua rarely smiled. Yes, so when Liang Yi, good night, asks later, just say I was asking about the diviner matter. Alright, you must be hungry after working for so long. Go eat. Li Hua said, then stood up and escorted Lin Yu to the door. After Lin Yu walked out, the room door closed. Li Hua then took out his phone and made a call. Hello, is that secretary? I think your conjecture is correct. Although he bears no ill will, he is indeed not alone. But no matter what, he should be able to become one of us. Closing the door and ending his conversation with Li Hua, Lin Yu also let out a long sigh of relief. From the moment he encountered the diviner, Lin Yu knew, if he came into the sight of players of this level, he would inevitably expose many things. The reputation of Mei was too prominent. And this rootless drifter with no past, anyone who investigated even slightly would find numerous suspicious points. Eventually, they would track him down. Based on this, rather than passively waiting for them to find him, it was better to actively reveal a flaw himself. Looking down from the perspective he set, even if exposed, they would see what Lin Yu wanted them to see. A slight shift in perspective could lead to vastly different conclusions. So, Lin Yu gambled. Mei had no past, but similarly, Lin Yu, a person with great potential, had not displayed his due potential. So why not merge them again? Only this time, after the two identities merged, Lin Yu clearly knew that this still couldn't explain many of Mei's past actions. Therefore, they would definitely arrive at a brand new conclusion, one that Lin Yu had anticipated. What I need to do next is to continue to maintain an air of mystery, and find the guy who is lurking by my side. Sitting in the first-class compartment of the high-speed train on his way back, Lin Yu checked the PPT summary for his finals on his phone. Since his return trip wasn't too urgent, Li Hua bought his ticket. After all, it was order that called him there, so reimbursing his travel expenses was only right. Liang Yi, good night, stayed in High City. It planned to attend the auction there along the way. Although Carrot had passed away, this did not affect the normal holding of the auction. As for Lin Yu, he couldn't be bothered with the excitement. He had no time, and no money. Moreover, compared to the matters of the death game, Lin Yu was clearly more worried about the exams for his last 2 courses this week. Professional courses were fine, but the philosophy of the general education course really gave Lin Yu a headache, a large amount of content to memorize, even more than this trip to High City. Connecting the identity of Lin Yu with Mei Mei certainly carried some risk, but Lin Yu knew that he couldn't always hide. Now that he had some trump cards, perhaps appropriately exposing some of his peculiarities was also a good choice. At least, the organization order seemed trustworthy for now, not in the sense that their stance would align with his, but that they were orderly and reliable. Appropriately exposing his trump cards to order could very likely gain him attention and corresponding protection. Of course, it wasn't just these levels of benefits. After Lin Yu revealed his identity as the only profession to Li Hua, there were other gains. As the high-speed train sped along the tracks, Lin Yu could feel some powerful belief pouring in, turning his half-truth, half-lie into reality. Now I can use both the abilities of a doctor and a soldier, and because the identities of Mei Mei and Lin Yu are unified, Lin Yu exhaled. So, I don't even need to use a mask for any disguise, and I can use the abilities of these 2 professions in any situation. This was a huge benefit for Lin Yu, although he knew his strength was improving, and with the increase of items, his direct combat power was also continuously getting stronger. But in the final analysis, having the permanent abilities of a soldier and a doctor would undoubtedly increase his lower limit. Even when encountering regular battles and fighting ordinary players and common monsters in dungeons, he wouldn't need to consume full buffs every time. Stingy Rich Man had less than 8 hours left, and Closed Mind had less than 10 hours. Ice Blessing only had 30 minutes left. The probability of regular food and daily diet providing good buff effects was really not high, so it was best if these 3 buffs could always be maintained. Of course, the most important thing was to get this lower limit increase before the Tier 2 advancement dungeon. It's pretty good luck. This was probably because he had encountered too many unlucky things in dungeons on a daily basis, so he would be luckier in other places, making his luck conserved. Lin Yu was still quite optimistic. After all, his phone still had a simple introduction to Tier 2 dungeons that he had snagged from Order's workgroup chat. The Tier 2 and Tier 1 advancement trials were roughly similar, but there were also differences. Generally speaking, the Tier 2 advancement trial would consist of 2 consecutive tasks. The first task, like the Tier 1 advancement trial, was merged into a normal dungeon, requiring the fulfillment of some extra conditions. The difference was that completing those conditions and clearing the dungeon, and entering the settlement space, would not directly complete the advancement. Instead, it would initiate the latter half of that advancement trial. The player would then start a separate, personal dungeon. This was a dungeon involving only one person, with no help from any other players, no prior preparation time, and usually a very high difficulty. As long as the first half was completed, one would definitely proceed to the second stage of the personal dungeon. The only good news was that this personal dungeon would have a relatively easy-to-achieve clear condition, which meant players did have the right to give up midway. However, after giving up, the next advancement trial would start from the first half, and the personal dungeon would also be different from the last time. What's more, the guide emphasized that the clear condition of the personal dungeon was only relatively easy. In other words, it was relatively simple to complete the advancement, but compared to ordinary dungeons, it was still more dangerous. Therefore, the advice given in this guide was, if you are not absolutely confident, it is best to directly give up on completing the prerequisite conditions and ignore the first half of the advancement trial, lest you enter the personal dungeon and regret it when it's too late. Generally speaking, if completing the first half is already very difficult, requiring a large number of consumables or even using most of your trump cards, then don't try it. Lin Yu silently remembered this point. However, he wouldn't push himself too hard. This was only his 7th dungeon, and normal players, no, even players with so-called good talents, would only just be starting their Tier 1 trial in this dungeon. Getting stronger as quickly as possible was important, but he couldn't let the desire to get stronger blind him and be too blindly aggressive. Getting stronger was for survival. If he took greater risks for the sake of getting stronger and even died before achieving success, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Lin Yu also happened to be reviewing the section on contradictions at this moment. I never thought the content on primary and secondary contradictions actually has quite a lot of practical guiding significance. I didn't realize it when I was memorizing it in high school. He silently sighed. Perhaps it was because his high school self hadn't faced such a cruel reality yet. Although normally, college students shouldn't have to face this kind of cruelty. Amidst endless recitation and memorization, the train quickly arrived at the station. After leaving the station, Lin Yu briefly hesitated, then chose to return to school instead of going home. On one hand, he could go to the library to study after returning to school. The study atmosphere in the library was good, and the efficiency of reviewing, especially memorizing, would be higher. On the other hand, Lin Yu took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Bingmiao. Shuang Mu, President, are you at school? Shuang Mu, I'm back from High City, there are some things I want to ask you about. Shuang Mu, it's about the game side of things. I really hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. President, Lin Yu said with a sigh. The night was deep, and the moon had just risen. At Jiangcheng Media University, in the drama club's activity room, Lin Yu looked at the message from Shen Bingmiao on his phone, which read, I'll be waiting for you in the club activity room at 10 tonight, and gently opened the door to the activity room. The activity room was as messy as ever, with various performance props piled in cardboard boxes, and 4 pushed-together desks covered with open scripts full of annotations and unfinished coffee cups. In the very center of the tables, a plastic stool stood like a throne. This throne, of course, belonged to the president of the drama club, Shen Bingmiao. At this moment, Shen Bingmiao was wearing vibrant green athletic shorts and a sky-blue crewneck shirt, her bangs pinned up with a hairclip. She sat cross-legged on that throne-like stool, engrossed in Arthur Miller's classic play, Death of a Salesman. Hearing the door open, Shen Bingmiao placed the book face down on her lap and looked at Lin Yu, her eyes smiling. Welcome back, my dear ace. Do you have anything you want to ask me? Lin Yu pulled up a chair and sat down, looking up at the president. It's less of a question and more of a thank you for your phone, it helped me a lot. Shen Bingmiao rested her chin on one hand, you're welcome, I wasn't using it anyway, so I might as well give it to you as a favor. Then how were you so sure I would need it? Lin Yu retorted. Shen Bingmiao's expression was calm, you're a newcomer, you know, newcomers aren't picky about props. Having something is definitely better than having nothing. Lin Yu smiled again, that's a reasonable explanation, but, senior sister, I told you last time. Your acting isn't good enough, he said in a calm tone, his gaze fixed on Shen Bingmiao's face. Even looking up, even with the other person looking down, Lin Yu still seemed to be looking at Shen Bingmiao at eye level. Senior sister, I don't have many friends, in fact, you're the only one I consider a friend, so I hope you won't lie to me. Shen Bingmiao was suddenly pressed by Lin Yu but remained calm. She picked up the book and scratched the side of her face with a corner of it, then smiled and said, oh, why did you suddenly make the atmosphere so serious? Do you think I'm hiding something from you? But what could I be hiding from you? Am I hiding that I know what you're hiding from me? That's a real mouthful. Lin Yu wasn't sidetracked by Shen Bingmiao's counter-question. You do know about my situation, he said without changing his expression. I just didn't want to involve you, but if you tell me you don't want me to hide anything from you, I will be honest with you. Shen Bingmiao looked at Lin Yu and stood up from the stool. My dear junior, your acting is quite good, but what you just said really isn't very credible. Will you really tell me everything? The Psychology Society's S-rank evaluation, the unique profession, the advancement of 3 dungeons, the dual identity of Mei Mei. What will you be honest with me about? Or rather, the parts even I don't know. Tell me, Lin Yu. Shen Bingmiao asked loudly, as if reciting lines from a play. She was aggressive, and her words were sharp and incisive. Lin Yu, standing below, looked at the excited Shen Bingmiao, but he felt relieved. He knew Shen Bingmiao too well, her current demeanor still indicated a playful mindset. What's more, the questions she asked, although they were all his hidden secrets, were also what he himself had categorized as first-layer secrets. Secrets at this level could be exposed without harm, or even actively exposed if necessary. Just like what he did to Nian and Li Hua. Shen Bingmiao hadn't touched upon any deeper secrets. But, you see, you're still hiding things, you clearly know more than just this. Lin Yu also stood on his chair. He had just revealed some secrets today, and Shen Bingmiao immediately mentioned those exposed parts. The timing of her confession, the item she gifted, even if not malicious, didn't seem as ignorant as she pretended. Don't play me for a fool, senior sister, you've hidden just as much, if not more, from me. Why can an ordinary tier 3 player arrange a meeting between me and a grandmaster? That item you said you didn't need is certainly not something you can just give away casually. His gaze fell on the script in her hand. In this room, we haven't spoken 10 minutes of truth. Lin Yu quoted the line from the 7th act of the play. Shen Bingmiao paused, looking at Lin Yu on the chair, and sighed. Alright, let's both be a little more honest. Just like I said before, shouldn't we be each other's most trusted friends? Lin Yu crossed his arms. Then you start first. What's your player alias, and what position do you hold in which organization? Shen Bingmiao sighed. To be honest, I really didn't want to tell you these things, but since you asked, I'll be honest. My alias is Carl Jung, and I am the interim president of the Psychology Society. Hearing the words that came out of Shen Bingmiao's mouth, Lin Yu immediately felt a chill down his spine. I'm sorry, since you already know my true identity. Shen Bingmiao reached out, and in her hand, a pitch-black gun barrel appeared. Lin Yu turned to jump off the chair and run, but the moment he turned, he found that the door to the club activity room had disappeared, replaced by green garbled code. Damn it! Lin Yu immediately made a judgment, turned back, pulled out the sure-hit pistol and the torch of fear, and at the same time prepared to use shady corner to dodge the attack. But it was too late. Bang! Shen Bingmiao pulled the trigger. Just as Lin Yu's heart almost skipped a beat, he felt a cold sensation on his forearm. Water drenched his left shoulder and forearm. Shen Bingmiao burst out laughing. Ahahaha, my dear ace, you won't say my acting is bad now, will you? I tricked you. How could I possibly be from the Psychology Society? As she spoke, Lin Yu rubbed his temples. You tricked me in such a way, of course I would fall for it. So, which organization are you from, after all? He asked, and Shen Bingmiao smiled. Do you really want to know? Even if you might not like the answer. Lin Yu looked at Shen Bingmiao's smile. It was no different from usual, yet he felt a sense of sadness. But Lin Yu ultimately nodded. I want to know, even if the answer isn't what I wish for. Shen Bingmiao still maintained her smile. Then you've asked the wrong question, my dear ace. I am indeed not a member of any organization. I didn't lie to you about that. I don't belong anywhere. But I lied to you about something else. I am not a tier 3 player. I am neither tier 3 nor a player. She jumped off the chair, landing lightly on the table, stepping through the gaps between scripts and coffee cups, swaying as she walked to the edge of the table. Then, Shen Bingmiao extended her hand towards Lin Yu. I don't belong anywhere, not just organizations, but also the world. Shen Bingmiao leaned forward, and Lin Yu subconsciously reached out to take her outstretched hand. However, the moment their fingertips touched, Shen Bingmiao's hand became translucent. My dear ace, I am the prefix of the gift I gave you. I am a wandering spirit in this world. She whispered, and her entire body flickered and glowed with a faint blue light. Lin Yu and she spoke the answer simultaneously. It was a scene that could be described as beautiful and dreamlike, like the replicant in Blade Runner 2049 standing before that projection. Cyber Ghost. Inside the club activity room, Lin Yu and Shen Bingmiao sat side by side on a table. So, are you dead or alive right now? Shen Bingmiao sighed. That's a very unpleasant way to put it, dear Junior. I suppose you could say I'm half dead, half alive. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Your way of putting it isn't much better. So, you used to be a player, right? Yes, I used to be a player. Shen Bingmiao didn't deny it. Then I died accidentally in some dungeon, quite uneventfully. But because I already had some tricks up my sleeve at the time, I used some methods to preserve my consciousness, bypassing the inevitable death by transforming my life form. That sounds like a very advanced operation, Lin Yu said, stroking his chin, but died accidentally is a bit too vague. Shen Bingmiao waved her hand. Oh, don't mind those, my dear ace. Then let's talk about things that do matter. So, what exactly is this half-dead, half-alive state you're in? Lin Yu looked at Shen Bingmiao. You suddenly turned transparent just now, but you usually have a physical form, right? Simply put, I'm like a super AI now. I exist in the form of information. Shen Bingmiao pointed to herself. And what you see of me now is just a body I created by manipulating information. The virtual and real can be freely converted. If you were to dissect me in my current physical state, there would be no difference from an ordinary human body. As she spoke, Shen Bingmiao poked Lin Yu's lower back. But conversely, even if you stabbed me to death, I wouldn't cease to exist. Lin Yu gently pushed Shen Bingmiao's hand away. Then why did you hide it from me at first? Shen Bingmiao looked at Lin Yu in surprise. Why wouldn't I hide it from you at first? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then realized he had indeed asked a somewhat foolish question. Shen Bingmiao couldn't just suddenly tell him, hello, actually I'm a half-dead, half-alive digital life form, could she? He sighed. Alright, I understand. So, your understanding of me is also based on your life form, right? Shen Bingmiao nodded slightly. Of course, and I'm much more formidable than you imagine. Lin Yu looked at the smug Shinbingmyo and fell into thought. Let me guess, you must be related to the forum, right? Shinbingmyo was very surprised. How did you know? Do you take me for an idiot, senior sister? Lin Yu sighed. Ever since I started getting involved in the player community, I've been hearing bits and pieces about the forum, especially from Order. They generally know that there's an intricate connection between the forum and Jiangcheng, and the item you gave me also has similar functions. So, after knowing that you are, in some sense, a digital life form, it only takes a little thought and a logical deduction that isn't even reasoning to reach the conclusion. You must be connected to the forum. As Lin Yu spoke, Shinbingmyo gave him a thumbs up. Even so, you're still very impressive. The private message from Forbaro's backend, you sent it to me, didn't you? Lin Yu asked abruptly. Shinbingmyo said with a smile, no choice, although that detective has endless potential, asking him to find the information on the person you're looking for is still a bit too much to ask. Lin Yu nodded. Just as he thought. So, are you the creator or administrator of the forum, or both? He asked curiously, and Shinbingmyo shook her head. No, rather than saying I'm a creator or administrator, it's more accurate to say, I am the forum itself. Shinbingmyo said it lightly. But Lin Yu, beside her, nearly fell off his seat. Even though he had somewhat expected his senior sister to be no ordinary person, he was still shocked the moment he heard the answer. You are the forum itself? Lin Yu said in surprise. Shinbingmyo laughed happily. How about that? Isn't it even more impressive than you imagined? However, having said that, I actually work for someone. You know that in the world of the G Dungeon, there are all sorts of gods and other high-level existences. Those existences wanted a forum-like presence in this world, so I took on the task. That's why the forum has such great authority, even able to access the authority within the death game. Then aren't you able to do whatever you want? Like arbitrarily adding or subtracting points for people? Lin Yu said in surprise. Shinbingmyo shrugged. Unfortunately, I said I work for someone, so I can't violate the forum's basic rules, nor can I directly attack players, or even overly interfere with their actions. Of course, I still have some discretion in that regard. At this point, Shinbingmyo showed a cunning smile, and most players, even those at the top of the rankings, don't know this. Whether it's the general or the diviner, they still only think I'm a slightly special player, believing that the forum is just a heart domain, ability of mine. Only the Grandmaster vaguely guesses a bit of the truth, but she doesn't know the full picture either. At this point, Shinbingmyo leaned closer, tilting her head to look at Lin Yu. So, my dear ace, I didn't lie to you. You are the first person to know these secrets of mine. You might not trust players, because players always have conflicts of interest, but, since I'm not a player, why not try trusting me? Lin Yu looked at Shinbingmyo, at this familiar yet strange senior sister. Finally, he pouted, a relationship of mutual trust isn't really suitable for the two of us. After all, you've said so much, but you've still omitted a very important point. Why me? It can't just be because I know you, can it? Of course not, Shinbingmyo said with a smile. Because you are the ace, I'm willing to bet on you. What can be won in this game is not just the chance to survive. I will continue to help you grow until we can together glimpse and touch the authority of gods. Her tone was as casual as if she were joking, but Lin Yu knew Shinbingmyo wasn't. That sounds like a very grand goal, senior sister. Then are you willing to be my companion? Shinbingmyo countered, her eyes sparkling. Lin Yu looked at her beautiful eyes, like the night sky in a clear countryside, and shook his head. To correct that, rather than saying companions, it's more like accomplices. Shinbingmyo became even happier. Accomplices, you say? That's great, I prefer that term too. Then, I hope we succeed, junior brother. She said, and Lin Yu nodded. So, what's in it for me? Since you mentioned help, let's have some concrete content, senior sister, he said, extending his hand towards Shinbingmyo. Shinbingmyo was stunned for a moment. You certainly changed your tune quickly. Alright, then within my authority, I'll provide you with a little convenience first. By the way, do you really think those alt accounts you opened would have succeeded without me? Lin Yu left the club activity room. After being in the death game for so long, this was the first time he truly felt a rare sense of peace of mind. The threats from the Psychology Society and the Marauders had always existed, and he was now even entering the sights of more and more high-level players. Even in the dungeon world, there were gods with unknown motives watching him, scheming something against him. It was like the four judgments given to him by that cryptic fellow called Fragment of Fate. Cloud-shrouded mountains, a heart of illusion, entangled in old forms, hard to break free. The self is already a thousand-layered trap. What death trap can bind the heart? When he realized these four lines were about him, Lin Yu also discovered they were surprisingly apt. He was indeed a thousand-layered trap himself. Even Lin Yu couldn't say he fully understood what secrets he harbored. He knew he was special, with a unique profession, an abnormal number of advancement dungeons, and was unexpectedly valued by gods. But Lin Yu had no idea why. He clearly had no redeeming qualities. Compared to true geniuses, Lin Yu never felt he had any advantages. He didn't have a photographic memory, nor cheating-like observation and deduction abilities. His creativity was severely lacking. He lacked a strong will to survive, and had no indestructible willpower. At most, he was just a bit obsessive about performances. Yet, what he had to face was one wave of malice after another. But now, even if these threats still existed, Lin Yu could finally feel a little at ease. At least, I can trust my senior sister. The shadow that had always lingered around him, making Lin Yu vaguely feel that someone was watching, monitoring, and arranging everything for him, was finally clarified. Long ago, he had more or less suspected his senior sister, especially the moment she proactively confessed her player identity to him. The timing was too perfect. Now, although Lin Yu still harbored some doubts about Shin Bingmiao. But in any case, at least as stated in the activity room just now, Shin Bingmiao, who was not a player, was enough to become an accomplice. As for whether she was still deceiving him about her identity, Lin Yu also confirmed it. During their conversation, Shin Bingmiao mentioned past deceptions. Those were deceptions that Lin Yu had already made true. However, Shin Bingmiao showed no new belief, yet it did not affect these truths from continuing to take effect. If she were a player, such an anomaly should not occur. And this situation had only occurred in two scenarios. Firstly, NPCs who became his tools, Old Zhang, Hannah, and Stiller, even after learning the truth of his lies, their knowledge had no impact on the effective truths. Secondly, gods. Regardless of what kind of existence Shin Bingmiao was, this point was enough to prove that, compared to players, she was closer to an existence belonging to the dungeon world. Furthermore, Lin Yu also had the vivid example of Old Zhang. "Oh my, how incredibly lucky you are," Old Zhang in the backpack couldn't help but exclaim. "You've actually connected with the founder of the forum. Is this what they mean by enjoying the shade of a big tree?" As expected, famous schools are great. Even in the death game, they can provide you with this level of connections. Correction, according to her, she is the forum itself, Lin Yu said. "It's a bit like you." Old Zhang spoke again. "I know, it's just a habit. When I was still active, the hacker of the forum was already famous. I didn't know that then. But then again, this also explains a lot. For example, why she leans towards order but doesn't fully side with order. It turns out it's because she herself is constrained by those gods." Lin Yu heard this and looked at the crow mark on his wrist. Senior sister also seems to be reminding me not to get too close to these gods. It seems they really aren't entirely reliable. Hannah quickly said, "Squawk, director, Uncle's boss has a pretty good personality." Lin Yu smiled. "I wasn't talking about the god of feasts. He's indeed quite good, but even if his personality is good, our positions are different, after all." "Don't worry, Hannah, I won't make things too difficult for you." Hearing this, Hannah quickly added, "Squawk, director, I will definitely stand by you. Even though I was sent by the god, since I have chosen to follow you, I will never have second thoughts. Even the god will be ranked after you. That's just how we octopuses are, it's our nature," Hannah said earnestly. Lin Yu was amused by Hannah's eager statement. I know, Hannah, I wasn't questioning you." He laughed easily. Aside from his senior sister, this accomplice, his three assistants could also be considered trustworthy and important support. "Anyway, I'm only tier 1 right now. Even if I'm determined to go against the gods, they might not even look at me twice." Lin Yu shrugged. "So, Old Zhang, do you have any suggestions for the tier 2 dungeon?" Old Zhang sighed upon hearing this. "You want me to give suggestions for this too? Isn't the help the hacker gave you enough? When I was in school, I hated it when my teachers said, we didn't have the conditions you have back then, and now I finally understand how my teachers felt." Lin Yu chuckled easily. How can anyone dislike having too much help? He opened his phone, which was the Cyber Ghost's electronic coffin gifted by Shin Bingmiao. "Furthermore, senior sister can only predict the first half of the dungeon for me. I still don't know what the second half of the personal dungeon will be like." On the phone, there was a message directly from Shin Bingmiao. "Your next dungeon is in the Black Mire. The specific location is probably in the territory of the Blood Kingdom. I will organize and consolidate information from various organizations about the Black Mire and send it to you later. By the way, according to my algorithm, your dungeon clearance condition is very likely to be participating in the Blood Kingdom's Festival of Glory, and obtaining the Blood Kingdom's Warrior's Medal. In other words, this dungeon type should be a composite of confrontation and slaughter. Make good use of your current soldier and doctor abilities. Then, prepare more consumables and also strengthen your frontal combat power. Although I don't know what your profession specifically is, I guess it probably doesn't provide much direct combat power, right? It was already 11:30 when he returned home from school. Normally, Lin Zhao would lecture him for a long time about this, but now, after frequently going out for a while, Lin Zhao had gradually gotten used to Lin Yu's late returns. Of course, Lin Yu felt that this was mainly because the money he gave her was effective. It's time to make some more money. Now that Mei Mei has both identity and fame, and with order as a background, taking on some private jobs isn't a bad idea. Or I could use old Yao's identity to find some work for myself. Speaking of which, old Yao's identity should also be used to brush up on his sense of presence. Currently, Order and the Plunderers probably both think that I, as Mei Mei, have a small organization. Letting old Yao show up more often would also be beneficial. Perhaps I should also consider developing a few new identities. After completing the Tier 2 dungeon, I'll try to take on more jobs, keep more points and money on hand, so that at least next time I encounter an auction event, I won't even lack the desire to go. Items are always welcome. Lin Yu sighed. He was still too poor. Although each dungeon seemed to yield a pile of items, only a few were actually useful. In previous dungeons, if he didn't use the counterfeit, the only handy weapon he had was the Torch of Fear. Who in their right mind goes around hitting people with a torch every day? Fortunately, after joining Order, he at least received an item integration set, which included a foe-seeking dagger, finally giving him a sharp weapon to use. But for long-range attacks, he still only had the one-shot kill pistol, which only had one bullet. Thinking about it, there really are a lot of things to be busy with. Also, I forgot to ask my senior what use that item eaten by the phone would have. Lin Yu pondered as he opened the door to his home. Pushing open the door, he saw Lin Zhao sitting on the sofa, as usual. Compared to his previous late returns, Lin Zhao had indeed gotten used to it quite a bit. "You're back? What kept you so late? Didn't I go on a business trip to Haicheng? I just got back not long ago, and then I went to the school library to review for a while," Lin Yu said, changing into slippers and walking up to Lin Zhao. He took out a box of pastries from his backpack. "Although the filming work is busy, I don't want to neglect my studies." The pastry packaging was exquisite. Lin Yu had bought it at the Haicheng train station. Lin Zhao took the pastries and hummed softly, "Busy, busy, so busy you're never home. And you spent so much." Although Lin Zhao said this, Lin Yu could tell that she was quite happy. After all, his older sister had always liked snacks and sweets, but these things were simply too luxurious for their past selves. Lin Zhao carefully opened the box and took out a beautiful white pastry, narrowing her eyes. "What is this?" "They say it's Qibao square cake, quite famous." Lin Zhao broke off a piece and put it in her mouth, smiling as she spoke. "It's quite delicious, so how much did it cost?" "Not much, just over 60. Lin Yu cut the price by 70%. In reality, this box of high-end pastries cost over 200. But he was very sure that if he told Lin Zhao the real price, Lin Zhao would definitely turn him into a Qibao square cake. 60-something was almost the highest price. It would make Lin Zhao feel a bit extravagant and expensive, but it was also on the boundary where she could accept, or even enjoy, it because it's already bought. Sure enough, Lin Zhao pouted. Now Xiaoyu is making big money. He buys 60-something pastries just like that. "By the way, you have a package. I put it on your desk in your room." Hearing Lin Zhao's words, Lin Yu was a little surprised. A package? He even started to feel a bit nervous. Who could be sending him a package? His identity had just unified with the Mei Mei identity, and a package was already arriving? Although Order had promised to ensure the safety of its members' families, and he was valued by Li Hua, and even had the senior's connection, he would definitely receive more attention. But Lin Yu was afraid it wouldn't be that fast. So after hearing Lin Zhao say this, Lin Yu nodded. "I know, I'll go open it and see what it is." Lin Yu quickly returned to his room. Then, he closed the door and released Stiller. Although Stiller had been allowed to move freely in Haicheng before, he definitely had to be put back into his pokeball when taking the train. After all, Stiller was a living person, unlike the small octopus and brainflower, who could just shrink into a bag. Stiller, who reappeared, stretched. "Boss, are we home? What's the matter again?" Lin Yu pointed to the package on the desk, which was a box about the size of 5 caddies of braised sauce. "There's a package at home. I don't know who sent it. You used to work in the security department of Truth Company, do you know how to handle it?" Stiller glanced at it and confidently said, "This is indeed my area of expertise. You know, the number of dangerous packages President Paris receives in a week definitely rivals the love letters received by the campus goddess. Bombs, poison gas, bacteria, and simple threatening letters and excrement, I've seen them all. Don't worry, I'll check it for you first." Stiller approached the table, took out a pair of heavy gloves from his arms, and put on his tactical helmet. Thermal imaging normal, no residual malicious attachments. He shone a flashlight twice more, then listened with something that looked like a stethoscope. No mechanical operation or physical sounds, but it contains high energy, and the energy structure is very stable. Oh, wait, never mind. Stiller suddenly took off his helmet and gloves, and directly picked up the package on the table with a casual air. Lin Yu was a little surprised. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so sure it's fine? Because the inspection is almost done, and I just noticed that the sender written on it is Li Hua, and the address is also the hotel where we stayed. Before, Stiller shook the box. If I remember correctly, Li Hua is someone you trust, director, right? Lin Yu was stunned, then breathed a sigh of relief. That's true. He stepped forward, took the box, opened it, and saw a beautiful, sparkling, silver-glowing necklace inside. A note was attached. I took the liberty of making this your reward. An additional 1,000 points will be directly credited to your forum account. If you're not satisfied, you can send me a message. Looking at Li Hua's beautiful regular script penmanship, Lin Yu picked up the necklace. So it's my reward. It arrived quite quickly. After confirming that this was his reward, Lin Yu completely relaxed and began to examine the necklace. After all, Li Hua's name and address alone were not enough for him to let down his guard. In his backpack, Hannah, carrying old Zhang, crawled out, and his brain emitted a noisy sound. Why is he still giving people necklaces? Is this gambler a bit too much with his contacts? Lin Yu helplessly said, What are you talking about, old Zhang? This is an item, and its effect is quite strong. I know it's an item. I've seen this necklace before. It's a very powerful item, and it has some special meaning. That's why I said he's a bit too much with his contacts. If you don't believe me, look at this thing's description. Old Zhang prompted. Lin Yu looked at the pop-up item description. Necklace of praying water, a necklace that can absorb and store liquid. Wearing it grants the user the abilities of pray for rain and control water. Pray for rain. Creates rainfall lasting up to half an hour, covering a maximum diameter of 3 kilometers, with precipitation up to that of a torrential downpour. Cooldown, 24 hours. Control water, grants the ability to breathe and move freely in water, and allows the user to expend mental energy to control water. Description: a necklace crafted by the great witch Dr. Sutu from profound crystal stones and gifted to his lover. Lin Yu felt a bit helpless. You're not wrong, but fortunately, this was given by Li Hua. If it were anyone else, I would indeed have to think more about it. After all, the only things Lin Yu had even a little confidence in, besides his acting skills, were his looks. He knew he was indeed good-looking. Aside from girls' confessions, he had also noticed boys' affections during middle school. However, Li Hua definitely didn't have that kind of intention. That guy also wasn't the type to care about the minor in these item descriptions. Judging by the gambler's almost abnormal and obsessive calmness, he probably only saw the functionality when he gave this item. This item, as a reward, could only mean that Li Hua truly thought highly of him, fearing that he might accidentally perish in some instance. But, old Zhang, how is it that you, the former head of the Psychological Society, only remember these kinds of things all day long? Ahahaha, old Zhang laughed heartily, because I have a very good memory, and I happened to handle this necklace before I sold it for a high price, so naturally, the impression is deep. Speaking of coincidences, if the hacker's spoiler is correct, your next instance should be in Blackmarsh. The origin of this item is in Blackmarsh, so you might even meet that great witch doctor. Lin Yu stroked his chin. If I meet him, can I use this thing to get close to him? It's best not to. What if it brings trouble upon yourself? Old Zhang advised. Lin Yu pouted. I'm not an idiot. I definitely won't force it. I mean, if the situation is appropriate, I'll try to trick him. Then I must warn you, you cannot take any risks, old Zhang said seriously. That guy's strength is probably at the God spokesperson level. NPCs at the God spokesperson tier basically make it impossible for ordinary third-order individuals to even get close. The Lord of Fog Island is at this level. You saw the arrangements I made on Fog Island using the methods left by the Lord of Fog Island. That girl Robin is not weak among the third order, and even she was tricked repeatedly after entering twice. Even the diviner had to put on a disguise to come in and temporarily avoid my sharpness. Lin Yu looked at old Zhang. That's a bit self-aggrandizing, old Zhang. I know, I've fallen to this state, please give me some sense of superiority, I beg you, old Zhang said loudly. Lin Yu smiled silently. This brainflower was indeed an interesting character. Excluding the idiotic organization he once founded, the Psychological Society, Lin Yu's interactions with old Zhang were becoming more and more pleasant. No matter what, this necklace must be used. He put on the delicate necklace. It was a short, choker-style necklace. Especially since its chain was made of silver, translucent crystals, and the pendant was a purple teardrop, it looked very feminine. After Lin Yu put it on, it looked somewhat strange. It seems a bit too eye-catching. He touched the necklace, which felt a little moist and cool, and mumbled, "If you want to hide this thing, it's not impossible," old Zhang said calmly. "This thing can store liquid, and it's written in the description. The volume is roughly equivalent to 2 normal-sized water vats. So, just have the octopus chef over there fill it with his optically invisible ink. Because the liquid stored inside won't lose its effect, it can maintain its invisible effect indefinitely, but it can still be felt if someone touches it. Remember to take it off when you're being intimate and kissing someone's neck." Old Zhang offered a solution. Lin Yu ignored old Zhang's strange remarks in the latter half and looked at Hannah. "Then I'll trouble you, Hannah." "Wah, happy to serve, Director Sir." Hannah threw old Zhang onto the table and flattened her body with her tentacles. Afterward, the little octopus leaped like a spring, accurately landing on Lin Yu's shoulder like a shot arrow. Hannah moved on Lin Yu's shoulder, getting close to Lin Yu's neck, then placed a tentacle on the necklace. Can I just release the ink directly?" Hannah looked at old Zhang. Old Zhang, lying crooked on the table, had his brain circuits flash. Yes. Hannah did as she was told, puffing out her cheeks and spraying fine, colorful, illusion ink, precisely drenching the necklace. The necklace of praying water, like an absorbent rag in a commercial, instantly absorbed the ink completely. Lin Yu could feel that the previously empty necklace now contained some liquid. This feeling was a bit like an item space, but not entirely the same. He could change the position of those liquids, for example, by making the ink adhere to the outer edge of the necklace. Soon, the originally silver, translucent necklace turned into a beautiful, shifting array of colors. Hannah then controlled her ink to slowly change color. Finally, the ink made the entire necklace transparent. Even with a close look, it was almost impossible to tell that Lin Yu had a choker hanging around his neck at that moment. "Wah, Director Sir, it's done." Lin Yu observed himself in the mirror and was very satisfied. Okay, this is much better. He would test the power of this item in the next instance. However, to be given to him by Li Hua as a reward, it must be quite good. After putting on the water prayer necklace, Lin Yu sent a message to Li Hua. "May 5, I've received the items, thank you." Subsequently, Lin Yu flattened and folded the box Li Hua sent him. Even though he was no longer short on money, Lin Yu still had the habit and mindset of saving cardboard boxes and empty bottles to sell. Rather than being called frugal, it was more like an ingrained habit left over from poverty. Even when unnecessary, he would still want to do it. Li Hua's reply arrived quickly. "Haicheng Li Hua, alright, the points should be credited soon." Haicheng Li Hua, also, regarding the handling of matters related to the Player Mutual Aid Society, if there are any new developments or progress, I will inform you. Haicheng Li Hua, this includes the investigation into Carrot as well. Although he is already dead, why he chose to break through to Tier 4 despite being ill-prepared still raises questions, in my opinion. So, if there are new clues, I might consult you for your opinion. Lin Yu was somewhat surprised looking at Li Hua's reply. This Li Hua is really grooming me as his successor and confidant. Although Lin Yu participated in solving the mystery of Carrot's death, objectively speaking, he shouldn't have been qualified to know about the follow-up actions of order regarding the Player Mutual Aid Society, a well-known organization. At least, there was no need for Li Hua, the Haicheng administrator, to specifically inform him of these matters. Old Zhang was placed beside the desk, looking like some kind of oddly shaped, quirky creative lamp. He also saw the content on the screen, and after Lin Yu's sigh, old Zhang spoke. "That's really good. It seems this gambler truly thinks highly of you. Not only is he willing to tell you the follow-up, but he even specifically mentioned that he would consult you for questions later. This can be seen as a signal, based on my many years of experience as a psychologist, he should indeed be intentionally cultivating you. First the hacker, then the gambler. If it weren't for those few who are also targeting you being equally terrifying, your backing could practically guarantee you a worry-free life." Lin Yu shook his head. Li Hua is still different from senior sister. Even if he thinks highly of me, given his natural stance with order, I can't fully trust him. Being able to get some benefits and information from him is already everything not. Old Zhang listened to Lin Yu's analysis and spoke helplessly. "What else do you want? Someone closest to the core circle of order is willing to disclose information to you and cultivate you. You should be thanking your lucky stars. This is a rare opportunity, and now your identity is relatively clean. My goodness, could you become a big shot in order in the future? That would be so interesting to think about. Then I really need to figure out how to help you." Old Zhang exclaimed, and Lin Yu fell into thought. It's still very early. But if there's an opportunity to slightly raise my internal status without exposing myself, I should take it. Old Zhang said, "Hey, I've got it." Since Li Hua just mentioned he still has doubts about Carrot's motives, how about we figure that out? Lin Yu was a bit stunned. How do we figure that out? We need to find a way to get some of his. After his death, his soul was forcibly sustained by the void-purging secret art, so he definitely didn't dissipate immediately after dying. If we can get something containing his soul remnants, I can use my abilities to a certain extent to repair his soul. Not to resurrect him, but at least to glimpse some of his memories. Spiritism? Lin Yu asked tentatively. It's mind construction. It seems no different from spiritism, old Zhang sighed. Anyway, we can try, but don't hold too much hope. Stiller, who was reading in a corner of the room, suddenly looked up. If you can get it, you can use the notebook you got from Vir Valetti. Lin Yu reacted, oh, it really might work. Old Zhang was a bit surprised. What notebook? An item obtained from the city of Evernight. It has some use for scene reproduction based on memory, and I'm still exploring it, Lin Yu said. Seriously, if it can achieve the desired effect, maybe I can even find the Nian who invaded my dream. After all, Carrot should have seen him. Old Zhang also got excited. You have such an item? Then I really want to see it. No time to lose, let's quickly set off and secretly go to Haicheng. They surely haven't cremated Carrot's body yet. If we find out where it is, we might be able to steal it. Lin Yu looked at the excited old Zhang and felt that if this brain had limbs, it would surely be rubbing its hands together and dancing with joy. Unfortunately, although this guy was somewhat clever, he seemed to be limited by his previous role as a core member of the Psychological Society, and his thinking was somewhat confined to fixed patterns. Why should I steal it? Didn't you just analyze that Li Hua trusts me a lot? Lin Yu helplessly continued to send messages on his phone. May 5, if the investigation into Carrot hits a bottleneck, you can try sending me one or two that might contain his soul remnants. I have an item from a previous dungeon that can achieve effects similar to spiritism. May 5, I can't guarantee results, but it's worth a try. A few seconds after he put down his phone, message notification sounds rang out continuously. Haicheng Li Hua, image. Haicheng Li Hua, these are samples of Grandpa Carrot's hair and skin tissue, his wallet, and the item he left behind, respectively. Haicheng Li Hua, if you can guarantee no damage and timely return, I can send you all three. Haicheng Li Hua, however, I need to go through the process to retrieve them, so it will probably take 3 to 4 days, plus express delivery. Might mean it arrives by next Wednesday. If you need it urgently, I can ask Nicholas to help deliver it. Lin Yu waved his phone at old Zhang, though he didn't know how old Zhang could see the content on the phone screen. Look closely, old Zhang, Order is a legitimate organization. If you have any needs, you can directly tell your superior. It's not quite like your psychological society. Although old Zhang was mocked, he wasn't angry at all, only offering a pale defense for the psychological society. Our internal relations are also relatively harmonious. Although not comparable to Order, everyone gathers together because they share the same beliefs. Then you were killed by fluoxetine, Lin Yu said disdainfully. Old Zhang finally got agitated. What, weren't you killed by her too? Tuesday, noon. Lin Yu leisurely ate the fried noodles Lin Zhou left for him at home, his mood very calm. Although summer vacation hadn't officially started on the calendar, final exams were over, and Lin Yu was now enjoying a de facto summer break. College students don't need to go to school to pick up their test papers. The timing is just right, all the exams are finished before the advancement. Otherwise, being busy with both reality and the game would really be a headache. So, although some reasons are unclear, this advancement trial being extended once seems to be beneficial to me. Could it be specially adjusted for me? Lin Yu shook his head at this thought. How could that be? Less than 24 hours until the next game's latest start time. Please, before midnight tonight, ensure you are in a state of injury and blood loss, with at least 200 milliliters of blood lost, then wait to enter the game. Seeing the bloody text appear before his eyes, Lin Yu exhaled. This entry condition is relatively easy to achieve. Things like jumping off a building or getting into a cold storage unit, as before, were troublesome just thinking about them. With the information on Black Mire and Blood Kingdom provided by Shen Bingmiao, although he still didn't know the specific situation of the dungeon, Lin Yu already had an initial strategy. As one of the 10 realms, Black Mire is considered the world with the largest number of intelligent life forms and the most complex network of forces. In this realm lie various races such as the Blood Rakshasa, barbarians, beastkin, spiritkin, humans, half-beastkin, and goblins, generally existing in small-scale settlements like villages and tribes, appearing much like the world described in the classic of Mountains and Seas. In this world, miasma and plagues are ubiquitous, and the various life forms within are generally warlike and savage, revering combat and individual valor. Although there are no large-scale centralized powers,
the natives of Black Mire have formed 3 approximate national regions through tribal alliances in similar forms.
The Blood Kingdom, dominated by the Blood Rakshasa and barbarians.
The Three Hills Kingdom, dominated by pure-blood beastkin, spiritkin, and goblins.
The Shajin Kingdom, dominated by humans and half-beastkin. While the tribes in various forces within these 3 constantly scheme against and fight each other, they also frequently unite to wage war against
one another.
However, because the entire world, apart from vast stretches of continuous 1,000-mile marshes, consists only of muddy plains, everyone is without
strategic defenses and only has very wide buffer zones.
Therefore, although battles occur daily, comprehensive wars that annihilate entire races or nations rarely happen.
Besides being warlike, another consequence of this world's savagery is that every race is extremely keen on reproduction and possesses strong reproductive capabilities. Whether human, beastkin, spiritkin, barbarian, blood rakshasa, these races reproduce as if scattering seeds, either having 3 or more offspring per birth or 3 or more births per year. I can't help but wonder if frequent warfare in this world might actually be a beneficial mechanism for effectively controlling the total population. This quote is from an anonymous note posted by someone in the Player Mutual Aid Society. They even intermarry between different races while fighting each other like cats and dogs. It's unbelievable. This quote is from Seagull of the Night Watchers.
Lin Yu had just met him, and the other party should now be imprisoned by
his city's administrator.
So, in simple terms, the entire Black Mire world is a giant battle-crazed world. Most life forms here are straightforward, daring to love, hate, and die. Their daily pursuits are eating, fighting, and reproducing.
The Blood Kingdom is an extreme example of this.
In the Black Mire realm, humans are intelligent, cunning, and spellcasting warrior race.
Beastkin are intelligent and cunning warrior race. Spiritkin are spellcasting warrior race.
While Blood Rakshasa and barbarians are pure warrior races, the Blood Rakshasa are savage and impulsive, and the barbarians are impulsive and savage. In most tribes and villages of the Blood Kingdom, the method of electing a leader is often a one-on-one duel anytime, any place. If you feel you are more qualified to lead everyone than the current leader, you can directly challenge them. As long as you defeat or kill the opponent in a direct duel, you become the new leader.
The Rite of Glory is the grandest event in the entire Blood Kingdom, equivalent to the Olympics in the real world. The Rite of Glory is jointly organized by the 10 major tribes of the Blood Kingdom and lasts for 10 days. After the ceremony begins, the 10 major tribes will designate a certain area in the Blood Kingdom, perhaps the ruins of a village, a dense forest, or a swamp.
All tribes and villages of the Blood Kingdom will select their most elite and brave warriors to enter it, hunting the beasts released within, and also
hunting each other. Those who survive to the end and have acquired at least 5 trophies will receive a warrior's medal.
The ranking of the warrior's medal represents a person's status in the Blood Kingdom and can also elevate the status of their tribe and village.
Each faction can send a maximum of 3 participants. There are over 100 tribes and villages in the entire Blood Kingdom, so the entire Rite of Glory will have at least 300 participants.
And 4 rogue individuals without tribes or villages, or even people from other kingdoms and races who want to join the fun. The Blood Kingdom
welcomes all comers.
So, this is probably a very chaotic, kill-each-other battle royale event, but considering the enthusiasm of the participants, there shouldn't be much
escaping involved.
With nearly 400 participants each year, after 10 days, often fewer than 100 survive, showing just how brutal this ceremony is.
However, Lin Yu also felt it wasn't without benefits. Good news, most participants sound easy to fool.
Bad news, but getting them to stop and listen to his fooling is a huge challenge. Therefore, the core content of all Lin Yu's current plans and preparations is, if combat is encountered, how to withstand the first round of attacks and make those brainless guys stop. This point was very troublesome for Lin Yu. It's fortunate that the soldier ability is now permanent, otherwise, without this 5-fold physical attribute, surviving in such a crazy ceremony
would be truly difficult.
Even without catching the Rite of Glory, if Lin Yu had entered Black Mire and landed in the Blood Kingdom 2 dungeons earlier, he felt he would
have easily died prematurely.
Especially since he had seen Vitan, a Rakshasa from the Black Mire Blood Kingdom, in the Feast God's dungeon. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh at the thought of having to swing a torch and shoot a 3-meter, 4-armed redskin strongman with a pistol.
It was nighttime, approaching midnight.
Lin Yu brought a basin of warm water from the kitchen into his room. After locking the door, he used his enemy-seeking dagger to cut his wrist and soaked it in the water basin. Blood diffused, like a vibrant begonia flower slowly blooming. Lin Yu kept his left hand in the basin. The wound, soaked in the warm water, made the sharp pain dull and prolonged, throbbing continuously with the gush of blood. So, Lin Yu simply played with his phone to distract himself. This week, he had been busy dealing with the matters of Mei Mei, and hadn't really checked messages from others. From Zhu side, he seemed to have missed an offline gathering of a psychology society. This made Lin Yu feel a slight regret, as it would
have been a good opportunity to gather information or even make some moves.
At the same time, Lin Yan sent a message saying that since Chen Zhuo couldn't reach him, she had temporarily kept his reward with her and asked him
to pick it up when he had time.
From Old Yao's side, Tycoon also asked him to show his face when he had time, as he was preparing to formally introduce him to the core circle of
Jiang'an Hall. As for Heavenly Crafts' side,
with Almond's failed operation, he was already not particularly missed within the Marauders, and now he was completely untraceable. However, Lin Yu did see some discussions about the Huqing incident within the Marauders. There seemed to be differing views on the player mutual aid society temporarily being leaderless. Many Marauder members believed this might be an opportunity.
This indirectly confirmed Li Hua's judgment was correct.
Lin Yu originally wanted to see what the diviner was up to, but unfortunately, there was no news within the Marauders. It seemed that Heavenly Craft's level was not high enough. He could only see public messages and indeed couldn't hear any core rumors. Before Lin Yu had contact with these high-end players, Heavenly Craft's information was sufficient.
But now it seems, not just Old Yao, but my identity on the Marauders side also needs to be elevated, huh?
Lin Yu pursed his lips, also feeling a bit regretful. He hadn't had time to collect Xinjua's reward, and there should also be some benefits to gain from Tycoon's side. If he hadn't gone to Huqing this week, he might have been able to get some more items. But fortunately, what he had now was enough. Although Lin Yu previously lacked some direct combat means, now with the prayer water necklace and the item integration suit he received earlier from Order, Lin Yu temporarily had no obvious shortcomings. His item reserves, compared to ordinary players, were indeed very abundant. Lin Yu felt that many veteran Tier 2 players probably didn't have as many items as he did. Looking at his item space, after a brief count, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh.
In some sense, I really am well off.
Currently, Lin Yu possessed the following regular items: one-shot revolver, one-sentence lie detector, fear torch, chat supplies, fear lens, active, map, ancient notes, employee ID card, Wolvaletti, BBE 300, safety helmet, white, bone-crushing hammer, elixir immortal gourd, stingy wealthy man, ice blessing, closed mind, reusable delicious paper, feast pendant, rage spray, shadowy corner, heart-peaking goggles, grumpy little fish, asylum, patient gown, repaired mist pocket watch, cyber ghosts electronic coffin, item integration suit, intermediate protective suit, enemy-seeking dagger,
reusable universal healing potion, reusable universal buff potion, prayer water necklace.
Adding his professional item, mask, professional item, forgery, and the remaining single uses of Tooth of Prophecy and Tongue of Deception, along with 3 summons, Little Chef Apprentice, Truth Company Security Department Delta Team Leader, and Wise One's Active Brain. Lin Yu possessed a grand total of 30 items. Looking at these abundant item reserves, Lin Yu suddenly felt that he wasn't particularly flustered anymore.
Especially since he now carried 3 freshly generated buffs.
Moonlight Affinity, 144 hours, increasing vision in darkness and recovery speed, climbing mastery, 24 hours, enhancing wrist strength and stamina and
granting outdoor off-road proficiency, and hound type enhancement, 48 hours, increasing smell and hearing.
This was thanks to Lin Yu, starting in the evening, estimating that he was about to enter the game.
So, while Lin Zhao hadn't returned, he went downstairs to buy many snacks, cooked food, and ingredients, and began to gorge himself in the room using the feast pendant.
The snacks and cooked food were eaten directly, and the ingredients were quickly eaten after asking Hannah to simply process them. Although the buffs in the elixir immortal gourd didn't need to be changed for now, it was good to get some active buffs to take into the dungeon. After consuming approximately 20,000 calories of food, Lin Yu successfully generated 3 useful long-lasting buff effects. These 3 enhancements, combined with his already permanent soldier and doctor professional abilities, gave Lin Yu strong direct combat power,
even without the aid of items.
Even if he truly couldn't trick any NPC, Lin Yu now felt that at least ensuring his own successful clearance should still be no problem. I hope the feast pendant only increases my food intake and doesn't also increase my digestion and absorption, causing me to get too fat.
I'm going to perform out of town in a few days.
If I gain weight, it would be too unfair to the audience.
My senior sister would definitely tease me too. Lin Yu sighed. The time came to 11:57 p.m.
He was already experiencing slight dizziness due to blood loss.
Just then, Lin Yu's phone rang. A message from Shin Bingmiao popped up.
Someone used a dungeon chain card to send a player into the same dungeon as you, and it succeeded. The dungeon chain card can only be used by Tier 4 individuals. It has a chance to forcibly merge one player into another player's dungeon, and the conditions for its use are very strict.
First, the rank and strength assessment gap between the two players cannot be too far apart. Second, the dungeons the two players are about to enter must originally be within the same realm. Finally, the user must have had contact with both players and know both players' IDs. Even if all conditions are met, there is still a chance of failure. Lin Yu looked at his senior sister's message, surprised, and quickly replied. Who is it? Which of my identities was targeted? I don't know who used it, but the intruder is Nian, whom you should have encountered. The targeted identity, of course, is your Mei identity. Lin Yu saw Shen Bingmia's message and exhaled. They won't even let me rest during my rank advancement trial, and their efficiency is quite high. But fortunately, Shen Bingmia informed him in advance, which gave Lin Yu a lot of room to maneuver. In fact, Lin Yu was already starting to think about how to exploit this. Although he had no conclusion yet, in the last few minutes before entering the game, Lin Yu could still figure out his first step. Lin Yu's hand pressed against his face, he felt his consciousness starting to blur. The bloody text in front of him also appeared. Joining game. Looking at the bloody text and feeling the customary dizziness of entering the game, Lin Yu murmured. Coming to find Mei, are you? Then prepare to find nothing. The mask activated, and Lin Yu's facial features began to twist and change. Game title, Feast of Blood and Fire. Clearance condition, obtain the Warrior's Medal. Number of players in this game, 20 people. Detecting that you will undergo a rank-up trial in this game, special missions are now being loaded for you. Rank Up Mission 1, Weave a Deception, requiring at least 50 NPCs or players to be affected by this deception and take corresponding actions, while also gaining an equivalent amount of belief from 50 people. Rank Up Mission 2, achieve the clearance condition of this dungeon through deception, meaning not by obtaining or plundering spoils through combat, to acquire the final warrior's medal, but by methods consistent with the definition of deception. Complete both missions to unlock the personal trial dungeon. Complete the personal trial dungeon to complete the rank up. Completion of missions is not mandatory. Lin Yu opened his eyes. The heavy scent of blood permeated his nostrils, which coincidentally complemented the bloody words before him. He stood before the entrance to a damp, dense forest. The ground was wet, black earth, and towering trees, seemingly made of very hardwood, were layered and arranged, dark and oppressive like soldiers in formation. And in front of Lin Yu, there was an altar made of white bones, resembling human skulls but larger and with sharper teeth. Beside the altar, a sturdy, muscular man, over 2 meters tall, wore animal skin clothing. His face and exposed arms were smeared with vivid, bloody colors, staining his originally dark skin with streaks of red. He looked down at Lin Yu and spoke in a low voice. Are you here to participate in the Feast of Glory? From your appearance, you seem to be human. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. The muscular man nodded. I understand. You're a bit late. Hurry up. He patted the skull altar. Put your hand in. Lin Yu glanced at the altar, which exuded a strange aura, and put his hand into the skull's mouth. Crunch! The skull's mouth closed, and its hard, sharp teeth pierced Lin Yu's skin. Blood seeped out, flowing into the skull's mouth, and then it released its teeth. Pull your hand out. The muscular man reminded him, and Lin Yu quickly withdrew his hand. After he pulled his hand out, fierce flames ignited beneath the altar. His blood flowed into the flames, finally condensing into a blood-red, irregular crystal. The flames then gradually extinguished, and the muscular man picked up the crystal, blowing on it and hissing as he inhaled sharply, finding it hot. Ha, so hot. Hold on to this is your token. Number 385. Lin Yu took the crystal, looking at the number 385 inside, and fell into deep thought. This token was far too wild. Not only was it irregular, but it was also a bit prickly. Although he knew the entire Black Mire world was savage and chaotic, this was simply too savage. And the muscular man spoke again. Continue walking forward for about 100 meters, and you'll encounter a barrier. Today, at sunset and moonrise, after your token flashes, the barrier will briefly lower for a few minutes. Seize the opportunity to pass through. When the barrier rises again, the Feast of Glory will begin once more. 10 days later, when the barrier lowers again, the feast will end. Do you understand? The muscular man asked unhurriedly, and Lin Yu nodded. I understand. After the muscular man's explanation and clarification, combined with the bloody words he had seen earlier, Lin Yu now fully understood the purpose of this dungeon. Just as Shin Bingmiao had said, this was a very simple and crude dungeon, with almost no hidden information or conditions, only the purest slaughter and confrontation. The information regarding the clearance conditions and the Feast of Glory also perfectly matched Shin Bingmiao's data. Thank you, President. To have gotten everything right, you're truly invincible. Lin Yu silently praised Shin Bingmiao in his heart.
With prior preparation, he was now full of confidence. Clearing the dungeon was definitely not a problem. However, the two conditions for the rank-up missions were still somewhat tricky. The second condition was relatively easy to deal with. Lin Yu instantly thought of many solutions, deceiving others into giving up their warriors' metal, or using forgeries and other items to create fake spoils to obtain the warrior's metal, or even fabricating another condition to obtain the warrior's metal and making it come true. But the first mission condition. Not only do I have to converse with and deceive these guys who seem simple-minded and strong-bodied, but I also have to deceive 50 people? This is a headache. Lin Yu sighed, feeling a dull ache in his head. He had prepared for direct combat, yet both missions forced him to engage in dialogue and deception with those brutes in an activity where people would normally start fighting upon meeting. As expected, rank-up missions are never simple. After sighing internally, Lin Yu looked at the muscular man again. No matter how difficult the rank-up was, he still had to do it. So, one step at a time. At least the muscular man in front of him was clearly willing to communicate with him. Such opportunities wouldn't come often. So, after Lin Yu received the token, he spoke to the other party again. Hey, I have another question. How many entrances like this are there? When the muscular man heard Lin Yu's question, a look of confusion appeared on his face, as if asking, how could you not know this? But he still answered Lin Yu. 12, why? Thank you. Lin Yu said with a smile. If there were 12 entrances, then with 20 players distributed, it was indeed normal for him to have an entrance to himself. If we assume each entrance has a player, then at least 8 people would be with others, wouldn't they? In the most extreme case, 8 entrances would have pairs, or 9 people would all be crowded at one entrance. I don't know how many of these people came in as teams. Although the map is large, encountering teamed players would still put me at a disadvantage. And even if there are no teamed players, once they are assigned together, they are likely to form natural allies. At least if it were me, I would temporarily ally with the people around me. Of course, it's not impossible that it's exactly one order and one marauder, and they've already started fighting. I just hope that 20 doesn't have any teammates around him. After obtaining further intelligence from the muscular man's words, Lin Yu quickly completed his analysis and judgment of the situation. However, his conversation with the other party was not merely to extract information. So, you came to participate in the Feast of Glory, but you don't know how many entrances there are? Yes, because it's been too long since I've been here, Lin Yu said calmly when he heard the other party couldn't help but speak again. Let me correct you, friend, I am not a human. The last time I participated in the Feast of Glory here, there were no entrances or anything like that. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the muscular man's face showed a surprised expression. You, what exactly are you? You're not human. Are you a spirit race member? No, your tone sounds so ancient. Are you a goblin? Lin Yu shook his head. Wrong, I am a Rakshasa. Rakshasa? What kind of joke is this? The brawny man sized up Lin Yu, then burst into laughter. You're not even as tall as I am, how could you be a Rakshasa? Besides, Rakshasas went extinct 1,000 years ago. If you really are a Rakshasa, doesn't that mean you're my ancestor? At this, the brawny man, who had been laughing, suddenly darkened his expression. Wait, are you trying to take advantage of me? Rakshasas are the ancestors of our blood Luo clan. You want to be my ancestor, don't you? Saying this, the brawny man rolled up his sleeves, seemingly ready to fight Lin Yu. Lin Yu's eyebrows twitched at the brawny man's reaction. Indeed, the records were correct. The native life of the Black Swamp, especially the Blood Country, were truly a bunch of brainless brutes. His deception had just begun, and the other party was already preparing to turn hostile and fight him. There was no logic to it at all. But Lin Yu remained calm, looking at the brawny man serenely. No, I really am a Rakshasa, and I have no intention of taking advantage of you. According to your thinking, then all half-demons should kowtow and show filial piety to pure-blooded demon races. Race is race, individual is individual, seniority isn't calculated like that. Lin Yu said calmly. Hearing this, the brawny man's angry expression gradually faded, and he scratched his head. Huh? What you said seems to make sense. But you don't look like the Rakshasa described in the records at all, the brawny man mused. Legend says Rakshasas all have red skin, forearms, and ferocious faces. He looked at Lin Yu's features. Although you do look quite ferocious and menacing, your other features are completely human. It can't be that the records are wrong, can it? Those have been passed down for generations. Lin Yu shook his head again. The records are not wrong, but I am indeed a Rakshasa. You, the Blood Luo clan, claim to be descendants of the Rakshasa race. Haven't you noticed that you and I actually look very similar? Lin Yu pointed at the brawny man and then at himself. The brawny man was stunned. It's true, what you said makes sense. This brawny man's brain capacity was clearly a bit lacking. Lin Yu looked at the other party's appearance and secretly rejoiced. It was truly fortunate that the Blood Luo were a mentally unstable race with poor intelligence, and precisely because of the existence of the Blood Luo clan, Lin Yu came up with the idea of impersonating the Rakshasa race.
According to Shin Bingnao's information, the Blood Luo clan was actually just a group of humans.
They and the humans currently existing in the Black Swamp were like the difference between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, having no relation to
Rakshasas whatsoever.
However, for some unknown reason, this human race experienced a mass hysteria 1,000 years ago. After the Rakshasas collectively disappeared, their tribal leader, either for the purpose of inheriting legitimacy or due to simple hysteria, suddenly began to claim that they were close relatives of the Rakshasa race, possessing Rakshasa bloodline. Then this race began to dedicate themselves to finding red sorrel, juicing it, and smearing it all over their bodies, from childhood to adulthood, which is why the brawny man in front of Lin Yu had modeled red skin. This continued for 1,000 years, and the entire Blood Country, and even other races in the Black Marsh realm, began to believe that the Blood Luo
race indeed carried the remnants of the Rakshasa bloodline.
Based on this, Lin Yu had a bold plan of deception. After much thought, the brawny man suddenly had new doubts. Hey, wait, you just said
the records are also not wrong. What does that mean?
Seeing that the other party had taken the bait and asked, Lin Yu slowly spoke. Haven't you ever wondered why your Blood Luo clan, who clearly
resemble humans more and need to apply dye to maintain their skin color, are still considered to have Rakshasa bloodline?
I thought about it when I was a child, but not anymore when I grew up, the brawny man said earnestly. The clan says it's because of divine punishment or something. The specific situation varies, but it's all from 1,000 years ago, and everyone is too lazy to research it. This had indeed troubled many Blood Luo people. Lin Yu estimated that in the first few decades or centuries, some Blood Luo people might even have realized the truth because of this. But now it was 1,000 years later, and the notion that the Blood Luo clan is the continuation of the Rakshasa bloodline was firmly imprinted in
everyone's minds like a mental seal.
Lin Yu looked at the brawny man, a confident smile appearing on his face, with a hint of pity in his eyes. Ah, we are indeed close relatives. In a sense, you are also my compatriot, so I will tell you the truth. The reason why you don't look red, and I don't look red, is because the Rakshasa race originally has two forms. We only reveal ourselves in that red, tall form when we are fighting. Normally, we actually look no different from humans, just like the demon race. Many pure-blooded demon races with refined bloodlines possess the ability of ancestral true form. I hope this ability of the demon race hasn't been lost after 1,000 years.
The brawny man quickly spoke. I've seen what you're talking about. You mean, the Rakshasa race also has the ability to transform?
That's too cool. His face was full of envy. Lin Yu nodded. Yes, we don't activate that state until it's time to fight, but because we are always fighting, always presenting ourselves in that form, especially when encountering other races, that's why in all records, the Rakshasa race is always depicted in that image. Lin Yu spoke calmly and proudly. The brawny man looked at him, already believing him 7 or 8 parts. But he was still a bit stubborn. But even if everything you say is true, how do I know you're not lying to me? Lin Yu said nothing, just silently extended his hand. Come, try it. As he spoke, the brawny man reached out his hand and sat down with Lin Yu.
Then, the next moment, the brawny man was directly pulled off balance by Lin Yu's single-handed force, stumbling.
The brawny man was astonished.
What kind of monstrous strength is this?
Lin Yu was also a little astonished. This brawny man's strength was not small either. He had originally planned to use the soldier's ability buff and the wrist strength buff from rock climbing mastery to directly pull the opponent down.
He didn't expect to only make him stumble, truly worthy of the martial arts-rich Black Marsh realm.
But Lin Yu did not show his emotions, only maintaining his mysterious calm as he spoke.
Would a thin human of my build have this kind of strength? Although I haven't transformed, and my strength cannot be fully unleashed, it's probably not something a human could possess, right?
He said, his tone calm and confident. The brawny man sized up Lin Yu. Whether this guy was a Rakshasa or not, he definitely wasn't human. This kind of strength was almost comparable to an ordinary barbarian. The mask could alter Lin Yu's physique and appearance, but according to Lin Yu's tests, the mask's adjustments were limited to the general range of
most ordinary adult human body types.
It couldn't turn Lin Yu into a 3-meter-tall, 1-ton humanoid tank, nor could it make him a 50-centimeter paper-thin person, much less a 4-armed, red-skinned, strength-type monster. But even so, Lin Yu still chose to disguise himself as Rakshasa. Moreover, anyway, it's a good start now. Lin Yu strolled through the forest, feeling the surge of belief. I hope he'll talk about meeting the Rakshasa today with his friends and family as a conversation starter when he goes back. The meager belief from that single blood Rakshasa strongman was clearly not enough to make Lin Yu's lie come true and grant him the ability to truly transform into a four-armed, red-skinned Rakshasa. According to Lin Yu's estimation, it would take about 30 people's belief to make his words come true. Fortunately, Lin Yu still had 10 days. It would be great if that guy went back and spread the word, Lin Yu thought optimistically. Maybe in a few days, I'll get a free transformation opportunity and easily complete the first part of the advancement quest at the same time. Of course, this was just the ideal scenario. Lin Yu couldn't expect a lie to spread automatically just by tricking one big guy at the entrance. What if he had no friends, or was introverted, or just happened to keep quiet about it? Lin Yu was never the type to place all his hopes on others without putting in any effort himself. On the contrary, he preferred to be hands-on with everything. Ideally, everything would be under his control. Anyway, at least this story is sufficient for the people of this world. Next, I can try it on anyone else I meet who shows an interest in communicating. As Lin Yu spoke, he stopped in front of a patch of black thorns. The black, hard thorns, appearing iron-like from a distance, intertwined and interlocked, forming a wall-like barrier. Just by looking at it, it was clear that this was probably the barrier the strong man had mentioned. Lin Yu stood before the thorns, then patted Hannah on his shoulder. "Help me with a disguise, Hannah, I need to change my clothes." "Croak, as you command." Hannah revealed her true form on his shoulder, and old Zhang appeared with her. Then, optical invisibility covered Lin Yu. Although the area in front of the forest barrier seemed deserted, Lin Yu still had Hannah create a disguise, not for reasons of shyness, but because Lin Yu was afraid of being ambushed. People are very vulnerable when changing clothes, showering, or using the restroom. He slowly took off his clothes, then pulled out the asylum patient gown and the intermediate protective suit from inside. The patient gown went on first, then the intermediate protective suit from order went on top of that. Finally, his original clothes, a light and comfortable tracksuit, were put on over everything else by Lin Yu. "If I want to disguise myself as a Rakshasa, these clothes are the biggest obstacle. It's enough to fool NPCs, since they don't know what Rakshasa should wear or what these clothes are, but encountering players would be troublesome." Lin Yu mused. However, this was an easy problem to solve. He just needed to find some unlucky native blood Rakshasa after entering, figure out a way to strip him, and wear his clothes on the outside. While Lin Yu was changing, old Zhang heard Lin Yu's thoughts and couldn't help but praise him. "You really are a genius, to think of impersonating a Rakshasa." Lin Yu nodded, "Mainly because I've actually seen a Rakshasa." Old Zhang was stunned. "Holy cow, you've seen a Rakshasa? I haven't even seen one. If I recall correctly, there's a saying that all Rakshasa are locked in the eternal prison." "Ah, so you've been to the eternal prison? Was it a dungeon or were you locked up by order for committing a crime?" "If it was a dungeon, you're too amazing. Going in at tier 1 or even unranked and coming out unscathed, you're practically inhuman." As old Zhang spoke, Lin Yu shook his head. "No, a Rakshasa was brought out of the eternal prison. You can ask the octopus over there for." Hannah said sheepishly. "Croak, I was indeed there." Old Zhang was even more surprised. He looked at Hannah for a long time, then understood. "So, it was the god of feast? You certainly know a lot, and your mind works fast." Lin Yu also praised old Zhang. "Yes, it was the god of feast. He values you quite a bit. I thought only that Crow God thought so highly of you." Old Zhang sighed again. "You're really something, kid. Both the gods of change and feast value you, and even the fragments of destiny have given you guidance. For me, the trouble outweighs the benefits." Lin Yu waved his hand. "As for the fragments of destiny, I don't even know what that thing is." "Then it's better you don't know. The setting of that thing is a bit like Voldemort or some ancient god. The more you understand it, the more entangled you'll become with it and connected to it, which is not a good thing," old Zhang mused. "When you have the strength of a diviner, you can actively pursue them, but for now, let's just skip it. Then I won't ask any more questions." Although Lin Yu was a bit curious, he had always been able to control his curiosity. However, old Zhang's management of his own curiosity was not as good as Lin Yu's. He looked at Lin Yu and said with some excitement, "So, are Rakshasa really four-armed, big, and red-skinned?" "Yes, and they look very lean, their meat looks tough." Lin Yu nodded and said. Old Zhang chuckled playfully, "You're talking about it like it's food." But seeing Lin Yu remain silent, old Zhang's laughing voice gradually stopped. "Seriously? Food?" Lin Yu looked at Hannah, and the little octopus spoke with some confusion. "Croak, is that not allowed?" Old Zhang immediately retorted, "Of course not. That thing is a sentient being, it has consciousness. We humans theoretically don't eat things that have gained sentience, at least not those that can talk and communicate." Lin Yu shook his head. "Don't include me." "Are you serious?" Old Zhang, the former Freudian founder of the well-known Madmen's Organization Psychological Society, questioned Lin Yu with a "Are you crazy?" tone.
Lin Yu smiled, I'm just kidding, of course. Old Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I almost thought I'd fallen into Hannibal's hands. Then I'd have to evaluate whether you were joking when you called me brainflower. Let's talk about Rakshasa. So they can really transform? Lin Yu looked at old Zhang strangely. That's obviously fake. Ah, then you made up such a story. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? That would require someone to know they can't actually transform, and as you just heard, Rakshasa have been gone for 1,000 years. When Lin Yu heard that even old Zhang had never seen a Rakshasa, he felt a certain degree of relief. Indeed, those red-skinned, four-armed giants imprisoned in the cells were very difficult for ordinary people to encounter. Not only were there only written records left in the Black Mire, but the number of players who had seen Rakshasa was also small. This gave Lin Yu a lot of room to maneuver. Lin Yu even suspected that the 7 players, including himself, who had seen Rakshasa in the Feast of the Gods dungeon, might be all the players who had seen Rakshasa so far. Coupled with the fact that Radish had just passed away, Lin Yu, under the most optimistic circumstances, thought he might not encounter any player who understood Rakshasa. This could also be indirectly confirmed by the information provided by senior sister Shin Bingmiao. Sometimes the importance of information lies not only in what it contains, but also in what it does not. With senior sister Shin Bingmiao as the forum itself, Lin Yu had reason to suspect that she could collect almost the most comprehensive player guides. And these guides did not contain too much specific information about Rakshasa. This meant that this race was also full of blind spots for most players. Even for the other few players who had seen Rakshasa in the Heavenly Feast dungeon, Lin Yu, putting himself in their shoes, couldn't even determine, with reason and evidence, whether the Rakshasa transformation was a rumor. This was also one of the 2 reasons Lin Yu chose to impersonate the Rakshasa race. There was too much information asymmetry regarding this mysterious race. These vague, blank spaces were precisely where deception could be carried out. Of course, another important reason was, the importance and freshness of this news were also just right. As Lin Yu silently sat in front of the thorns, resting, he felt a few new beliefs arriving. It seems that the Blood Rakshasa couldn't resist sharing this news, and his eloquence and credibility seemed quite good. About 2 portions of belief surged into Lin Yu's body, pushing his deception one step closer to coming true. For the Black Mire world, Rakshasa were like long-extinct dinosaurs. The sudden appearance of one was naturally news that could cause a stir and attract attention. But because it was only a single individual, even if it attracted attention, it would not cause panic and chaos, preventing the matter from being overemphasized. This kind of new news, which is very suitable for after-dinner conversation, has some impact but won't cause widespread chaos, is the easiest to spread. Therefore, although Lin Yu didn't really expect that one strong man alone could spread this news and cause this lie to directly come true or even complete the first task of the advancement trial, his optimism just now was not entirely groundless. If he was lucky enough to meet a loudmouth or someone with many friends, the news could spread like a virus, and it really wasn't impossible. It's just that Lin Yu indeed lacked a bit of luck. From the amount of belief received so far, Lin Yu felt that although new people believed the lie, they didn't fully believe it. It would be difficult for them to spread it again. Even if they did, it wouldn't be with an attitude that would make others take it seriously. Most likely, it would be like a boastful remark such as, "Did you know I have a friend who saw a Rakshasa?" But deceiving 3 people was enough. At least it further confirmed that his lie was quite ingenious. Lin Yu waited silently in front of the barrier. The sky gradually darkened, although earlier, due to the trees obstructing the view and the dim light in the jungle, visibility was low. Lin Yu couldn't see anyone around. But now that night had truly arrived, Lin Yu actually saw other people. To be precise, not people, but lights. Torches and lit bonfires were scattered hundreds of meters away, like distant stars. Sure enough, the 12 entrances were set up because this area is really large. Lin Yu estimated in his mind, this thorn wall should be an arc. With this curvature, I'm afraid the area enclosed here is the largest dungeon I've ever seen. Lin Yu pondered in his mind. He had originally thought that 20 players plus 300 NPCs might make this dungeon particularly crowded and noisy, but now it seemed that was not the case. It might even be a bit empty. Lin Yu looked at the closest light, which was probably nearly 100 meters away. It seems that even if there are players, the time I encounter them will definitely not be too early. Even if there are a few difficult ones to deceive, by then, I might have already completed coming true. Thinking of this, Lin Yu also took out something with illumination from his items, of course, not the Torch of Fear, although that wasn't his signature item. Enough people knew it. Come out and provide some light. He released Stiller. Stiller's combat gear, of course, included a tactical flashlight. "Oh, this is the new world," Stiller said after appearing.
turning on his helmet's headlamp and pulling out a tactical flashlight from his pocket. Pushing it on, it looks very spacious, and the air is fresh, but there's a scent of blood. Lin Yu nodded. Of course, we are about to participate in an event called the Glory Festival. In short, it's a barbaric activity where 300 or 400 people go in to fight and kill thousands of beasts, and also kill each other. Lin Yu quickly explained the situation to Stiller, who had been idle in the item space. This self-developed android produced by the Truth Company had strong comprehension skills and quickly understood what kind of world this was. I see, a world full of combat and war, Stiller analyzed. No wonder the emotional energy is so abundant.
Is it because the natives here are too emotional?
Stiller analyzed, then looked at Lin Yu and said seriously, no matter what, it's a good thing. According to my analysis and perception, my strength in this realm is 2/10 stronger than usual, so even if the enemy is powerful, you can rest assured. At the same time, I also recommend that you use more items produced by the Truth Company. In such an abundant emotional environment, the effect of using them may be slightly enhanced.
Stiller kindly reminded Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded. So there's such a thing?
That's really good. I've acquired quite a few items from your company.
Valerie alone dropped a pile.
However, let me correct something. You are not responsible for guarding my safety in this dungeon.
I will still grant you permission to act freely and separately from me later. After all, I have a more important task for you.
A more important task?
Hearing Lin Yu's description, Stiller was puzzled.
As a replicated android, he was destined for the position of security chief from birth. Although the training and education he received covered various aspects such as assassination, expulsion, and investigation, Stiller's definition and understanding of himself had always been very clear. He was a security officer. Even if he became a team leader, even if he did dirty work for Paris, his essence would not change. Therefore, Stiller found it hard to imagine why Lin Yu would say such a thing.
Is there anything more important than protecting your safety, Director?
He asked subconsciously, and Lin Yu shook his head.
Currently, my strength in this dungeon is completely sufficient to protect myself.
Even if I'm lucky, it's not impossible for me to win against some, whether players or NPCs. Even though I'm currently tier 1, I'm confident that my strength is definitely not at the bottom. After all, Lin Yu had just personally tested the burly man at the registration entrance. The other party looked like someone skilled in combat. Shen Bingnao's data mentioned that although the Glory Festival, as the most important celebration, still carried the unreliable feeling unique to
the Black Marsh realm, the participants were definitely skilled or even master-level individuals from the various organizing forces, i.e., the 10 great tribes. Some were even among the top 10 ultimate warriors of the previous session. Therefore, when Lin Yu probed, the burly man at the registration desk had not been pulled to the ground, which was somewhat unexpected for Lin Yu. But regardless of whether he was a core member of the 10 great tribes or a top contender from the previous session, Lin Yu had already tested it. His current combat power, combined with his items, could handle it. Ultimately, the soldier ability, obtained for free, was just too good. Coupled with other buffs, this Glory Festival really wasn't too difficult. Old Zhang also echoed Lin Yu. Well said. That's the kind of momentum we need.
Based on my past research, self-confidence really affects a person's abilities in all aspects. In the death game, confidence is equally important. Stiller, don't worry. Although I don't know what task this kid is giving you, I trust his judgment. Old Zhang looked resolute in supporting Lin Yu's decision. On the contrary, Hannah, for once, didn't immediately follow Lin Yu but was somewhat worried. Croak. But Director, this event is indeed full of violence, so it's better to be careful.
What exactly is this more important task you want to give Stiller?
Stiller also nodded curiously. Yes, Director, what do you need me to do?
I need you to wander around inside for a while,
Lin Yu said calmly, just like a normal contestant. Hunt some beasts, fight with other contestants as appropriate, and prioritize ensuring your own survival.
I'll also lend you some of my items.
Hearing Lin Yu's arrangement, before Stiller could react, Hannah questioned it first.
That doesn't sound necessary, does it?
Even old Zhang defected.
If you ask me, your arrangement is truly a bit unclear in its purpose.
With these two setting the stage, Stiller, who had always directly followed orders from Paris even if they felt strange, now finally hesitated for a
moment before choosing to ask again. What is the purpose of doing this? This is part of my scam.
To ensure the scheme goes smoothly, because your acting isn't very good, and it's already known that there's at least one somewhat clever guy in this dungeon. I'll explain the reason for your actions and the most crucial operation you need to perform later. Lin Yu said with a smile, for now,
it's better for you to remain in this confused state.
Stiller nodded, half understanding, his obedient nature once again taking over.
I understand. And since Stiller himself had already agreed, old Zhang and Hannah naturally didn't say much more. After a brief exchange, the dense forest had now completely fallen into night. The sky was dark, and the sun had completely sunk below the horizon. The bright white moon, meanwhile, climbed and hung in mid-air. Dappled moonlight, like sifted flour, was partially blocked by the intertwined branches of the dense forest overhead, with some spilling through. Peering through the gaps in the tree line, when the bright moon reached its zenith, ooh! A heavy horn blast echoed from the center, as if from ancient times. Lin Yu could feel his body tremble slightly, as if the beating heart in his chest resonated with the long horn sound. Even without being told beforehand, Lin Yu already had a faint judgment in his heart. This was probably the signal to start. Sure enough, amidst the prolonged horn sound, the intertwined thorn walls slowly began to unfurl and loosen, then gradually receded into the ground. Quite magical, actually. Lin Yu clicked his tongue in wonder, watching the scene. The witchcraft of the demon race. The demon race is very skilled at heterogenizing the life forms of plants and beasts, twisting their shapes and states to achieve their goals, old Zhang explained calmly. Although the Blood Kingdom and the Three Hills Kingdom don't get along well, as long as there's a reward, the demon race will help. The horn sound slowly faded, and most of the steel-like vines and thorns had already returned underground, leaving only a base about the height of street-side green belt shrubs and about a meter wide. Lin Yu lightly jumped over and then heard a new sound after the horn. Welcome, warriors, to this glory festival. A deep, muffled voice, sounding like it came from a brawny man, echoed between the earth and sky. I am this year's referee, the throne guard of the Bronze Casting Tribe, and a former champion warrior, Zhang Rong. This glory festival is the same as usual, 10 days, no restrictions, just fight, and fight. Loot can be collected or plundered. Beasts can be killed, participants can be killed, even I, the referee, can be killed. Only 3 rules will slightly constrain your behavior. 1. Before the 10 days are up, no fleeing or retreating, in short, don't be a coward. 2. Cooperation is allowed, but bribery is strictly forbidden, do not defile glory. 3. Healing stations will appear randomly every day, providing medicine, food, and water. No fighting is absolutely allowed inside. That's all. After he finished speaking, Lin Yu sighed, as expected, it's simple and crude enough. And after the voice finished, it suddenly sounded again. Oh, wait, there's also a special rule this year. For the first 3 days, the healing stations will provide standard weapons and armor to individual participants, first come, first served. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes upon hearing this hastily added clause. A rule-type ability has been activated, like a modification or expansion of the third rule. Is it an official? The abilities of a profession are often counterintuitive when they take effect. The reinforcement type is still understandable, merely violating common physical sense. However, the skill type and rule type often have moments of effect that can only be described as bizarre. For example, the thief who can make something instantly appear in his hand by activating his ability, or the doctor whose healing is more like making injuries and diseases vanish into thin air. The rule type, in particular, is like a causality-altering power. It can instantly modify and correct the cognition of everyone, even high-level existences who are aware of players and games cannot escape it. Existences on the level of divine agents or even the gods themselves, while able to a certain extent to be immune to such modifications, also seem to be forced to reluctantly acknowledge the fact that rules are nullified, tampered with, or newly added. It's like directly acting upon some world will in the unseen. Just like the official ability Lin Yu obtained through deception earlier, he could even nullify the abilities of monsters like Chatter. Although the essence was that Chatter was not truly alive, so its ability was still regarded as a rule by the game. Lin Yu had truly witnessed the rule-type abilities. They might not always be easy to use, but they can always be used in various situations. Just like now, Lin Yu knew without thinking that someone had activated a rule-type ability. After all, this rule appeared too suddenly. It's hard not to be caused by a player's ability. Stiller was lighting the way ahead, while Lin Yu followed behind with Hannah and old Zhang, keeping watch and analyzing the rule that had just been announced. After the rule was read, the thorny iron wall rose again. After hearing Lin Yu's analysis, old Zhang also offered his own opinion. It doesn't seem like an official. If I were an official, I would directly limit the modification range so that only I could enter that healing place. Although an ordinary official couldn't do it, anyone who can enter this instance must have completed at least one advancement, most likely Tier 2. Their abilities must have been strengthened, so doing this wouldn't be difficult. Lin Yu picked up old Zhang's head. How do you know so much detail? Could it be that your former profession was official? My former profession was scholar, alright. I am very pure, not a vulgar person whose self-perception is full of power and status. Old Zhang's thought process flickered, and he said, disdainfully, the recruitment standards for the professional committee of the Psychological Society were set by me. As for why I'm so familiar with official, it's simply because I was disgusted by an official. Seriously, if you can help me get revenge on that guy, I can make a deal with you and give you some benefits. Lin Yu didn't rush to agree. Tell me who it is first. I always feel there's a trick. Old Zhang was silent for a second and a half before speaking, so vigilant. It's from the order. He was already the South China inspector back then, codenamed Rengu. He should have been promoted to regional head by now, right? Lin Yu exhaled. Well, not only is he a formidable character, but he's also from the order. But looking on the bright side, so much time has passed, maybe he's like you, and died in some instance. No, because when you went to Haicheng, I felt it. His perpetual rule still exists, which means he's still alive. Old Zhang sighed. You can check him out at the Hunters Guild. He has the third highest bounty in the order, second only to General and Secretary, and even higher than Grandmaster. Lin Yu was surprised. So what did he do? No members of the Psychological Society or plunderers are allowed to enter offline player trading gatherings, Old Zhang said resentfully. If you have time, join the plunderers and go to an offline gathering yourself, and you'll know. Once you enter, you'll be out of breath and have difficulty breathing, and you'll also be sensed by the current city administrator. Old Zhang didn't know yet that Lin Yu already had such an identity, as Lin Yu hadn't had time to switch to other accounts this time, only being busy with the Mei matter. But hearing Old Zhang's words, Lin Yu felt a sudden respect for Rengu, whom he had never met. He's truly a good person. His only mistake was not kicking out the Freedom Alliance as well. No wonder his offline gathering was so safe. It turned out someone was carrying the burden and protecting it, kicking out the two biggest troublemakers in the player community. Although he didn't know what kind of person this official was in reality, Lin Yu guessed that he was probably an honest and good official with the people in his heart, even in his work. Anyway, if it's not an official, which rule type do you think is more likely? Lin Yu asked, and Old Zhang thought for a moment. To be honest, based on this content, I actually lean more towards someone in your line of work. Lin Yu was surprised. Actor? Or an advanced student? Your self-positioning and cognition aren't very clear, young fellow, Old Zhang said calmly. If it's not a unique profession, I'd lean more towards trickster. Activating the ability directly from the start, and the content doesn't seem to be customized by himself, which is very much like a trickster's style. Lin Yu was somewhat surprised to hear this. In Tier 1, the advancement trial quest was to find a trickster, but there was no trickster in that instance. In Tier 2, there was no trickster in the quest, but he encountered one in the game. There was always a strange sense of coincidence. Trickster, that's a bit interesting then. Since the profession was trickster, it meant that the other party must have some research into deception and tricks. Given that a Tier 3 detective had specifically sought him out, now there was another relatively tricky, not so easy to deceive player appearing. This is truly challenging. The advancement trial lives up to its name. Even putting aside the quest, this player configuration seems like a trial specifically prepared for me by the death game. Lin Yu sighed, finally summarizing his thoughts. Even this kind of game has an ELO mechanism that matches you with abnormal opponents if you have a winning streak. It's truly a family-wide blessing. Stiller, who was scouting ahead, couldn't help but turn back. I thought Director Sama was excited about the challenge, but it's a complaint instead. Old Zhang also chuckled. I don't think this game has ELO. You're just purely unlucky. Lin Yu sighed. Yeah, that's why I'm annoyed. While Lin Yu and his summoned creatures were chatting and exploring, in the distance, a bright light source, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters from them, suddenly went out. Lin Yu instantly stopped his joking and chatting. Stiller, lights out. Someone's coming for us. Shin Bingnao's information was incredibly detailed, even including an overview of the general comprehensive strength and relationships between the various racial factions across the entire Blood Nation. It even mentioned what fighting styles each race favored. Although this world was barbaric, backward, revered combat and individual bravery, and advocated duels, it did not object to sneak attacks in battle. Essentially, most factions in the Black Mire were hunting tribes, with the only distinction being subdivisions like nomadic hunting, fishing, and so on. And hunting meant fighting with intelligence. Even the blood fiends and barbarians, known for their brute force, understood this point. The Glory Festival was also a competition where hunting played a larger role. As long as victory was achieved, any means were permissible. The sudden extinguishing of the fire immediately made Lin Yu realize that the person in the distance had entered hunting mode, and it was very likely that Lin Yu was their target. In the silent darkness, Lin Yu slowed his breathing. With the moonlight affinity buff that enhanced vision in the dark, even though darkness enveloped them, Lin Yu's vision was not too restricted. It was just slightly less clear than in the light. But even so, Lin Yu dared not let his guard down. Because for the people of these Black Mire tribes,
the nocturnal hunting they faced often involved nocturnal beasts and monsters with excellent night vision. Moreover, the terrain was still dense forest, so there were many natural obstacles formed by trees and bushes. If it's a barbarian, they might be lurking in the bushes; if it's a blood fiend, they might be in the trees. Lin Yu vigilantly scanned his surroundings, leaning close to Stiller. The surroundings were quiet, without any rustling of leaves or movement. At this point, Stiller was beginning to doubt. Are they really coming for us, boss? Stiller whispered. We don't have any hunting trophies on us right now, and according to the rules of this competition, there shouldn't be any reason for them to come for us, right? Other contestants are definitely harder to deal with than beasts. Starting a fight with other contestants at the beginning, with almost no intelligence, is by no means a wise move. Lin Yu shook his head. That's your City of Evernight way of thinking. You're too civilized, Stiller. For the people of the Black Mire, winning a battle is the greatest reason, and besides, this is the Glory Festival. If one were to be rational and wise, this event shouldn't even be held, Lin Yu said. And just as Lin Yu's words fell, whoosh! A cold arrow suddenly flew out from the darkness, and Lin Yu and Stiller simultaneously dodged. Thunk! The sharp arrow pierced into the tree behind them, deep into the wood. With such penetrating power, even Stiller's combat uniform and the intermediate protective suit Lin Yu was wearing would definitely not be able to block it. They really came, Stiller said, and he and Lin Yu simultaneously turned to look in the direction the cold arrow came from, a patch of low bushes. At this moment, the bushes rustled, as if something was escaping. Lin Yu and Stiller immediately chased in that direction. But, after 3 steps, both suddenly changed direction. Stiller pulled out the Yifir torch Lin Yu had given him, while Lin Yu drew his enemy-seeking dagger. Bang! Both swung their weapons simultaneously, striking the tall man who had leaped down from the tree. Hiss! Pale flames rose, illuminating the attacker's appearance. About 2 meters tall, covered in dried red paint, holding a spear in both hands, it was a blood fiend. He was hit squarely on the head by Stiller, and Lin Yu's enemy-seeking dagger was stuck in his lower abdomen. In just one encounter, he was severely wounded. The blood fiend retreated 2 steps in surprise, spitting out a mouthful of blood onto the ground, his eyes crimson from congestion. You actually found me. How is that possible? He said, and Lin Yu exhaled. Using a ground bow trap to mislead us, a very good idea. This blood fiend used a simple trick. First, he set up a ground bow trap, set to fire an arrow with a delay. He himself hid in a tree, waiting for an opportunity to ambush. He must have decided this after seeing that Lin Yu and Stiller were 2 people. However, how much trickery can a beast possess? Blood fiends were not particularly adept at strategy to begin with. Moreover, Lin Yu was a trickster. If he were to be fooled by such a crude deception, he might as well return this unique class to the death game. For him, most life forms in the Black Mire were no different from wild beasts. As for how Lin Yu and Stiller pinpointed which tree this guy was in, it was simple enough. Although the opponent had hidden himself very well and had maintained a very calm state all along. But when he saw Lin Yu and Stiller approaching, he couldn't help but feel excitement, joy, and exhilaration. And once such strong emotions arose, it was naturally impossible to hide them from Stiller, who hailed from Truth Company. If Lin Yu activated his heart-peering goggles, he could also make the opponent have nowhere to hide, but with Stiller around, he could save one. Item, usage. But Lin Yu naturally couldn't explain all this to the opponent. The blood fiend, who had confidently sought to engage other contestants from the start, was clearly a skilled individual from a certain tribe. Even though he was heavily wounded by Lin Yu and Stiller's calculated first strike, he still remained in a combat-ready state after creating some distance. Come on, human! He roared, brandishing the spear in his hand, and was about to charge forward. Stiller frowned slightly. This is tricky. He hasn't fallen even after such heavy blows and blood loss. It reminds me of those modified monsters among the great wilderness people. In the dungeon of Fog Island, even the taller, mad doctor monsters created by old Zhang, Stiller didn't find them particularly difficult to deal with, but the blood fiend in front of him made him have to be on high alert. Whether it was the opponent's physical quality, combat skills, or fighting will, all gave Stiller a bit of a headache. It's going to be a bit difficult to take him down without getting hurt, boss. You should get clear first, Stiller said, but the next second, bang! The smell of gunpowder wafted, and a beautiful, crisp sound rang out. A bloody hole appeared squarely in the head of the spear-wielding blood fiend, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Yu calmly put away his gun. He suffered from not having seen a hot weapon. I had already raised my hand to aim, and he didn't show any intention of dodging. He had used the one-shot kill revolver. Although this thing only had one bullet, and the stingy rich man he had temporarily opened didn't offer a freebie, Lin Yu's attitude towards items had always been to save when he could and spend when he had to. Since Stiller judged this guy to be difficult to deal with, it was better to shoot first and talk later. The one-shot hit revolver only has one bullet, but besides being guaranteed to hit, it actually has a hidden advantage. That is, the caliber and power of this thing are not small. Lin Yu still remembered that the first time he fired it, he almost blew off half of Yulongwa's head. Xiaoyu was shot in the abdomen, but the amount of bleeding caused by that single bullet could have made Xiaoyu bleed to death in a few seconds. Therefore, Lin Yu had no doubt that this gun could cause effective damage even if it hit hippos, elephants, or Tyrannosaurus rex. Although the Blood Luo clan were also humans, just with a collective identity disorder, the people of the Black Mire world were not comparable to Earthlings. Using a small caliber pistol might not have achieved an instant kill effect. But even after aiming carefully with a large caliber gun and hitting him squarely between the eyebrows, Lin Yu still didn't take it for granted that he was dead. He threw the pistol far away to hit the fallen Blood Luo, then waited until Stiller came forward and pulled out the enemy-seeking dagger before approaching. Looking at the Blood Luo lying on the ground, his eyes still wide open, Lin Yu cut his throat and then cut his chest after undoing his clothes, finally ending it. Hannah, carrying old Zhang, crawled out from Stiller's tactical belt. Old Zhang looked at Lin Yu's actions and sighed, hey, killing is not torture. Are you a psychopath? I'm not. Lin Yu shook his head. It's just that although they are humans, who knows if they're the type that can still move even after being shot in the head? What if they can still move using their spine, or have a second heart? Lin Yu calmly said, wiping blood off his clothes. Hannah, looking at the blood gushing from the throat, happily said, croak. As expected of Director Sama, Uncle Ka taught me that if you bleed wildland animals immediately after killing them, the meat won't be too sour. Lin Yu was surprised. Can it be eaten? If he remembered correctly, Hannah currently knew 3 types of dishes: cuisine, roasted meat, cuisine, salad, and cuisine, stew. As long as it's meat, it's fine. Hannah said seriously. Old Zheng quickly said, hey, didn't you say you wouldn't eat intelligent life? My bottom line is not eating anything that can talk. Lin Yu's tone was so natural and composed that old Zheng became unsure of himself. What do you mean? This guy clearly just spoke, didn't he? I heard it. Old Zheng questioned. Lin Yu walked forward and kicked the Blood Luo on the ground. Hey, speak. The corpse did not respond. See, it can now, so it can be eaten. Lin Yu said, squatting down and starting to strip the Blood Luo's clothes. Old Zhang was stunned. Is that how you calculate it? Why didn't you just say you don't eat raw food? As old Zhang spoke, Lin Yu had already finished searching and stripping the clothes, leaving the opponent in only his underwear, and then called, Stiller over. Do me a favor, dispose of the body. Stiller walked over, a little curious, how do I dispose of it? Lin Yu pointed at the Blood Luo on the ground. Grab both of its feet with your maximum strength, and whatever you do, don't let go. Stiller did as he was told, a red light flashing across his combat uniform, clearly indicating that some kind of emotional boost was activated. Lin Yu, on the other hand, grabbed both hands of the Blood Luo's corpse and then tore it apart with force. Rip! Under Lin Yu's forceful tearing, the Blood Luo was quickly ripped in half at the waist. Organs and blood spilled everywhere. Lin Yu let go and exhaled, done. Old Zhang watched this scene and finally breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were really going to eat it. Fortunately, you're just desecrating a corpse to vent your anger. Lin Yu, holding the clothes, began to change directly. Do I look like someone who would eat people for no reason? Before old Zhang could answer, Stiller, as if remembering something, spoke faintly. To be honest, quite a bit. Among the 3 summons, only Hannah palely defended Lin Yu. Croak, actually, Director Sama isn't what you imagine. He's very kind, he even visited the mother and sister of the girl he killed before. As Hannah said this, old Zhang became even more silent. A few seconds later, old Zhang spoke. Seriously, why don't you see a psychologist? I know someone, I'll recommend them to you after we get out. I suspect you're a psychopath. Lin Yu took off his clothes and threw them to Stiller. Our height and weight are similar, put them on, but don't take off the mask. It looks like a prop anyway. And he put on the beast hide clothing that originally belonged to the deceased Blood Luo. Wearing the loose, bloody beast hide jacket and trousers, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. It's really dirty. However, this was part of the performance, so Lin Yu endured it. Anyway, this guy actively delivered himself, which saved me a lot of time. Alright, Stiller, now we need to split up. Lin Yu patted Stiller's shoulder. Next, you can just move around wearing my clothes, and take these with you. Lin Yu also gave Stiller the reusable universal healing potion and reusable universal buff potion from the prop integration set, instructing him, remember to take medicine if you get into a fight or get injured. At the same time, Lin Yu also gave him the BBE 300, safety helmet, white, bone-crushing hammer, and wise man's active brain.
What, am I going to?
Old Zhang, who was casually hung on Stiller's belt, expressed great shock. Because you used to be a player, you can simply teach him how to pretend to be a player so he doesn't give himself away. In short, after encountering other players, if you're unsure about anything, ask old Zhang. Lin Yu looked at Stiller, and casually handed him his
irregular token numbered 382. Next, you will start operating with the goal of obtaining a warrior's medal. You only need to remember 2 points. First, your class is soldier. Secondly, you were attacked by a 4-armed monster. More precisely, you saw a red NPC being torn in half by it, and then it stomped on that guy's head. As he spoke, Lin Yu stepped forward and also stomped on the blood Luo's head. Stiller was still a bit confused. What? Lin Yu looked at his half-understanding, slightly bewildered eyes, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, this sense of bewilderment is very good. A little more fear would be even better. You must show that kind of panic-stricken look, so your words will be more credible. After handing over the item and explaining the situation, Lin Yu and Stiller started moving in 2 different directions. As the one who had followed Lin Yu the longest, Hannah had seen many of Lin Yu's schemes and now seemed to understand his intentions. Quack, Director Sama, is your purpose in doing this to spread the news of Rakshasa's appearance? Lin Yu nodded. Yes, news corroborated by indirect descriptions will have higher credibility. And this way, the total number of players will also be correct. Perched on Lin Yu's shoulder, Hannah sighed again. Quack, I see, Director Sama, you are truly amazing. Lin Yu did not deny Hannah's praise, but simply continued. In short, since he has started playing the player, we can't just sit idly by. Hannah was very excited. Quack, are we going to play Rakshasa? Director Sama, I can help you create illusions similar to Rakshasa. Lin Yu shook his head. There's no need for that. It won't be too late to do so after the belief brought by Stiller reaches its bottleneck. Right now, Rakshasa is like an urban legend to the people of the Black Mire world, and the more vague an urban legend is, the easier it is to spread. We don't need to appear in person. As long as this rumor spreads, it might evolve on its own. Lin Yu analyzed, and Hannah suddenly realized. Quack, I see. What should we do now, Director Sama? Act as ordinary participants, gather information as much as possible, and then create a sense of mystery. Lin Yu pulled a new token, numbered 216, from his loose animal skin coat. This was his spoils of war. In any case, let's go find that healing place first, Lin Yu said calmly. I'm still quite curious what kind of guy that liar is. For his lie to spread successfully and gain belief, Lin Yu needed to find the other party as soon as possible to assess that guy. If the other party was really smart and perceptive, then Lin Yu would personally deceive and monitor him. Even if he couldn't get belief from him, he absolutely couldn't let the other party expose his lie. However, given that the so-called healing place appeared randomly, finding it was not an easy task. Especially considering the current estimates, the area of this dungeon was terrifyingly large, possibly even exceeding the one in the Snowy Mountains. If it did exceed it, it would be reasonable. After all, there were 12 players in the Snowy Mountain one, but 20 this time. Every advancement trial is such a super large dungeon. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity I can't farm many professions this time. After all, compared to the extreme environment and dungeon mechanics of the Snowy Mountains, this dungeon, while fraught with danger, did not restrict players from meeting, communicating, and teaming up with each other. Plus, the dungeon itself was strong enough, and the players who could enter were probably not unadvanced novices, so if he used the same methods, they would easily see through the lie. What's more, Lin Yu's advancement quest this time didn't require him to do so. Especially since there was a 20 among the players this time who had followed him here. Lin Yu absolutely did not want to meet him as a player. After all, the other party was a genuine tier 3 and a super smart guy. Another important reason Lin Yu chose to play Rakshasa was to consider the existence of 20. In short, if I can make good use of that liar, there might be a chance to make my identity completely safe. Time gradually moved into the latter half of the night. Because he had several buff countdowns on him, Lin Yu could always clearly know the exact time. 3 hours had passed since the dungeon began. He had already delved into the heartland of the entire dense forest. Although the healing place appeared randomly, Lin Yu didn't think these savage tribes had any ability to randomly select locations. Their so-called randomness was probably just rolling dice and then artificially deciding where to place it. So, this kind of randomness was relatively controllable and predictable.
For the first day, the probability of the healing place appearing in the heartland would definitely be greater than in the surrounding areas. After all, such a location was relatively fair. And if Lin Yu wasn't mistaken, the person responsible for setting up the healing place probably also started from the very center. Moreover, deep in the dense forest, the vegetation became increasingly sparse, replaced by large expanses of herbaceous plants. The entire environment gradually changed from a forest landscape to a savanna landscape. Because the visibility had improved a lot, Lin Yu's search also sped up. However, the wide field of vision also made Lin Yu even more cautious and careful. He could even see many wild beasts roaming the grassland. Among them were giant beasts as large trucks. From a distance, in the night, they were silhouettes of small hills. It was hard to imagine how these things were caught and brought in. Therefore, Lin Yu was also very careful and cautious, even having Hannah begin some simple camouflage for him, not invisibility, just simply applying some camouflage. And Hannah's ink could not only conceal his figure but also block his scent. After all, in such a relatively open area, once those wild beasts charged, they would truly be upon him in an instant. And 3 hours into the game, mutual probing and preparations had already ended, and various battles and hunts had already begun. Although this place was very open and wide, Lin Yu could still hear sounds of fighting from time to time. The roars and wails of wild beasts, mixed with curses, and in the distant dense forests, hard trees were occasionally shaken. Lin Yu could even see from afar that on the grassland landscape, 2 wild beasts were fighting each other. One looked like some kind of giant bear, but with a single horn, while the other was some kind of feline predator, with long fangs like a saber-toothed tiger, but 3 or 4 times larger than a saber-toothed tiger. Lin Yu watched the scene, recalling the feeling of watching wild nature in Animal World when he was a child. He decided to go around. Even with a 5-fold physique boost now, Lin Yu didn't want to be caught in a fight of this level. The participants of this glory ceremony all have to fight these kinds of things, so it's a good thing I fired in time just now, otherwise I feel Stiller would have been really hard to deal with. Even if he won, he would probably be seriously injured, Lin Yu said inwardly. And at this moment, rustling sounds came from behind him. A tall woman in black leather and long boots emerged from the woods, also gazing at the 2 fighting wild beasts from afar. The big guys are fighting. We might be able to pick up some scraps. Then, she noticed Lin Yu, who was crouching in the grass nearby, covered in camouflage. The other party was startled, then quickly drew a long sword. Who's there? A player? Lin Yu looked her up and down, nodding slightly. Yes, a player. Lin Yu scrutinized the tall woman. Her short black hair and form-fitting leather attire gave her a very capable appearance. A pure black mask covered her face, obscuring her features, leaving only a pair of bright, clear, and very beautiful eyes visible. The long sword in her hand was a beautiful gauntlet sword, with a wide and seemingly heavy blade. The heels of her long boots were somewhat high, so they were most likely a tool. If they weren't, Lin Yu found it hard to imagine why anyone would wear them into a dungeon. Any non-tool clothing a player chose to wear into a dungeon should prioritize convenience and not hinder movement. The other party's boots did not fall into that category. However, although the newcomer protected herself with her sword, she still attempted to communicate with Lin Yu. So, what organization are you from? What is your profession? What is your strength? The other party questioned him in a rapid-fire manner, while Lin Yu watched her calmly. Before asking others, shouldn't you introduce yourself? Hearing this, the woman wearing the black mask slightly pulled her sword back towards herself. You have a point. I am from the Player Mutual Aid Society. My codename is Jew, as in the Jew from Fern, and my profession is Hunter, 2nd tier. Your turn. The woman, who called herself Jew, said, looking at Lin Yu. Lin Yu spoke, then you can call me Maluo. As for my strength. As he spoke, he picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground. Jew watched Lin Yu nervously, but then Lin Yu punched the stone. Bang! The stone cracked into 2 halves from his punch. Jew watched Lin Yu demonstrate his strength with a twitching mouth. Soldier? Looking at this intensity, you must have advanced a tier, right? Lin Yu nodded silently. Jew exhaled, not bad. So, do you want to form a temporary alliance? A hunter and soldier combination should be very popular in this dungeon, right? Although you haven't mentioned your organization, since your profession is soldier, I assume your character shouldn't be too bad. As Lin Yu listened to Ju's words, his mind instantly flashed to the soldiers he had encountered before. Well, that wasn't necessarily true. It could only be said that there were many soldiers in order, which made most players in this game naturally have a good impression of soldiers. But a profession was just a profession. There were bad apples in every profession. However, since the other party's current perception was beneficial to him, Lin Yu was not stingy about forming an alliance with her. All right. He nodded slightly, looking at the 2 giant beasts fighting in the distance.
Are you currently planning on those two guys?
Yes, after all, our goal is to get spoils and thus obtain a warrior's certificate, Ju said, gazing into the distance, although 5 are enough, only looking at quantity and not quality, according to my understanding. In the glory ceremony, the warrior's certificates are ultimately ranked, and the ranking depends on the quantity of spoils you possess. If we get very good spoils, it will also help us improve our status in this realm. Ju analyzed eloquently, and Lin Yu nodded in agreement. That much hasn't changed. What did you say? Ju looked at Lin Yu curiously. What hasn't changed? Nothing, I was just lamenting that it's the same as previous glory ceremonies, Lin Yu said unhurriedly. Anyway, let's go with what you said. He looked at the two giant beasts fighting. The one-horned beast is called Tukum. It has thick skin and flesh, immense strength, and looks clumsy, but its claws and horns are difficult to deal with. The other is manhwaedit, also a fierce beast, but it focuses on ambushes. Its vitality is not as tenacious, and it will easily die if its vital organs are hit. Lin Yu spoke off the cuff. His previous words sounded like some kind of knowledge, but they were actually entirely made up on the spot based on his observations of the two fierce beasts. But Ju couldn't help but praise. Wow, it seems Manhwa, you know a lot about these two fierce beasts. Have you been to the Blood Kingdom before? Seeing that Lin Yu had no intention of answering, Ju was not annoyed and just continued speaking. Okay, then you analyze, when is the best time for us to act? Roughly when will they decide a winner? Ju asked, and Lin Yu still did not answer her question directly. But this time, Lin Yu finally spoke. What are you good at? Tell me your combat or hunting style, hunter. If you don't want to reveal too many, that's fine. Just tell me, what can you do against beasts of that size? Ju was stunned for a moment, then spoke. I have a crossbow. As she spoke, she took out a small steel hand crossbow from her embrace. Lin Yu frowned. Something of this size is only useful if it's precisely shot into the eye. But even if you're precise, it's hard to do, because both Tukum and manhwaedit are not slow. It's poisoned, Ju explained, although it's not a lethal poison, and its effect on such large monsters will be greatly reduced. It does have paralyzing and stunning effects. It's just that for these two beasts, I think it might only last for a few seconds, right? Lin Yu looked at Ju. A few seconds? You mean you can make them fall into a state of slowed movement for a few seconds? Ju shook her head. No, it's direct paralysis and stunning, meaning not slowed movement, but completely unable to move. Lin Yu looked at Ju, a look of surprise appearing on his face for the first time. That's really good, Hunter, you're truly amazing. To have a poison that can affect Tukum and manhwaedit, you're the most formidable hunter I've ever seen. Are you sure this thing will be 100% effective? When Ju heard Lin Yu ask this, she became confident. Of course, it's written in the tool description, its effect might be weakened, but it will absolutely not fail to take effect. This thing is very expensive, Ju said, and Lin Yu nodded. I understand. Then let's do it. Ju froze. Now? Of course, if we wait until they're both injured, many contestants will do that, Lin Yu said lightly. Anyway, both of them are already wounded. Taking them down now will also be a deterrent to those opponents observing in secret. Ju's expression was somewhat shocked. But, do we really want to get involved with those two things that are clearly enraged? Even if I can control them for 2 or 3 seconds? My sword is my main weapon, and it will probably be difficult to stab these two giants to death with it. Just getting close will take almost that much time. Lin Yu said calmly, it's fine, 2 or 3 seconds is already enough for me. Wait until I'm close enough, then follow my signal to shoot the poisoned arrow. Remember to aim carefully. I will take care of them. The night wind passed through the dense, iron-thorn-like forest and reached this vast hinterland. The tough, yellowish, half-human high grass swayed in the wind, rolling and surging like ocean waves. In this wild, barbaric world, full of violence and primitiveness, even the evening wind was much more unrestrained. In the perception of the black mire creatures, though the wind was swift, it could only be called ordinary. But for visitors from other worlds, this howling, wailing, mournful evening wind, laden with a strong scent, was indeed powerful. Under the bright moonlight, a one-horned giant bear pounced on a saber-toothed beast, agile like a lion or tiger. The fleshy bodies of the two behemoths collided, making a sound like a large cowhide drum thudding to the ground. Bang! Teeth, claws, sharp horns. In the struggle and wrestling of the fight, flesh tore open again. The saber-toothed beast's long fangs embedded into the giant bear's left shoulder, tearing off flesh, just barely missing its neck. And the giant bear's sharp horn pierced the saber-toothed beast's left front paw, while 2 slaps left several deep bloody gashes on the saber-toothed beast's back. Roar! The two giant beasts roared fiercely, briefly separated, then lunged at each other again, their struggle entering a fever pitch. The pervasive scent of blood further ignited the beasts' ferocity, making them see only each other. And it was precisely this life and death struggle, where they saw only each other, that made them almost forget everything around them. Naturally, they overlooked the greater threat that was stealthily approaching. Hiss! A thrown dagger cunningly plunged directly into the giant bear's left eye, its eyeball bursting with a popping sound. The giant bear let out a pained roar, blood gushing from its eye socket. The one that had held the advantage instantly lost its balance, and it was knocked to the ground by the saber-toothed beast. The saber-toothed beast, in its heightened ferocity, didn't know why the giant bear suddenly fell, but it was ready to press its advantage and disembowel the creature. But, get lost, beast! A thunderous roar erupted. From the shadows formed by the two beasts, a human clad in animal skins sprang out, piercing the saber-toothed beast's abdomen with a long spear, wielded in both hands. In an instant, both warring behemoths were severely wounded again, and this time, the injuries came from a third party entering the battlefield. But likewise, this third party instantly attracted the hatred of both giant beasts. The giant bear and the saber-toothed beast's injuries were severe but not fatal. They recovered themselves and let out roars, wary of the suddenly appearing and clearly most threatening third party. That is, Lin Yu, bathed in blood. Roar! The two giant beasts roared repeatedly. The saber-toothed beast arched its body, and the giant bear stood on 2 feet with its front claws raised, both poised to attack Lin Yu at any moment. And standing between the two attacking behemoths, with both his weapons left embedded in them, Lin Yu remained completely unperturbed. He simply raised his hand and shouted into the strong evening wind, "Come, Fern!" On the other end of the wind, there was no verbal response. But what answered Lin Yu were 2 sounds of something cutting through the air. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 steel crossbow bolts, arriving almost simultaneously, plunged into the backs of the giant beasts. Although, proportionally, these bolts were no different from thick needles to the two behemoths, the stinging pain still surprised them for a moment. Lin Yu smiled. The wind, at this moment, fittingly intensified by several degrees, sweeping many shallow-rooted weeds into the sky, but more remained firmly on the ground, merely leaning to one side. Lin Yu recalled that ancient poem from the Tang dynasty. Strong winds reveal sturdy grass, turmoil tests loyal ministers. The two giant beasts crashed to the ground. Lin Yu stepped forward, pulled the spear from the saber-toothed beast's abdomen, reversed it, and plunged it deeply into the giant bear's skull. These beasts had thick hides and tough flesh, and their skulls were exceptionally hard, but the long spear in Lin Yu's hand came from the blood Rakshasa he had killed, originally crafted specifically for hunting. Coupled with Lin Yu's superior physical fitness and wrist strength at this moment, he was naturally able to pierce the giant bear's head. This terrifying giant beast grunted, then died. Lin Yu pulled out the long spear and looked at the saber-toothed beast. There seemed to be a little residual paralysis time left. The saber-toothed beast trembled, trying to struggle to its feet, but it couldn't break free yet. Lin Yu exhaled. He had bet correctly Hufern, who had suddenly appeared and looked very suspicious, had indeed not been boasting and had indeed helped him. Of course, most importantly, this performance was a complete success. His displayed recklessness, belligerence, confidence, wildness, and taciturnity were all revealed through the victory of this battle. But Lin Yu knew very well that his combat was not as he performed it, as if he were a natural-born battle maniac. Every step was meticulously designed, first, using Hannah's disguise to slowly approach, then, once close enough, throwing the enemy-seeking dagger. This dagger, produced by order, naturally was not a simple white-grade dagger since its name contained enemy-seeking. It naturally possessed relevant additional properties. Enemy-seeking dagger. When thrown or attacking, the enemy-seeking function can be activated to adjust and correct the dagger's trajectory for optimal effect. Cooldown, 8 hours. In other words, Lin Yu only needed to aim for the head when throwing, and it would naturally land a critical hit. And the moment the dagger struck, he activated Shadow Dweller's Corner, arriving in the shadows of the two beasts and wounding the saber-toothed beast with his long spear. By this point, Lin Yu had nearly exhausted all his strength and deployed all his means. But this wasn't an adventure either. After all, if Fern helped him, then he could try to kill both giant beasts next. Even if he couldn't trust this newly met player, Lin Yu still had the repaired Misty pocket watch. Whether he refreshed the one-shot kill revolver, or used Shadow Dweller's Corner, he had enough confidence to escape. Of course, the premise for doing so was, although this was a performance and a deception, Lin Yu at this moment genuinely possessed the real, sufficient ability to kill both giant beasts. Although he rarely fought directly face-to-face, Lin Yu always had a relatively clear assessment of his combat power. With every item acquired, and every time he improved in various forms, Lin Yu would clearly grasp what level of combat power he had reached and what specific intensity of grade he possessed. It was precisely this point that made him dare to weave a deception, claiming to be a Rakshasa not just because the Rakshasa hadn't appeared for a long time, but because Lin Yu's current combat power, with a little performance technique, was indeed enough to make people doubt if he was human. Just like now, although he acted as if he were a player in front of Fern, Lin Yu was actually playing the role of a Rakshasa pretending to be a player. And this hunt, before the rumors began, was to plant a seed in Fern's mind as a player.
This would be the most important seed. Then, at the end of the performance, let's sprinkle the last handful of earth.
Lin Yu looked at the saber-toothed beast that was about to struggle to its feet and murmured. The saber-toothed beast staggered to its feet. Just as Fern had said, the paralysis she could inflict only lasted for a few short seconds. To be precise, it was about 3 seconds. The saber-toothed beast had regained its mobility. But this was exactly what Lin Yu had hoped for. Because as far as a performance was concerned, although the performance so far had been perfect and flawless, very real and convincing. However, Lin Yu's goal was not simply to convey reality. He needed to use this performance to establish his character and ingrain it deeply in people's hearts.
So, for now, the tension was insufficient.
From the perspective of drama and performance theory, this performance was too mediocre, lacking memorable points and a climax. Therefore, as the curtain was about to close, Lin Yu decided to introduce some more impactful scenes. The saber-toothed beast was gradually recovering, seemingly having escaped its paralyzed state. However, its injuries were already very severe, and the bleeding wounds made its way unsteadily. Even though it still retained its ferocity and wildness, the primary problem for this saber-toothed beast to counterattack was that it had no strength.
Even if it could move, it didn't mean it could attack.
This gave Lin Yu ample time to prepare. Enough time for Lin Yu to activate certain skills that required pre-preparation, and to use some items with longer wind-up times, such as the newly acquired water prayer necklace. There was no water source here, and Lin Yu did not intend to use the rain prayer ability here. After all, most of the components in blood are also water, and a massive beast had just fallen here. Typically, the weight of blood can account for about 7% to 10% of an animal's body weight. The amount of blood contained within this giant beast's body, if extracted, would be enough to fill an entire water tank. Although the water prayer necklace didn't seem to be able to manipulate the blood within living organisms, the principle might be based on some kind
of life energy interfering with it.
However, blood that flowed out after death and blood within the corpse was just a special kind of water. Lin Yu activated the ability of the water prayer necklace, raising both hands. The blood gushing from the wounds obediently answered Lin Yu's call, coming before him. Then, they gathered and swirled, condensing into a giant, crimson sphere of blood. A rich, bloody smell instantly permeated the air. Only this time, this bloody smell, rather than inciting ferocity, mostly aroused fear in the heart of the saber-toothed beast. Despite being a beast, the saber-toothed beast was one of the top predators in the Black Mire realm, and it was by no means without perception and judgment. This scene, which could be described as bizarre, was enough for it to conclude that this might not be a situation it could handle, nor one it should handle. Neither long teeth nor sharp claws were born to deal with and hunt a sphere condensed from blood. It was afraid. And in the Black Mire realm, fear and cowardice were almost a taboo that signified certain death. Go! Lin Yu's hands gently waved, crossed in front of him. It was like the final note of a symphony's last movement, the conductor's last swing of his hands. Under his control, the blood sphere lunged at the saber-toothed beast, tons of blood pouring into its mouth and nose. The saber-toothed beast quickly began to struggle, but due to excessive blood loss and the recent end of paralysis, coupled with obscured vision, it clearly couldn't exert its full agility. What's more, the blood sphere Lin Yu controlled was by no means slow. The blood sphere continuously enveloped the beast's head, making its struggles and movements slower and slower. This was another kind of cruel, artistic, and even magnificent hunting violence displayed by Lin Yu. Its cruelty was almost artistic, its violence so grand it was magnificent. Finally, the saber-toothed beast fell down abruptly. Lin Yu slowly relaxed and lowered his hands, and the blood, losing its control, splashed outwards with a whoosh. The fur on the saber-toothed beast's head was entirely stained crimson, as if it had been pickled. Its expression was one of extreme pain. To be drowned alive in blood on land, such a death sounded painful just to hear. But precisely because of the pain, Lin Yu knew clearly. This scene was enough as a finale. Especially since it was blood that was used. If it was just water control, the effect probably wouldn't have been as good, or even as fitting for the Rakshasa feeling. After all, among the human and spirit races, many spells are mastered, and water control spells shouldn't be that novel. Moreover, from a visual effect perspective, the visual impact and symbolic meaning of blood are also better. And everything that just happened, Lin Yu was very confident, was enough to serve as a distinct memory point,
planting the idea that he is not like a human deep into the hearts of all onlookers, including Fern. Come on, sow the seeds of doubt. When you hear the rumors, you will naturally think you have found the answer. Lin Yu exhaled, turned, and pulled the dagger and spear from the giant bear, not far away. Fern stood still, holding her steel crossbow. She looked at the fallen beast and the standing young man, dressed in animal skins, and felt her scalp tingle with shock. At first, she thought this guy named Moro was reckless and impulsive, charging headfirst because he was a soldier. He actually wanted to rush up and fight two bloodthirsty giant beasts in close combat? But seeing how overly confident the other party was, Fern still had a thought. What if he really can do it? With the thought that if the plan failed, he would bear the greater risk anyway, Fern agreed to the seemingly very risky plan. Originally, in Fern's best-case scenario, even her wildest fantasy, the best outcome would have been for the other party to severely wound them with the preemptive advantage provided by her paralysis, and then slowly wear them down. But what actually happened made Fern unable to help but ask, what the hell was that? Why did he initiate the attack without paralysis? So, her paralysis was the key control, huh? What? This kid actually killed such a behemoth in just a few seconds. But until Lin Yu killed the giant bear, everything only made Fern feel a little surprised. It wasn't until the young man, who called himself Moro, watched the saber-toothed beast stand up, and then used a blood manipulation technique Fern had never seen before to suffocate the creature to death. Watching Moro calmly walk towards her, Fern couldn't help but swallow. This young man, rather than being a player, seemed more like a native inhabitant of the Black Mire realm. No, even those races in the Black Mire realm, born for battle, weren't this exaggerated. Standing before the corpses of the two giant beasts, Fern once again viscerally felt Lin Yu's power. Even in death, the giant beasts still exuded an oppressive aura from their claws, fangs, and sheer size. And yet, two such giant beasts had fallen at Lin Yu's hands. Even though she had participated, Fern still felt a sense of unreality. What are you standing around for? Collect the spoils of war. Lin Yu said calmly, patting Fern on the shoulder. Fern then snapped back to reality, looking at Lin Yu with some curiosity. Wait, I only shot 2 crossbow bolts. Are you going to split these 2 spoils of war with me? Lin Yu shook his head. No, of course not splitting, these 2 are both yours. He waved his hand and said. Anyway, to complete the advancement, he didn't need to collect spoils of war, so he might as well do Fern a favor. Fern was very surprised. You don't want them? Yes, I don't need them, Lin Yu said calmly, so you keep them. Fern looked at Lin Yu even more strangely, but finally stopped dwelling on it. Alright, then I won't be modest. Anyway, with the combat power you've shown, we shouldn't be short on spoils of war. It's just, you must know, right? The quality of spoils of war also affects rankings and such. Even if you can deal with giant beasts like these, they might not be easy to find. Lin Yu showed a timely surprise. So Tokum and Numenhark are considered rare now? But it doesn't matter, I'm not really concerned about rankings by participating in this. Lin Yu said again, and Fern pursed her lips. What a strange fellow. But no matter what, as a player, Fern wouldn't be too sentimental. She squatted down and began collecting the spoils of war. The so-called spoils of war could be teeth, fur, or things like the sharp horn on the giant bear's head, and at the same time, using that irregular token could condense a bit of life essence into them. The 10 major tribes, as the organizers, would use witchcraft to count and inspect the spoils of war submitted at that time. Whether the beast was dead when the spoils of war were collected, which beast it belonged to, and the time of collection could all be traced back, using witchcraft. This could maximize the assurance that these spoils of war were not secretly taken from beasts, and also ensure that spoils of war from the same corpse would not become proof for 2 contestants, and could determine who was the true owner of the spoils of war through time. Of course, this crude competition system was still not comprehensive enough if there really was someone who was particularly lucky and particularly good at stealth, picking up corpses left by battles between beasts throughout, or stealing other participants' spoils of war. It could not be avoided. But, this was also part of the competition system. Although the Glory Festival advocated and encouraged direct combat, if someone truly possessed such a knack for picking up scraps, and had the ability to steal spoils of war from the mouths of other beasts or the hands of other contestants and still retreat unscathed, then they could naturally be called a warrior. What's more, neither the Bloodfiends nor the Barbarians would almost ever choose this method. Even among individual contestants from other races of this realm who came to join the fun, the cunning demon race and human race had no contestants who had done such a thing. Of course, the situation for players was different. For example, Fern had clearly realized the possibility of picking up scraps, and before she met Lin Yu, she was enthusiastically planning how to do so. It was just that. Lin Yu's performance truly exceeded Fern's understanding.
She silently knocked off the sharp horn from the giant bear's head, pulled out a long tooth from the saber-toothed beast, and then tied them up and
hung them at her waist. Won't this be a bit too showy?
Fern fiddled with the giant horn and long tooth at her waist, asking as if to herself. But before Lin Yu could answer, she answered herself.
However, this might also be a strategic deterrent. Maybe it can save a lot of trouble.
Lin Yu looked at Fern, thought for a moment, and then said, "That's not necessarily true."
Fern was a little surprised. "What do you mean by that, Brother Moro?"
Lin Yu said calmly, "Compared to deterrence, your act of actively displaying your strength is more likely to attract challenges from strong individuals. This is the Glory Festival. The races of the Black Mire realm do not fear combat, and on the land of the Blood Kingdom, there will be no cowards, at least not in the Glory Festival,"
he said indifferently.
This was again based on Lin Yu's analysis, but it still contained an element of speculation. He also didn't know if Fern's action would attract challenges from other contestants, although there was a certain probability that this might happen, and Lin Yu felt his analysis was reasonable. He didn't know if these contestants in the Glory Festival would prioritize hunting diligently for their tribes, preserving their strength, and maintaining respect for strong individuals. His only sample was the Berserk Blood Fiend at the beginning, and that opponent didn't know he was very strong. But Lin Yu's goal wasn't to guess correctly anyway. Even if no one challenged Fern, he only needed to lament, "I didn't expect the Blood Kingdom and the Glory Festival to have fallen to such a boring state," and it wouldn't damage the credibility of his persona in the slightest.
Fern heard Lin Yu's words, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Will it be like that? But, with you here, even if someone challenges, it's not like we can't respond." Lin Yu looked at Fern. "Is that so? But if the other party challenges you, based on honor, whether I fight for you or assist you, it would be an insult to you."
Fern said unexpectedly, "I don't feel this is an insult at all. You are too strange. Why do I feel your values are more similar to those of the
residents of the Black Mire realm?
But since you said there would be trouble, I'll put them away." As Fern spoke, she prepared to put away the spoils of war, but Lin Yu gently pressed her hand. "No, leave them out. I very much look forward to clashing with those self-proclaimed powerful warriors in this current Glory Festival," Lin Yu said calmly. "As for the insult remark just now, I was actually joking." Fern scrutinized Lin Yu's poker face from top to bottom, then spoke unexpectedly.
"You actually joke too, how strange."
Lin Yu made a peculiar expression that looked like a stoic character trying hard to turn up the corners of his mouth.
"Actually, where I come from, I'm considered to have a rather rich sense of humor."
"Ha, then you must come from a place where telling jokes is illegal," Fern said, waving her hand, "and I feel the sentence would be very heavy." In the area near the forest, bright, warm flames rose. Lin Yu looked at the earthen pit flew on the ground and the old tree stump burning like a torch, and couldn't help but sigh.
"You're quite good at making fire."
Fern looked at the masterpiece she had built with her own hands and was also very satisfied.
"Ha, of course, I come from a long line of hunters. Smokeless stoves and tower-shaped bonfires are things I learned when I was a child.
If I didn't have a windproof lighter, I could even show you how to start a fire by rubbing sticks together with my bare hands.
I know how to make a bow drill,"
Fern said with a hint of pride, dragging two relatively flat stones from a distance to sit on, and gestured to Lin Yu to please.
"Come on, Moro, didn't you say you could cook those two things?"
She didn't make a fire simply for warmth, but for eating. The Rite of Glory would last for 10 days, and players in the dungeon also needed to eat and drink. And the giant bear and the saber-toothed beast naturally became the best choice for Fern and Lin Yu's first meal. Lin Yu nodded slightly when he heard Fern's words. He had just said that he could handle these two things. Of course, Lin Yu's confidence came from Hannah on his shoulder. After all, this one was the niece of the agent of the god of feasts, a genuine expert who had learned culinary skills from an agent of a god whose authority included cuisine, and a chef apprentice certified by the death game itself.
Although Hannah only knew 3 dishes, this little octopus's cooking skills could absolutely not be called ordinary. Because she could quickly analyze the properties of almost any ingredient she encountered for the first time in any world and turn it into roast, meat, salad, and stew. This ability to identify and process ingredients was Hannah's strongest skill as a chef apprentice. So, when Lin Yu arrived at the corpses of the giant bear and the saber-toothed beast, Hannah began to guide him from the side. "Quack, director, according to my judgment, the meat from near the unicorn bear's horn all the way to its neck should be incredibly delicious and plump. As for that giant saber-toothed beast, the taste might be relatively ordinary. The hind leg meat might be a bit firm, but it would be very tasty if marinated with spices. So if you're making roasted meat, I highly recommend choosing these 2 cuts. Moreover, these 2 giant beasts have very strong life energy, and eating them might provide some kind of buff." Lin Yu always respected the opinions of professionals. Since Hannah spoke so clearly, he directly used his long spear to cut off these pieces of meat. Despite being newly acquired knowledge, Lin Yu, carrying these meats, came before Fern, appearing as if he was very knowledgeable. The neck meat of the tukum and the hind leg of the Newman hack are both excellent ingredients for roasted meat, and eating them might be beneficial to your body, Lin Yu said calmly, then began to cut the meat into large, thick slices, skewer them on branches as hard as iron, and place them over the fire. It's just a pity there are no spices. The Newman hack's hind leg meat won't be as delicious without them. Lin Yu's tone was filled with emotion and nostalgia. Fern heard Lin Yu's words and stroked her chin. You know too much about the Black Mire. How come you don't seem like you're here for a dungeon, but rather like you're returning home? Lin Yu silently lowered his head. Home, ha? What a strange way to put it. He lowered his gaze, and a sense of story and melancholy naturally emerged from him. Fern looked at Lin Yu, and a somewhat uncertain conjecture vaguely flashed in her mind, but she didn't voice it. The flickering bonfire licked the thick slices of meat, and the fat dripped onto the firewood, making crackling sounds and releasing an unusual aroma. Lin Yu looked up and said, "It should be ready to eat in a little while." His words were very calm, but his heart was somewhat joyful. This was certainly not because he was about to have roasted meat, but because belief was pouring in. Not just from Fern in front of him, but more belief was pouring in from various parts of the Right of Glory arena. "Stiller, well done," Lin Yu exclaimed sincerely. It was obvious without asking that this must be the staged performance and spreading rumors by Stiller that had achieved preliminary results. Of course, judging from the current time point and the not-so-strong or numerous belief, this was just the first wave. Or perhaps, Stiller might still be in the laying the groundwork stage for now. Let the rumors continue to spread. Lin Yu exhaled, turning the golden brown roasted meat. The heat was just right, everything was under control. And, since it's a rumor about the Rakshasa, it won't just end with everyone being shocked. Even if a single Rakshasa starts to become active again, it should attract a certain amount of attention, right? Let me see what interesting changes this Right of Glory will bring, and how will that liar in 20 react? On the other side of the venue, Stiller was in a tent, sitting around with 4 players, drinking canned meat broth. These 4 players consisted of 3 men and 1 woman, all around 30 years old. 2 men and 1 woman were teammates from a regional organization, from the same city, who had teamed up to enter the dungeon. Stiller, like the other player, had temporarily teamed up with them. But as a temporary addition, Stiller had subtly become the central figure among these people. The reason was simple: this 4-person team, composed of 3 plus 1, was at the time struggling in a fierce battle with 2 barbarian warriors, and was at a disadvantage. Stiller, who had just finished tricking several blood rakshasas under old Zheng's guidance with the opening line, "There are some fierce guys hunting over there," happened to pass by, recognized the players, and then decisively intervened with a fear torch, successfully forcing back the 2 barbarians. Among the 4 players, the 3 who were teamed up included 2 relatively experienced first-tier players, and the remaining second-tier professional was a pathetic student. Stiller's combat power, comparable to a high-end second-tier and leadership level akin to a true company security department team leader, instantly made him, the newcomer, the backbone of the group. After all, players are pragmatic. As long as you can help them survive, most players inside the dungeon don't mind following commands and leadership. So, as Stiller drank the meat broth, he also muttered to himself, "Hey, old Zheng, do you think with their current trust in me, if I were to say those words now according to the boss's instructions, they would immediately believe them implicitly?" Although he wasn't clear about Lin Yu's specific abilities, Stiller could still judge from working for Lin Yu for a long time that the deeper people believed the lies Lin Yu wove, the better. But old Zhang did not support Stiller's suggestion. "Those 3 idiots are definitely fine. The problem is the other lone wolf." As old Zhang spoke, Stiller also subtly glanced at the ordinary-looking man in the corner holding a bowl of meat broth, and continued to communicate. Internally, his emotional energy is nothing unusual, and his strength seems mediocre. This guy was also first-tier, reporting his profession as postman. "That's the problem," old Zhang said coldly. "From the results, this guy doesn't have a single injury on him. If it's just good luck, I always feel it's a bit far-fetched. So, I'm more inclined to believe he's playing dumb." Unicorn Violent Bear's Fortitude, 24 hours gain defense as solid as a giant bear, significantly increasing resistance to blows, pain tolerance, and wound recovery speed. Long-toothed Forest Lynx, 24 hours gain the swift agility of a feline, significantly increasing neural reaction speed and stealth ability. Lin Yu was very satisfied looking at the 2 buffs he had acquired. As Hannah had said, eating these 2 pieces of meat indeed had a buffing effect. It was reasonable to think so,
Although these two giant beasts were not the most dangerous prey in this hunt, they were still powerful and rare,
enough to be considered at least elite monsters.
Although Lin Yu's handling of them seemed somewhat understated at first glance, if it weren't for the two giant beasts fighting each other first, and lacking the seemingly simple few seconds of paralysis from Fern, Lin Yu truly wouldn't have had the confidence to complete this kill. Beasts that require a certain level of difficulty to kill inherently possess vigorous life energy, so consuming them naturally provides buffs.
At the same time,
the names of these two buffs were also very interesting. Through these two names, Lin Yu also learned the more formal scientific names of these two creatures, unicorn violent bear and long-toothed forest
lynx.
It was impossible for them to actually be called Tukum or Numenhart.
This naming is quite vivid and easy to understand, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim.
Of course, the buffs provided by meat itself would certainly not be as magical and special as the two buffs currently on Lin Yu. At most, they would only slightly increase strength or agility, or restore stamina. Lin Yu's ability to possess these two seemingly powerful buffs was more due to the effect of the feast pendant. This pendant not only allowed him to randomly gain buffs during eating, but also upgraded the buffs Lin Yu originally obtained from food.
Lin Yu could now feel, my physique is really comparable to a monster's,
he murmured, then clenched and unclenched his fist. Vast and powerful strength filled his palm, making even Lin Yu himself wonder if he was still human.
Currently, Lin Yu's physique simply couldn't be explained by the basic fivefold buff of an ordinary soldier.
Even a soldier who had chosen military rank after advancement and further strengthened their physical qualities could not have such a powerful
effect. The effect of military rank was to increase all received physical buff effects and duration by 20%, including the soldier's own fivefold basic buff.
In other words, a soldier who obtained military rank had physical qualities equivalent to a sixfold buff, and buffs obtained from various potions
and consumable items would also enjoy an enhanced effect.
But now, Lin Yu felt that his physical qualities had at least a tenfold increase. This further demonstrated the generosity of the god of feast. Not only Hana and the elixir of bliss, but the feast pendant was also incredibly useful. If I take advantage of the buffs before they disappear, continue to find and hunt large beasts, and then keep eating their meat, couldn't I
continuously gain various high-level buffs? Lin Yu couldn't help but feel optimistic.
If it weren't for the advancement mission this time, this dungeon would almost be completely harmless to him.
No matter how savage and wild the world, Lin Yu was now absolutely integrated into it.
However, precisely because of the existence of the advancement mission, Lin Yu's plan was just a thought. He couldn't really spend all his time hunting. I still have to continue with the deception, Lin Yu thought, his gaze falling on Fern beside him. The other party was leaning against a tree trunk, sitting with knees hugged, eyes closed, resting. After eating and drinking their fill, the night was still long, so some rest was naturally needed.
However, neither Lin Yu nor Fern could truly fall asleep.
The physical enhancements on Lin Yu allowed him to endure even without sleep. Fern, as a Tier 2 hunter, naturally wouldn't be so fragile as to need to sleep soundly right now. After all, the Glory Festival was full of dangers. Although the nearby area was temporarily peaceful due to the invisible deterrence formed by the death of two exceptionally fierce beasts, it was by no means a good place to sleep. Moreover, even though Fern and Lin Yu had already completed a hunt together, there was absolutely no relationship between them that would allow either to trust the other to stand guard. Although Lin Yu had Hana to keep watch, and the little octopus had rested sufficiently, Lin Yu couldn't really let Hana stand guard while he slept.
This also didn't fit the persona he was currently trying to project.
Most importantly, Lin Yu was inherently suspicious. As for Fern, she always felt that Lin Yu was very strange. So the two of them sat quietly in front of the campfire until the faint light of dawn. The sky was painted a warm red by the yet to rise sun, illuminating the vast wilderness. The two incomplete bodies from yesterday, with some flesh and trophy certificates removed, still lay on the grassland. The strong smell of blood had largely dissipated, and the bodies had even begun to show signs of decomposition. Other smaller beasts, which had fled due to deterrence and fear, had already begun to move around the area again, and both bodies were covered with scavenging birds. Lin Yu watched this vibrant scene of all things competing, stood up, picked up the long spear placed beside him, and stretched his body, which had become a little stiff from sitting all night. Let's go, Fern, my friend. Fern opened her eyes and gave a slight yawn. Okay, but Moro, where is our destination?
Are we continuing to hunt?
No, I want to find the location of the healing place. Lin Yu shook his head and said, which direction did you come from?
Fern pointed to her front right.
Over there, judging by the sunrise and sunset, it should be southeast.
If the Black Mire realm can also determine direction by the sun's rise and fall, then that's correct.
As Fern spoke, Lin Yu nodded. Good.
Then we can temporarily not look in the direction you came from. Fern was a little curious. Why are you in such a hurry to go to the healing place? You're not injured, are you? Lin Yu shook his head. This glory festival has an additional rule related to the healing place. Fern suddenly realized, so you want to go get some weapons?
No, I'm not interested in the content of the rule, Lin Yu said truthfully and bluntly, laying out his cards. I'm interested in why this rule appeared, so I want to see for myself what the situation is that led to such a change.
Lin Yu said sincerely. This was not entirely a lie. But as for how Fern would understand it, that was her own problem. After studying Fern's movement routes, Lin Yu's search area also narrowed down a bit. But ultimately, not much was excluded. After all, the fact that Fern could meet him on the first night indicated that her entry point was not far from his. So, to find the healing place, he still had to continue searching with a clumsy method and rely on luck. Whenever this happened, Lin Yu immensely missed Chinjua. Though it was metaphysics, Lin Yu always felt that if that little fatty were around, he might just stumble upon a healing place appearing right in front of him after a few steps.
The god of fate does not exist, but in the game, there seemed to be some invisible luck that could influence many things. After all, many items and profession abilities were related to luck.
After some exploration, it was already noon.
Lin Yu hadn't even seen a shadow of the healing place. The roads in this wilderness were already difficult to traverse, and along the way, he constantly encountered contestants and beasts engaged in battles.
If he didn't want to create extra trouble, detouring around them would require more effort.
Especially since the cold and strong winds of last night in this area had completely vanished after the sun came out. Lin Yu, wearing 2 layers of clothing under his beast hide, now only felt unbearable heat and scorching sun. The sunlight was so strong it could be described as incredibly malicious. Next time, I really should spend some points to buy something like a thermostatic amulet or temperature-controlled clothing, to maintain his persona. Lin Yu was almost blacking out from the heat, but he still didn't take off his beast hide coat, nor did he show any signs of losing
composure. Save when you should save, spend when you should spend.
If it weren't for his current excellent physique and astonishing stamina, Lin Yu felt he would have suffered heatstroke long ago.
If he had to fight someone under these circumstances,
Lin Yu felt that the last 30 minutes of Blessing of Ice would definitely be unavoidable. He hadn't expected the reason he would need to use this blessing would be for cooling down. Last night, he thought he had enough buffs, but now it seemed far from enough. However, Lin Yu's heart was somewhat balanced, because Fern on the other side wasn't doing much better. This woman, dressed in leather and exuding a somewhat cool aura, was now drenched in sweat, her wet hair plastered to her face, completely devoid of grace. But even so, Fern still didn't take off her mask. Even when eating roasted meat last night, Fern would cut it into small pieces, lift her mask, and put it into her mouth. Lin Yu was somewhat curious about her reason for doing this.
Although many players didn't want to reveal their appearance, someone as persistent as Fern was rare.
It was just that his current persona made it difficult to ask. Considering that she had just received 2 giant beast spoils last night, making her indebted, and that Lin Yu seemed like a fairly reliable teammate, Fern had no objection to Lin Yu's plan to find a healing place. But after the two of them had been searching all morning in the midday heat, Fern finally couldn't take it anymore. She wiped the sweat from her face and spoke. Morrow, brother Morrow, I say, searching like this isn't going to work. Our carpet-style search is too inefficient. Lin Yu looked at Fern and said calmly, but I don't have any other way.
Sorry, I'm not very good at finding things.
This statement was a lie, as Lin Yu actually had many items that could shorten the journey if he really wanted to find the healing place urgently.
For example, the active map.
But Lin Yu was still playing the role of Rakshasa, an NPC who had just escaped prison and returned to his hometown.
How could he have items to use? Even for things that didn't look like items from a player, Lin Yu couldn't use too many.
After all, although he needed to go to the healing place, it wasn't that urgent.
Hot is hot, but the persona being performed cannot collapse. This is called professionalism. What's more, wasn't this just making Fern anxious?
Seeing Fern speak up, Lin Yu knew she must have thought of an idea. Sometimes, if you don't push them, you'll never know how strong your teammates are.
Sure enough, Fern sighed and spoke.
I have a method here that can only be used twice per dungeon, and it's somewhat unstable and requires a certain price. But now it seems this dungeon doesn't have many puzzles, so using it to ask where the healing places wouldn't be bad. Lin Yu was very curious, but still showed a look of partial understanding.
Is that so? Wouldn't using such a trump card-like method just to ask for directions be too extravagant? We're not that urgent, are we?
Fern quickly shook her head. It's not a matter of time, I'm just too tired and too hot anyway, let's just use it. After all, I didn't do much yesterday.
Lin Yu nodded. What method is it? It's something that can answer any question you have, practically omniscient, Fern explained. I got it from the dungeon before last. I plan to sell it next time, but since I didn't have much time to sell it last week, I've just been using it for now. Omniscient, Lin Yu was very surprised. Then why do you want to sell it? Is it related to the unstable part you just mentioned? Lin Yu asked, and Fern nodded painfully. Yes, for the 2 questions you ask it will definitely answer one truthfully and one falsely, but you can't tell which one is true and which one is false. Upon hearing the description of this item, Lin Yu instantly felt it sounded familiar. This characteristic was very much like a certain high-level existence with a wicked sense of humor that he knew, but Lin Yu couldn't show it. He just looked at Fern, then thought, that's not really unstable, is it? You can lock down the answer by asking it 2 questions in a row, can't you? You just need 1 question for which you already know the accurate answer, and 1 question for which you want to know the answer. If you convert the question you want to know the answer to into a yes/no question, wouldn't you be able to reliably get a yes/no answer? This would be equivalent to transforming 2 uncertain unknown questions into 1 certain known question. And if your first question is a known one, and you can determine from the answer that it was a lie this time, your second question doesn't even need to be a yes/no question. Lin Yu spoke calmly, and Fern was stunned. What you said seems to make some sense? I didn't even think of that. At this point, Fern looked at Lin Yu gratefully. Thank you so much, Moro. You're not just good at fighting, your mind is also so agile. Saying that, Fern took out the item from her embrace. And just as Lin Yu expected, the item, just by its appearance, had an inseparable connection with a certain deity. It was a thumb-sized, stone-carved gray raven's head. Caw, caw, caw. After being taken out, the raven's head let out cheerful calls. The moment Lin Yu saw the raven-headed stone sculpture appear, even though he had expected it, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why are you everywhere? The traces of this god of change were a bit too numerous. In the last instance, on Fog Island, he had just learned that Fog Island happened to be his territory. That was one thing, but now that he was in the Black Mire realm, why did this raven appear again? Fortunately, Lin Yu recognized it. This thing should just be an ordinary item related to that raven. It was like the J-Feast pendant, although it also came from the hand of the god of feast, it didn't necessarily carry the will of the god of feast. However, since it was the work of that raven, when it was taken out just now, it said caw and caw caw. Although the interval was short, does this mean that it will answer the first question falsely and the second question truthfully? Lin Yu pondered but didn't voice a reminder to Fern. After all, this was Fern's item, and Lin Yu had no reason to tell her how to use it correctly. Moreover, Fern had just mentioned that she had the idea of selling it, although he didn't know if she would still have that idea now that she knew the basic correct way to use it. But if this thing entered the market, Lin Yu would be very happy to buy it. So, this advanced usage tip would not be shared with Fern. After Fern picked it up, she began to ask questions according to what Lin Yu had just said. She gripped the raven-headed stone sculpture tightly and whispered reverently, "Respected magical raven head, please tell me, what is my gender identity?" The stone sculpture's raven head mechanically opened and closed its mouth, spitting out 2 short syllables, female. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Could it be that he was wrong? Why would the first question be true? But unexpectedly, Fern nodded and spoke seriously. Oh, the answer to this question is false. Lin Yu was stunned. He looked at Fern. The body outlined by the other party's leather jacket and trousers, even if not viewed from secondary sexual characteristics, just looking at the skeleton and shoulder-to-hip ratio, definitely did not look like a physiological male. But if the other party was physiologically female and identified as male, that didn't quite make sense either. At least from their clothing, Lin Yu couldn't see any transgender characteristics. Lin Yu almost blurted out, "What kind of transgender are you?" But he still held back. After all, his current persona was Rakshasa. Rakshasa obviously couldn't know such fashionable human knowledge, judging from the current situation in the Black Mire realm, this world, where most areas were still in primitive tribal and slave societies, had not yet given birth to novel concepts like transgender. Seeing Lin Yu's surprised eyes, Fern smiled awkwardly. "My gender identity is a Walmart shopping bag." "What?" Lin Yu spoke with astonished surprise. This surprise didn't need to be acted, just genuinely expressed. Fern chuckled, "Just kidding, but not entirely kidding, because my self-identity is a gender. So it's fine to say shopping bag. You can use any word other than male or female to refer to my gender," she said lightly, and Lin Yu felt a slight shock. Although he had previously learned about the existence of such groups, after all, the internet was so developed, and Lin Yu was not an elderly person without a smartphone. But when such a person actually appeared in front of him, Lin Yu was still a little surprised.
Then, Fern pointed to herself, in short, I can be any gender.
This feeling makes me feel very good, that I am free and changing,
she said, then waved her hand. Oh, I'm sorry, I overshared a bit.
Not everyone likes to hear people talk about these things.
Lin Yu didn't express an opinion, but a thought couldn't help but arise in his mind.
Could it be that this guy obtained the item related to that raven because of this?
After all, Fern had mentioned before that she obtained this item from the instance before last.
In other words,
Fern obtained a first-hand item. Whether it was an extra reward for clearing the instance, or something she obtained through some kind of collection using the new authority illustrated guide, opened by her Tier 2, for Lin Yu, he felt it could be a coincidence. But there was a greater probability that the raven actively placed this item in her hands. After all, Lin Yu had seen that gods could influence what items players obtained. And this raven sculpture seemed to be an item highly related to the god of change. Lin Yu's thoughts flowed, and at the same time, he sighed with emotion.
Playing Rakshasa was too restrictive for him.
If it were another persona, now would be a good time to inquire about that raven. However, now that I know this guy is called Fern, I'll just find a way to switch identities and contact them after we get out.
Oh no, it should be they. Lin Yu thought.
On the other side, Fern directly asked the second question.
Since the first question is false.
Respected magical Ravenhead, please tell me as precisely as possible, based on the direction I am currently facing in my current standing position.
How far is the temporary infirmary of the Glory Festival from me and in what direction? Fern asked very rigorously. Just listening to Fern's question, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh.
This guy asked too standardly. It seemed she had been tricked by this Ravenhead item many times before because of how she phrased her questions.
It made sense.
If the related items, produced by the god of change, didn't have some linguistic traps, it wouldn't really be his style. But no matter what, with Fern's rigorous evasion, the stone sculpture's Ravenhead could only answer with extreme precision and standardization. The infirmary is currently located 15 degrees to the right of the direction you are facing, with a straight line distance of approximately 4.3
kilometers.
Although the statue's answer had no tone, Lin Yu seemed to hear a somewhat helpless tone.
Let's go. Now that the location is locked, let's depart quickly. Lin Yu patted Fern's shoulder.
That thing should change its location by early morning today, but going early is always beneficial, he said, and Fern nodded. That's true. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, exhaling the hot air from her lungs, and if fighting and disputes aren't allowed there, then we can safely rest for a bit, eat something, or even take a nap.
With the guidance from the crow, Lin Yu and Fern quickly found the recuperation spot.
Although due to the forest terrain and the presence of various fierce beasts, the direct distance of 4.3 kilometers meant they had to walk at least
half again as far due to all the winding paths. But no matter how much they detoured, it was definitely not too far.
The two soon saw the recuperation spot located between the dense forest and the grassland. The moment he saw the recuperation spot, Lin Yu also understood why this thing would appear randomly.
Because it was a gigantic tent so large it looked like a circus might perform inside.
Next to the tent was a huge flatbed cart, with two large, yellowish-brown reptilian creatures resembling giant lizards resting in front, sprawled on
the ground.
This thing indeed looked like something that could be moved and flowed. And it was very characteristic of the Black Mire realm.
Is this thing actually moved by animal-drawn carts?
Lin Yu sighed helplessly. I thought it was some kind of witchcraft. However, compared to Lin Yu, Fern didn't seem to consider as much.
We're finally here.
Upon seeing the giant tent, Fern only let out a heartfelt sigh of exhaustion.
It's so hot, I'm dying.
She used the last shred of her strength, then struggled to rush towards the side of the tent.
Lin Yu also quickly followed.
Compared to Fern, who had been training under the sun all morning, Lin Yu, though also dizzy from the heat, benefited from his various buffs. His discomfort was there, but his physical condition was not affected.
He followed Fern to the entrance of the recuperation spot.
At the tent's entrance stood a wooden sign that read "No Fighting," and a heavy curtain made of animal hide dragged on the ground, with silence
emanating from within.
Fern laboriously pushed aside the curtain and squeezed in. The space inside also exuded a wild and rugged aura. But compared to most places in the Black Mire realm, this place was already quite refined. Heavy animal hide rugs were laid over a layer of woven straw mats, and the walls were covered with various polished beast bones inlaid with metal,
like some kind of decoration.
A huge black bronze furnace fire slowly burned in the center of the tent, surrounded by sacks filled with various medicinal herbs and stacks of clay
pots filled with medicinal liquids. On the outer circle of animal hides, additional woven straw mats were laid, seemingly serving as beds for healing.
Although there were about 50 such beds here, only a few were occupied. Lin Yu counted a total of 8 injured individuals. Some had both legs severed at the root, some had only half a skull left, some had their entire chest caved in as if crushed by a giant rock. In short, they were basically all barbarians and blood fiends barely clinging to life, all starting at the level of severe, near-fatal injuries. This was clearly not because only 8 people were injured on the first day, but because only these 8 individuals found the recuperation spot and were brought here by their teammates. Although from a player's perspective, a recuperation spot that prohibits fighting is a good place to replenish stamina, rest well, and recuperate from injuries. However, this is because most players' goal is only to obtain 5 trophies, acquire the most basic warrior's certificate, and clear the dungeon.
But those who represent their tribes in the glory ceremony are different.
Aside from the entire Blood Kingdom's emphasis on this ceremony and its battle-worshipping atmosphere, from an objective interest perspective, they also need to strive for ranking. Every contestant chosen to participate is someone who bears the heavy responsibility of elevating their tribe's status and has a strong sense of identity with their tribe. At the same time, they grew up in the Blood Kingdom, instilled with intangible values from childhood. Many blood fiends and barbarians spend their entire lives hoping to achieve a good ranking in the glory ceremony to realize their self-worth, gain self-affirmation, and be recognized by their fellow barbarians. Therefore, in the glory ceremony, searching for and entering the recuperation spot is simply too much of a waste of time. Breaking a few bones, losing an arm or a leg, are considered minor injuries in the glory ceremony that can be simply bandaged up to continue fighting. These combat races, refined over millennia, naturally possess robust physiques, so they would not casually come to this recuperation spot unless their injuries were near fatal. After all, coming to the recuperation spot for treatment takes too much time. The medical care in this world relies on witchcraft and herbs, and medicine and witchcraft are basically still undivided in the current Black Mire realm. Although the actual healing effects are not bad due to the Black Mire realm's abundance of magical creatures and the mysterious power of witchcraft, the onset of effect is indeed too slow. And those with minor injuries don't come back, so these people are even less likely to bother coming to the recuperation spot to rest. The 4 words "no fighting" are not a good thing for the residents of the Black Mire realm, especially the Blood Kingdom. Therefore, this is why, although the recuperation spot is centrally located and spacious, there are only a few people inside.
I feel like there's nothing here.
But if we're both individual contestants, we should at least be able to get those free weapons.
I really don't have any melee weapons,
especially since the beasts and monsters in this dungeon are tougher than the last, and all very large.
Fern sighed, and Lin Yu nodded.
Yes, I'm also curious how to claim those so-called weapons.
We didn't arrive too late, so there should still be some left.
Although he already had a spear, Lin Yu never thought he had too many useful weapons. Since it's a recuperation spot, the medical staff should be in charge of this, Fern analyzed. But
where are the medical staff?
Lin Yu remained silent. He didn't know either. The entire tent, apart from the unconscious, severely wounded patients lying on straw mats wrapped in bandages and smeared with herbs, only had him and Fern.
Hannah, do you sense anything present?
Croak,
Director, no. After quietly asking Hannah internally to no avail, Lin Yu was a bit helpless.
Then I can only use the heart-peering goggles. Its hidden function can indeed find stealthy individuals, if they have emotional fluctuations. Lin Yu silently activated the heart-peering goggles. Although there was no explicit limit to its uses, using it too much could still lead to mental fatigue and emotional instability, especially using it to find people. Without a specific analytical target and analyzing aimlessly, the consumption for Lin Yu was even greater. Moreover, if the other party's mind was as still as water or they had some interference methods, Lin Yu would gain nothing.
So he generally didn't use this method to find people.
However, once used, it was often very effective because most people's disguises don't account for also disguising their emotions. Just like now, after Lin Yu scanned the tent, he found the 11th person in the tent, besides the 8 injured individuals and himself and Fern.
But whether it was a person, Lin Yu wasn't entirely sure,
because the other party's form was a bit strange. Lin Yu looked at the flickering furnace fire in the black bronze furnace at the very center of the tent. The heart-peering goggles told him that this furnace fire currently held 75% contentment, 15% happiness, and 10% anxiety and worry. In other words, this furnace fire was alive, conscious, and had emotional fluctuations at this moment.
Is this furnace fire alive?
Lin Yu made a judgment in just a few seconds after receiving this information. He walked straight to the furnace, extended his foot, and gently kicked the lower edge of the furnace.
Hey, come out.
Fern was greatly shocked by Lin Yu's actions, but she quickly reacted.
Wait, could it be that this medical staff is hiding inside the furnace? He's inside, Lin Yu said calmly, but not hiding.
He truthfully informed Fern of the situation. And then, the flames leaped, condensing into a blurry face above the furnace.
Hey, you two aren't injured. What do you want me for? The healing place isn't for cowards like you to avoid battle. The flames in the furnace rumbled, speaking in a coarse tone. Fern was greatly astonished by this scene. What kind of life form is this? Ignorant human contestant, I am a spirit. The mouth on the flame's face opened and closed, spitting out sparks and hot air. I am an ancient and
mysterious existence, the most perfect life form. Even among spirits, I am the most powerful.
Spirit?
Lin Yu frowned slightly upon hearing this. He recalled that the information provided by Shin Bing Miao indeed mentioned spirits.
This is a rare life form, mostly existing as energy bodies.
There are 3 more common types of spirits: earthquake spirits, hurricane spirits, and thunderstorm spirits. They often originate from various natural disasters in the Black Marsh realm, cannot reproduce, have long lifespans, but are also extremely rare. A single spirit can often live for 300 to 500 years. Spirits are the favorite assistants of powerful human shamans and spirit races. Good spirits are even treated as a kind of inherited treasure,
passed down from generation to generation until they completely dissipate.
Because the data did not mention flame-type spirits, Lin Yu did not pay attention at first, but he quickly realized that if this massive fire was alive, it perfectly fit the definition of a spirit.
It was very likely a spirit born in a wildfire.
And the flame-shaped face began to speak again, garrulously and proudly. I have survived from ancient times until now, witnessed countless battles and life and death struggles. So you two idiots, today I am here at this glory festival to manage the recuperation area for you and heal your wounds. You should feel fortunate. As the flame spirit spoke, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes.
Survived from ancient times until now?
He began to recall the weaknesses of spirits mentioned in the data provided by Shin Bing Miao. Although this life form operates as an energy body, its essence is not a ghost-like life. It's just that 90% of its body is composed of energy. Deep within the energy bodies of spirits, there is still a wrapped and surrounded physical part. The great shamans of the human race called a thing the eye, and depending on the type of spirit, the specific name of the eye also differs. Typically, it's a simple compound word formed by the spirit's form of existence plus eye. For example, wind eye, mountain eye, and so on. And to kill a spirit, one must destroy its eye. Compared to the often exaggeratedly large, even actively expanding outer energy body, this eye is usually relatively fragile. To this end, Shin Bing Miao's annotation suggested, use high-penetration ranged attacks or use energy interference to break through the outer layer.
Then use explosive projectiles.
Lin Yu quickly thought of the best way to kill this thing after considering this method. This spirit should be some kind of flame spirit, kept here by some barbarian or blood ring, so the furnace itself restricts him.
His outer flames cannot expand indefinitely.
If you want to kill him, you can use the surrounding freezing effect of Frost Blessing to forcibly neutralize the high temperature in the furnace, weaken the outer flames, and then throw in a self-destructing robot to blow up his eye. Or refresh the one-shot kill pistol and blast him. That works too. Lin Yu thought of ways to quickly kill this thing, and his mind instantly felt much more at ease. He did not implement it immediately, just having the plan was enough. Lin Yu even showed a friendly and peaceful attitude towards this flame spirit, for which he had just devised an effective killing plan. We just want to, as individual contestants, obtain the weapons that this season's rules can provide us, he said calmly, and the flames forming the spirit's face flickered, seemingly in a TSK.
Alright, weapons, that's right.
Saying that, the face pondered for a moment, then conjured a large hand of purplish-red flame. This flaming hand burned fiercely as it flew out of the furnace's range, beginning to rummage through the surrounding sacks and wooden crates. Unexpectedly, this purple flaming hand did not ignite any of the surrounding objects. Lin Yu secretly felt the temperature as the hand flew past him. It was very low, probably just a little higher than his body temperature.
It might even be slightly cooler than himself when he had a fever.
But it made sense. If this thing was a spirit that indiscriminately burned everything, he shouldn't be in charge of the healing place. At least with no one else here, those 8 severely wounded and dying injured people should be personally handled by him for treatment, bandaging,
and other tasks. After a thorough search, the large flaming hand soon dragged out a rare metal box. This box was enormous, like an oversized freezer for wholesale ice cream. Bang!
The large flaming hand violently ripped off the lock on the metal box, opening it to reveal rows of bronze weapons shimmering with a cold light. Here, pick one that suits you. They're all crafted by demon artisans, not a single one is ordinary. The flame spoke proudly, as if he had participated in the forging. Fern looked at the dazzling weapons, her face showing the joy of a good harvest.
Oh, so many weapons.
She squatted down and began to carefully select, just like shopping at a wet market. Lin Yu could tell that Fern seemed very skilled with blade and sword-type weapons, although in previous battles she had been an archer helping with
crossbow bolts from a distance. She seemed by no means ordinary in close combat.
She picked up a straight sword about forearm length, casually swung it twice, thrust twice, then flicked it twice, and finally sheathed it and lightly
tossed and caught it.
Her movements were incredibly fluid. Lin Yu could thus judge that the other party was definitely an expert with blades and swords, because only someone who frequently uses weapons would test a weapon's length and weight like this, and be able to do so with such fluidity.
So, Lin Yu directly asked,
"You're very skilled with edged short to medium-length weapons, Hunter. Right after Lin Yu finished speaking, the sound of the furnace also rang out.
So, do you want to choose a saber? I think a saber suits you very well. Facing the furnace's praise and Lin Yu's somewhat wary questioning, Fern awkwardly put down the straight saber.
Well, I did, by chance, learn how to use cold weapons in the prison mountain dungeon. There are many such opportunities there, she explained, then quickly spoke again.
Oh, speaking of which, Manhwa, do you like using a spear?
Not really, I rarely use weapons, Lin Yu said casually. The spear was something I captured. Saying that, he randomly picked a short knife from the box that looked very suitable for skinning and boning.
This one. Lin Yu didn't even test the knife, simply tucking it into the back of his waist. The leather coat already had a designated spot for hanging a knife.
After he finished, he didn't continue to interrogate Fern, but instead turned to look at the face formed by the flames.
Are we the first to come and collect these weapons?
He noticed that the lock on this box had only just been opened.
The flame face showed an arrogant expression. Of course, you young lout.
Lin Yu looked at Fern thoughtfully and said, then, as you said before, let's rest.
But for some reason, Fern hesitated at this moment. But didn't that fire just say that anyone not injured shouldn't stay here? What he says doesn't matter.
The rules say no fighting, so he can't take any coercive measures against us, Lin Yu said indifferently. Besides, this guy isn't hard to deal with. And since we're the first to come and get these, why don't we wait and see who comes next?
Fern was a little curious. Why do that?
I find the change in rules strange. Now I can confirm that these supplementary rules have nothing to do with the executors here, Lin Yu said calmly. Then I can only look for clues among the beneficiaries.
The answer might be among them.
After Lin Yu finished speaking, he noticed that Fern seemed to have something to say but held back. But in the end, Fern still nodded.
All right, friend, I do need some rest too.
The flames started shouting again. Cowards, you two who have defiled the ceremony of glory, you've both taken your rewards, now get out and fight.
Why are you still shamelessly discussing resting here? Get out of here.
Most of the guys lying here are so severely injured they absolutely cannot fight again.
How can you be so insensitive?
But just as Lin Yu had said, although this guy could condemn, he could only condemn. After several noisy outbursts, there was nothing it could do, only making a menacing expression in the furnace. And after deciding to stay, Fern spoke again.
But since we're staying to observe secretly, shouldn't we be a bit more covert?
If we're too conspicuous, it might not have a good monitoring effect. Just as this furnace said, most of the guys here are severely injured.
The two of us lying here perfectly fine would be too obvious. Lin Yu looked at Fern and asked curiously, then what should we do? Should I wound you now?
Fern quickly waved her hand. Don't think of such extreme solutions. I mean, maybe we can disguise ourselves. Saying that, Fern pulled out a set of what looked like makeup tools from her. I happen to have a makeup tool here, Fern said mysteriously. While severed limbs are impossible, drawing a rather terrifying external wound is certainly doable. As she spoke, she directly unzipped her leather jacket.
Shwa la! Lin Yu's eyebrow twitched, and he almost instinctively wanted to turn away. Can one be so unrestrained without clear gender identity?
Although there was still a sports vest underneath, Lin Yu still felt it caused a slight shock to his relatively conservative views. If it weren't to maintain his persona, Lin Yu would definitely have actively avoided suspicion. Seeing Lin Yu's reaction, Fern spoke up, quite surprised. Oh my, such a calm reaction, Manhwa.
Could you also be part of a minority group?
Lin Yu forcibly suppressed the twitching at the corner of his mouth. So this guy also knew her actions would cause a strong reaction from others. But he could only speak relatively calmly.
What minority group? Fern smiled. Nothing.
Saying that, she sat on the ground by herself and began to draw on her abdomen with the tools at hand. These makeup tools were not ordinary cosmetics like eyeshadow palettes or liquid foundation, but rather a set of special effects makeup tools for a
movie crew. Glue, pigments, latex, carving knives, brushes.
Rather than makeup, it was more like painting and sculpting. Soon, a gruesome gash that seemed to reveal internal organs appeared on Fern's abdomen. Even the world's top special effects makeup artist couldn't create such realistic makeup in such a short time.
Some high-quality makeup tool set?
Lin Yu looked at the items in Fern's hand and made a judgment in his mind. Fern must have used the efficacy of these tools to draw so quickly. This even made Lin Yu feel a momentary greed. But very quickly, Lin Yu suppressed the thoughts that arose in his mind. With mask and counterfeit, such a thing isn't really necessary. There's no need to create extra trouble or make enemies for this. Moreover, this dungeon is already very difficult for me. Moreover, for now, this guy Fern was quite useful. After driving away these thoughts, Fern also finished her work. She clapped her hands and checked herself. The appearance is perfect. Now I just need to borrow some blood. Saying that, Fern ran to a severely wounded patient, a barbarian covered in fine scratches and wounds all over his body. Despite being bandaged and most of his wounds being covered with herbs, he was still constantly bleeding. It seemed some magical force was preventing those wounds from healing. Fern walked over and directly tore off the bandages wrapped around the barbarian's body. Ignoring the groans of pain he made even in his coma, she directly used her hand to smear fresh blood around her abdomen. The furnace shrieked, "What are you doing? What an act of desecration!" Lin Yu, however, had no objections. He just looked at Fern and spoke again with interest. "I have to remind you, although your disguise is very clever, but how are you going to deal with that furnace? Although fighting is forbidden here, it can expose you." Fern spoke carelessly. "Don't worry, Manhwa, I have a way to make it shut up." After Fern said she could handle it, Lin Yu naturally didn't ask any more questions. Since she felt she could handle it, he would leave it to her. So, Lin Yu also sat still, accepting Fern's makeup. The makeup Fern chose for him was on his neck. She drew a penetrating wound on the side of Lin Yu's neck. While this might be a fatal injury for humans, in the Black Mire realm, having an artery in the neck opened up didn't necessarily mean certain death. Afterward, Lin Yu and Fern found a bed with a good view in a central location and sat down. "Alright, you lie down here first. Before anyone comes, I'll go deal with that chattering furnace," Fern said, walking directly towards the furnace. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Lin Yu didn't doubt this at all. Watching Fern whispering in front of the furnace, Lin Yu began to mentally call out to his attendant. "Hannah, can you hear what she's saying?" Hannah's voice rang out cheerfully. "Quack, of course, director." At this moment, the little octopus was lurking in the shadows near the furnace, acting as Lin Yu's eavesdropper. Although Lin Yu trusted Fern, he trusted Fern's abilities. Lin Yu completely distrusted Fern as a person. Hannah quickly relayed Fern and the spirit's subsequent conversation to Lin Yu. "I hope you keep silent about us staying here and feigning injuries. You, a mere human contestant, dare to command me? I would never do something that desecrates honor. Rather, if you are cowards, why did you choose to participate in the first place? Don't inquire too much about us, spirit. Don't act like you value this festival so much. I know what kind of trash you spirits are. Let's make a deal, idiot." "You called me an idiot? You cowardly and rude fellow. Do you want freedom? Do you want to leave this furnace? What do you mean? Can a mere human like you possibly do that?" "The one by my side. You should be able to tell he's not simple. Don't tell me you, this idiotic spirit, have lived so long and can't even see that much. But how can I confirm?" "Cost, spirit, you need to calculate cost. Haven't you realized yet? Even if you help us with this, for you it's merely defiling illusory honor. But the reward could be the freedom you most desire." "That sounds somewhat reasonable, but precisely because of that, what reason do you have for doing this?" "Because you guessed right. My purpose in participating in this game is not for honor, nor do I care about honor. I just want to cause a ruckus. Letting you out isn't without benefit to me either." "Very well, then we have a deal. I will turn a blind eye to your actions, but only that." The conversation ended, and Hannah also finished relaying it. After the furnace responded, the flames burning inside the entire furnace became much quieter and more peaceful. Fern also turned around and gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. "All done," she said confidently, walking back quickly. Lin Yu looked at Fern and calmly nodded in acknowledgement. However, inwardly, as Lin Yu processed the content that Hannah had broadcasted word for word, he felt extremely surprised. This guy has indeed seen through the superficial disguise I intended for her to see through. She already believes I'm some high-level NPC who knows about players. This was within Lin Yu's expectations, as his behavior was truly too unlike a player. Especially through the recent conversation, Lin Yu knew that Fern was not entirely ignorant of the Black Mire realm. And the more she understood the Black Mire realm, the more she would feel that Lin Yu truly seemed like a native inhabitant of this world. Although I revealed so many flaws, the speed was much faster than I imagined. She is indeed very clever. And now that she believes I am not a player, her actions have become bolder. This is an unexpected gain. While Lin Yu was thinking, Fern had already come and sat down beside him. "Phew, I've already won it over to our side," Fern said casually, and Lin Yu nodded. "Aren't you curious how I did it?" Fern crossed her legs and looked at Lin Yu. Threats, temptations, or threats plus temptations, nothing more, Lin Yu said softly.
With my abilities, I can't think of anything else for now.
Fern smiled. You guessed right. Oh,
Morrow, you really are very clever. Saying that, Fern lay down.
Alright, now let's wait here for a while.
Lin Yu naturally had no objection to this proposal.
He also pretended to be severely injured and recovering, lying on the mat to rest. Although with the buffs, Lin Yu's stamina could still hold up, there was no harm in resting and recovering.
Soon after Lin Yu lay down, Hannah also silently crept back. Quack, director, I'm back. I didn't expect this hunter to actually convince that spirit.
Uncle Card told me that the spirits of the Black Mire realm are all very eccentric and difficult to communicate with. Even cooking them is quite troublesome.
They can be cooked too.
Lin Yu was slightly shocked internally by the fact Hannah mentioned, then responded to Hannah. Her convincing the spirit was inevitable, because this guy chose the third method, which is the most efficient besides threats and inducements.
Quack, there's a third way? Hannah was very surprised.
Of course, but the third way usually manifests as one of the first two forms. Lin Yu's gaze subtly shifted towards Fern lying beside him, activating
peeking heart goggles.
After all, whether it's a threat or an inducement, you're negotiating with what you can do. At this moment, Fern was filled with complex emotions such as contemplation, curiosity, doubt, worry, and relief. These emotions were almost
imperceptible in her expression and demeanor.
If Lin Yu didn't have the peeking heart goggles, he wouldn't be able to be 100% certain how much of her relaxed posture was an act. This was pretty much one of the best actors Lin Yu had ever seen, except that her acting couldn't switch freely, and they were slightly inferior to
his own. Negotiating with things you can't do, only considering what the other party wants and fears, and making the other party believe that you can do what
they want and fear. Negotiating in this way called deception is, of course, almost impossible to fail. Lin Yu said calmly, and Hannah was very shocked.
Quack, so this woman is actually a liar?
Yes, she is a liar.
Lin Yu responded calmly.
For Lin Yu, he could not be 100% sure that Ju was the liar. However, based on Ju's current behavior, Lin Yu felt there was at least a 98% chance that she was the liar. At least compared to a hunter, she seemed more like someone who made a living by deceiving others. From the moment they met, she was too eager to insert about her past, why she awakened as a hunter, where she learned weapon use techniques. She didn't need to explain. Life isn't a play that requires an audience to be informed. Unless, all of this was truly a script and setting she had written. But even if that were the case, Lin Yu still couldn't be certain the other party was the liar. After all, to Lin Yu, it was merely a bit strange, not definitive proof that she was a liar or being deceitful. Perhaps she just had an appeasing personality due to some childhood trauma, and thus habitually explained everything she did to others? In fact, because she was the first player Lin Yu encountered, he would, from a probabilistic and statistical standpoint, consider the likelihood of her being the liar to be relatively low. But as time passed and they spent more time together, Lin Yu increasingly felt that the other party was lying. Firstly, she did not use the hunter's abilities. Although she demonstrated precise crossbow shooting, that didn't mean it was due to the hunter's abilities. It could simply be a skill she had mastered through diligent practice. And she claimed to be a tier 2. Even if she lied about this part, to enter this instance, she should at least be a tier 1. One of the two professional tools a tier 1 hunter can obtain is trap. If she had this tool, when he suggested they act, she should have tried to use it. Lin Yu had seen information about trap. Its cooldown is considered extremely fast among professional tools, refreshing every 2 hours. He had even seen posts within order complaining that many hunters who chose trap were like obsessive compulsives, basically placing a trap on the ground every 2 steps, as if not using it when the cooldown was up would be a huge loss. Lin Yu had been with her for almost half a day, and this person hadn't used a single trap. If she truly had the professional tool trap, then her willpower was astonishing. As for the other professional tool, partner, which Lin Yu had seen Mosin Nagant use, that was even more impossible. If she had it, she would have definitely summoned it earlier during yesterday's hunt. Even if she didn't have time because he killed too quickly, she shouldn't have been like this while traveling today. Although, partner also has a cooldown, it's not as precious as a semi-consumable tool that can only be used twice in a single game. For players, professional tools are like a cripple's crutch or a blind person's guide dog. They aren't strictly necessary, but someone who has them and deliberately chooses not to use them definitely has some issues. Just like Lin Yu's two professional tools, he was almost overly reliant on them. Moreover, what truly made Lin Yu transition from mere suspicion to seriously considering the possibility that Ju was the liar was the appearance of that raven head item. From the moment that raven head appeared, Lin Yu realized that this item was absolutely strongly related to the god of change. Although ordinary players rarely have experience interacting with deities, Lin Yu was rather special in this regard. He even had 2 deities to use as samples for reference. Whether it was the god of change or the god of feast, it seemed that items directly associated with these deities, such as tooth of prophecy, tongue of deceit, pendant of wild feast, only appeared in item rewards if they carried the deity's own will. While it couldn't be ruled out that Ju genuinely obtained this raven head through sheer coincidence, Lin Yu was more inclined to believe that she had truly gained the raven's favor, and a raven would not favor a highly skilled hunter. Judging from its full name and the appreciation it showed towards Lin Yin and himself, this raven had a soft spot for those who excelled at deception. And given that there was indeed a profession called liar in this instance, Lin Yu easily prioritized the idea that the person possessing a tool related to the god of change might just be that liar. Re-examining Ju's behavior based on this hypothesis, at first, her persona was that of a boisterous hunter, but as she increasingly realized that Lin Yu seemed to be an NPC disguised as a player, her disguise became more and more perfunctory. She began to reveal parts of herself that were adept at exploiting human nature. Although she was still deliberately acting foolish and naive, those aspects were becoming increasingly superficial. It was like her pretending not to know how to correctly use the raven head item's simple technique of asking 2 questions to get a confirmed answer, yet later posing questions in a very rigorous manner. These were 2 almost contradictory behaviors. A boisterous person finds it difficult to suddenly become rigorous, but it's very possible for a rigorous, cautious person to feign clumsiness. So, patience is also part of deception, even for a truly professional liar certified by and self-identified within this game, even if they've risen to Tier 2, Lin Yu gently closed his eyes. It's nothing more than this. Judging from the final outcome of their half-day together, in the duel of deception, it could be said that Lin Yu had a complete victory. Both of them were concealing their identities, and now Lin Yu remained in the dark, while Ju had already exposed her identity. Furthermore, what Ju believed was precisely what Lin Yu wanted her to believe. This was not something Lin Yu had planned. He hadn't anticipated the possibility that the first person he encountered would be the liar. However, the outcome was within Lin Yu's expectations. Ultimately, it was because Ju's weakest point was precisely his strongest. Because his deception through performance never slackened in the slightest. Even with the most foolish NPCs, or even when alone, Lin Yu would maintain his persona. Therefore, after gaining control of the situation in his gambit with Ju, Lin Yu couldn't help but ponder a new question. I concealed my identity because of the trickster's ability characteristics. I impersonated an NPC because of the tier advancement missions requirements. But while the liar is called a liar, their abilities don't have any characteristics that absolutely require concealment. So what is this person's reason for hiding her identity? It can't just be professional habit. Realizing that Fern was very likely the trickster, Lin Yu knew he had completely gained the initiative, even if he hadn't done anything yet. Even if he didn't know the motive for now, Lin Yu wasn't flustered. In the domain of deception, information was simply too crucial. In fact, Lin Yu didn't even need to do anything else, because, given the current situation, as long as events continued to unfold, Fern was no longer a threat. It's a pity. If she hadn't encountered me first, she might have become a problem. If Fern had only heard rumors, then this person, who was very likely a professional trickster, might not have been without doubts. Just as Lin Yu could notice the deliberate flaws in Fern's performance, a professional like her might also have noticed the rumors that would spread at an unusual speed. Although this possibility was by no means high, it was certainly not zero. But if she encountered Lin Yu, and was led step by step to a conclusion based on what she witnessed with her own eyes, from a psychological perspective, people always tend to believe conclusions they personally verify and deduce from first-hand experiences. The old saying seeing is believing, hearing is not has endured for a long time, which perfectly illustrates this point. This is even applicable in most situations. Undoubtedly, the smarter a person is, the harder it is to deceive them, but similarly, the smarter a person is, the harder it is for them to realize they've been deceived once they fall into a trap. Usually, a decisive fact must be presented before they can awaken. Because once deception succeeds, the deceived person also becomes an accomplice. For the deceived to awaken from the deception, they need to contend not only with the trickery, but also with the logic they previously used to convince themselves. Of course, a more important reason was, Lin Yu had ultimate confidence in his performance. If he wanted to appear like an Azura, he would definitely not let people feel he was a player. Even if he admitted his identity as a player, Fern would definitely feel he wasn't like one. In a sense, this wasn't even deception. During his performance, what Lin Yu displayed was reality. He did indeed act and think like an Azura, except that within the shell of this Azura named Mara, there resided the soul of Lin Yu, constantly
observing Mara's actions from a third-person perspective. Now, besides advancement, the only thing to worry about is that 20. Lin Yu quietly recuperated.
Soon, his spirit recovered quite a bit. Meanwhile, Fern's breathing became more even and a little heavier.
Is she asleep, or faking it?
Lin Yu listened for a while and leaned towards the idea that she was genuinely asleep. Such even breathing and physiological reactions didn't seem like something someone without professional training and practice could fake. Even a professional trickster wouldn't bother to study and research how to fake sleep.
It wasn't the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty now.
But having known the other party's identity as a trickster, Lin Yu felt that perhaps she was sleeping because she was genuinely tired and felt safe. Here, however, there was certainly also a part of it dedicated to continuing to build her unconventional persona.
Of course, there was also a minuscule possibility
that after Fern learned Lin Yu was an NPC, out of disdain, she believed she had completely figured out the Mara beside her and had therefore completely let down her guard. If she was truly skilled at deceiving people, even to the point of gaining the crow's approval, then she couldn't possibly have such a personality. Unless that crow is dumber and more arbitrary than I thought, prone to misjudgment, or simply doesn't have the strict standards of a deity as I
imagined.
After praising the great god of change in his heart once more, the tent flap at the entrance opened. New contestants walked in, sounding like two people carrying another. Heavy footsteps, those guys must be quite heavy. Lin Yu slightly opened his eyes and saw the group that entered. They were three burly barbarians, their skin and faces covered in large tattoos. Barbarians were cave dwellers. A characteristic of this race was that they were generally not tall but very sturdy, had only 4 fingers, and ate everything with huge appetites. The three guys who came in, however, appeared to be a head taller than Shin Bingmiao, already considered very tall among barbarians. 2 barbarians in leather armor carried another barbarian with a bruised face and black lips, speaking with some urgency.
Where's the witch doctor? Save him. Someone poisoned him. Damn it, someone poisoned my elder brother.
The barbarians clamored, and flames rose in the furnace.
Hey, stop shouting, I'm here. Don't be afraid. Just a small toxin. Is it those blood Luo tribes from the north who like to poison their spears and arrows with cloud heartwood?
The flames once again condensed into a face, startling the barbarians. Through this, Lin Yu confirmed again that having the flame spirit look after the healing area must be uncommon.
It might even be the first time. This thing must have had other uses before.
Hearing the furnace fire's words, the barbarian who called the injured person his elder brother quickly spoke with urgency.
No, the water was poisoned.
Some treacherous scoundrel poisoned the water.
The flame spirit was somewhat surprised.
Oh, that's quite rare, someone doing that in the Glory Festival.
Do you know who poisoned it? A demon race?
Although dirty tricks were allowed by the rules, they were disdained by everyone, especially secretly poisoning of that level. The barbarian spoke with resentment. Yes, my elder brother is the strongest in the tribe, yet he encountered such a thing. It's truly despicable. Another barbarian, who seemed calmer and probably not related to the injured person, quickly spoke up, answering this serious question.
We don't know who poisoned it, but it might not be a demon race. We haven't seen any demon race. We encountered a group of humans earlier. The flame face leaned closer.
Not a demon race, but it looks very much like snake venom, a blood toxin type of poison.
However, if they are humans, they might have bought venom from the demon race. Before he collapsed, there were no signs of confusion, babbling, or indiscriminate attacks, right?
The flame face asked, and the barbarian was about to answer when the tent entrance curtain opened again.
Our companion was bitten, can you treat him?
The person who entered the tent spoke loudly, and their footsteps were also chaotic. This time, there were a full 6 people who arrived.
And before the flame spirit could even speak, the emotional barbarian among them roared.
It's you treacherous human scoundrels who poisoned him. Lin Yu heard the conversation between the two sides, slightly propped himself up, feigning weakness, and then sat up to watch. If players were to fight NPCs in this no-combat zone, he definitely wanted to see what would happen. Of course, Lin Yu's sudden interest was certainly not that simple. Another reason was that he recognized the voice of the leader of the later group of humans.
Oh, Stiller, you're doing well.
Looking at Stiller, who clearly acted like a leader, Lin Yu commented with interest in his heart. It seems old Zheng is working hard. I thought that Brainiac would slack off without me. After Lin Yu got up, he also noticed that Stiller had silently glanced in his direction. Lin Yu's face was disguised by a mask, making him look like a somewhat fierce-looking fellow, completely different from his original true appearance. This was also a suggestive setup Lin Yu left behind regarding him being a Rakshasa. But precisely because of this, Stiller recognized Lin Yu even faster. At the same time, based on the same reason, Stiller did not have to worry that his gaze would expose Linyu.
After all, it's normal for people to take a second look at my face right now.
And seeing that his boss was also here, Stiller couldn't help but become even more invigorated. Facing the barbarian's accusation, Stiller stepped forward forcefully to respond.
Hey, barbarian, what's your language? If we did it, we would have already wiped out both of you while that unlucky fellow over there was suffering from the poison. What's more, we don't have any means of poisoning. There's no one among us who would poison,
Stiller said with conviction.
Although he didn't understand these players, Stiller still said so.
After all, he was the backbone of this group of players now. Just as Linyu expected, old Zhang played a huge role in Stiller integrating into the player group. At least, Stiller's initial profession and
identity introduction were all cleared with old Zhang's help.
But to rise to the position of the team's backbone and leader, it was actually more thanks to Stiller's personal charisma. Although Stiller had never been a player, he still had work experience leading a team. When he used to work for President Paris in the security department of Truth Company, as the leader of the elite action team, Stiller knew very well
how to be a good leader.
Especially the action teams of Truth Company, which were even similar to his current situation. Both were small-scale teams assembled for combat purposes. And when such a situation arose, with external accusations, Stiller almost instinctively did what he would have done at Truth Company. Regardless of whether his team members did it or not, deny it first, then turn the tables.
In my opinion, it's highly likely that you poisoned him yourselves and then wanted to frame us. You think internal strife sounds bad and are afraid of being purged by your own people, right?
Stiller said sharply.
Instantly, the originally calmer barbarian also spoke coldly. Human, are you trying to fight us to the death?
You are clearly the ones looking for trouble, Stiller said coldly. Why would I bother with you at this festival?
If I really disliked you, couldn't I just fight you directly? Still the same saying, if I had hostility towards you, do you think you would still be standing in this tent talking to me?
After he finished speaking, several players behind him also echoed him defiantly.
Exactly, are we afraid of you barbarians? Do we need to poison you to deal with you?
Several players spoke one after another. Linyu watched this scene and was even more satisfied with Stiller.
Not only is he the backbone, but he clearly has great prestige.
Linyu instantly realized that with Stiller's current prestige and credibility among these players, let alone telling everyone there might be a Rakshasa in this instance, which sounds fantastical but isn't entirely impossible upon closer inspection. Even if he said there was Ultraman Tiga in this instance, these players might still hesitate to believe it. But the belief I'm receiving now is clearly not as much as 5 people's firm conviction. Linyu thought about this situation that clearly didn't
match reality. So, did Stiller or old Zhang judge that there wasn't a suitable time? Or, although Stiller appears to be the leader on the surface right now, is there something wrong with one of the 5 players around him?
Linyu quickly considered various possibilities.
The latter possibility was very high.
After all, only 2 people were currently excitedly echoing Stiller. Although Linyu could tell that those 2's performances had almost no acting component, Linyu couldn't discern what the others were thinking since they weren't as excited or exaggerated in their expressions. Although Linyu was proficient in acting and often observed humans and speculated on others' behavior for the sake of acting in various situations, leading him to be very experienced in discerning whether others were acting. But Linyu's ability in this regard had not reached the level of mind reading. He still needed to observe many behaviors to draw a comprehensive conclusion. In other words, judging solely from their expressions, Linyu only knew that among this group of players, the 2 currently pressuring with Stiller definitely trusted Stiller more. In that case, perhaps I can find an opportunity later to help Stiller, at least to find out which of these players are more troublesome guys.
As Linyu was thinking, Kuzu also woke up due to the shouting over there. So noisy, Kuzu groggily got up, showing that he had indeed been asleep just now. What's going on?
2 groups of people are arguing, Linyu said calmly. The barbarians are accusing those humans over there of poisoning, and the humans are denying.
It's... Kuzu looked around after hearing this, and then an expectant expression appeared on his face. Oh, it's even players and NPCs clashing with each other. This is going to be interesting. I wonder how this spirit will handle it. I also want to see how the rule no fighting in the healing area actually takes effect.
After all, most rules within each instance were not absolute or mandatory. Most game rules were unique mechanisms of that instance, implemented by NPCs or items within the instance, rather than being enforced by the system. Only a small number of games had rules that would directly restrict player behavior by the system. Even players whose profession was not rogue could actually violate rules in the game as long as they had enough strength to withstand or circumvent
the consequences of violating the rules. And on Stiller's side, a fight was indeed about to break out.
The player's side was relatively alright. After all, compared to the martial-minded residents of the Black Mire world, these players from the real world generally valued their lives. The reason it was said to be on the verge of breaking out was entirely because the barbarians were already seeing red.
Humans, you poisoned and slandered our brotherhood, you're going too far.
The barbarian could no longer care about his older brother, throwing him to the ground and pulling out a pair of two-handed bone knives from behind his back.
I'm going to kill you all, avenge my older brother.
Stiller looked at the other party's appearance and opened his vision that could check emotional energy. Seeing the other party's nearly 100% anger, he finally realized that the Black Mire world was different from his original world. I really have to take back what I said earlier. These guys are even crazier than the Great Wilderness people. He had originally intended to provoke the other party to a certain extent without actually coming to blows, but who knew, after just a few words, this barbarian was already ready to fight to the death.
Stiller even wanted to remind the other party,
your big brother isn't dead yet, why don't you try to heal him first? At the critical moment when a battle was about to erupt, the NPC brazier, which had always seemed like mere decor, finally exerted its power.
Its flames instantly surged, transforming from its original appearance into a colossal flame giant.
Then, this fiercely burning giant made of brazier fire let out a majestic sound, like a grand morning bell, filled with authority.
I say, enough, do not fight in the healing place. If you wish to fight to the death, you may go outside.
Such scorching and enormous flames, just by burning, instantly raised the temperature of the entire tent by several degrees. The tent now resembled the inside of an oven. The barbarian, who had been completely enraged, instantly calmed down quite a bit. Lin Yu, who had originally been planning how to kill this monster, also felt a slight shock.
Does this guy really have such power? So, preventing conflicts here is achieved by it?
With such doubts, Lin Yu subconsciously activated the heart-peaking monocle. Then he saw an emotional analysis panel showing 45% worry and 25% guilt.
It's all a bluff.
Lin Yu silently massaged his forehead.
But fortunately, the barbarian didn't know this.
At this moment, the scorching temperature, as well as the fact that the opponent was, after all, the entity managing the healing place, made the
barbarian suppress the anger in his heart and put away his weapon.
He glared fiercely at Stiller.
Human, we will remember this debt. For now, saving my elder brother is more important.
The barbarian said, looking at the brazier, and spoke loudly.
Then can my elder brother be cured or not?
Seeing that he was no longer entangled with Stiller, the brazier also returned to its normal size, then spoke calmly.
He can be cured. I told you it's just a minor snake venom.
Then, the brazier extended two large flaming hands. Its left hand grabbed the deeply poisoned barbarian on the ground, who was barely breathing. Then, the fingers of its right hand transformed into dozens of fiery tongues, coiling around several medicine bottles and jars, directly crushing
them. Refine.
The brazier shouted, and then the liquid medicine, enveloped by flames, spun in the air, merging in being heated.
This alchemy technique dazzled everyone.
Only Lin Yu, once again, saw through the trick with the heart-peaking monocle.
35% pride plus 25% complacency. It seems this display is more about showing off.
Lin Yu mused, while Hannah spoke with some envy.
Ribbit, that's amazing. I wish I had a skill like that. Then I could definitely control the heat for roasting and cooking very well.
You will be a very skilled chef in the future. You won't need these external conditions to control the heat well,
Lin Yu said, and Hannah was surprised again.
Ribbit, director, you said something similar to Uncle Carl. While they were talking, the brazier had already finished refining the liquid medicine and poured it into the mouth of the barbarian on the ground.
Gurgle.
The barbarian's body trembled violently, and then black blood gushed from his nose and mouth.
Elder brother.
The more impulsive barbarian shouted excitedly and rushed over.
The other barbarian looked at the brazier with resentment. What have you done? The flame monster calmly said, two idiots. Did none of the people your tribe sent this time understand witch doctoring? This is detoxifying blood. Move him aside and let him rest quietly, and he'll be fine.
After the flame monster finished speaking, it turned to Stiller and his group.
Bring over the one who was bitten on your side.
Stiller immediately waved his hand, and then two male players carried over a woman whose abdomen was covered in blood. Although she was bandaged, judging by the fact that half of her clothes were soaked in blood, the bleeding had probably not stopped yet. At the same time, the woman had already lost consciousness. The brazier observed for a moment and came to a conclusion.
This isn't too serious. Bitten by a fanged beast, causing the wound to not heal, right? Was the thing that bit her black or white? The brazier asked, and one of the players eagerly blurted out, couldn't see clearly, it looked gray. Stiller, however, calmly said, black and white stripes. It ran too fast, so it looked like a gray blur. The brazier understood. I see, a striped fang weasel. No big deal. You humans also sent a bunch of people who don't understand witch doctoring. This thing just needs some special medicinal powder. Saying that, the brazier again used its large flaming hand to take out a medicine bottle. This time, there was no refining process, it just opened the bottle and poured the powder down. It might hurt a bit, endure it. As the medicinal powder was sprinkled, the brazier also spoke at the same time. And the moment its words fell, ah! A scream rang out. The originally unconscious woman woke up, letting out a piercing shriek. The sound was like that of a demon in hell enduring endless torment. At the same time, her limbs twisted, twitched, and spasmed, and sweat poured out like a waterfall. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. What a good thing! Whether this stuff stops bleeding or not is one thing, but sprinkling it on a wound has such a refreshing and stimulating effect. Wouldn't it be great for interrogation, torture, and threats? The screaming lasted for about half a minute before gradually stopping, not because the pain stopped, but because she ran out of breath from screaming. Her body was still twitching from the intense pain. But fortunately, the bleeding had indeed stopped. Carry her away, carry her away. She can be discharged once she stops twitching. The brazier waved its large hand. Fern, seeing the atmosphere, which was no longer tense thanks to the brazier's miraculous healing, lay back down. They didn't fight, what a pity. But Lin Yu, looking at the two new groups that weren't too far from him, silently refuted Fern's statement in his heart. It's not certain they won't fight yet. This was just a temporary peace. From the current situation, it probably wouldn't be long before something happened here. Because it was simple. From the almost cheating perspective of the heart-peaking monocle, Lin Yu could see the hidden undercurrents beneath the surface. Among the two barbarians, the one who was less close to the injured person looked at his elder brother, whose breathing had stabilized, but the emotion in his heart was not joy at all. Instead, it was doubt, unease, and worry. And if it were just this, Lin Yu would only know that there was a landmine among these barbarians, but he couldn't determine when it would be detonated, or even if it would definitely be detonated. However, among the player group on Stiller's side, several players besides Stiller also had emotions that were not very positive. Hatred, jealousy, and anger were everywhere. In a corner, there was also an ultimate weirdo who inexplicably showed joy and anticipation for just a moment before disappearing. Lin Yu watched them until he felt his mental energy was overexpended, then he silently closed the heart-peaking monocle. This small healing place truly hides many talents. But precisely because of this, Stiller needs to hurry. If a conflict really broke out later, Stiller's painstaking efforts would probably all go to waste. After all, he hadn't yet spread the news of Rakshasa here. So, Hannah, go to Stiller. I have something to discuss with him. Stiller sat beside the female player, whose breathing was gradually calming, and pondered deeply. This team is really hard to lead. Although Stiller had considerable experience in leading small teams, the current situation was truly incomparable to his time at the Truth Company. Back then, he had President Paris backing him, and President Paris, in turn, had the Evernight family behind him. Even if the sky fell, those two would hold it up. Moreover, he had an entire logistics system and company structure to guarantee support. Now, he had been haphazardly let out of his world by Lin Yu. Although he was originally a rootless drifter, a replicated android born from a gene culture tank, Steeler's ability to accept the current situation was relatively quick. But he had to admit, the current conditions were indeed very poor. Even though his emotion perception device was far less advanced than Lin Yu's, heart-peaking goggles, being a single-person portable standard type, Steeler could still sense the surrounding emotional energy. As time went on, especially after the woman from the original trio was injured, the team's atmosphere was becoming strange. The guy old Zhang warned him to watch out for seemed to finally be making his move. He made many small gestures, seemingly fanning the flames among the trio. On the way, a new player applied to join. According to his self-introduction, this person seemed to be a player who operated as a bounty hunter. Although Steeler agreed to his joining, and the other players had no objections, everyone was more wary of him than trusting. Currently, the only major reason this team hadn't disbanded was because of Steeler's powerful strength and generous personality, which had temporarily won over all the other players. After all, everyone's top priority was to clear the game and survive. But if things continue to develop like this, it'll be tough for these people to maintain their sanity. Steeler sighed, rubbing his brow. Old Zhang comforted Steeler. Brother, sure, this isn't your fault. These death game players have been in a suppressive environment for a long time, making it easy for various extreme personalities and emotional problems to arise. Moreover, the standard for selecting players in this game is a strong will to survive. The people selected themselves might be a bit obsessive and eccentric.
So, leading a team of these people is indeed full of all sorts of troubles, especially the initial team of 2 men and 1 woman. This kind of 3-person group with a single member of the opposite sex is the most unstable structure, very prone to exploding directly. What's more, there's a bad guy secretly stirring up trouble, and although the newly joined player seems fine, bounty hunters have a very bad reputation among players. Stealer side, I know these aren't caused by my mistakes, but, no matter the cause, these current situations are problems I need to solve and be responsible for. And just as he was thinking about how to temporarily maintain this hastily assembled team until Lin Yu's assigned task was completed, Stealer felt a wet sensation on his ankle. This sensation was something Stealer had become somewhat familiar with recently. He used the action of adjusting his pant leg to place his hand there and indeed felt an invisible creature crawl onto his arm. Immediately, Stealer heard Hannah's voice in his mind. Croak, Mr. Stealer, Director-sama has instructions for you. Does Director-sama have something to tell me? Stealer quickly asked. The next second, Lin Yu's voice directly echoed in his mind. Spread rumors about these people as soon as possible, including but not limited to the players around you and those 2 barbarians. The peace here won't last much longer. Hearing Lin Yu's instructions, Stealer even felt a bit ashamed. Sorry, Director, I didn't lead this team well. I originally wanted to find a better opportunity to spread the rumors naturally. Lin Yu's voice sounded again. The reason I'm saying this isn't because of your team. Although your team is also very unstable, it's more because of the already impulsive barbarians over there, and that fire elemental who absolutely can't control the situation. In short, this place is a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. Stealer was stunned when he heard this, then understood Lin Yu's intention. So, instead of wasting effort after operating for so long without achieving anything, it's better to cut losses now while there are many people, and directly reap a harvest, right? Lin Yu did not deny Stealer. Yes, so, do it as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if it's a bit stiff or clumsy, since I'm here, I'll help you fill in those parts. I'll improvise the script according to the situation later. Don't worry, I won't have too high demands on your acting skills. After speaking, Stealer no longer replied directly to Lin Yu through Hannah. He simply nodded silently in Lin Yu's direction, indicating that he understood. Lin Yu looked at Stealer and also let out a breath. In fact, he could have started right now to tell Stealer step by step what to do. Lin Yu had thought of at least several methods that were only slightly abrupt but could still spread the rumors about the Rakshasa. But in that case, it wouldn't achieve Lin Yu's goal. After all, what he wanted wasn't just for everyone to believe that a Rakshasa had infiltrated this game, but for everyone to believe that he was the Rakshasa. Any script that was too natural would not achieve Lin Yu's desired effect. One must know that Stealer was now to spread rumors while he himself was present. Therefore, Lin Yu wanted to let Stealer improvise. If I'm lucky enough, perhaps this performance alone will be enough to accumulate the belief quota. Once I truly have the ability to transform, fulfilling the advancement conditions will be incredibly simple. To gain belief with something that has already come true, all I need is to show it off a few more times. Lin Yu thought optimistically. Of course, the prerequisite was that this deception had to be successful enough. He looked at Fern, who was lying nearby, resting with her eyes closed. Stealer hadn't started acting yet, so he also needed to lay some groundwork. So, Lin Yu nudged Fern, waking her up. Hey! Fern opened her eyes. What do you want? I was almost asleep again, she said sullenly, and Lin Yu pointed to the other side. Be careful, the situation over there isn't good. Perhaps we need to be prepared. This healing spot might not be as safe as you imagine. Stealer didn't make Lin Yu wait too long. He quickly thought of a way to spread rumors. And just as Lin Yu expected, the idea Stealer came up with was somewhat amusing. He walked straight to the fireplace, like a student entering a bar for the first time but pretending to be a regular, heading directly to the bar. Hey, hello, Sprite. Stealer's demeanor seemed casual, but it was so overly casual that it appeared deliberate. Lin Yu observed that Fern immediately frowned. What is this guy going to do? From his previous behavior, I thought he was a decent person. Why is he acting so sneaky now? Not to mention Fern, even the group of players who were originally with Stealer all looked sideways. What is he suddenly doing? The bounty hunter was the first to show confusion. After all, he was the last to join this temporary team, and while his foundation with the others was the shallowest, he was also naturally the most concerned about Stealer. His first expression of confusion at this moment was not to question Stealer, but rather out of a simple concern and a disguised form of protection. Even the barbarian over there couldn't help but look at Stealer's defense. And the hearth fire also rose. Is there anything, human? You claim to be a very ancient existence, so I just want to inquire about something, Stealer said, actually getting into character, I saw something beyond my comprehension at this festival of glory. The hearth fire became interested, showing a curious expression. However, because Stiller had praised it, even though it was very curious, the hearth fire still put on airs first, and also praised itself in turn. Ahem, indeed, I have existed for a very long time, witnessing the vicissitudes and evolution of this Black Mire realm. While I cannot guarantee that I know everything, I believe your questions will not exceed the scope of my knowledge. Hearing the other party say this, Stiller still spoke somewhat stiffly. Is that so? It's like this. The thing beyond my comprehension is actually a life, or rather, an existence. As he spoke, everyone became interested and began to lean in to listen. Because Stiller's performance was a bit clumsy and clearly trying to hide something, everyone was actually more attracted to what he ultimately wanted to say. Life, existence? What a pretentious way of speaking. Fern stroked his chin and commented. And looking at Fern, who was paying close attention to Stiller, Lin Yu was very satisfied in his heart. This was the effect he wanted to achieve. The more suspicious, the more likely it was to attract attention. And the biggest nemesis of deception is not being seen through, but no one looking. The hardest people to fool with any scam are always those who don't even give you a chance to speak. No matter how clever a scam call is, it can't fool someone who never answers the phone. Whether it was suspicion or scrutiny, as long as their gaze fell on Stiller, it was the result Lin Yu wanted to see. And Stiller continued to speak, somewhat deliberately. I encountered a fellow who was neither a beast nor an awakened intelligent race. The terrifying thing had the ferocity and savagery of a beast, but, at the same time, it was like a humanoid that could communicate. This content instantly caught the attention of the hearth fire. What a strange statement, elaborate. The hearth fire pressed for. Stiller composed himself, feigning lingering shock as he continued. Shortly after I first entered this festival, I encountered a blood fiend. He was a very combative and strong fellow. After he saw me, he wanted to challenge me. He was tall, robust, and looked very fierce. I didn't want to cause extra trouble and only wanted to hunt prey peacefully, so I refused him. But I didn't expect him to pursue me relentlessly. This didn't surprise me. After all, challenge was just a polite euphemism. I wasn't completely confident I could defeat that blood fiend, so I engaged in a standoff with him. To evade him, I deliberately circled the periphery of that deep and complex dense forest. Under the cover of night, his pursuit would be hindered. Only I overlooked one thing, and that was that this dense forest would also conceal other things. After the pursuit continued for a period, my stamina was somewhat exhausted. Just as I was about to change tactics, suddenly, I found that he seemed to have disappeared. My first reaction was relief, but soon, relief turned into unease, because I heard some disturbing sounds and smelled a strong scent of blood. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but curl his lips. It was too bad. Stiller sounded like a supporting old man in a third-rate horror movie, trying to scare children with a scary story and telling a ghost story that would come true in the future. Full of poor emotional embellishment and unnecessary environmental descriptions. Lin Yu could also guess the reason Stiller told the story this way. He must have been reading too much Stephen King lately. After Stiller came to this world, he seemed very keen on reading various science fiction and mystery novels. By the way, that guy seemed arrogant and rude, but from a personality analysis, his behavior would definitely not be the type to give up easily. Hearing Stiller's next statement, Lin Yu's mouth twitched again. So old Zhang also did it. And Lin Yu, who already knew which part Stiller was going to fabricate next, unsurprisingly heard the climax of Stiller's impromptu short story. After an internal struggle, I made up my mind I would go back and find him. I would find that scoundrel. I wanted to see what had happened to him. No matter what hidden strangeness, it couldn't scare me. That's what I originally thought. But, when I turned back, I saw the most terrifying scene in the forest. A giant monster, covered in crimson blood, with 4 crude arms and a hideous face like a demon. And that blood fiend was caught in its hand. With no room to resist whatsoever, he didn't even cry out. That blood fiend and I had already circled this dense forest many times. I hadn't heard when such a massive thing arrived, nor had I seen any footprints or traces. It was as if it appeared out of thin air. I didn't even know if it was a contestant or a player. Then, under my gaze, that red 4-armed monster grabbed the blood fiend's limbs, and then, Stiller's voice trembled. He tore that blood fiend into 2 halves. Stiller's acting was in a superposition of both good and bad. The bad primarily manifested in Stiller's complete lack of understanding of how to act. Lin Yu had just been silently criticizing him. His opening was stiff, the setup was deliberate, and the lines were abrupt. Coupled with old Zhang's unhelpful interference, everyone at the healing sanctuary could see through Stiller's ulterior motives in his recent words. Even the 2 barbarians were no exception. But Stiller's acting was also very good. The good part was that as an android and cyborg from Truth Company, Stiller could cheat in expressing emotions. He didn't need any performance in his emotions, because Stiller could manufacture his own emotions. Just like now, Stiller's voice trembled, his heart raced, and whether it was his micro-expressions or body language, it was all genuine tension and unease. It was as if he was truly recalling a terrifying fact that had just happened and had a huge impact on him. This made even those who had previously suspected Stiller was intentionally saying these things, couldn't help but have a thought. Could what he was saying be true? After all, the fact that Stiller wasn't lying and was speaking the truth at this moment didn't conflict with him intentionally saying these things. He could completely speak the truth with ulterior motives. Ju, who hadn't paid much attention to the specific content of Stiller's words, now couldn't help but seriously recall the Stiller had just mentioned. Red-skinned, four-armed monster. What kind of thing is that? Easily killing a blood Rakshasa, and it seemed to be an instant kill and torture. Even if that blood Rakshasa was weak, he could still participate in the glory ceremony, so his strength, when converted to a player, would probably be at least between Tier 1 and Tier 2. Ju became even more concerned when he thought of this. What in the world could it be? A beast? In my impression, the Black Mire realm doesn't have this type of beast. As for the several intelligent races, that was even more impossible. Ju might not know how many kinds of beasts there were in the Black Mire realm, but none of the major races currently in the Black Mire realm had 4 arms. Fortunately, there were native inhabitants of the Black Mire realm here, and very knowledgeable native inhabitants at that, which was the object Stiller was currently questioning. The fiercely burning hearth fire also fell into thought. After a long while, the hearth fire spoke, its tone somewhat uncertain. If it just fits your description, I probably know what kind of being you're talking about. But, that's impossible. Stiller said anxiously, what's impossible? What is it? Tell me. To Lin Yu's anticipation, the hearth fire uttered those 2 words, Rakshasa. As he spoke, Lin Yu curled his lip. The hearth fire was indeed knowledgeable. Of course, anyone with a bit of cultural knowledge in this world knew that Rakshasas were characterized by red skin and 4 arms. After all, with the existence of the blood Rakshasa, a spiritual inheritance race, the records of Rakshasas had not been lost or become legends with their entire race being captured. It was just that in the Black Mire realm, having cultural knowledge was indeed quite rare. Just like those 2 barbarians. What? Rakshasas actually have 4 arms. Do their 4 arms mean that their 2 legs are also hands, and they walk on their hands? Or does it mean they have a total of 6 limbs, with their legs still normal? The 2 barbarians discussed in confusion. The hearth fire couldn't help but turn around. You 2 fools, of course it's the latter. Rakshasas have 2 extra arms growing from their backs. But I don't blame you, many of the younger generation of blood Rakshasas don't even know these things anymore. Alas, these young people nowadays really are something. This spirit creature sighed, acting like an old-timer. But no matter what, the heavy weight of the 2 words Rakshasas still crashed down before everyone. Although they had disappeared for a long time, not everyone understood this race that once dominated the Black Mire realm. But, whether they were residents of the Black Mire realm or players who had visited the Black Mire realm, they must have heard of it. The prestige of the Rakshasa, the strongest combat race that once almost established a unified nation in this crazy world, enslaving all humans, demons, and spirits, still resonated powerfully even after 1,000 years. Just 2 words could carry such weight. Whether it was worry, doubt, or even a hint of excitement, no one could avoid having a myriad of thoughts about the Rakshasa. This was also easy to understand. It was like a news report one day announcing dinosaurs revived. Regardless of people's attitudes towards dinosaurs, even if only one was accidentally discovered, it's likely that no one could completely ignore this news. Lin Yu felt a small amount of belief surge in. Compared to the importance placed on this news, the amount of belief was completely disproportionate. However, Lin Yu also understood, after all, even if official media reported dinosaurs revived, Lin Yu probably wouldn't believe it immediately. He wasn't afraid that these people wouldn't believe him, he was just afraid they wouldn't care. Looking at Stiller and the hearth fire, who had already become the center of attention, Lin Yu quietly gave Hannah a few instructions. A few seconds later, Stiller, who was about to continue his performance, paused for a moment, then looked at the hearth fire. Rakshasa? That's a race that disappeared from this world 1,000 years ago, are you sure? The hearth fire looked at Stiller, who was clearly the questioner but was now directly questioning him, and became a little annoyed. Hey, can I be wrong? Records of Rakshasas have always been professional. Moreover, I've even seen them. The hearth fire spoke anxiously, and Lin Yu beside him exhaled. Phew. This spirit creature was indeed boasting.
He now heard that seeing a Rakshasa was a complete lie. When this spirit creature claimed to be incredibly ancient before, Lin Yu was somewhat worried. Now it seemed perhaps its age is also fictitious.
Lin Yu, who was now personally controlling Stiller through Hannah, immediately came up with a more advantageous line of argument based on this point. The next moment, Stiller's eyes flickered, then he spoke, "Is that so? But as far as I know, Rakshasas have been gone for a very long time, probably
extinct before you were even born." "Nonsense, I've been around for 10,000 years.
Really?"
Stiller interrupted the hearth fire.
The hearth fire was speechless, then said, 1,000 years?
"I've been around for 1,000 years. Stiller remained silent.
The hearth fire sighed, "Alright, I'm only 300 years old, but I really have seen a Rakshasa, that's not false." This time, before Stiller could refute, the barbarian shouted, "Bullshit, proper Rakshasas have long been extinct, even the blood Rakshasas haven't been seen for 1,000 years. The hearth fire became even more anxious. "That's just because you guys are too ignorant. Rakshasas are only almost extinct, I really have seen them, just 100 years ago."
Lin Yu smiled. This hearth fire is really useful. He knew that many people didn't believe him, but that wasn't important.
What was important was that the water had become murky. From Lin Yu's omniscient perspective, he naturally knew that both Hearthfire and Stiller were lying. Stiller's motive, of course, needed no explanation. After all, everything he was doing now was entirely at Lin Yu's behest.
As for Hearthfire, it was purely due to the elemental spirit's character flaw. This elemental spirit was simply being stubborn.
But Lin Yu knew very well that even though it was being stubborn, once it said it had seen Rakshasa, his goal had already been achieved.
The reason was simple. Besides himself, everyone in the tent lacked an omniscient perspective.
They were already doubtful whether Stiller was telling the truth, and even if they didn't fully believe Hearthfire's words at this moment, a deep seed had been planted in their hearts.
For them, the things Stiller spoke of were becoming increasingly convoluted and difficult to discern. Even someone as intelligent as Fern couldn't help but fall into contemplation at this moment. Lin Yu was quite satisfied with Fern's reaction.
Even this liar couldn't help but start pondering the matter, indicating that this seemingly clumsy deception had achieved an excellent
attention-grabbing effect. Now, the task was how to convert this attention-grabbing into a large amount of belief.
And regarding this, Lin Yu already had a plan in mind. Lin Yu spoke softly to Hannah.
"Prepare to act, Hannah."
"Quack, at your command, Director." Following Hannah's sound, Lin Yu slowly stood up.
Fern looked at Lin Yu with some surprise. "Hey, Mara, what are you doing?" Lin Yu didn't answer, because the next second, bang!
In the center, an invisible darkness suddenly expanded, as if someone had burst a container full of darkness. The sudden darkness instantly swallowed everything around it, causing everyone to be stunned. All light sources were devoured.
The entire tent seemed to plunge into a void. What's going on? Why did it suddenly go dark?
Panicked voices rose, but only Lin Yu remained as calm as ever, because this was exactly what he had Hannah do. All the darkness was an illusion created by ink. Since it didn't require too much intricate sculpting, only creating visual pitch blackness, the range Hannah could control naturally expanded. Coupled with Lin Yu's assistance using the necklace of prayer water, it was enough to turn these pitch-black ink droplets into uniform water mist,
thereby enveloping everyone.
And during this brief period of vision deprivation, Lin Yu stood up and silently took out the corner of the gloom dweller. This was not only prepared for this deception but was also a combo skill Lin Yu had considered long ago. So-called high-level players, besides the class item, obtained through advancement, a large part of their strength also came from various
accumulated ordinary items.
These items, individually might not have particularly powerful characteristics, but when combined, they often achieved good effects.
This was also a high-level trick Lin Yu had seen through documents after joining Order.
After all, after witnessing the dazzling abilities of high-level players in the Feast Above the Heavens dungeon, Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder how
they did it.
After all, apart from AUS 2 guns, the others didn't actually have any particularly important and crucial items.
In Order's database, Lin Yu finally found the answer:
the development, utilization, and combination of existing items. Therefore, after Lin Yu asked Hannah and had her demonstrate the coverage of pure color ink once, he also came up with a new combo skill idea. Especially after obtaining the necklace of prayer water, this combo skill became even more stable and controllable. Now, Lin Yu seemed to be in a domain belonging to him. In this place, which entirely met the shadow conditions, with the corner of the gloom dweller in hand and the buffs provided by the necklace of prayer water, he could almost go wherever he wanted.
Lin Yu named this move Social Phobia Paradise. Although Hannah couldn't sustain it for too long, in here, Lin Yu was fast enough.
In just a breath, Lin Yu arrived before the fiercely burning hearth fire. Because the pitch blackness at this time was formed by ink mist suspended in the air, even around the flames, visibility was still extremely low. Hearth fire was also extremely flustered.
What exactly is going on? Why did it suddenly go dark? It looked around frantically.
And Lin Yu, stepping out of the shadows, had already walked to the hearth. The flames inside the hearth were vigorous, and Lin Yu gently beckoned.
Come, Stiller.
As he spoke, Stiller, with Hannah perched on his shoulder, quickly walked over. Although his vision was also restricted to the point where he could see almost nothing, Stiller, guided by Hannah, still accurately arrived at the hearth.
What do you want me to do? Stiller asked curiously, but Lin Yu remained silent.
He simply manipulated the stored water and blood within the necklace of prayer water, and then poured it down fiercely. Even a fire elemental spirit conforms to the laws of fire. Rather, precisely because it was an elemental spirit, its life characteristics were the most consistent with natural laws. Things born of heaven and earth naturally conform most to the laws of heaven and earth. The simple principle of water conquering fire was still effective. A large amount of liquid poured down, and the fire elemental spirit let out a scream in the darkness. Ah! Hearthfire's flames instantly diminished significantly, and under Lin Yu's gaze, the scream echoed throughout the entire healing area.
And Lin Yu looked inside and saw the fire elemental spirit's weakness, which was its only physical core. Is this the core?
Lin Yu said calmly, taking out the gilded pocket watch and revolver from his embrace.
He looked like a gentleman from the last century now.
The hands of the repaired misty pocket watch spun at this moment, and then, a stream of light appeared on the silver barrel of the one-shot kill revolver. Lin Yu felt the revolver's weight increase slightly, and at the same time, the cylinder rotated backward with a soft click.
Sizzle.
Inside the hearth, the elemental spirit struggled, trying to reignite the flames that had weakened to just a few small wisps. Although it was a struggle, this struggle was effective. A large amount of water vapor evaporated, and the flames slowly grew stronger bit by bit.
Truly tenacious, but what a pity.
Lin Yu aimed the revolver at the core within the hearth, then pulled the trigger without hesitation.
Bang!
Inside the healing tent, darkness gradually receded. However, everyone in the tent was surprised to find that the overall brightness of the healing area remained at a low level.
The reason was simple. The furnace fire went out.
Fern was the first to notice the biggest change inside the tent. Beside Fern, Lin Yu also spoke in surprise.
It really did. What's going on?
I heard gunshots just now, Fern said with a solemn expression. If I'm not mistaken, a player took advantage of the darkness just now and attacked that spirit.
And, it's very likely they already killed it.
Fern stood up, no longer bothering to pretend to be a seriously injured patient, and walked straight to the center.
We have to go see.
Not just Fern, but everyone else in the tent who could move also quickly gathered around the extinguished furnace.
The darkness Lin Yu had created earlier didn't block too much sound.
Although water droplets and mist could also hinder sound transmission, Social Phobia Paradise currently had more of an effect on limiting vision. Therefore, everyone in the tent just now could hear the furnace fire's scream and the loud bang that brought that scream to an abrupt halt.
All the players could tell that the loud bang represented gunshots.
When it was dark, everyone still didn't dare to act rashly, at least no one dared to actively go to the furnace fire, where some anomaly had clearly occurred, and actively look for trouble. But now that their vision had returned, they saw that everything there had settled, the furnace fire was extinguished, and there was no trace of any
killer nearby.
Only Stiller still stood not far away, looking dumbfounded, but also completely unharmed. Judging from Stiller's reaction, the area around the furnace fire should also be safe. Naturally, everyone's first thought was to go see what had happened. And although the two barbarians didn't know what the sound was, they were clear that the furnace fire had gone out and the players had gathered around. They could also realize that something big had happened, and even more clearly realize that things were not good than the players. As the two barbarians reached the furnace, they pushed past the players and saw the completely extinguished furnace and the scattered crimson crystals at its base, their expressions changing drastically.
This is bad. The notary in the healing area is dead? Will the healing area still exist? Can this glory festival still continue?
The panicked voices of the two barbarians also reached the players' ears. Among the players who had already rushed back to Stiller's side, the middle-aged man spoke in surprise.
What? Why can't the glory festival continue? If the glory festival couldn't proceed normally, how would they obtain the warrior's certificate and complete the game to return to reality? The barbarians looked at them in surprise. Don't you even know this? No one told you this when you came to participate in the glory festival?
The players looked at each other.
Of course not.
Black Mire Realm was a world even more makeshift than ordinary worlds, because most intelligent life forms were very irritable and barbaric, leading to a low cultural level in this world and very unformed rules and regulations for various organizations.
Many things were simply passed down by word of mouth and empiricism between tribes.
As outsiders, these players naturally couldn't have known. Just like the content the two barbarians were talking about now. Every glory festival will have 3 notaries, one stays in the healing area, one patrols within the venue, and the other monitors and stands by,
outside the venue.
The 3 of them are responsible for monitoring whether there are any violations during the entire glory festival. Once a violation occurs, the participant will be disqualified. Now that the notary in the healing area is dead, someone must have violated the rules. And since the glory festival began, such a thing as a notary dying has never happened.
And it's only the first day. We will all definitely be investigated.
The 2 barbarians spoke one after another. The players also understood. Over at Stiller's side, the bounty hunter who had joined later finally couldn't hold back and spoke indignantly.
Damn it, who did it, to do such a thing? Who's so stupid as to want to make everyone fail the mission?
His words, which indiscriminately suspected everyone else, naturally caused widespread dissatisfaction.
Don't just blurt it out. How do you know it must have been us?
The male player with less hair from the 2 men and 1 woman group said angrily.
Idiot, do you think these blood fiends, barbarians, and other natives would have guns?
The bounty hunter retorted indignantly.
In the 2 men and 1 woman group, another shorter, fatter male player immediately spoke up. That's not necessarily gunshots. After all, if it were a player, there would be no reason to do that. If he did that, he wouldn't be able to pass the mission either. Fern listened to the discussion over there and interjected. What if he didn't know the consequences would be so severe before doing this?
How many of you only realized the possibility that killing this furnace fire could prevent everyone from getting the warrior's certificate after
hearing the 2 barbarians' explanation just now?
Fern retorted, and the people present were speechless. And another lone player from Stiller's team, who had been silent, very naturally added a sentence.
What's more, even if they knew the purpose, some people might still do it.
As he said this, Fern immediately looked at him.
You mean, creating a desperate situation and increasing difficulty, doesn't that sound like something people from the Psychology Society would do?
The guy who had been silent all this time said calmly. And as soon as the 4 words Psychology Society came out, all the players simultaneously felt it was both absurd and reasonable. Those appearing in the intensity of this dungeon were certainly not novice players. Everyone had more or less heard of the illustrious reputation of the Psychology Society organization. Not only had they heard of it, but some had even dealt with its members. And if all this was done by the madmen of the Psychology Society, it certainly made sense.
Is there someone from the Psychology Society among us? Someone murmured in disbelief. Fern exhaled. It's very possible, but no matter what, we have to find the culprit as soon as possible.
Yes, time is running out, Lin Yu said faintly from the side, reminding them, the extinguishing of this furnace fire will definitely attract the attention of the Glory Festival organizers. Don't forget, there's another notary just within this venue. Although he was calmly reminding the other players on the surface, Lin Yu was actually almost laughing out loud inside. Stirring up trouble indeed had its advantages. Just as Lin Yu expected, when the water was stirred up and the situation began to get out of control, those players who considered themselves smart would inevitably jump out. They would arrive at an answer based on the current situation, then impatiently try to re-guide and control the situation. The mysterious person in the Fern and Stiller team finally spoke up, proving this point. Just introduce a little variable, and they'll inevitably jump out themselves. On stage, when the lights change, whoever steps out into the light is naturally the important character. Of course, after making the scene chaotic and tense, besides making these hidden people actively jump out, Lin Yu's more important purpose was to shift their attention. The information given by Stiller and Hearth just now was too mixed and difficult to distinguish between true and false. Although their self-serving statements left a deep impression on everyone, because of Stiller's initial clumsy acting and unclear motives, as well as the Hearth spirit's less than perfect cooperation, it would probably still be difficult to convince everyone. Lin Yu felt that instead of personally patching things up, it was better to let the scene become chaotic, making everyone too busy to distinguish between true and false. Even the most brilliant math genius cannot solve complex formulas in a burning room. And now, Lin Yu had thrown the crisis in front of them. He no longer needed to do any extra operations. An important NPC who died, potentially difficult to complete clearance conditions, powerful notaries about to arrive, members of the Psychological Society hiding in the dark. The complex crises suddenly placed before the players forced everyone to take them seriously, and under such urgent conditions. Fern did not disappoint Lin Yu's expectations, speaking again after a moment of calm. Hey, if you still want to clear this, come with me. She spoke calmly and walked towards Stiller. The players gathered together. Now, if we still want the right of glory to proceed normally, we can only find a murderer and submit the result to the NPCs who will investigate this matter before they arrive. Fern whispered, and everyone exchanged glances. Among Stiller's team, the man with thinning, slightly balding hair asked again, but how do we know who did it? His short, stout teammate interjected, of course, we find the Psychological Society guy among us. The balding man's expression was displeased. Then how do you know who is from the Psychological Society? Besides, how are you so sure that guy is lurking among us? The number of players here is less than half. Maybe that Psychological Society guy just used an item to deprive us of our vision, killed that hearth, and then left without a trace. He spoke rapidly. The bounty hunter also spoke unhappily. Are you cowards scared stiff just hearing the name Psychological Society? I'm not afraid of those lunatics. A bunch of losers. I've even killed a Psychological Society agent. This taunt once again provoked public anger. And just as the few were about to argue, Stiller, who still held some prestige, spoke again. Stop arguing, the lady over there is right, the most urgent task is to hand over the murderer. As long as we can hand over the murderer, then no matter how the right of glory changes, at least we won't have to face the possibility of being angered. Stiller said at Lin Yu's instruction. Easier said than done. How do we know who the murderer is? The short, stout man complained. At such a critical juncture, the silent mysterious person in the team laughed again. Hey, what are you laughing at now? The short, stout man unhappily looked at the habitually silent man. Lin Yu looked at the other party again. He was the type with ordinary looks, not tall, and would be forgotten within seconds if thrown into a crowd. That unremarkable man spoke softly again. You've completely misunderstood. Neither this new lady nor the leader said we needed to find the real murderer. We just need to hand over a murderer who can convince the notary. Isn't that enough? His words were calm and steady, yet they made the other players' expressions change slightly. Stiller frowned. You mean, let's choose an unlucky scapegoat from among us? The unremarkable man said. This statement quickly drew fierce opposition from the bounty hunter. Hey, you kid have antisocial personality disorder, don't you? We're all teammates, why should we choose from among us? Although framing is a good idea, why don't we just frame other NPCs? Aren't there two idiots over there? Before the unremarkable man could interrupt him, Fern calmly spoke. No, if those two barbarians were the murderers, do you think they would believe it if we said that? Aside from us individual participants, the background of everyone else participating from various tribes is too clear. The spirit in the hearth was, 9 times out of 10, shot. Whether it's Blood Luo or the barbarians, do they have such means? Would the notaries sent by the 10 great tribes of the Blood Kingdom to preside over the right of glory not know? Although those two are foolish, the notaries are not. The residents of the Black Marsh realm are just combative, even if their higher-ups are impulsive. They are not fools who can be easily tricked. Fern calmly said, to get away with it, we must choose someone whose background they don't know. As Fern spoke, the bounty hunter chimed in. Then I suggest we discard the useless ones. Anyway, someone is injured and completely unable to move. What are you saying, bastard? As soon as the bounty hunter said this, he was instantly met with scornful looks from two people. At a time like this, you're still thinking of protecting that woman. The bounty hunter was also impolite. She thinks you two are idiots. Wake up, you're not kids anymore. Don't act like you've never seen a woman before. He spoke defiantly, and the atmosphere on both sides became tense. Fern watched the few about to fight, frowning slightly. You guys calm down. Although we need to choose a murderer whose background is unknown and who can convince the notary, the options aren't just players. Lin Yu heard this and realized that now was a good opportunity. This moment was very suitable to make everyone realize the existence of Rakshasa again. Lin Yu had always been committed to making the situation chaotic, his purpose always being to make his deception come true. After all, it couldn't really be like the Psychological Society, simply to make things difficult for everyone, could it? He was about to issue new instructions to Stiller, telling him to speak directly, when the unremarkable man spoke again. I think who specifically to push out. The important thing is, who to push out that can make the notary believe. We need to find someone with a gun. And his words were like some kind of curse, falling into the ears of the players present, making everyone's expressions turn grim. A moment later, the bounty hunter turned and tried to escape. Clearly, he had a gun. The mysterious man laughed. You see, we have a candidate. Hurry and chase. It's not important who has a gun. What's important is that he's acting guilty now. Incited by the mysterious man, the bounty hunter was already grappling with the two people who had caught up. Bang, bang. Successive gunshots rang out, and just as the mysterious man had said, the bounty hunter really did have a gun. Unfortunately, his tool-type item, the firearm, wasn't very effective, at least after 2 shots. The outcome was still undecided. Fern frowned, watching the 3 people grappling. She looked at the mysterious man and Stiller, but ultimately didn't speak. Lin Yu knew why. Because the behavior of these 3 people was off, as if they had been incited and bewitched. Fern naturally subconsciously suspected the 2 who were with them but showed no abnormalities. If those 2 weren't the problem, then they were very likely the source of the problem. And Lin Yu, compared to Fern, could even rule out Stiller. That's really impressive. What kind of item's effect is this? Lin Yu felt a bit envious and covetous inside. If he had the ability to interfere with people's minds and judgment, wouldn't his cooperation be invincible? Then old Zhang's voice rang in his ear. Hey, kid, those guys are not right. I know they're not right, I'm not an idiot, Lin Yu responded coldly in his mind. Tell me what's wrong. How did that guy do it? He was very sure that since old Zhang dared to speak at this moment, he must have seen a clue. After all, from a technical perspective, as the former leader of the Psychological Society, the first generation Freud, who even used cognitive dissonance and memory modification as his main methods to create a mental hospital on Fog Island, old Zhang couldn't possibly be unfamiliar with similar methods. The effect of this item is very similar to the arrogant tongue that our Psychological Society can mass-produce, which many executors and committee members possess. Simply put, it can amplify hostility and negative emotions in people's hearts, making them lose their minds more easily. Very similar? Are you sure it's not? Lin Yu retorted. Old Zhang hesitated. I can't be sure it's not. I can only say that the arrogant tongue works almost the same way as this. If it really is the arrogant tongue, you need to be careful. It can not only incite clear-headed people, but also directly convert those who are unconscious, comatose, or weak-willed into madness if they are affected by the arrogant tongue. Lin Yu nodded solemnly. There were quite a few heavily injured barbarians and blood fiends lying unconscious here. However, old Zhang was still relatively optimistic. But this guy doesn't seem like a member of our Psychological Society. At least there wasn't such a person when I was still there, nor does he seem like a member from my time. Everything he's doing, his purpose isn't strong enough, and his methods don't seem right either. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, the current Psychological Society doesn't seem to have such a person either. Although members of the Psychological Society often plot something in the dark, this organization would absolutely not operate by fanning the flames in this manner, leveraging the situation. In fact, they even act with the ultimate goal of calming the situation. Even if the scene became chaotic, at least his superficial goal was still to hope everyone could clear the stage peacefully. If he were truly a member of the Psychological Society, he should have started maintaining that outcome the moment he saw the furnace fire extinguish. What exactly is this guy's identity? While they were talking, the 2 barbarians over there also started fighting. Bastard, I knew you were going to harm Big Brother. Calm down, I just said that the healing station is gone now. We can't withdraw from the competition for your big brother. It was unclear what dispute occurred between the 2 barbarians, but they indeed started grappling with each other, opening up a second battlefield. Not just these 2 NPCs. Even many of the originally heavily wounded injured slowly woke up, dragging their broken bodies and starting to tear at each other, fighting. Fern spat. What's going on now? If everyone was merely incited just now most people on the field had fallen into madness. Old Zhang's voice rang out. Now I can confirm it, it really is the arrogant tongue. How certain are you? Lin Yu asked in his mind. 100%, because I was the one who first found the mass production method for this thing, old Zhang said calmly. It seems we guessed wrong, it really is from the Psychological Society. How about trying to mention Young's name? That guy is mysterious and has a strange temper, and I'm quite familiar with him, so we can use this to get close. Lin Yu shook his head. No, he is indeed not from the Psychological Society. He was even more certain about this than old Zhang. Old Zhang was stunned, then chose to believe Lin Yu. Then what's his background? But in a sense, he should also be from the Psychological Society. Lin Yu said calmly. I know if it's reasonable or not, but, thanks to the diviner showing me last time, I'm not limited by fixed thinking. Old Zhang and Lin Yu were together in the last instance, so he naturally reacted. You mean, possession or something? It could also be hypnosis, manipulation, consciousness modification. It's really troublesome. In this situation, it's hard to confirm this with conventional methods, and it's hard to make the other party reveal any flaws or clues. Lin Yu exhaled and smiled. But fortunately, in this instance, I don't have to use conventional methods. Saying that, he stepped forward. Bang! Lin Yu's powerful strength was infused into his calves, making him instantly launch like a projectile and appear in front of the mysterious man. The other party was just about to open his mouth to say something when Lin Yu reached out and directly choked him by the neck, pressing him to the ground. Bang! The other party couldn't say a word, struggling painfully. Although Lin Yu rarely played such violent, simple roles, such roles were not difficult to master. Moreover, because Lin Yu himself always played roles where he plotted something in the dark and concealed himself, Lin Yu knew very well what he hated most to happen during the layout process. The stage I painstakingly built cannot be given to you for free, allowing it to become your playground. He stared at the other party, his eyes cold. What exactly are you? The other party coughed violently, a sickly smile appearing on his face. Cough, cough. What a reckless fellow. But it's strange, why weren't you affected? Interesting, there are too many abnormal people and things in this healing station. He didn't answer Lin Yu's question, just muttered to himself, and then, swish! A cold gleaming dagger sprang from his left hand, slashing fiercely at Lin Yu's hands. Lin Yu subconsciously let go, but then, put! The blade pierced his throat, and blood gushed out. The target was not Lin Yu's hand, but his own neck. He looked at Lin Yu with interest in his eyes. I remember you. Lin Yu exhaled, looking at the fleeting strange power and black light on him, already having the answer in his heart. Indeed, there aren't that many smart people in the world. The person manipulating all of this was already self-evident. It was precisely the one who had followed him into this instance. 20. Even with the suicide of the culprit, Nian, the chaos on the scene continued. This was, of course, within Lin Yu's expectations, as he knew very well that Nian's true body had not died. Although Nian had used the body and item of this person, who was likely a member of the Psychology Society, to create the chaos here, Lin Yu could sense that Nian didn't care if this person died. Therefore, it wasn't hard for Lin Yu to guess that if Nian had created any chaos through this person, that chaos would absolutely not end with the death of this executor. So, unlike the diviner's permanent possession, which can even fool the game to some extent, is this some kind of temporary, possibly reversible, hypnosis? Lin Yu pondered, deducing. Moreover, based on Nian's attitude and how quickly he encountered him, this guy is definitely not Nian's only puppet. Because Nian is a smart guy, his actions would definitely be the optimal solution. A manipulated puppet, lurking in the shadows, being abandoned so easily likely means that Nian can manipulate multiple players. Either he can immediately find a way to create similar effects again, or he has already taken control of several players. After all, even if the difficulty of this instance is not low, for Nian, who is on the top 100 rankings, it is still a dimension-reducing strike. At the same time, from a probabilistic perspective, Lin Yu also didn't believe in coincidences. His encounter with Jue could be explained as a liar. After obtaining the healing spot rule that was beneficial to her, Jue would naturally want to find a healing spot as soon as possible. In other words, Jue was already on Lin Yu's path when Lin Yu found her. Although there was a little bit of luck involved, it wasn't a huge coincidence. However, encountering Stiller at the healing spot, and Nian just happening to be lurking in Stiller's team, Lin Yu couldn't help but recall a saying. When you see one mouse, there's often a whole nest in the shadows. There are a total of 20 players in this game. At least be prepared that 2 or 3 other players are also being manipulated by Nian. Lin Yu thought. Whether it was to complete the advancement quest, clear the instance successfully, or even to continue living a stable life after returning to reality, Lin Yu could not ignore this detective who was chasing him. If possible, it would be best to find a way to make him stay in this instance forever. Lin Yu exhaled. Although the opponent was tier 3, because he had received a hint from his senior sister and was prepared, plus the deception he chose was good enough, it might not be impossible to keep the opponent here forever. What's more, the opponent had already taken the bait. Lin Yu could feel the strong belief coming from afar falling into his body. This belief was almost certainly from that Nian. Even though Lin Yu hadn't even told him any information, Nian connected him with Rakshasa just based on Stiller and Heart's previous conversation. This is why sometimes I quite like these smart guys, these self-proclaimed geniuses. Lin Yu exhaled, just by making a move on him and exposing some insignificant information and clues, he has already deduced a reliable conclusion. Although this conclusion was preset by Lin Yu, and in a sense, the opponent fell into a trap. Lin Yu knew very well that only smart people could fall into this trap. If they were even a little dull or not so confident, they wouldn't be able to generate this level of belief. In this instance, this trap was almost tailor-made for Jue and Nian. And Nian's speed was too fast, so fast that Lin Yu was somewhat reluctant to kill him in this instance. Naive guys like Xinjue were easy to use, you only needed to confuse them. But smart guys also have smart advantages. Sometimes, they don't even need to be self-consistent, just release some clues, and they will chase after shadows. Although there is a risk of being seen through, if they become accomplices in deceiving themselves, their powerful logical thinking ability will even help Lin Yu patch up some loopholes in the deception caused by haste and limited manpower. In short, let's first deal with the aftermath of the chaos at this healing spot. Lin Yu stood up, moved away from the corpse, and looked at Jue, who was already preparing to escape.
What are you going to do?
In the midst of the chaos, Jue had already packed most of the supplies from the healing spot into her backpack. When the ship is sinking, of course you have to jump ship. Jue looked at Lin Yu, sizing him up. You weren't affected, were you?
Aren't you going to escape?
If that patrolling notary comes later, it might be too late.
The guys from the Blood Kingdom are very unreasonable.
After a brief thought, Jue still invited Lin Yu. After all, she had witnessed Lin Yu's strength and had already guessed that Lin Yu was not a player. In Jue's assessment, Lin Yu was probably a very useful NPC thug, so she naturally wanted to try and win him over.
Lin Yu shook his head. Running away won't solve the problem, and besides, this is the ceremony of glory. And just hearing Lin Yu's words, Jue stopped packing her supplies,
because she heard the confidence in Lin Yu's voice.
Considering that Lin Yu was an NPC who could actively disguise himself as a player, this meant his rank was definitely not low.
Coupled with the strength Lin Yu had shown earlier,
Jue asked, "What do you plan to do?" "End this farce here," Lin Yu said indifferently, "so, I need you to help me."
"End this farce here?" Jue retorted.
"Interesting idea, but specifically, how?"
"Just like when you assisted me in hunting before." Lin Yu drew out the skinning dagger he had just obtained from Hearth and the captured spear. "I'll make them quiet down, and you just do what you can to help."
Jue raised an eyebrow. "That's a very ceremony of glory-style proposal.
Logically, if one were smart enough, running away now would be the best choice.
But, since you've said so, sometimes being foolish isn't so bad."
"This isn't foolishness," Lin Yu reminded her again.
"I know, it's just high risk, high reward,"
Jue said, pulling a folding bow from her bosom.
"But for me, high risk is being foolish."
Despite her words, she still opened the folding bow and jumped onto a nearby platform, taking the high ground.
"Let's begin, Mara."
Even though Fern claimed she was being foolish, her cooperation with Lin Yu showed no reluctance.
On the contrary, Fern was practically brimming with enthusiasm.
And with her and Lin Yu working together, the calming of the chaos was almost like smoothing down the raised nap on a blanket with a finger.
Everywhere they went, instant peace.
Although, given Lin Yu's current strength, even with Fern's assistance, it would be impossible to deal with so many individuals in an entire healing ward simultaneously.
Just dealing with the 4 players alone would likely be tricky. But fortunately, it wasn't all at once.
His helper wasn't just Fern, there was also Tier 3 Nyen. Amidst madness and chaos, already attacking and fighting each other, they would naturally be easily dealt with by Lin Yu.
What's more, Lin Yu's goal wasn't to kill them, he only needed to control them.
Delaying them for a moment, restricting their movements, and the cold arrows shot by Fern would bring them down. Furthermore, many of the original NPCs were severely wounded, only driven into madness by the influence of the item did they disregard their injuries and rise to participate in the melee. In just 5 short minutes, the floor was covered with players and NPCs incapacitated by the paralyzing effects of the arrows.
While Fern's arrows could only paralyze giant beasts for less than 2 seconds, for humans, bloodfiends, and barbarians, a direct hit meant at least
several minutes of control. This was enough time for Lin Yu and Fern to subdue them all. "That was easy," Fern said as she helped Lin Yu tie up these individuals whose eyes still showed signs of madness. "I can't believe you actually
solved it."
"Of course, I don't think there's any high risk involved," Lin Yu said calmly. "If they had retained their sanity, perhaps it would be troublesome to
deal with.
But those who have lost their minds are no different from wild beasts. Yesterday, we were able to handle those 2 fighting behemoths, so naturally, we can handle them too." Lin Yu spoke calmly, and the 2 of them, like skilled food processing plant workers wrapping Zhongzi on a production line during the Dragon Boat Festival,
tied them up one by one.
The ropes used to tie these individuals were, naturally, found in the healing ward. In this world, using hemp rope to tie off limbs was a very common method of bandaging and stopping bleeding.
Fern pouted. "When I said high risk, I wasn't referring to the trouble these guys caused,
but rather the time delayed in dealing with them, and your subsequent solution after choosing to deal with them."
The last 2 severely wounded bloodfiends were also tied up by them. Lin Yu looked at Fern. "Do you know what I intend to do?
Since you said you were going to end the farce here, that means you intend to negotiate with the notary here, right?" Fern pointed to the other
side of the healing ward. "Shall we step aside to talk?"
Although the original NPCs in the healing ward were evenly distributed throughout the tent, now that Fern and Lin Yu had tied them all up and piled them together, there were many empty spaces in the healing ward. Lin Yu nodded and walked over with Fern, quietly watching what this liar was preparing to do. Once the two reached a spot where other NPCs and players couldn't hear their conversation, Fern spoke. Why impersonate a player? Lin Yu looked at Fern, who was scrutinizing him, not surprised. This is indeed a good time to come clean. Well done, Fern. And your reaction speed was only slightly slower than Yin's. Lin Yu praised Fern inwardly. This guy's reaction was also within Lin Yu's expectations, although it didn't completely follow Lin Yu's conjecture. But Lin Yu's script always had a lot of blank space and room for improvisation. So, facing Fern's questioning, Lin Yu spoke indifferently. I don't understand what you're saying. I didn't impersonate anyone. Fern looked at Lin Yu. Is that so? Then tell me what the default color of the forum interface is. Lin Yu was silent for a long time, then said, I've never used it. Fern spread her hands. That's something every player uses, unless you've been delisted. And even if you were delisted, you would have definitely used it. Lin Yu's face showed an expression of giving up the struggle. You humans from other worlds are indeed clever, even smarter than the humans here. As he spoke, Fern chuckled softly. Thanks for the compliment, but I'm the exceptionally clever type, so it's not embarrassing to be seen through by me. Alright, we've been cooperating for so long, and I've also seen through your deception. Would you mind telling me your purpose in doing this? Fern looked at Lin Yu and asked. Lin Yu slowly nodded and began to explain. My impersonating you all was more to conceal my own true identity. Although I am not a human from another world like you, who calls yourselves players, I am also not an ordinary bloodfiend or barbarian. I came to participate in this glory festival not to get a ranking, but for another purpose. Lin Yu said in a low voice, and Fern raised an eyebrow. And that purpose isn't convenient to tell me, is it? Lin Yu nodded again. Yes, but this has nothing to do with whether I trust you or not. It's simply a matter of great importance. Fern smiled and said, does that relate to your true identity? If I'm not mistaken, you are that Rakshasa, aren't you? And it was you who dealt with that fire elemental in the darkness just now, although the sound just now sounded very much like a gunshot, but, since you know of the existence of players, then it should have been intentional on your part. As Fern finished speaking, she saw Lin Yu look up and glance at her. The moment she felt the chilling killing intent, Fern quickly raised her hands. Hey, I have no ill intentions. If I really wanted to harm you, I should have kept the fact that I saw through your disguise as secret and exposed you later when that notary arrived. Wouldn't that be better? Lin Yu's expression gradually softened, and the killing intent that had made Fern's hair stand on end also slowly faded. You have a point. So, what do you plan to do? Fern pursed her lips. Since you can impersonate a player, you should also know that I am just a passerby in your world. For me, clearing the game is the most important thing, followed by any practical benefits I can gain. So, I want to continue cooperating with you to maximize my profits. Tell me your plan. What do you intend to do if the notary comes later? Lin Yu said indifferently. Of course, I'll quickly deal with him too. As long as he also makes no sound, and there are no new movements in the healing ward, then the glory festival might still proceed normally. I knew you were going to do it the hard way, Fern said helplessly. If you trust me, I have a better idea. How about we try to deceive the notary? Rip! With a rough sound, the tent curtain at the healing station was violently torn down, and a person covered in blood-red dye, almost naked, with taut muscles, and adorned with a large animal skull, walked in. He also held a polished, shiny white leg bone as a staff in his hand. Lin Yu and Ju, who had already been standing near the entrance, couldn't help but straighten up a bit. Despite being mentally prepared, when truly facing this notary, Ju couldn't help but feel a little nervous, sensing the terrifying aura and power emanating from him. Calm down. With my plan, there will absolutely be no problem tricking these guys from the Black Marsh realm. What's more, there's also the cooperation of that fellow, Manhwa. Constantly reassuring herself in her heart, Ju looked again at the person who had walked in. While the other party was still warily examining the messy scene inside the tent, Ju spoke first. Esteemed notary sir. As soon as Ju spoke, the other party interrupted her. How do you know I am a notary? Nonsense, with your get-up, and coming directly to the healing station without any injuries, could you possibly be a contestant? Ju grumbled inwardly, but the smile on her face remained gentle. She smiled and spoke again. Naturally, it's because I can tell that you possess an extraordinary aura and are far from being just a mere contestant. The other party snorted coldly. That's not a bad thing to say. Good eye, I'll give you that. Hearing the newcomer's words, Ju secretly rejoiced. It worked. Although his tone still sounded unfriendly, he was clearly pleased with Ju's praise. One doesn't hit a smiling face. This also applied in the Black Marsh realm.
It still has to be me, just a couple of compliments and I've got this notary won over. Ju also had some understanding of the Black Marsh realm and the Blood Kingdom.
Notaries for the Festival of Glory were usually prestigious and high-ranking individuals from the 10 great tribes. In other words, they were usually powerful and held high status, true big shots. If it weren't for the current special circumstances, and Ju had already decided to deceive him, this would have been a good opportunity to build a relationship with him. Ju couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Unfortunately, a relationship that begins with deception is destined to have no future. However, Ju wasn't too discouraged. Anyway, this guy is so easy to deal with. When I encounter other big shots from the Black Marsh realm in the future, I can probably also easily get close to them. Ju thought to herself. At this moment, the notary also spoke in a low voice. So, what happened here? I sensed the life energy of Shua dissipate. He looked at the extinguished furnace. What caused it? And those people, why are they all tied up? Ju nodded slightly. So the name of that furnace fire was Shua. She replied, I don't know the reason for the furnace fire's dissipation. I can only tell you what happened. Just now, the entire healing station suddenly plunged into an abnormal darkness, like something caused by witchcraft, and then there was a loud bang. Subsequently, after the darkness receded, the furnace fire had already extinguished. 1 second it was still conversing with a human contestant. The next second it was extinguished. Ju said calmly. As for why those people are tied up, I can explain that. It was Manhwa and I who did it. After the furnace fire extinguished, that guy who died over there seemed to have his soul and mind affected by some kind of martial art. He used some sort of mental plague method to infect everyone except Manhwa and me. Subsequently, they all fell into a state of madness and began to attack each other. Although as contestants, they are all my competitors, I really don't want to see the Festival of Glory turn into this mess. So, Manhwa and I teamed up to subdue them and temporarily restrain them. Hearing this, the notary tapped the ground with the white bone staff in his hand. You mean, the two of you dealt with all the contestants here? Lin Yu nodded at this moment and proudly said, that's right. Most of the people who came here were severely injured, and after falling into madness and fighting each other, their physical strength was already exhausted. Dealing with them was not difficult. Even so, it's still amazing. Your potential is very good. No, it can even be called limitless potential. The notary's tone changed. Ju breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, the Black Marsh realm had preferential treatment for warriors. Because their fists were hard and big enough, even their words were more easily believed. Can you restore them? Lin Yu said, pointing to the guys lying on the ground. A smile appeared on the notary's face. Haha, this is nothing difficult, merely chaos and madness. In our tribe, even without any witchcraft or enticement, there are often people who go berserk from killing. Situations where they need to be forcibly calmed down are by no means few. Ju nodded knowingly upon hearing this. Indeed, perhaps in other worlds and among player groups, this state of madness is not easy to deal with. But in the Black Marsh realm, perhaps it really isn't a problem. From Ju's understanding, the barbarians and blood rakshasa of the Black Marsh realm, especially the Blood Kingdom, themselves had many techniques and methods to enter a berserk state, exchanging sanity for combat power. Just as there are many doctors skilled in treating alcohol poisoning and acute gastrointestinal bleeding in regions where drinking is popular, and bullet extraction surgery is exceptionally mature in countries without gun control, in the Black Marsh realm, the technique of correcting individuals who have fallen into madness is naturally very widespread. The notary tapped the ground again with the animal bone staff in his hand, and Ju only felt an invisible coolness spread out. Subsequently, those individuals who were originally tied up but still full of anger and bloodlust instantly became much clearer-headed. What happened? Why does my whole body hurt so much? Damn it, my wound has opened up again. Who tied us up? The notary, however, spoke calmly. Everyone, the healing station has been damaged and attacked. Someone used witchcraft to secretly cause trouble, manipulating your souls and driving you into madness, causing you to attack each other. At the same time, the notary responsible for overseeing the healing station was also attacked and passed away. So, for the foreseeable future, the healing station may no longer be open. Injured contestants who feel they cannot recover can choose to withdraw directly. As for who caused this clearly irregular chaos, I will investigate thoroughly. Please, all contestants, do not spread this matter around. The notary said calmly. At this moment, Ju spoke again. Regarding the extinguished furnace fire, although I don't know exactly who did it, I have a clue. Before the darkness descended, we all heard the furnace fire conversing with a human. The content of their conversation was related to Rakshasa. Ju's voice rang out, and immediately sounds of agreement echoed within the tent.
It seems like that actually happened. I heard it too. Speaking of which, isn't the guy who was just chatting with Luawa gone?
The group spoke all at once, making the notary slightly frown.
Someone mentioned the Rakshasa to Shua?
Then Shua was attacked, and simultaneously someone activated some kind of witchcraft that sows discord.
And, the guy who mentioned the Rakshasa also disappeared? Seeing the notary look quite concerned, Ju couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. They took the bait. This was exactly the effect Ju wanted, the scam she had woven.
She didn't need to actively lie, she just needed to combine unrelated events to mislead the notary into drawing the conclusion Ju desired. Especially for people from the blood realm, who are straightforward and rarely think laterally, the conclusion they would draw after seeing these
conditions was almost self-evident. Sure enough, the notary then stated the deduction Ju had anticipated. A Rakshasa actually snuck in. It seems they disguised themselves as a human.
The fellow who mentioned the Rakshasa to Luahua is probably that Rakshasa, or perhaps, an accomplice of that Rakshasa. Although Ju had guided him to this conclusion, she still pretended to be surprised and asked,
"What is the purpose of them doing this? Since he disguised himself to sneak in, why didn't he maintain the disguise completely?"
"The purpose is to create panic and chaos," the blood Rakshasa notary said solemnly. "The Rakshasa are a race that disappeared 1,000 years ago, but don't forget, before they vanished, they were once the rulers of this world. Returning now and infiltrating the Right of Glory is to publicly announce the return of the Rakshasa. For this, before his formal appearance, he likely
needs to continuously build momentum until the time is ripe."
Ju nodded slightly upon hearing the notary's words.
"I see."
The opponent's analysis was also within Ju's expectations. After all, she had already asked Maluo, and this was the motive he had mentioned.
A clever scam is often 9 parts truth mixed with 1 part lie.
The motive and the events that occurred were real, but the final conclusion deviated from the truth. Just like now, the surrounding surviving players and NPCs were full of goodwill toward her. Maluo, the true Rakshasa, managed to keep his identity hidden thanks to her. This allowed her to gain a certain level of attention without placing herself at the center of the conflict, and most importantly, she maintained good
relations with both the powerful entities of the notary and Maluo.
The essence of fraud is deceiving both sides.
Moreover, she might even be able to get more information about the Rakshasa from the notary.
Just as Ju was thinking this, the notary spoke again.
"Furthermore, it's probably more than just that." "More than that?" Ju pretended to be very surprised and asked again. There was actually an unexpected gain.
"Yes, if that Rakshasa chose the Right of Glory," the notary said after pondering, "it's probably also due to the intention of awakening the ancestral bloodline. The Right of Glory has lasted for 1,000 years. This ceremony is an ancient blood realm tradition inherited by the blood Rakshasa and the barbarians. The Right of Glory already existed when this
kingdom was originally controlled by the Rakshasa.
And according to the secret records within our tribe, in the Right of Glory back then, the victorious Rakshasa gained more than just honor and status. The winner could even purify the Rakshasa bloodline within their body and awaken the ancestral bloodline through a certain ritual." As the blood Rakshasa spoke earnestly, Ju grew even more astonished. This time, she wasn't acting.
So Maluo actually had this consideration too.
She had felt that the Rakshasa had been hiding something else from her earlier. At this moment, Ju heard Maluo beside her speak lightly again. "That's right, this is indeed a very secret ritual, but you still don't know enough. In the most ancient Right of Glory, the participants were not only Rakshasa, but also various other races. Because that ritual could not only help the Rakshasa increase the concentration of the bloodline within their bodies and gain the enhancement of the ancestral bloodline, but it could also bestow the blood of the Rakshasa upon foreigners, allowing them to gain the power originally belonging to the
Rakshasa.
This is also why your blood Rakshasa tribe claims kinship with the Rakshasa," Maluo said calmly. "Rather than relatives, it's because the progenitor of your blood Rakshasa tribe was a rare foreigner who won the Right of Glory at that time. Rather than kinship, you were bestowed this honor. It's just that I wonder if your current blood Rakshasa tribe still preserves and records this honor." Maluo's tone carried a hint of arrogance within its calmness, making the notary feel startled and uncertain.
"What nonsense are you speaking? You are clearly just a human. How could you possibly know so many secrets about the Right of Glory?"
It seemed he was hearing Maluo's words for the first time, and he subconsciously expressed doubt about the contents, which were practically heretical. But this very doubt showed that the notary was also wavering.
Ju keenly noticed this point. It wasn't just Ju. Moments later, others also sensed something different from the notary's intense reaction.
And sure enough, before long, the notary began to ponder and then spoke.
"Even if it's fabricated, with this level of convincing detail, you couldn't possibly be a human, unless you aren't human at all."
Manhwa, this name sounds more like something someone from our blood Rakshasa tribe would use than a human name.
But you are not a blood Rakshasa.
Thinking this, the notary tightened his grip on the bone staff in his hand.
A certain overly powerful competitor who shouldn't exist has indeed infiltrated this ceremony.
During my patrol, I saw corpses with extremely unusual causes of death, repeatedly ripped apart, which certainly matches the rumored appearance of a
Rakshasa.
Therefore, you are a Rakshasa,
and you can only be a Rakshasa.
The notary looked at Manhwa, his posture becoming extremely vigilant.
Manhwa stood up. What an interesting accusation. If I were a Rakshasa, would I stand here and not leave?
Although they haven't been seen for 1,000 years, I know a little about the Rakshasa, the blood Rakshasa holding the bone staff said calmly. Having accepted the situation, the blood Rakshasa are descended from the Rakshasa, whether through kinship or a one bloodline. Spiritually, we have common ground with the Rakshasa race. The blood Rakshasa are currently the proudest race in the Black Marsh realm as millennia-old overlords. I suspect the Rakshasa would only be even
more so than us. So, if you are not a Rakshasa, you just need to tell me. It's that simple? Sure enough, the Black Marsh realm is full of easy-to-fool idiots.
Hearing the notary's words, Ju couldn't help but inwardly complain again. But, precisely because of this, Ju had already prepared herself mentally. Because Manhwa was also an idiot from the Black Marsh realm. He hadn't even changed his name. And just as Ju expected, Manhwa merely looked at her, a fleeting apology flashing in his eyes. After giving a slight nod of respect, Manhwa turned back toward the arrogant notary. Come, blood Rakshasa, I also want to see what the descendant of the warrior who gained a shred of bloodline power back then is capable of now. In everyone's sight, the notary and the person named Manhwa, suspected to be a Rakshasa, instantly clashed.
That was absolutely not a battle that ordinary players like them could hope to participate in.
Dense crashing sounds were incessant, and the two moved so fast that after images appeared.
Is this a battle between high-tier combatants in the Black Marsh realm?
To reach this level with just physical strength, this world is indeed deeper than it seems. I thought the one with the bone staff was some kind of mage, especially since he casually dispelled our confusion status.
Don't be silly, where in the Black Marsh realm are there pure mages?
Even those who know a few witchcraft spells are all incredibly fierce in close combat. Not to mention this guy is an elite from one of the 10 great tribes of the Blood Nation.
The players exclaimed in awe.
The two combatants were one, a Rakshasa who had disappeared for 1,000 years, and the other, a top-tier elite and high-ranking member from one
of the current 10 great tribes.
Both could definitely be called high-tier combatants. And it wasn't just the players, even the native barbarians and blood Rakshasa residents were exclaiming, "What terrifying strength and speed!
What a delightful battle!" We, who are participating in the Festival of Glory for the first time, still have a long way to go. I must also strive in this direction.
Although some of these natives were also discouraged, after the initial blow, what burned brighter was a surging fighting spirit. The residents of the Black Marsh realm never feared others being stronger than themselves. Upon seeing someone far more powerful, they would only feel
yearning, just like at this moment.
These severely wounded individuals at the healing station, after forcefully moving and fighting during their confusion state, felt their injuries
relapse somewhat.
Even after being untied, most were lying on the ground half dead. But now, with this high-level battle unfolding before them, even if they couldn't see it clearly enough, they were all trying to get up and watch. Those who could move their upper bodies lifted themselves halfway, and those whose necks could still move strained to raise their heads. Missing such a battle between powerhouses was simply a great regret for the residents of the Black Marsh realm. The sounds generated by the two clashing became increasingly dense, the crackling sounds of air being torn and the thuds of limbs colliding
continuously echoed. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, Ju also reacted. No,
these two, they still have strength to spare. Although the current scene was already shocking, this exchange of moves and counters, performed with such power and speed that their movements were indiscernible but their sounds were clear, still didn't seem to be their full effort. Hearing Ju's subconscious remark, the few players and natives standing near her also paused, realizing what Ju was referring to.
Yeah, this Rakshasa, he's even still maintaining his human form, and neither of them has used weapons yet?
Although their limbs moved so fast they were like afterimages, judging by their distance and blurry figures, both sides had put away their weapons. The bone staff and long spear were both hung on their backs, they were currently fighting barehanded. The continuous dense crashing sounds were also made by flesh striking flesh even though they sounded incredibly hard, like metal clashing. But, that was the collision of flesh and blood. It was just that both bodies of flesh and blood were too powerful. But in other words, the exchanges so far were still just the probing stage for both sides. And this probing was already making it difficult for the surrounding people to follow.
Now, those present couldn't even tell who had the upper hand and who was at a disadvantage.
No wonder he dared to admit his Rakshasa identity. Ju actually felt a bit of her plan being disrupted by Malluo's proactive admission of his Rakshasa identity earlier. After all, while Ju's goal was to continue using Malluo's combat prowess to help her clear the instance, and ideally, even have him assist her when she came to the Black Marsh realm later, Ju honestly believed her plan was indeed helping Malluo by concealing his Rakshasa identity, delaying its exposure, and even ideally allowing the name Rakshasa to become famous while Malluo remained hidden. But she never expected Malluo to directly confront the opponent for some stubborn pride. Although Ju had anticipated it and wasn't overly angry, there was still an uncomfortable feeling of losing control. Any intelligent person, especially someone like Ju who enjoys manipulating others, would have a strong desire for control, and it was natural to feel displeased when plans were disrupted. But now, that slight displeasure vanished into thin air. Although I knew he was holding back a bit during the hunt, I didn't expect him to hold back so much. Ju sighed again, watching the two sides clash, still able to increase their speed. Although the development of events deviated from her plan, Ju believed she was primarily responsible. After all, she simply hadn't expected Malluo, this Rakshasa, to be so formidable. While engaging in battle at a disadvantage in someone else's home territory is usually a wrong decision, if one can win, then there's truly nothing to say. Clearly, Malluo's chances of winning were at least not small. As more and more people focused on the battle, the notary finally seemed unable to hold back. Rakshasa, don't think this is still your era. The notary roared with surging battle intent, drawing the bone staff from his back for the first time. But this shout also answered the questions of the surrounding crowd, who couldn't tell who had the upper hand. It seemed the notary had suffered a minor setback. The other party, who had the upper hand, remained silent, merely snorting coldly and drawing the long spear from his back. Come, let's see what you've got. The aura between the two surged again, killing intent boiling. However, the notary didn't rush to attack. Rakshasa, this place is too small, we can't fully exert ourselves, he said, retreating to the doorway. Aren't you afraid I'll run? You are strong. Even if the rumors about Rakshasa are wrong, you don't seem like a coward rather, you just don't be afraid if I call for backup. Ha, I also don't believe your strength was accumulated by repeatedly fighting outnumbered. Despite the death or glory momentum between them, their words seemed to convey a growing appreciation for each other. Moments later, both roared simultaneously. Come, go! With that, they both rushed out of the healing station tent's door. Everyone paused, then quickly gave chase. But by the time they reacted and arrived outside the door, even the fastest Ju couldn't see where the two had gone. What a passionate yet inexplicable development, Ju mused, but this is very Black Marsh realm. Then I wish you victory, Malluo. She quickly accepted this, regaining her composure. The bone staff and long spear were both hung on their backs. They were currently fighting barehanded. Although Fern could calm down quickly, this liar was obviously also an unusual character. The other players and natives in the crowd clearly didn't have the ability to calm down so quickly and were still immersed in the shock. They chattered and discussed animatedly. This glory festival was really worth it. Damn, I actually got to see a Rakshasa. I have to post about it like crazy when I get back. I wonder who will win. It doesn't matter who wins, they've already left anyway. It looks like the glory festival will continue as normal. Amidst the clamorous discussion, a seemingly ordinary barbarian casualty's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. There really is a Rakshasa, this dungeon is truly not simple. Then, the barbarian's body slumped, as if he had fainted from exhaustion. When the barbarian opened his eyes again, his gaze was somewhat lost. Strange, what happened? Why am I standing here? He felt like he had lost a lot of memories. Fortunately, barbarians never paid much attention to such, and many barbarians also had a habit of drinking, so memory loss was not a particularly rare phenomenon for them. Therefore, he quickly accepted reality. Perhaps the injury was too severe, and my head was affected. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dense forest, within an underground cave, the handsome young man opened his eyes and stroked the black cat in his arms. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting event while looking for that guy Mei. I really must thank him properly. This was, of course, 20, who had used an item to chase Linyu into this dungeon. And just as Linyu had expected, the deceased player, suspected to be from the Psychology Society, was being manipulated by 20. 20 manipulated, more than just one person. And not just players. At the healing station, besides the Psychology Society player, a seemingly severely injured barbarian was also under 20's control just now. This ability and the spell he previously used to create an Lin Yu's dream were naturally from the same source. Both were nightmare spells from Night Valley.
Although there were many restrictions, once the spell took shape, its effects were indeed not to be underestimated.
And this was precisely what troubled 20. In this dungeon, there were many eyes like the deceased player and that barbarian. Beasts were the most numerous, but there were also some contestants and 2 players. Some were being deeply manipulated by 20, while others acted instinctively as if sleepwalking. But no matter which kind, 20 had not yet found any trace of Mei Mei. Although the little interlude at the healing station was interesting, for 20, it didn't help him with his main task at all.
It's really strange, where on earth is that guy hiding? Given his skill level, if he wasn't intentionally hiding, it's impossible for there to be no news or movement from him by now. 20 pondered, feeling that his failure to find Ling Yu was somewhat abnormal. Although it was only day 1 now, even so, having absolutely no clues was too strange. This made 20 start to think. If he really is deliberately hiding, why?
This dungeon has no reason for him to hide or conceal himself, nor is there any evidence to suggest that he has ever been to the Black Marsh realm.
Unless, he knew of my arrival and is hiding from me.
It wasn't impossible. 20 never thought that items used to invade other people's dungeons were uncounterable.
Powerful experts with deep foundations would have various ways to know if someone was coming after them. Although Lin Yu wasn't exactly an expert. In 20's opinion, it was absolutely not wrong to treat Mei Mei as an expert player in certain aspects.
If he detected my arrival, or sensed that someone was watching him, then hiding or concealing his whereabouts would be reasonable. This situation is relatively easy to deal with, no matter how well he hides. As long as he still intends to clear the dungeon, I will have 9 days to slowly find him. This dungeon was too long. Over 10 days was almost the upper limit for dungeon duration.
What 20 lacked least was patience and the ability to observe. After all, he was a detective. And a detective with a reputation on the. It was precisely because he was a detective that 20 couldn't help but consider more comprehensive possibilities. What if he isn't hiding from me, but simply changed his identity? I might have even seen and interacted with him already, but due to his disguise, I haven't discovered it yet. After all, 20 had investigated and found that his profession was not doctor. At least, he had the ability to use multiple professions. If we consider this point, among the current players, there are 2 very suspicious characters just at the healing station. Stiller's figure reappeared before 20, that guy had his face covered the entire time. Although his build was somewhat taller and thinner than the target in his memory, his clothing style was somewhat similar. While body shape was difficult to change, it could be disguised with items. And the woman with the bow and arrow, accompanied by a Rakshasa, was also very suspicious. Even though their genders didn't match, in 20's opinion, the other party's gender awareness was very faint in their every move. At least it didn't quite fit the stereotypical image of a woman. And most importantly, 20 was a player expert. As a detective and a well-known conspiracy consultant and crime planner among players, he would remember most of the information about players he encountered. While there might be omissions, at the Tier 2 level and above, 20 could remember at least 70 to 80%. And he had hardly heard of either his team leader on this journey or the woman who called herself Fern. The player who was the team leader, he had seen him make several direct moves. His strength was very high. As for Fern, the mere fact that she could mingle with a Rakshasa and remain unharmed was enough to indicate a problem. Anyway, let's put these 2 people on the suspect list first. Of course, I also don't rule out the possibility of him disguising himself as an NPC. 20 began to think again. But whether he's disguised or hiding, there are too few clues available for deduction right now. Perhaps, I can use this Rakshasa incident to set a trap and lure him out. Let's see if I can find the Rakshas's trace again later. He absolutely must not be killed so easily by the notarizer. And the battle at the healing station, whose outcome everyone was so concerned about, had now quietly ended in the dense forest not far from the healing station. Lin Yu, playing Rakshasa Mara, stopped and looked at the pursuing notarizer, a smile on his face. Cut. Very good, Stiller, you have quite a talent for acting. Across from him, the notarizer took off the beast bone mask from his head, revealing Stiller's helpless face. Boss, next time, please remember to assign me a role that wears clothes, okay? Stiller felt very uncomfortable being naked for so long under everyone's gaze. He had only been born for just over 10 years, although he looked like an uncle, his psychological age, in some sense, was that of a standard teenager. From beginning to end, the notary did not appear at the healing station. This so-called notary was Stiller, who, under Lin Yu's instruction, secretly snuck out and impersonated him. As an android and an experienced combatant, Stiller was already tall and muscular, so it wasn't strange for him to play the role of Rakshasa. The paint on his body was provided by Hannah.
The animal skin covering his private parts, the beast skull, and the beast bone staff were all assembled by Stiller after he returned to the location
where Lin Yu had killed 2 giant beasts yesterday and dismantled them from their remains.
The act of casually undoing the chaotic effect on everyone present was thanks to old Zhang's help. 20 had plunged everyone into chaos by
relying on the item,
arrogant throat, from the Psychology Society. Old Zhang naturally had a way to break it. Although he only had a brain left, 20 was not a legitimate user after all.
Therefore, saying that the notary was played by Stiller just now is not entirely accurate.
From a practical standpoint, the actors should be Stiller, Hannah, and old Zhang. And since even the notary was fake, the subsequent scene of the Rakshasa and notary's great battle was naturally just 2 people acting.
Given Lin Yu's current strength, although his physical power is already terrifying, if a real notary were to appear, Lin Yu still wouldn't be completely confident in defeating the opponent. What's more, if it were a real fight,
Lin Yu wouldn't be confident in delivering a fight scene that would shock and convince those Tier 2 players, the constantly brawling Rakshasa
and barbarians.
His strength, in the end, couldn't create a generational gap with those present on the field, but this fact didn't align with the image of
Rakshas's strength that Lin Yu wanted to instill in them.
So, Lin Yu naturally chose to fake the fight. With the assistance of Hannah and old Zhang, plus Stiller, a close-quarters combat expert, it was relatively easy to fake a deeply convincing fight. Although Lin Yu didn't know much about fighting, he understood staging and performance, and he also understood action design. To fake it, he didn't need to be a master or grandmaster of combat techniques. Lin Yu's job was closer to action director. And as a supplement to his performance, Lin Yu had read many books, theories, and biographies related to action directing. So, with the help of Hannah and old Zhang, a sufficiently high-level action performance was presented at the healing station. It's also thanks to it being a tent with average lighting conditions, which itself was like a stage. Lin Yu exhaled. If it were in a narrow, brightly lit and transparent place, it would have been really hard to design. After all, this hastily designed action performance didn't allow Lin Yu time to prepare any props or the like. If the lighting conditions were too good, someone with good eyesight might have spotted the flaws. And if the terrain were narrow, if they hit any nearby obstacles, and couldn't even make deep dents, the terrifying speed and force of their clash of momentum and Hannah's special effects would have been completely exposed. But luckily, everything was perfect. This performance not only went unsuspected but also left a deep impression on every audience member. Lin Yu knew this clearly, because the evidence was the massive amount of belief continuously emerging at this moment. Those beliefs empowered Lin Yu, filling him with confidence.
It seems I might even have a talent for being an action actor, he thought casually.
Of course, all this performance and deception was actually built upon a prerequisite.
The notary did not come.
This condition is also why everyone subconsciously chose to believe Lin Yu's deception without any suspicion. Even with clever people like Fern and 20, Lin Yu didn't sense any doubt shaking his lies and deception. The reason is simple: whether they were players or natives, astute or not, they could all grasp the simplest logic.
If he was an imposter notary, wouldn't the real notary expose him if he came? So no one would even consider the possibility of impersonating a notary.
But Lin Yu had, of course, thought of this as well. Or rather, in a sense, this was also the core part of his deception.
Everyone thought the notary would come. But in reality,
the so-called notary would not come at all. The notary would only arrive when there were anomalies, major violations, and other such phenomena. Lin Yu took out a glass jar from his embrace, a small flame dancing within it. At the center of the flame, a beautiful physical crystal core was encased. He unscrewed the lid of the glass jar, and the flame rose.
You really managed to bring me out. Amazing, Rakshasa.
The flame spirit named Shura materialized a face and said excitedly. The gunshots just now were merely a threat and a cover-up.
What truly happened in that darkness wasn't murder, but a transaction.
Lin Yu had to thank Fern for laying a good foundation for him. That clever deceiver habitually used deception and communication, which led Lin Yu to
learn a very crucial piece of information about the flame spirit.
This fellow was not here voluntarily, he yearned for freedom. Fern even, by accident, made this flame spirit believe that he could bring him freedom. And once this foundation of belief appeared, whether Lin Yu had the ability or not, he could in turn use the deceiver's ability to make the fact come true. Shua, as one of the notaries, naturally knew under what conditions other notaries would arrive. Someone violating rules, or his own death, would both cause other notaries to come to the healing station. However, all violations at the healing station were judged and actively reported by Shua, the notary. This was also a known condition that Fern had already probed out earlier. So, Lin Yu made a deal with this spirit. Although, like Fern, Lin Yu's transaction was still based on deception. For Lin Yu, his biggest difference from Fern was that he could turn deception into reality. Simply by using fake to transform something into a seemingly reliable container, plus a bit of the mysterious aura from his Rakshasa identity, Lin Yu was enough to fool this flame spirit, who called himself Ancient Wisdom, completely. Their negotiation didn't even take Lin Yu too long in the darkness at the time. Lin Yu simply laid out the conditions and settled everything. Ensure that other notaries won't come, make them think everything is normal at the healing station, and I'll take you out of here, what do you say? Deal. After finishing his performance, Lin Yu once again coaxed the flame spirit named Shua before closing the glass jar and putting it away. Shua was different from other NPCs that Lin Yu had taken in. There wasn't a strong subordinate relationship between him and Lin Yu, so Lin Yu didn't trust him at all. What's more, Shua himself was being kept in the dark by Lin Yu. He still firmly believed that Lin Yu was Rakshasa. Furthermore, Shua was completely unable to see the light of day right now. After putting Shua away, Lin Yu didn't rush to interact with other players. The performance of deception had now reached a critical point. He no longer needed to make any further moves. Or rather, any further moves would be superfluous. Leaving blank space was also an important part of a performance. Lin Yu clearly knew that all he could do now was to wait patiently and let the rumors ferment. Blood Rakshasa, barbarians, players, and all witnesses at the healing station would not remain silent about this. Everyone who appeared at the healing station was seriously injured. Their presence there proved that they were likely sent over. This meant they might have teammates from the same tribe. Such news could not possibly not be shared with their teammates. As for players, in such a large-scale dungeon, the amount of resources was sufficient for all players combined to clear it, which meant that although it was ostensibly a dungeon where cooperation or confrontation was possible, most players would naturally choose to cooperate. Sharing news like Rakshasa was something most players would be happy to do casually. What's more, Lin Yu had reason to believe that Fern would actively help spread this news, even though he hadn't asked that trickster to do so. The only question was whether, when the news reached the ears of the notaries, the rumors of Rakshasa fighting the notary, and the notary at the healing station dying would cause those notaries to have doubts. This was, after all, an ad hoc plan, formulated in real time, and it was impossible to make it perfect in a hurry. But this flaw wasn't too big. After all, Shua was still alive, so those notaries would most likely only assume it was baseless rumor and hearsay. Even if, taking a step back, a notary really felt something was off and started investigating, as long as they didn't immediately doubt the authenticity of Rakshasa's existence, everything would be fine. In Lin Yu's opinion, regardless of whether their minds were normal or not, or whether they possessed the simple-minded characteristics of the Black Mire world, those notaries, having been dispatched to this world to oversee a major sacrificial ceremony, were definitely not illogical madmen. As long as they weren't madmen, upon hearing this news, even if they were suspicious at first, they would only suspect, is someone plotting some conspiracy, and wouldn't think about, could someone be impersonating Rakshasa? This was simply not a line of thought a creature with a brain would have. Lin Yu's Rakshasa was a deception born from nothing. He chose to impersonate Rakshasa in this glory festival where there were no elements related to Rakshasa, which was Deus Ex Machina and untraceable. For the entire Black Mire world, the Blood Nation, and all participants of this glory festival. But precisely because of this, when the appearance of Rakshasa appeared as a rumor, even if it was doubted, it would not be considered part of some conspiracy. Its abruptness and illogical nature made it difficult for people to imagine it was a premeditated fabrication. And even if there was a 1 in a million chance that the notary was suspicious, it wouldn't matter. Because in Lin Yu's final expectation, by the time the news truly reached the notaries of this competition, the breadth and scale of its spread, and the scope of the rumor's influence, would surely be beyond imagination. The belief gained at that time would also surely be beyond imagination. No matter what needs to be done now is to wait. However, even while waiting, Lin Yu didn't plan to just sit idly by. Such a waste of time was not Lin Yu's style. Let's go hunting first and get some spoils. Although to complete advancement, Lin Yu was required not to obtain warrior's certificate by submitting spoils of war to clear the dungeon, but to achieve all of this through deception. However, these requirements did not mean that Lin Yu's efforts to collect spoils before then would be considered a failure. The fulfillment of this advancement condition only looked at the final outcome. So, until the final decision was made, Lin Yu could prepare 2 plans simultaneously. Although everything has been smooth so far, I can't be too optimistic. I need to be ready to give up on advancement at any time. Lin Yu thought to himself. He had always been good at making trade-offs. Although advancement was very important, the purpose of advancement was merely to survive.
Only by improving his strength could he remain composed under the gaze of more and more forces and experts. It was like if he were tier 3 or even higher, and that Nian pursued him, he would definitely have much more confidence. If he were confident, Lin Yu would definitely confront him directly and kill him with brute force. Unfortunately, Lin Yu didn't, so he can only take a longer detour. Therefore, Lin Yu would not give up any opportunity to advance as soon as possible. After all, not every time he was targeted by Nian was in a large-scale dungeon with a buffer like this. But on the other hand, if the risk of advancement itself was too great, Lin Yu would also directly give it up without hesitation. After all, as he understood the current state of the game, Lin Yu also knew that his current situation was not so bad anymore. Joining order, maintaining a good relationship with the Free Alliance, gaining the favor of the gods, and now his accomplice and senior sister Shen Bingmiao, who controlled an entire forum. All of these were enough to keep Lin Yu in a relatively safe environment for the time being. Therefore, improving his strength was important, but it was no longer so urgent. To put it bluntly, don't put the cart before the horse. In the dense forest, Lin Yu slowly broke off the fangs from the mouth of the dead large hyena-like beast in front of him and put them into his bag. What's more, there were other ways to make himself safe besides improving his own strength. For example, nipping the source of danger in the bud. The sky gradually darkened, and the Glory Festival welcomed its second night. Dark clouds drifted by, covering the high and distant sky of the Black Mire world. Lin Yu wiped the beast's blood from his hands, feeling the increasing belief. Almost there, just a little more. Then it's time to actively go and find Nian's hiding place. If possible, he planned to keep that guy in this dungeon forever. Setting aside the minor incident on the first day, the Festival of Glory continued in an orderly fashion, just like previous years. Contestants fought and died against the wild beasts, and the smell of blood began to spread across the arena. However, this Festival of Glory was indeed slightly different. Besides the scent of blood, rumors were also spreading. The battles were not endless, and contestants didn't necessarily fight to the death immediately upon meeting. And whenever they engaged in small talk, pleasantries, or intelligence exchange, they invariably circled back to the events of the first day of this Festival of Glory. Have you heard? A Rakshasa has infiltrated this festival. Is that reliable? The news came from the healing quarters. A dozen people all confirmed it. They couldn't have conspired together. These conversations repeated themselves over and over. Naturally, these frequently repeated conversations were not confined solely to the interior of the Festival of Glory. No matter how savage this world was, or how belligerent and straightforward the races of the Blood Nation were, their leaders were not foolish enough to completely ignore a widely spread and seemingly critical sudden development. On a gentle slope outside the Festival of Glory grounds, inside a white animal skin tent, 10 large cushions were laid out. In front of each cushion was an abundance of wine and meat. In the center of the tent, there was a massive white beast skull, resembling a lizard's head, which occasionally opened to transmit sounds. Copper Mountain Tribe Contestant, 139, deceased. Fire Stream Tribe Contestant, 275, deceased. Individual Contestant, 336, killed 2 swift wolves. Quick reports arrived one after another, but the 10 figures wrapped in animal hides, seated on the cushions and looking like important personages, maintained their usual composure. 3 barbarians, 6 blood rakshasas, and 1 half-demon. Without a doubt, they were the representatives of the 10 great tribes of the Blood Nation. The 10 great tribes were the organizers of every Festival of Glory. For ordinary tribal forces, this festival was a great opportunity to elevate their status and showcase their tribe's strength. However, for the 10 great tribes, this was not the case. For players, these outsiders, there was a rather counterintuitive fact. In the Festival of Glory, the 10 great tribes did not always dominate the top 10 spots. In fact, it often happened that the top 3 winners of a certain Festival of Glory came from medium-sized tribes or obscure small villages. The reason was simple. The 10 great tribes were the 10 great tribes not because of the individual valor of a single warrior, but because the entire tribe was valiant. They did not need to send their fiercest warriors of the current generation to compete every year. Quite the opposite, the 10 great tribes would attempt to recruit the warriors who ultimately achieved victory. Every warrior who achieved a ranking would establish quite favorable relations with 1 or 2 of the 10 great tribes, along with the factions they originated from. This was one of the most important manifestations of status elevation. Based on this, besides selecting 3 verifiers annually, these 10 great tribes would naturally also send important figures from their own tribes, as representatives to the vicinity of the Festival of Glory. Although this was not written into the rules or statutes, it had become so customary that it was practically an essential part of the Festival of Glory. This white tent was one of the clearest signs of the Festival of Glory.
These representatives coming to the site were naturally there to obtain first-hand information about the Festival of Glory as soon as possible. Usually, they would look through these quick reports to find those who achieved many quick kills. But this time, their greatest concern was no longer the contestants. Among the group, the representative of the copper casting tribe, an extremely tall and sturdy blood Rakshasa, spoke toward the beast skull.
Hey, Zhang Rong, do you have any new results regarding the Rakshasa news? The question was immediately answered. No. Everything is operating as usual.
There are rumors that a Rakshasa fought with a verifier at the healing quarters, but Shuo has not reported anything, nor has there been any death. I also did not go to the healing quarters to fight a Rakshasa, so we can infer that this is likely a rumor or a false report. After all, Feng Xiao, the verifier responsible for external support, has not entered the venue either.
A deep male voice responded from within the beast skull.
And this respondent was naturally the actual on-site verifier, Zhang Rong. Hearing the reply from the verifier of his own tribe, the representative of the copper casting tribe let out a breath.
Still hasn't appeared.
Among the 10 representatives, the only one who was neither a blood Rakshasa nor a barbarian, a half-demon resembling a birdman with a sharp beak and feathers covering its face, spoke up.
How strange. Is this Rakshasa real or fake?
After all, a race that hasn't been seen for 10,000 years and was thought extinct has suddenly appeared.
Could it be some kind of mass hysteria?
After all, according to the current rumors, the Rakshasa is only said to be operating disguised as a human.
Perhaps a certain human contestant is simply too powerful, leading to this misunderstanding. The remaining 9 tribal representatives all looked toward it.
Representative of Azure Mountain, you were invited back by the Azure Mountain chief in recent years to assist with tribal management, so you probably don't know much about the Blood Nation. A blood Rakshasa representing the Tooth-Bone tribe slowly began, answering the outsider.
While it is true
that the Rakshasa disappeared 1,000 years ago, the Blood Nation, as the former core territory of the Rakshasa race, retains a large number of
records concerning them.
All the intelligence currently spreading is consistent with the descriptions of a true Rakshasa.
Moreover,
according to the fragmented intelligence and rumors, regardless of who that Rakshasa fought at the healing quarters, he revealed secrets that even our
tribal records cannot explain. For example,
the origin of the blood Rakshasa race. According to what he said, when the Festival of Glory was first held by the Rakshasa, besides striving for rankings, one could also obtain the purification of the Rakshasa bloodline power. Even if an external race achieved victory, they could be granted the Rakshasa's bloodline power. Furthermore, according to a blood Rakshasa reporting from the outer registration area, he encountered a fellow claiming to be a Rakshasa. The other party claimed that Rakshasas require transformation. This so-called transformation might be related to the concentration of that bloodline. When the blood Rakshasa finished speaking, the 3 barbarians remained impassive, but the 6 blood Rakshasas all nodded in agreement. Even if most high-ranking blood Rakshasas consciously ignored this point, they had always wondered why their records claimed they were closely related
to the Rakshasa, yet they looked more like humans.
I think what this fellow said happens to explain many of the doubts our blood Rakshasa race has harbored all along. Oh my, so the news about the Rakshasa has already spread. I'm afraid even the important figures of this world, beyond the glory ceremony, are already discussing this matter.
It's truly incredible.
Moro Ju easily killed the tall wild wolf in front of her with her long sword, then removed one of its eyeballs and put it into her pouch, muttering to herself,
Very good, very good. With the 2 Moro gave me before, it's enough for the clearance condition. Now I can just keep a low profile. Should I change my identity? It seems unnecessary.
But after spending some time with Moro, that Rakshasa, I wonder if I've entered the sights of those guys. TSK, although NPC attention isn't necessarily a bad thing compared to players, at this point in this world, being noticed in this way, is it good or
bad?
She mumbled, then tapped her head with the hilt of her sword.
Alright, no more of that. Ah Ju, this dungeon isn't that simple.
Although I thought I could freely toy with those simple-minded guys when I reached the Black Marsh realm, it seems there's an extraordinary fellow
mixed in with the players this time.
Psychology Society's arrogant throat has even appeared. TSK, and that guy from the Psychology Society is also being controlled by someone, which is truly incredible.
And that guy in the combat suit, why did he go to the hearth and deliberately mention the Rakshasa? Although Moro didn't explain it to me, that guy couldn't have made some agreement with Moro, could he?
If so, he's truly a reckless fellow, just not skilled enough at deception.
These 2 people must be guarded against again and again. Ah Ju,
you've kept a low profile for 55 dungeons. You absolutely must not attract attention among the players. Her rambling grew faster and faster, then,
crunch!
A faint sound of footsteps came from behind her. Someone had stepped on a small branch behind her. Ju heard the sound, first stunned, then let out a long sigh.
I knew it. By the time I felt something was wrong, it was already too late.
She turned her head and saw a player. An ordinary man, wearing sportswear. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about him, but upon closer inspection, his eyes were a little unfocused compared to a normal person. It was as if he was in a sleepwalking state.
Hey, hello, would you like to team up?
Ju looked at the other person, one hand on her hip, the other holding her sword in front of her.
I say, you're the one who caused chaos at the healing station, aren't you? Don't think I don't recognize you.
The player smiled and spoke.
Yes, and I have no intention of hiding or deceiving.
If that's the case, if you want to team up, you should come in your true form. Ju vigilantly refused him.
What if you plan to possess me?
You can rest assured on that point, miss, the other party still said politely. To show my sincerity, I can directly tell you the principles and
methods of how I control others. The answer is dream intrusion.
I can invade others' dreams and engage in gambles and games with them within the dream.
Only if they lose to me in the game. Will they temporarily lose control of their body and soul for a period of time?
And the right to play or not play this game, the decision is even in their hands.
Hearing the other party's calm words, Ju spat.
That just makes you even more terrifying, okay? It means you can use some kind of rhetoric to deceive these guys into willingly losing their bodies to you, and then they die in confusion. You're already so strong, yet you still come to me for cooperation. What for?
Ju couldn't help but ask even more vigilantly.
The other party laughed.
Of course, out of respect for your strength. Rather than cooperation, I have a few questions I want to ask you.
Ju raised an eyebrow. About that Rakshasa? I can only tell you that I only temporarily used him, or we used each other. I don't know much about him either.
No, it's not related to that Rakshasa.
The controlled player spoke again. What I want to ask more is, how much do you know about the player who spoke to Hearth at the healing station and
then mysteriously disappeared?
I believe he should also be in a cooperative relationship with the Rakshasa. Ju was very surprised, then nodded again.
Indeed, you think so too. Great minds think alike.
The player looked a little disappointed. It seems you're not familiar with him either. Of course, that guy feels like he has a split personality. Ju waved her hand, complaining, I always feel his deception skills are good one moment,
and bad the next.
Then, although you're not familiar with him, do you have any other players you're cooperating with?
Teammates, accomplices, or something similar?
Ju looked at the other party and stretched her wrist.
Not really, why do you ask?
As Ju spoke, the player said, I know there's a player I know in this dungeon, or rather, I came here specifically following him. But so far, I haven't found any trace of him.
Ju raised an eyebrow. So, you're looking for him?
Yes,
and you weren't very honest with me just now.
The player said calmly, you lied to me. In this dungeon, you have a partner who is a player. Ju's expression changed slightly, then she slowly raised the long sword in front of her.
Ha, so you're after me, you should have said so earlier. Although I don't know when you started watching me, but it seems I'll have to lead you here.
Saying that, she charged at the player with her sword. Swoosh! The long sword cut through the other party's throat, and then the player collapsed to the ground with almost no resistance. Blood flowed out, and Ju frowned.
Indeed, puppets don't feel pain. Killing more is meaningless.
I still have to find that guy's true body. She murmured, then took out the raven's head again, bit her finger, and smeared blood on it. I choose to consume one change to gain one truth. Respected great god of change, tell me, where is the guy hiding in the shadows in this dungeon, constantly using hypnosis to intrude into others' dreams? Not far behind Ju, Lin Yu squatted in a tree, camouflaged.
He watched the scene and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the raven's item problems aren't just two. And the usage of this item isn't as simple as just asking questions. But no matter what, now, the hiding place of Nian was also obtained without any effort. After all, Lin Yu was especially good at being the fisherman and the mantis stalking the cicada. Regarding the adversarial encounter between 20 and Fern, it was arguably the scenario Lin Yu most wanted to see. In fact, if the two had no opportunity to meet, Lin Yu even planned to find a suitable time to actively facilitate their meeting. For example, by impersonating someone controlled by 20. But fortunately, things developed smoothly, and the low probability event of 20 and Fern never noticing each other did not occur. After all, despite the considerable scale of this dungeon, it was ultimately just a closed environment. Among the 20 players, 20 was coming for Lin Yu, so his objective could be abstracted as finding a smart, suspicious player who was hiding himself. And although Lin Yu didn't know Fern's motive, he was very certain that she happened to be a smart player who was hiding herself. With these two in the same dungeon, and Lin Yu fully aware of their mutual existence and their hidden states, it was almost inevitable that 20 would find Fern, who wasn't specifically on guard against him.
It was like a hunter planning to hunt in the mountains who, unable to find deer, would more easily stumble upon other large animals.
Of course, Lin Yu didn't expect Fern to kill 20. Fern's actual profession was trickster, which Lin Yu could confirm.
Although Fern also displayed impressive combat prowess, her swordsmanship and archery were both excellent, and 20's actual profession was
detective, not particularly skilled in direct combat.
But even so, 20 was a Tier 3 player ranked on the leaderboard, a master at 77th place. Judging by this ranking, 20's combat power was even stronger than that of Lin Yu's own captain, Liang Yi. Good night. Therefore, Lin Yu's expectations for Fern were also very simple. That was to cause 20 some trouble. After all, no matter how long this dungeon was, it was only 10 days. It was already the third day, and time was almost halfway over. As long as she stalled long enough, Fern's mission would be accomplished.
With such expectations, Lin Yu continued to track Fern.
Perhaps having received a sufficiently clear answer from the crow, Fern's subsequent route was very clear and precise, almost as if she had GPS
navigation. This forced Lin Yu to re-evaluate Fern's capabilities.
Even the most precise answer, after all, exists in the form of language. To traverse this dense forest and swamp terrain so relentlessly, either this person has an abnormally innate grasp of direction and distance, or she possesses some ability or item similar to internal map and
large-range perception.
Combining Fern's previous performance, Lin Yu felt that the latter was not impossible. It was a bit too suspicious when she first accurately found him. As expected of a trickster, she really hides deeply.
Lin Yu sighed with emotion.
But no matter what, the more abilities and methods Fern had, the better it was for Lin Yu.
After all, Fern was currently going to cause trouble for 20.
Before long, Lin Yu saw Fern stop. She arrived at a certain spot in the dense forest, where there were several dead trees.
Although dead, these trees had not fallen.
Fern stopped in front of a tree, and with almost no time for hesitation or searching, she used her sword to pry open what appeared to be roots buried
underground.
Behind those roots, a dark hole was revealed, like a downward passage.
Found it,
Fern muttered, then jumped straight down. Standing in front of the hole, Lin Yu stopped.
How strange.
He had followed Fern here himself, but at this moment, Fern's behavior was too bizarre. A trickster who claimed not to like high-risk behavior was now jumping straight into this unknown hole. Putting himself in her shoes, Lin Yu felt he wouldn't do that. Her actions were too fluid, without even time for thought. Even if it was an act of revenge, this was completely different from the behavioral pattern Fern had shown when he encountered her before.
Squatting on a nearby treetop, Lin Yu temporarily couldn't come up with a good answer or explanation for Fern's abnormal behavior. So, Lin Yu decided to ask for others' opinions.
Stiller had been put away to reduce the target, so at this moment, Lin Yu himself was carrying Hannah and old Zhang. However, old Zhang seemed to have been helping continuously, leading to excessive consumption, and his light was now very faint, as if he was
resting.
Lin Yu picked up old Zhang and shook him vigorously.
"Wake up, old Zhang." Old Zhang immediately responded, "Wake up from what? I wasn't asleep. I just went into power saving mode, my external perception is still there." Lin Yu was very surprised. "You're a brain, and you have a power saving mode?" "Of course, my current life form has lost a lot. God closed so many doors and windows for me, he had to give me a vent, right? So, I can slightly control this only remaining brain of mine to enter a kind of hibernation mode and still retain all external perception," old Zhang said proudly. Lin Yu nodded. "That's really useful. Does this mean you saw and heard everything just now?"
"Help me analyze why that Fern suddenly became so abnormal and rashly jumped in there." Old Zhang pondered for a moment, then analyzed. "Based on everything seen so far and the known conditions, I think things might be like this. 20 and Fern were a team from the beginning. The two of them actually saw through your deception all along and conspired to lure you here to set up a trap and then ambush you. Because you've already arrived at their territory, they don't care if things are a bit crude now. Soon, they'll show up, humiliate and mock you, and then shred you to pieces." Lin Yu listened to old Zhang's words and sighed. "Although I considered this possibility, probably less than 1 in 10,000.
But, you're lying to me, aren't you?"
"Of course, I guessed you had that doubt," old Zhang said calmly. "That's why I said it. After hearing it once, you should feel it's impossible, right? Indeed, after all, trying to deceive me at every step of such a long plan is simply too inefficient," Lin Yu said, his gaze returning to where Fern had disappeared.
"So, why is it?" Old Zhang spoke again. "After eliminating the impossible, what sounds most coincidental and incredible will instead be the real answer.
Have you heard of Hanlon's razor?"
Lin Yu nodded. "I generally know never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity, right?
Yes, there aren't that many infallible geniuses and intricately woven conspiracies in the world, so, that trickster jumping down. It's simply because her head is problematic. As the founder of the Psychological Society and someone who also works in psychology and mental health and reality, Old Zheng can be said to have a certain level of professionalism and authority when it comes to assessing whether someone's mind is problematic.
Lin Yu has always respected the opinions of professionals.
After all, as an actor, Lin Yu often needs to play roles from various industries and different backgrounds.
Miners, fishermen, farmers, monks, beggars, white-collar workers.
To accurately portray his roles, Lin Yu often consults relevant video materials and even personally observes or questions relevant individuals. In this process, Lin Yu developed the habit of respecting others' professional ethics and expert knowledge, because only by personally understanding those unknown fields can he truly grasp what it means to know what you know and know what you don't know. The theories mastered and experiences summarized from day-to-day professional study and practical work are simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. There are 4 common knot-tying methods for securing things on a boat: how much water seepage in a mine requires an immediate evacuation, how hot the oil should be for deep frying to ensure it's cooked through versus crispy. These are things that non-professionals, even if told, would find difficult to fully understand. Therefore, Lin Yu greatly respected the diagnosis made by Old Zheng, who was presumably a psychiatrist.
What kind of problem does her mind have? Lin Yu asked seriously.
Old Zheng casually replied, when she's alone, she keeps talking to herself at a very fast pace, and you two haven't been separated for long. It's only been 2 days, so this isn't a hallucination caused by prolonged solitude and stress. Since she's a tier 2 player, the current intensity of this instance wouldn't cause her to have hallucinations of this degree. Moreover, when she talks to herself, it's not like when you sometimes do it to sort out your thoughts. Her tone has very obvious and strong emotional fluctuations, and the content of her words seems to be emphasizing something to herself.
So, she likely has some kind of paranoid personality disorder, accompanied by issues of emotional excitement.
From these symptoms, my preliminary diagnosis is that she might have mania or bipolar disorder.
She needs to take some tranquilizers. If there's a tendency to harm others, I recommend hospitalization for observation and some more effective intervention therapy.
Old Zheng seemed to have not practiced his profession for a long time. Being asked by Lin Yu and having a case like Fern right in front of him to analyze, he actually became quite excited and immediately began a
serious, lengthy analysis. You don't need to tell me about the treatment plan. We can't admit her right now. In any case, are you sure it's a manic tendency? Lin Yu asked Old Zheng in return.
Being questioned by Lin Yu, Old Zheng became more cautious. If you want me to draw a conclusion, I certainly wouldn't dare without a direct consultation, and her symptoms are indeed not typical enough. In fact, they're a bit strange. For example, when you stayed overnight with her before, you probably didn't notice her having difficulty falling asleep or anything like that, right? And her excitement also appeared suddenly. So I can only base it on the fact that because she herself is a liar, she naturally likes to conceal her actions. After listening to Old Zheng's analysis, Lin Yu still felt that something wasn't quite right, but Lin Yu believed that the general direction was correct.
Fern's abnormal behavior now could indeed explain that the person herself had an abnormality.
After all, Lin Yu still hadn't figured out why this guy had always been deceiving and concealing.
Being a liar doesn't necessarily mean one has to lie.
Many of her deceptive behaviors yielded almost no benefit, as if driven by some instinct.
The last player Lin Yu saw whose behavior was so highly consistent with his profession was Lin Yan.
That thief indeed liked to steal things for fun, but Fern's situation was still different from Lin Yan's.
Because Lin Yan truly enjoyed stealing things.
Lin Yu could come to this conclusion himself without Old Zheng's diagnosis. Lin Yan definitely had a psychological disorder similar to kleptomania.
However, this theory couldn't be used to explain Fern.
Lin Yu didn't feel that this guy enjoyed the process of weaving lies and deceiving people. She didn't even have the same pursuit of truth as Fu Luo, who was a detective. Therefore, her concealment of her false identity must have some specific purpose. It's just that Lin Yu had never uncovered what this purpose was.
Perhaps her previous actions were of the same origin as the abnormal behavior now attributed to manic tendencies by Old Zheng. It's just that it wasn't mania. As for what it actually was, it remained to be seen. Of course, Lin Yu had a premonition that with Fern's current state, which indeed made it easy for people to think she was manic, he wouldn't have to wait too long. Sure enough,
the next moment, Lin Yu, perched on the tree, felt the earth tremble.
Rumble.
The dead tree swayed and fell to the ground, accompanied by dull thuds, as the ground gradually rose and cracked. Anyone witnessing this scene could deeply understand what was meant by the earth dragon turning over. The shaking earth heaved, as if there truly was a hidden dragon swimming beneath the ground.
What a huge commotion, this destructive power. Fern dared to confront Nian so directly, as expected. Besides being reckless, she also has some confidence. Whether it was the commotion Fern caused or the commotion she forced Nian to cause, it was evident that Fern's strength was extraordinary. According to Lin Yu's estimation, if Fern was truly a Tier 2 as she claimed, she probably wouldn't lose to the strongest Tier 2 he had seen so far, Wang Yuyang, the designer of the Freedom Alliance. Brother Wang was a formidable individual who could beat Stiller, who had logistical support and was in his full body mech, into the ground. Excellent, Fern's performance is even better than I imagined. Lin Yu whispered, staring intently at the constantly undulating and trembling ground. He clung tightly to the tree trunk, his expression more focused than ever before. Because now, as the situation became increasingly smooth, Lin Yu realized more and more. He seemed to actually have the possibility of killing Nian. Bang! A certain raised and cracked spot on the ground suddenly exploded, and a young man wearing a loose jacket, light-bodied like a cat, was thrown into the air along with rocks and dirt. Beside him was a genuine black cat, meowing frantically. Both the person and the cat were in a sorry state in the air, both having numerous long, thin bleeding wounds and covered in dust. Although this was their first meeting, Lin Yu was certain this young man was Nian. And Nian, after adjusting his posture in the air, spoke in an exasperated tone. Wu Yu, don't push your luck too far. These words truly startled Lin Yu. But soon, noticing that Nian was staring intently downwards as he cursed, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh joyfully. This guy got the wrong person. While Lin Yu was somewhat surprised that 20 had mistaken him, he quickly realized that this was also something that was very likely to happen. After all, from 20's perspective, Mei Mei was definitely in this dungeon. If he was Rakshasa, 20 would have to find someone among the remaining 18 players and treat him as himself. To prevent 20 from failing to find himself and starting to have unnecessary doubts about the number of players, Lin Yu even prepared Stiller, disguised as himself, giving 20 a slot to fill. However, 20 did not take the bait. Instead, he targeted Fern among the remaining players. And from the objective conditions Fern displayed, she was a player who habitually covered her face and constantly hid her strength. Although her appearance was female, her behavior lacked generally accepted feminine qualities. Furthermore, her motives were also very mysterious. Honestly, if Lin Yu were to lose his memory and then guess who he was in this dungeon, Lin Yu felt there was a high probability he would choose Fern. This guy was simply too suspicious if one thought about it carefully. Moreover, through 20's misjudgment, Lin Yu could infer something in reverse. This famous detective on the ranking indeed has some tricks up his sleeve. Since he considers Fern to be me, it should mean that the progress of the information he currently possesses is probably similar to that of Order. After all, his conviction in identifying Fern as me could also be because Fern is pretending to be the hunter through deception. This means he should have information about my multiple professional abilities, and he might even have some degree of my true identity. Order possessed this information because Lin Yu had actively disclosed it to Li Hua. As for how 20 knew this, Lin Yu believed the other party must have deduced it. That's good. He is hired by the Marauders, so on the Marauders' side, it can further separate me from Heavenly Craftsman while also enhancing the status and strength of Heavenly Craftsman. The current record of the Heavenly Craftsman Chen Jite identity within the Marauders was being wiped out by Mei Mei. But as Mei Mei's achievements became more impressive, Lin Yu believed that one day everyone would suddenly realize that, rather than saying Heavenly Craftsman was almost killed twice by Mei Mei, it would be more accurate to say, this guy actually managed to escape death twice from Mei Mei's pursuit and schemes. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Establishing connections between these identities early on also has its benefits. As long as one person's value increases, the rest will also rise accordingly. Now that his main identity, Mei Mei, was becoming increasingly prominent, not only did those with good relations with Mei Mei benefit, but even the inherently hostile Heavenly Craftsman managed to gain advantages from it. Fortunately, these individuals were essentially all Lin Yu himself, which could be considered a very standard example of keeping wealth within the family. But no matter what, that was all after this dungeon ended. What was important right now was, can Fern directly kill this guy? Lin Yu looked at the unbalanced 20 in the air, filled with anticipation. Although 20 was a tier 3 and, according to Shin Bingmiao's intelligence, a figure on the rankings, what if? Even the best can make mistakes. What if today was just 20's unlucky day? As Lin Yu pondered, he saw 20 adjust his posture and land on the ground. This height posed no threat to 20. He landed lightly on the ground. But the moment he hadn't yet stabilized, the ground cracked again. Bang! Earth and rocks exploded around him. 20 slightly bent his knees to stabilize himself, then clasped his hands together,
condensing a mass of black fluid in front of him to block the larger splashing earthen stones compared to those in the air. But the splashing earthen stones were just a feint this time. After the earthen stones, a long sword thrust towards his face. 20 awkwardly opened his clasped hands, transforming the fluid substance into a black net rope to intercept it at his chest. Swish! The net rope was cut by the long sword, then strangely turned, grazing 20's cheek and cutting a blood wound. Damn it! 20 spat, and at that moment, the black substance changed, lunging towards the longsword. The longsword was temporarily captured. But at that instant, 20 felt a chill coming from his right rear. Swish! He sharply turned around, and a knife was plunged several inches into his lower back. Hey, hello! Behind him, 20 met Fern's cold gaze. It was only then that 20 realized, the longsword was actually released, flying in midair. After the earthen stones, there was no one holding the hilt of the sword. You're really insidious, 20 said, clutching the blood gushing from his lower back. This doesn't seem like the righteous style of order. I was never a member of order. Fern looked at him strangely, then mumbled, as if asking 20 or talking to herself, do you think I am? To 20, who was already somewhat prejudiced, this sentence did not in the slightest overturn his conclusion that Fern is Lin Yu. Stop pretending, I already know that Fern is your alias. Fern's expression changed slightly. Is that so? Then it seems I really can't let you live. She wiped the long saber in her hand, which she and Lin Yu had just found at the healing station. Then, she also threw the long saber into the air. Buzz! The long saber hummed, and then a moment later, Fern threw out one saber and sword after another. A total of 16 sharp blades of completely different materials and styles, made of gold, iron, and copper, were arranged behind Fern. She pinched a sword art with her fingers and slowly pushed it forward. The long sword that had been controlled by 20 also violently vibrated and returned behind Fern. Using a rapier to perform sword control techniques, your fusion of East and West is indeed hard to guard against. 20 exhaled. I didn't expect you to have even been to the gray domain. You're quite knowledgeable. Someone as knowledgeable and insidious as you, with abilities like puppetry, who are you? I can't recall at the moment, Fern mumbled with a frown, but very quickly, she spoke again. 20, oh, yes, you must be that crime consultant. Detective 20. 20 did not deny it. I thought you had recognized me long ago. You're not as famous as you think. As Fern spoke, 20 raised his head. Now that you've recognized me, do you still choose to fight me? It seems my reputation relies too much on intelligence, so much so that when people mention me, they don't seem to know much about my combat power. Fern looked at the opponent's wound and spoke again. From what I see now, you might not be as strong as you think. During the Glory Festival, even though the venue would be chosen to be very spacious and vast, enclosing many beasts and belligerents together meant that no matter how spacious it was only relatively so. Therefore, the Glory Festival was always very noisy. No matter where you were, you could always hear the distant roars and crashes. But at this moment, when Fern and Yen faced off, a rare moment of silence appeared in the space. It was as if this belligerent Black Mire realm had deliberately left a blank space and paid tribute to the battle that was about to erupt. This fleeting silence, which lasted only a short breath, was naturally captured by Fern and Yen. The two of them simultaneously made their move the instant the silence disappeared. Swish! 17 sharp blades, staggered and unevenly, flew towards Nien. And around Nien, an even thicker darkness appeared. It was as if it was an upgraded version of the black substance he had just summoned. Ink-like blackness enveloped his body, actually deflecting those flying swords one by one. Moreover, the black ink was still on the flying swords, seemingly vying with Fern for control of these flying swords. This was not Lin Yu's first time witnessing a confrontation and the display of techniques between high-level players. But compared to the two previous times, peeking from afar in Zhengchang, Yu Province, and experiencing it firsthand from Fluoxetine's perspective at the God of Feast's dinner table, this time, Lin Yu had a unique advantage. In the previous two instances, Lin Yu was mostly watching the show. After all, although he remembered most of the advanced items for the professions, it was basically limited to Tier 1. Lin Yu also didn't know enough about the common item techniques within the 10 realms. But now, Lin Yu had old Zhang as his commentator. The saying an old person in the family is like a treasure was more concretely manifested than ever before. It's sword control art. As expected, this little girl is no ordinary Tier 2. Did you notice what that detective just said? This is a technique from the Grey Domain. Anyone who has been to a Grey Domain dungeon and returned alive is already capable, let alone someone who also learned a skill from it. However, this kid named Nian isn't bad either. This nightmare manifestation is very impressive. The black cat perched on his shoulder is probably an adult nightmare race member. His main area of activity should be in Night Valley, and he should have a very good relationship with the nightmares and alchemist witches, so this guy should still be hiding quite a few trump cards from Night Valley. Listening to old Zhang's commentary, Lin Yu gained a basic understanding of their techniques.
Gray domain, so she's actually connected to such a mysterious realm?
According to the information on the 10 realms obtained not long ago, there were more or less introductions about the other realms.
But there was almost no information about the Gray domain.
The reason seemed to be that Gray domain to players was like the death game to ordinary people. Even if players who had not been there were told about the Gray domain, they could not remember or comprehend it.
But how do you determine that this sword control art is related to the Gray domain? It's simple.
Items and techniques that don't belong to any other realm after elimination can automatically be categorized into the Gray domain, old Zhang answered,
casually. Then I guess this fern will be quite troublesome for Nian, right?
Lin Yu said with some optimism. Yes, but only troublesome, old Zhang said calmly. Neither side has used their tier 2 abilities yet. The advanced items haven't appeared, which means it hasn't reached the truly tense moment. After all, most profession, advanced items, are basically strategic level, they're either high consumption, long cooldown, or high cost. And once it's time to use advanced items, it won't be long until Nian pulls out his exclusive item. No matter how cunning and unpredictable the Gray domain's methods are, they ultimately can't compare to everyone's unique, exclusive item. At that time, the battle will become one-sided. Of course, if he can force Nian to pull out his exclusive item, that would also be good. If you take him as your target and imaginary enemy, that would be very valuable intelligence. It's equivalent to uncovering a tier 3 player's biggest trump card. Most tier 3 players rarely use their exclusive items without absolute certainty.
Certainty here means eliminating everyone who witnessed it. As old Zhang spoke, Lin Yu became somewhat curious. Hey, what's your exclusive item? You don't have it anymore anyway, so why don't you just tell me?
Lin Yu said, and old Zhang smiled shyly.
It's not very convenient. The name is a bit embarrassing, so I'll tell you later. Is that so?
Well, we can talk about it later if there's a chance. Lin Yu didn't mind old Zhang's sudden shyness too much, then his gaze returned to the scene. The entanglement had been going on for a while, and in Lin Yu's intuition,
it should now be the moment old Zhang mentioned when the battle would escalate.
And the moment this thought appeared in Lin Yu's mind, Fern also made her move. She pulled out a dull-looking eyeball and a Penrose triangle that shouldn't exist in reality from her embrace. Old Zhang immediately spoke, fish eye, and Penrose shape, a very good trickster item combination, and it pairs well with her abilities. She's truly a good piece of unpolished jade. I estimate her potential rating is at least B+.
Lin Yu knew the function of fish eye.
The trickster had 2 tier 1 profession items, fish eye, and poor player. The function of poor player was to swap the functions of one item with another item. And the function of fish eye was to create a temporary replica of an existing item and use it simultaneously, but if someone recognized which one was the fake replica, fish eye would become ineffective. To Lin Yu, fish eye was like a counterfeit, with more restrictions but a higher lower limit.
So, what's the function of Penrose shape? Lin Yu asked.
To create illusions, covering different objects. The increase in quantity, volume, and mass will also increase the consumption of mental power, then turn those objects into illusory forms that appear to defy common sense, thereby interfering with people's judgment, old Zhang said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu saw the blades surrounding Nian gradually distorting and changing. Some were connected head to tail, some were inverted inside out. In short, they looked very dazzling. Using this on flying swords is indeed disgusting. Hey, it's not over yet, old Zhang chuckled softly. She used fish eye precisely to use Penrose shape a second time. The next moment, Lin Yu saw that the blades, which were already existing as illusions in his field of vision, became even more distorted. It was almost to the point where concentrating to try and see them clearly would make one dizzy. What a move that ruins the spectator experience. K is really something. Doesn't he care about the spectator's experience?
Lin Yu complained, it almost made me throw up.
The flying swords, amplified by 2 applications of the Penrose shape, had turned into flying mosaics.
Most humans feel a physiological discomfort when they see graphics that defy common sense.
This is an irresistible instinct, because the brain processes visual signals, but if the visual signals transmit a wrong image, that's like an
injection attack directly on the human brain.
Many people, upon hearing the effects of the Penrose shape, instinctively felt it was too weak. This professional tool, only obtainable at tier 2,
didn't seem very powerful.
But only by truly getting their hands on the Penrose shape and trying it out would they realize how absurd it was.
Anything with eyes will be controlled, and it's a hard control. That's just ridiculous. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim.
He used to play games with junior club members to build good relationships with them. These gaming experiences also made Lin Yu understand how crucial powerful control skills were.
Control meant you had an extra period of free action compared to your enemy.
And before this, Lin Yu had never understood why many control skills in games called the highest level of control stun. Now it seemed, stun was indeed the most uncomfortable control. If one concentrated on looking, not only could they not see anything clearly, but they also experienced intense dizziness and nausea. After looking for a while longer, Lin Yu felt like he was going to vomit. In this forced, rapid stun state, one truly couldn't move or attack. And Kay had used the penrose shape twice, applying it to the already bizarre and swift flying swords, making it even more powerful. Looking at the flying swords meant enduring the negative effect of dizziness. Not looking at them would increase the difficulty of dodging. At this moment, old Zhang added in a faint voice, "Actually, even without eyes, you'd be affected. If I perceive it with my mental power, I'd also be affected. In fact, if you try to perceive an object affected by the penrose shape in any way, you'll be disturbed. Don't believe me? Try closing your eyes and listening." Lin Yu tried to do as old Zhang said. Then, after he closed his eyes and tried to locate the flying swords by their buzzing sounds, he quickly felt a wave of irritation. These sounds were not only inconsistent, sometimes far, sometimes near, as if they were out of sequence. And after listening for a short while, Lin Yu started experiencing auditory hallucinations. Shepard's infinite scale, what the hell, this thing is too comprehensive. Lin Yu quickly opened his eyes and shifted his attention. Old Zhang's mind raced. Many advanced tools are like these conceptual things. Otherwise, how could they be worthy of the difficulty of the Tier 2 trial? Speaking of which, I'm really looking forward to your upcoming personal instance and your Tier 2 tool. Those are matters for later. I'm not even sure I can complete my promotion trial here, Lin Yu said calmly. For now, let's see who wins. Lin Yu tried his best to avoid the flying swords and looked directly at Nian. Nian, surrounded by flying swords, was naturally in a worse situation than Lin Yu, who as a spectator could choose not to look at the swords. He swayed unsteadily, his face extremely pale, clearly suffering terribly from the penrose shape. Although the flying swords hadn't injured Nian yet, Lin Yu could see Nian's movement space was gradually becoming restricted. Isn't he going to pull out his advanced tool? Old Zhang said, focusing. I'll assume your Tier 1 professional tool, the lens, is useless in the current battle. But all four of the detective's advanced tools can supplement direct combat power. Moreover, given this guy's personality and the nightmare magic inherited from Night Valley. If he's not an idiot, I think he should choose the evidence sealing bag. Lin Yu looked at old Zhang, who was enthusiastically explaining, and was naturally happy to play along. What is that? It's a bag. As long as you know the name and specific function of one of the opponent's common tools, you can temporarily seal that tool and gain partial usage. Rights of the sealed tool. By the way, there's no upper limit on the total number, no cooldown. The only restriction is that you must release the previous one when sealing a second one. If it's an ownerless in-game tool, he can even keep it indefinitely, old Zhang said, and Lin Yu was very surprised. Then wouldn't he be able to use many tools, and even get a free ownerless tool? This level of power, even for Tier 2, seems a bit too sinister, doesn't it? Old Zhang pouted. Sinister? Not really. It's precisely because there are so many tools that use information as a means, that everyone keeps the names and functions of their tools hidden. After all, it's a detective's tool. To use it, you still need to deduce the name and function of the opponent's tool yourself. The function is still relatively easy to figure out, but the names of higher-level tools are truly bizarre. Mass-produced tools can be known through guides and knowledge, but the names of many rare or even unique tools cannot be deduced. You have to pay a price, use other tools, or cooperate with others' abilities to find them out. And most professional tools and advanced tools with semi-public names cannot be sealed. Lin Yu thought for a moment and seemed to understand. Thinking carefully about the tools in his hand, the names of the high-level ones indeed didn't seem like something an ordinary person could guess. But if Nian really chose this tool, it means he should have a way to know the opponent's tool names, right? Old Zhang nodded. Of course, that's why I emphasized Night Valley Nightmare. One of its functions is to glimpse true names. Deep within Night Valley reside abyssal demons, and the names of that race themselves represent power. Nightmares, as a derivative species of demons, also possess the same characteristic. Therefore, they also have the ability to glimpse true names. Hearing about this ability, Lin Yu subconsciously looked at the black cat beside Nian. Old Zhang noticed Lin Yu's tension. Don't worry, this ability is ineffective against players. You are protected by the death game. Although this game has countless flaws, the rules it bestows upon you truly supersede all other existences. The gods of the 10 realms can at most interfere and exploit loopholes through cleverness. They do not have the capital to ignore or defy the
game's underlying rules.
After old Zhang's comfort, Lin Yu calmed down a bit. Although Nian probably had already investigated his identity, as long as it was investigated, Lin Yu could completely accept it. After all, just like Nian was definitely misled by him, as long as the other party was still investigating, Lin Yu would have a way to interfere
with and guide this process.
But Lin Yu could not accept the existence of someone in this world who could dox him just by looking at him.
Speaking of which, even the god of the feast couldn't see through my true face back then.
After confirming that he was relatively safe, Lin Yu once again enjoyed the struggle between Nian and Zhu with an observer's mindset.
And Nian, as old Zhang predicted, finally pulled out a transparent bag. Names,
Nian said in a low voice, then the darkness around him expanded, pushing back all the long swords at that moment.
Hee, are you finally buying an additional service? The black cat laughed. So, all the names? 13.
No, 11 will do, Nian said coldly. What is your price? 15 pounds of fresh meat, 33 apples and oranges, and a spoonful of shining gold powder.
The black cat spoke human words.
Listening to their conversation, old Zheng understood.
So that's it, no wonder he wasn't willing to use this trick. He and this nightmare are in a contractual relationship. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, so he's not as strong as he seems? No, quite the opposite.
Only pure-blooded abyss nightmares are qualified to sign contracts with people. If it were an ordinary nightmare, it would definitely be willingly subdued directly, old Zhang whispered.
This nightmare is considered a shining elite, a noble among nightmares. But the price doesn't sound that high.
15 pounds of meat is only about 13 or 14 caddies, and fruits aren't hard to get.
Could it be that shining gold powder is hard to get? Is Nian too stingy or poor, making him so reluctant?
If it were Lin Yu, if he only needed to pay for fruits, vegetables, and meat, he would have used it long ago. Old Zhang shook his head. The rarity of shining gold powder is similar to Night Valley in copper ore. Although it's not as common as iron, it's a cheap material. The key is the way the nightmare race pays the price. It cannot be something you bought, it must be something you obtained firsthand.
In other words, the meat must be hunted and butchered personally, the fruits must be picked personally.
He has to personally scrape the shining gold powder. Old Zhang said calmly. This is more like a ritual, by the way, don't forget to feed souls to your pocket watch. I won't forget. Lin Yu pressed the repaired misty pocket watch that was heating up on his chest.
It's been reminding me in my soul about this.
After using it just now, Lin Yu found that this item could no longer be put back into his item space. Upon opening it, he found that the previously stopped hands had begun to reverse, seemingly indicating a 12-hour countdown. Subsequently, Lin Yu felt information being fed back to him by this item within his consciousness. Offer the soul of an intelligent being within 12 hours, otherwise,
it will be completely scrapped and unusable.
As an item whose price is to collect souls, it doesn't sound as tough as similar items. Other items would either devour the owner's soul or go berserk. But the idea conveyed by this pocket watch was mainly if you don't feed me, I'll starve to death. Lin Yu couldn't bear for it to starve to death. He had already chosen the soul to feed it.
Alright, deal. Nian over there also completed the transaction. After Nian's response, the black cat elegantly jumped onto his head. The black cat's eyes and tail stood up, slowly scanning the air. Standard one-handed bronze sword, its function is that of an ordinary sword. Quenched ancient blade, an ancient blade, but very hard. Federation soldier's saber, a ceremonial sword, but also usable in combat. The black cat calmly reported the names and functions of the blades surrounding Nian, one by one.
And Nian was writing furiously on the bag's label. Old Zhang couldn't help but sigh.
He and that cat are just like Light Yagami and Misa Amain.
Lin Yu was surprised.
You've even watched Death Note?
Old Zhang's brain circuits flashed quickly, slightly. Looking at old Zhang's flashing frequency and the perfectly timed comment just now, Lin Yu knew that the other party was definitely not as simple as slightly. This guy might be the type who would have a lot in common with Chenhua. And while Lin Yu and old Zhang were chatting, Nian also finished writing.
Next, he transformed from Light Yagami into the Unicornian King, holding the Vajra loop.
The sealed transparent bag shook open, instantly sucking in a long sword. Immediately after, he quickly shook the bag again with a backhand, and the long sword shot towards Ju. Swish! One long sword, of course, couldn't hurt Ju, she could easily kick it out of the air. However, after kicking it down, Ju was clearly unable to manipulate the long sword again. Soon, the blades in the air were continuously sucked in and thrown out. 17 blades were sucked in by Nian, 11 of them. And Nian naturally had a reason for calling out the number 11. Because for him, 6 blades were manageable. Swish! After the last flying sword was thrown out by Nian, Nian immediately pressed the attack, using the dark nightmare substance to simultaneously
entangle the remaining 6 blades.
The dark substance, shaped like a python, coiled around the blades, refusing to let them escape no matter how they struggled.
Old Zhang watched the scene, letting out an unsurprised sigh. Indeed, between Tier 3 and Tier 2, there is still an insurmountable chasm.
Even without exclusive items, the difference in foundation brought about by authority differences is enough to be terrifying. Old Zhang's judgment was clearly correct when Zhu's main attack methods were completely restricted, and both Tier 1 and Tier 2 items had already been used. This liar clearly had no more tricks up her sleeve. Considering common sense, a battle between players reaching this point clearly indicates a winner and a loser. But Lin Yu, for once, refuted old Zhang.
What you said might be right, but it's not over yet. He looked at Zhu. What do you mean? Does she have any other trump cards?
Old Zhang was very surprised. I don't know what it is, but I know she does.
Lin Yu replied calmly.
Although Zhu also seemed very shocked, Lin Yu could tell that despite her shock, she wasn't desperate or disheartened. Instead, there was a look of trouble. The same expression just happened to appear on Nian's face. This was the look of trouble one feels when forced to use a trump card that one doesn't
want to use. Do you realize the power gap between you and me? Nian looked at Zhu, speaking proudly. Zhu sighed slightly. All right, you are indeed harder to deal with than I imagined.
Then, her expression underwent a subtle change.
Just as Zhu's demeanor changed, Lin Yu finally reacted. I know,
her trump card is the abnormality we've been sensing about her. Lin Yu said quickly, and old Zhang also reacted.
So that's it, she's not manic or bipolar, nor is she delusional, but...
Zhu's muttering voice sounded simultaneously, overlapping with old Zhang's voice.
She is multiple personalities. Azeo, let's switch. As Fern's words fell, the aura around her seemed to completely transform into someone else.
Although her appearance and attire hadn't changed, the subtle shifts in her posture and demeanor were enough for Lin Yu to instantly feel that the person had switched. The Fern from before gave off a feeling of being capable and intelligent, with a hint of cunning and playful frivolity. But now, this being, who perhaps should be called Algae, gave off a feeling of
sharpness.
A sharpness that was fully revealed. Over a dozen sharp blades fell to the ground, as if surrendering to the woman before them. She stood ramrod straight, her already tall and slender figure now appeared even more upright. A Tier 3 indeed, she stared at Nian, as if appraising a piece of meat, truly a difficult opponent.
Nian frowned. He suddenly felt that something was amiss. Even though he already knew that Wuyue was just one of his investigation subjects' identities, and that the other party possessed the ability to use multiple professions, and based on the other party's acting background, this multi-profession ability was very likely obtained through acting. So Nian subconsciously assumed that the masked woman was Lin Yu in disguise. But now, Nian also realized something. This guy must have multiple personalities, so is he really Lin Yu? Could it be that I made a mistake? But there was no time to think that much, because Algae was about to make her move. Whoosh! A coarse sound, like a heavy object dragging across sand, rang out. Algae didn't charge at Nian, she merely drew a new prop. A prop that existed as a weapon. It was still a sword. But compared to the sharp blades on the ground that the previous Fern had used as flying swords, this sword was exaggeratedly large. It was an ancient, simple-styled two-handed greatsword. Its azure blade shimmered with a colorful arc, and Algae propped it behind her. Just by looking at it, one knew that this thing was dangerously ominous. And Algae also slightly hunched her body. Detective, because Fern asked me to kill you as much as possible. So, I will try my best to kill you next. She explained methodically, but her words were so strange that they could even be called humorous. Saying these things is truly baffling. Nian recondensed the pitch-black ink in front of him and looked at the cat on his head. I'll pay you 3 days worth of sleep and 5 senses after this game ends. Understood. The black cat twitched its ears and sighed as it looked at Nian. Then you have to hold on for 5 minutes, okay? No problem. Nian responded curtly. These conversations did not avoid Algae. Upon hearing them, she began to analyze seriously. So, in 5 minutes, some very powerful skill will probably be released by your cat, right? It seems I need to hurry. The moment her words fell, Algae also moved. She took a step back, then sunk her shoulder and turned her waist, swinging the greatsword, which was almost as tall as she was. Bang! The azure greatsword almost smashed in Nian's direction. He retreated rapidly, avoiding the strike. Bang! The ground trembled, a deep indentation cleaved by the greatsword. Nian didn't just dodge. As he dodged, his hand also thrust forward. The nightmare once again transformed into a black python, coiling around the greatsword that had exhausted its momentum and crashed into the ground. Go!
Nian had already seen that although the weapon had become much heavier, Algi's appearance had not significantly improved her physical fitness. She still relied on technique to wield the greatsword.
Therefore, the opponent's strength was definitely not an insurmountable advantage. Nian chose to use nightmare substance to arm wrestle with the opponent.
This decision seemed fine. The moment the nightmare substance coiled around the greatsword, Algi's movements noticeably slowed down.
Damn it!
The exposed half of Algi's face turned a bit red, veins bulging and knuckles protruding on her hands. However, despite the effort, Algi still managed to drag the long sword off the ground and rest it on her shoulder again. But such a slow movement already gave Nian enough leeway to counterattack. He continued to manipulate the nightmare substance with both hands, while the whites of his eyes also turned somewhat gray. Layers of gray stained his eyeballs, and then, a grayish-white and blurry hand extended from behind Nian. Hiss! A rustling sound rang out, and Lin Yu frowned slightly. This grayish-white hand reminded Lin Yu of the shadow imposter.
It was like some existence of the same origin. Do you know the origin of this hand? Lin Yu asked Lao Zhang, the living encyclopedia. But unfortunately, Encyclopedia Lao Zhang had no record of it.
Not sure, is it something from Night Valley, but it doesn't quite look like it.
Anyway, it shouldn't be this kid's exclusive item, Lao Zhang said, and Lin Yu nodded.
But no matter what, since Lao Zhang didn't recognize it, it meant this thing should be a very rare trump card. So he decided to see what this thing was used for. Then, the grayish-white, blurry-edged, trembling human hand fumbled in the air, and then, as if it found some kind of crack, it directly reached in. The front half of this grayish-white hand just disappeared, as if it had reached into some entrance in the air. Just as Lin Yu was curious about where the hand had gone, Algi's pained groan gave Lin Yu the answer.
CHH.
The grayish-white hand emerged through her lower abdomen, bringing with it dripping blood and fragments of internal organs.
Although he didn't know the principle, Lin Yu understood the effect. This thing opened the other end of the exit inside Algi's body.
And just as the hand was about to slowly retract,
Algi gripped it tightly.
What a bizarre and unorthodox method. She held the hand tightly, and with her other hand, she dragged the longsword and took a step forward. But,
this is as far as it goes.
The sun shines brightly, all things receive its grace, the heavenly Tao is clear, all methods transmit profound mysteries. Algi's voice rang out clearly, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. And on the azure greatsword, lines of intricate and mysterious talismans and incantations lit up.
Lao Zhang's voice rang out, almost a scream.
Her profession is monk, and that greatsword is both the Tier 1 and Tier 2 professional item of a monk, the Dharma tool and the Staff of Precepts. Lin Yu was also a bit shocked.
These two items can be one? The monk's two Tier 1 professional items are the Dharma tool and the Sutra. Because the Staff of Precepts is originally an enchantment on an existing item, it's normal for a monk to choose a Dharma tool, but how can her Dharma tool be a greatsword? What kind of religion does she believe in? This guy is too problematic,
Lao Zhang said, puzzled.
Yes, and compared to the two-in-one item, what I'm more curious about is, do her two personalities actually have different professions?
Regardless, it was an undeniable fact that Fern and Algi, these two individuals, possessed two different professions. The function of the ritual implement was to ensure that a monk's prayers would always receive an additional blessing, and this blessing would also
act upon the ritual implement.
Lin Yu was about to ask what the function of the Staff of Discipline was, but he soon witnessed its effect firsthand. As Algi's voice, which sounded like both a chant and a scripture recitation, fell, the entire longsword glowed like a light stick with 100,000 lumens. Under the strong light, the pitch-black nightmare substance and the gray-white eerie human hand both emitted wisps of white smoke.
Clearly, this strong light had some kind of purifying and dispelling effect. It was almost a special attack against these things that looked like evil, demons and heretics.
For a moment, even Nian felt a bit dazed. As a detective, a well-known crime planner, he often helped various players use their abilities to plan all sorts of things.
For Nian, he was also very familiar with various professions and items.
Similarly, he also recognized the monk, the ritual implement, and the Staff of Discipline. In fact, Nian was even wary of the opponent having changed professions, although he felt that this person might not be the Lin Yu he was looking for. Nian still made his plans as if this person truly was Lin Yu. But Nian really hadn't expected. Not only had the opponent changed professions, but he also had two Tier 2 professional items.
This is too abnormal.
Nian felt that he had never encountered such a chaotic situation and state of affairs. Even though he usually acted more as a crime consultant, he was still a detective after all. Nian had never understood why one person could have so many mysteries surrounding him. If the opponent was Lin Yu, how could he have produced two Tier 2 items? If the opponent wasn't, then why did this person appear here so perfectly? Rather than him chasing Lin Yu in, it was as if he had been deliberately ambushed by that person.
What an annoying feeling. Watching the dissipating nightmare substance, Nien gritted his teeth and retracted the gray-white human hand. However, judging from the more blurred form of that hand, this thing would not last much longer either. The only thing to be thankful for was probably that the eerie woman in front of him was also seriously injured. Blood gushed from the wound on her lower abdomen, and blood also seeped from her mouth and nose. But she still dragged the gleaming greatsword, walking step by step towards Nien. "You are indeed troublesome, but I still have to kill you," she once again explained at an inopportune moment. Nien's expression grew increasingly irritated. This was such a huge loss, taking on this diviner order, ending up in such a sorry state. "I knew it would be like this when getting involved in matters concerning those guys who were about to ascend to godhood," he said impatiently, pressing both hands hard over his eyes. After opening his eyes again, both of his eyes had turned completely gray-white. But rather than looking blind, it looked more like his eyeballs reflected a gray-white world. Behind Nien, half of a gray-white, slender, blurry humanoid ghost crawled out, as if parasitic on him. The slender head of that thing had no facial features, only a gaping mouth with sharp, jagged edges. Lin Yu reconfirmed that this thing should have some kind of kinship with the shadow imposter he had seen before, because the shape of this mouth was somewhat similar to the big mouth that shadow imposters opened when feeding. "Eat her." Nien gave the command in a deep voice, and the gray-white ghost immediately pounced on Algae. Algae, in turn, raised the flashing greatsword. The two did not physically collide, but the blurred edges surging around the gray-white ghost and the blazing white light were mutually devouring each other. In the short term, it seemed that Algae had the upper hand, because the gray-white ghost could not stop her from advancing step by step towards Nien. However, more and more blood flowed from Algae's body, and her face had already turned noticeably pale. But she said nothing, only swinging the greatsword in her hand faster and faster. Lao Zhen watched this scene inside. What a pity. Although the process was a bit bumpy, the result is probably as I expected. And this kid didn't even use his exclusive item until the very end. But looking on the bright side, maybe his exclusive item doesn't provide much direct combat power. This time, Lin Yu did not refute. Although the situation still looked like a stalemate, the outcome was indeed decided. Because perhaps Algae, who was fully immersed in the struggle, had overlooked this point, but the onlookers Lin Yu and Lao Zhang had never forgotten. In this duel, stalemate meant Algae lost. Because from the very beginning, Algae had a time limit. She only had 5 minutes. And now, time was almost up. At Nien's feet, the black cat stretched. "I'll just confirm one last time, Nightmare doesn't have any large-scale destructive skills, right?" Lin Yu asked. Lao Zhang shook his head. "Of course not. Even if it did, the cost wouldn't be as simple as 3 days' worth of perception and sleep." "Then I'll continue to stay and observe." Lin Yu nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, this might even be a good opportunity." He stared at the black cat, counting down silently in his heart. There were still the last few seconds until the 5-minute mark. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, the black cat flicked its tail, its paw gently tapping the ground. And the next moment, Lin Yu saw the black cat begin to melt. It melted into some kind of flowing, expanding darkness. Unlike the pitch-black nightmare substance from before, this darkness was pure darkness. Like materialized night, it quickly spread out, covering a distance of about 3 meters. Within this range, Algae, touched by the darkness, had no time to react before she fell to the ground, as if she had fainted. And as the creator of this darkness, Nien was not exempted either. He also fell to the ground, the ghost behind him dissipating. Lin Yu was not surprised by this scene. As expected, it's that dream-entering move. He then pulled out the BBE 300 in the spear he had picked up, and also activated the water prayer necklace to draw out some blood from it, trying to attack Nien with these methods. However, as Lin Yu had expected, these attack methods were ineffective against Nien in his sleep. Although his body was still present, it seemed to have gone to another dimension. The attacks passed through him and the darkness enveloping him. But Lin Yu was just trying it out casually. "Alright, since it really doesn't work, then let's stick to the original plan. Hannah, Lao Zhang, remember to help me smooth things over later," Lin Yu said, and then, he jumped straight down. The moment he touched the pitch-black darkness, Lin Yu also tilted his head and fell asleep. Because of his connection to Shin Bingmiao, Lin Yu was well aware that his strength was very high. Being ranked 77th meant his strength was superior to Liang Yi and Cress. However, judging by his performance just now, being suppressed by Zhu and Zhao, his strength did not match his ranking. Lin Yu didn't think there was a problem with the forum's ranking list, nor did he believe that Zhu and Zhao had the strength to be on the list. Admittedly, the split personality gave this guy 2 Tier 2 professions, but they couldn't be used simultaneously. Comparing him to the Tier 3 player he knew best, Ji Gung,
with whom he had cleared 2 copies, Lin Yu had no doubt that if Shi Gung were standing opposite her, Zhu and Zhao would probably have already been knocked unconscious. Therefore, even if he might not be able to unleash his full strength due to forcefully entering his copy, Lin Yu was more inclined to believe that he had always been holding back. This wasn't because he hadn't yet pulled out his exclusive item, it was more because Lin Yu had witnessed his methods. In High City, he was able to sneak into Lin Yu's dream under the high alert of Li Hua and a group of Order and Hunter Association members, and in this copy, he even hypnotized many players and NPCs into his puppets. Clearly, his methods were primarily focused on dreams. His black kitten was even a nightmare. Lin Yu didn't believe that such a person had no means to forcefully drag an opponent into a dream, and his motive for holding back was also very clear. From his conversation with his cat just now, Lin Yu could easily conclude that he had to pay various prices to command this cat. Furthermore, there was one more point. Although he initially mistook Zhu for Lin Yu, as time passed, especially after Zhao appeared, he probably also felt that something was amiss. This guy was dedicated enough that even when he was almost beaten to death, he was still trying to discern whether the woman in front of him was the target he was investigating. This reason could also explain why he was now using dream entry, because he was using the dream to confirm whether the person fighting him was Lin Yu. As expected of a Tier 3 player, the plan is already very thorough, but unfortunately, Lin Yu rose from the darkness, feeling the coarse black sand under his feet. Uneven grains, like sea salt, rubbed against the skin of his feet, and the desolate wind was cold and mournful. Everything here, to Lin Yu, even felt somewhat familiar. Unfortunately, he probably couldn't have imagined that when he initiated dream entry, Lin Yu was also nearby. This dream might ultimately have a decisive counter effect on him. Of course, provided Lin Yu operated skillfully. Now is the time to test my acting skills. Lin Yu began to look around and soon found the light source again. However, unlike the dilapidated wooden house last time, this light source seemed to originate from a pit. It's different from the dream that pulled me in last time. I wonder if he can actively control this. Lin Yu pondered, walking quickly towards the light source. And along the way, Lin Yu quickly saw the expected figures. However, the number was beyond Lin Yu's expectation. 2 people walked side by side in the distance, the one on the left with her hair tied up, and the one on the right with short hair. And on the shoulder of the short-haired person on the right sat a small child. They looked like a warm family of 3. Lin Yu hurried forward, silently attempting to blend in. The short-haired person on the right wore black shorts and a sleeveless vest. Her body looked sturdy, and she wore a black mask, making it impossible to tell her gender. Her demeanor was like someone very popular with girls in a bar, but Lin Yu couldn't judge what kind of bar she would frequent. He looked at Lin Yu warily and said, "Hey, who are you?" Lin Yu looked back at him, "Who are you?" The other party frowned slightly, not answering. Beside him, the one with tied-up hair, wearing a bat-sleeve hoodie, with a thin veil covering her face, possessing a somewhat feminine charm yet also a youthful aura, spoke playfully. "He's Zhao, I'm Zhu, and that little one is Xiao Tai. Hello." The child, who looked 7 or 8 years old, wore a full Monkey King plastic mask and nodded slightly at Lin Yu. Zhu, Zhao, Tai. Not only were they separate, but there was even a third one? This meant, at least in the judgment of the nightmare, the split personality was genuinely treated as different individuals. Could it be that this guy really had multiple souls? Which is why she gained multiple profession abilities. Did all split personalities count this way, or was there something special about this guy? Lin Yu's thoughts raced, but he still spoke calmly. "Oh, hello, I'm Chao." Chao. Zhao looked a little strange, and he and Zhu subtly looked at Tai. However, Tai showed no reaction. While the two were thinking, Lin Yu interrupted them. "What's going on here? What happened? I just appeared here suddenly. It's strange. I remember I was fighting someone." Zhao rubbed his head. "I don't know why I suddenly came here. I couldn't have been beaten to death, could I?" Zhu also stroked her chin and said, I didn't know what happened at the time. Was it some kind of spell? Was I teleported? It's a dream." Tai spoke softly, her voice muffled, then fell silent. Lin Yu immediately and naturally continued the conversation. "So that's it, it's a dream, no wonder." He pretended as if he had just realized this was a dream, muttering, then looked at the light source ahead. "Are we going there?" "We plan to go," Zhao said seriously, "because if this is a dream, I shouldn't be normally asleep and dreaming. It's probably some trick used by the guy I was fighting." Lin Yu spoke again, "Then let's go there and take a look." He naturally used the pronoun we. "Although it feels like it might be a trap, I have no objections," Zhu analyzed. "After all, even if it really is a trap, following the trap can still lead to information and opportunities." "Let's go," Tai said last. The team of 3 became 4, continuing towards the light source. Lin Yu walked behind Zhu and Zhao,
feeling the trust emanating from them, and touched his face. Although he said nothing, he had already begun to deceive them. The two older ones, even the swindler, believed it, but the youngest didn't. Their looking at Tai just now also indicated a certain problem. Is this Tai the main personality? Regardless of who was the primary personality or who was the secondary personality, Lin Yu was certain that among these three figures, Tai was the only one who didn't trust him. So, either this child was very vigilant, or he was very smart. Although his appearance was that of a child, this was, after all, a projection in a dream. Lin Yu was very sure that this image was not a one-to-one correspondence with a person in reality. This was more like a projection of the inner soul. Otherwise, the three of them should look exactly alike. And precisely because of this, even if he looked like a child, his mind might not necessarily be that of a child. Self-identity sometimes deviates from one's actual situation. Next, I still have to find a way to deal with this Tai. As Lin Yu pondered, they had already walked near the source of light. Lin Yu roughly estimated that it corresponded to the time he found the wooden cabin last time. Although the projection in the dream would change, it also followed certain rules. Just like the time it took to get from where he woke up to the light source. This was also a form of path dependence. However, this time, the light source was indeed not a wooden cabin. Instead, it was an abandoned mine shaft. The source of illumination was a mining lamp swaying at the entrance of the mine shaft. Two seemingly dilapidated tracks extended deep inside, and there was a rust-speckled mining cart at each side of the entrance. This surprised Lin Yu somewhat. Last time, the two of them played rock-paper-scissors cards in the small wooden cabin. Lin Yu felt that even if they didn't play rock-paper-scissors cards this time, it should at least be a different board game. But this mine shaft didn't look like a good place to play cards. Moreover, Nian was not here either. However, Lin Yu wasn't particularly surprised by this point. After all, Lin Yu knew very well that this time, Nian's goal was different. Before, he was just investigating him, but now he had chased into the same instance, and had even paid for it with some consumable item. Perhaps he still didn't intend to kill him, but if his methods were correspondingly more aggressive, it was also reasonable. What's more, from Nian's perspective, at the moment he opened the dream, there was still the possibility that the woman in front of him was not him. If that were the case, Lin Yu felt that if he were Nian, he would definitely kill this guy who interfered. So, in a sense, I'm still saving this guy's life. Lin Yu thought, walking straight to the edge of the mine shaft and touching the rusty, old mining cart. Ju also walked nimbly to his side and spoke with a smile. Hoo-hoo, it's really becoming more and more like a trap. But I still think it might be a good idea to go inside and take a look. Zhao, however, offered a different opinion. If you want to take risks, I don't mind, but we can't take Tai with us into danger. Ju, outside, I can try to fight a tier 3 for you, but since this is a dream, a world on some level of consciousness and soul, I can't take that risk. As Zhao spoke, Lin Yu secretly looked at Tai. The two of them had a difference of opinion. This was a classic symptom of multiple personality disorder. If two souls live in one body, there will always be disagreements. After all, from the cause of multiple personality disorder, if a person's views on everything never had a contradictory side, if he was very satisfied with all his future decisions in current situation, and believed that his past decisions were nothing to regret, it would be difficult for multiple personality disorder to arise. Most cases of multiple personality disorder stem from a self-protection mechanism after trauma. Even if, fortunately, two personalities can coexist harmoniously most of the time, there will always be moments of disagreement. And the current disagreement arose between Ju and Zhao. So, Lin Yu guessed that their ultimate actions might be decided by Tai, who was suspected to be the primary personality. But to Lin Yu's surprise, Tai didn't say anything. This little guy, who looked like a child, just remained silent, watching the unyielding Zhao and Ju, just like Lin Yu. Is it because I'm here that he doesn't want to or dare to express himself? Lin Yu considered the worst possibilities. However, if you think of it in a good way, since they are all consciousness entities and soul projections, they don't need to reach an agreement to act. Perhaps it's based on this point that this Tai chose to let them be. As Lin Yu pondered, as expected, Zhao and Ju also began to act separately. I'm going to look around elsewhere. Even if I go into this mine shaft, I'll go in last. After Zhao finished speaking, he placed Tai on the ground. If Ju still wants to go into the mine shaft before I return, then don't follow Ju. Tai remained silent, only tapping his mask. Day. 3 crisp plastic sounds. Lin Yu didn't know if this counted as an agreement or what. But Zhao stood up contentedly, seemingly having received an affirmative reply. He walked off in another direction. Ju watched Zhao leave directly, shouting at his retreating back.
I know you're cautious, but don't forget, our bodies in reality are probably in a state of blood loss.
Time is not on our side.
Zao, who had already walked some distance and whose figure was about to disappear into the darkness, didn't speak, only raised his right hand,
clenched and then opened his fist, seemingly a response to Ju.
As expected of communicating with oneself, it's so convenient in tacit.
Lin Yu watched this scene, sighing again.
However, this time, even as an outsider, Lin Yu could sense that a subtle reconciliation seemed to have been reached between Ju and Zao.
It seems we'll have to wait here then.
Lin Yu leaned against the mining cart, tapping its edge, and said faintly to Ju. Ju nodded, although I don't think this is really a trap, it's too obvious, the guy we're fighting and his cat probably aren't that boring. In my opinion, this is probably really the key for us to leave, but since Zao wants to explore other possibilities, I won't stop him. Lin Yu looked at Ju and said, because you need Zao's combat power, and you're also wondering if there's a 1 in 10,000 possibility that the key to leaving this dream is elsewhere.
Ju nodded. Oh, you're really calm and smart, these traits overlap with mine a bit,
she said with a smile. Perhaps, but I still don't agree with him, Lin Yu said, propping himself up on the rusty lever of the mining cart, and I don't agree with you being
persuaded by him.
Both of you are too conservative and cautious. In such extreme circumstances, caution is hesitation, and conservatism is cowardice. These are all things that those who are plotting against us want to see, Lin Yu said, taking a step forward and scooping up the silent tie. At the same time, he kicked back, pushing open the mining cart's lever. He had been sitting on the mining cart just now, silently studying its structure, especially looking for how to start it. Then, holding Tai, he leaned back and fell into the small mining cart. Hey! Seeing Lin Yu's sudden movement, Fern immediately shrieked and pounced towards the minecart where Lin Yu and Moss were. Although she had wanted to explore the mine before, that was when Algae was present. But even though Fern's reaction was very quick, she was still a step too late. She threw herself forward with all her might, but her fingertips missed the minecart by a hair's breadth.
Because she pounced too fiercely, Fern almost lost her balance.
By the time she regained her footing, the minecart's speed had already reached a level far exceeding a normal person's running speed.
Grass, what are you doing?
Fern tried to run after the minecart, but after 2 steps, she stopped in place and shouted. Lin Yu, holding Moss, raised his head from the minecart and smiled at Fern. I've already explained this is a special period, and I believe we need some special measures to break the deadlock. After Lin Yu's words fell, the minecart completely entered the dark mine tunnel.
Everything is just right.
Lin Yu looked at Fern, who hadn't chased after him, and nodded with satisfaction. Given Fern's personality, she should wait for Algae to return. Although Fern sometimes seemed impulsive, Lin Yu could tell that Fern was overly reliant
on Algae. Or among the 3 personalities, Algae's role was to be responsible for external defense and dealing with threats, while Fern perhaps corresponded to communication and daily life. Of course, even if Fern had grabbed the minecart just now, it wouldn't have mattered. Lin Yu would have kicked her off or thrown her off. Doing so would merely be playing the role of grass as pre-planned, which would deviate from his expectations. But fortunately, Fern didn't catch up. This was thanks to the strong kick Lin Yu gave earlier, and also to how he deliberately shifted his center of gravity to the front of the minecart when he fell into it with Moss, even bumping the front panel of the minecart with his shoulder. Inside the mine tunnel, there were only a few widely spaced, swaying xenon lamps hanging from the ceiling of the shaft for illumination, making visibility very low. The dust-filled air further reduced the lighting efficiency of those old hanging lamps, and it was murky, choking, and permeated with a dull, acrid smell. The minecart's acceleration quickly reached its maximum, the entire cart bounced and swayed, and the wheels and pull rod clattered. Even knowing this was a dream, the shaking and high speed made Lin Yu instinctively a little nervous. He looked at Moss, who was also in the minecart, using the faint and changing light source. This small child still sat calmly in the cart. In fact, he had adjusted his posture even earlier than Lin Yu. Without crying or screaming, he even sat cross-legged, leaning against the side of the cart, calmly looking at Lin Yu through the eyeholes of his mask. Lin Yu read the calm, placid emotions in the other party's eyes. Despite being practically held captive, Moss remained undisturbed. One should know that Fern, an adult, was screaming in panic. Her profession was even liar. That's good, whether smart or not, at least he's a calm child. But being able to stay calm means he won't be too stupid either. Lin Yu exhaled, blowing away some of the dust in front of him. It was time to begin negotiations. This was also the purpose of Lin Yu's previous actions. He needed to find a suitable moment to address the issue of Moss not having developed trust. Fern and Algae had already subconsciously considered him an alter ego like themselves, believing he was one of them, but Moss hadn't yet. Before meeting Yen, Lin Yu had to deal with all the personalities of this guy in front of him. So, although the timing wasn't ideal, Lin Yu couldn't afford to care too much, because the time left for him was already very tight. What do you mean grass left with moss?
At the entrance of the mine tunnel, the returning Algae rubbed his hair, speaking in an incredulous tone.
I only left for 15 minutes, or even less time, I thought.
Fern sighed. In fact, less than 5 minutes after you left, Grass started shouting something about extreme circumstances requiring special treatment, then grabbed Moss and jumped into a minecart and took off.
You didn't stop them? Algae asked again, incredulously.
I tried to stop them, but I wasn't at all prepared for him to do that. Fern kicked the black gravel on the ground in frustration. Damn it, who would have thought Grass was so crazy? I thought he was a gentle, tolerant, comforting figure.
Then why didn't you chase after them? Algae questioned again, pointing to the minecart beside them. Even if you couldn't catch up, isn't there another one?
Because I was waiting for you, Fern said angrily. Don't accuse me as if you have no responsibility. It was clearly your insistence on acting
alone. Was that a very wise choice?
I was just trying to confirm if there were any other exits or special places.
Algae's demeanor softened a bit as he mumbled. Fern looked at Algae and asked, so you're back so quickly now, did you find anything?
Algae pursed his lips.
No, but how would I know if I didn't go? Before you went, I already thought there was nothing.
Fern said relentlessly. Alright, let's not talk about that. Algae quickly interrupted Fern. The most urgent task is to catch up with the two of them after all.
More than 10 minutes have already passed.
With that, Algae walked directly to the remaining minecart parked on another track.
But can you be sure that the tracks of these two minecarts lead to the same place? Fern raised a question.
This was also an important reason why she didn't get on the other minecart to chase after them. It's fine, if there's a fork in the road, I can jump off with you in time, Algae said after some thought. You said that minecart is very fast, so whatever distance we can cover on the same path is a bonus, to save as much time as possible.
And what if these two tracks do lead to the same place? Wouldn't that be a gain?
Algae finished speaking and directly pulled the minecart's lever. Fern was once again persuaded by Algae, and the two of them climbed into the starting minecart together. However, compared to Lin Yu and Moss, who were one large and one small, two adults crammed into the square minecart felt somewhat cramped.
Let's go,
Algae said, holding the edge of the minecart, swinging his legs out of the cart, and pushing off twice to accelerate the cart. The minecart's speed increased rapidly, and it soon also rushed into the dark mine tunnel. The xenon lamps illuminated the tunnel, and Fern observed the parallel tracks and the surrounding support structures of the tunnel, gradually letting
out a sigh of relief. Good news, maybe the destination really is the same. This is a mine tunnel following the main or vein,
so it's very likely that this entrance itself only has one path. Fern and Algae sat in the minecart, initially feeling a slight relief because Fern seemed to confirm there was only one track.
However, as they felt the track constantly turning, going up and down, and yet saw no end to the road or another minecart, they couldn't help but feel anxious again. Damn it, is this mine shaft endless? Algae couldn't help but curse. It's only been a few minutes, but it's really strange. Why is there nothing? Is this just to throw us around for fun?
Fern started, trying to comfort Algae, but soon began to complain herself. It's completely illogical.
Is this design meant to wear down our patience?
Yes, both of you. A sharp voice abruptly interrupted their conversation. Fern and Algae simultaneously turned their heads back vigilantly, and then saw
another minecart catching up on the track behind them, under the dim light.
However, that minecart was not a square, box-like structure, but only had a baseboard, 2 pull rods, and 4 wheels. And on that flatbed, a ragged skeleton was frantically shaking the left pull rod, making creaking sounds. It seemed to be because of his desperate shaking that this cart had caught up from behind.
Your patience is almost exhausted, isn't it?
I'll tell you for free, the length of this track, if you travel at your current speed, will take about 12 hours to reach the end. The skeleton's mouth opened and closed, emitting that sharp voice again. It was clearly he who had just spoken.
12 hours?
Algae and Fern looked at each other, astonished by the number the skeleton spoke.
Is he lying? Algae asked Fern in a low voice.
Fern shook her head helplessly. This skeleton has no flesh on its face. I can't judge from micro-expressions or body language at all.
But from the tone, it seems real. Algae frowned slightly, pulling at her mask. Then let's treat it as real.
Fern looked up at the skeleton and proactively asked, so, you came just to tell us how long it will take to reach the end? Of course it's not that simple, the skeleton spoke again. For such a long journey, I came to prevent you from being too bored. I want to help you relieve the boredom of this journey, so, let's play a game.
This is our miner's favorite game, Guess the Mine Rat.
As the skeleton spoke, he shook the pull rod with one hand and beckoned with the other. A mass of darkness swept past the old hanging lamp above their heads, then transformed into 8 equally rusty iron bowls that appeared in his hand.
At the same time, one of the bowls contained 8 squeaking, yellowish-brown rodents. Algae frowned. A game? What do you mean?
The skeleton let out a clack-clack laugh, seemingly ready to explain the rules.
But Fern interrupted him. Wait a moment, before you explain this game, I have a few more questions for you. Is this game mandatory? If we refuse you, what will you do?
Fern asked, and the skeleton laughed.
Good question, of course it's bang.
As the skeleton spoke, a violent shaking and tremor occurred within the mineshaft, and soon, a section of the arched ceiling where they had just passed collapsed.
I will bury you here.
However, facing the skeleton's threat, Fern and Algae were rather calm. So that's it is indeed a mandatory game.
Algae said, unsurprised. Fern, in front of the skeleton, looked at Algae. Are you sure you can't kill him before he acts?
No, I don't even know the trigger mechanism for him collapsing the tunnel.
And he's a skeleton. I can't even say what killing him means, although I'm confident I can crush it in a second. What if it's just a puppet?
Algae calmly explained, what's more, even if we survive the collapse,
just being trapped is something we cannot accept.
The skeleton shrieked again, discussing such things in front of me, isn't that a bit too disrespectful?
Algae ignored him.
And Fern, naturally acting as if she hadn't heard what Algae just said, continued her conversation directly with the skeleton. I still have a
question. Did the group before us also play this game?
Yes, they played this same game with my colleague. The skeleton had no choice but to drop his protest and replied.
Do you want to know their outcome?
Fern shook her head, not interested, but,
I still have a question.
Then ask. The skeleton was already a bit helpless. It seemed it had to answer Fern's constant questioning.
I want to know, what exactly is at the end of this tunnel?
Fern, clearly having realized this point, asked calmly. Initially, she interrupted the skeleton simply to disrupt its rhythm, gain a little initiative, and probe. After all, in an unfamiliar environment, this skeleton, clearly an NPC of the home ground, had natural dominance. And Fern had already keenly guessed that the upcoming game would certainly have this skeleton as the host or dealer. She naturally had to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, and she had to do this before the game started to get the best effect. Especially when the game was unavoidable, it was probably not just the two of them who were restricted. Whether this skeleton was a puppet or a subordinate, in short, it would not be the controller of this dream. Therefore, its coming to play a game with the two of them also had orders to follow. In other words, this game was not something the two of them had to play, but something all three present had to play. Thus, the questions used to regain the initiative could naturally be more aggressive.
Indeed, upon hearing Fern's question, the skeleton seemed somewhat troubled. Its mouth opened and closed silently twice before it gave a somewhat difficult answer. It's the owner of this mine.
You will meet the esteemed adult, and he will play another game with you. As the skeleton spoke, Fern smiled.
So that's it. It seems he also sent you to play a game with us, right?
Fern said.
The skeleton nodded, saying in an ill-tempered tone. Enough, you've asked enough questions.
I must now introduce the game rules. This game is very beneficial to you. After all, after losing a round, you might just lose your life. I will randomly blast open a section of the track ahead. But if you win a round, it will double the speed of your minecart. As the skeleton spoke, Algae couldn't help but sneer after hearing it. Lose your life if you lose, double your speed if you win. Indeed very beneficial to us.
Now, tell me how to play your mine rat game.
The rules of the miner rat game are very simple.
As you can see, I have 8 bowls and 8 miner rats in my hand.
Before each game begins, I will place 2 miner rats in 2 bowls, 1 miner rat in 4 bowls, and nothing in 2 bowls, then I will shuffle all the bowls and number them. In each game, you can ask me the sum of the number of miner rats in any 2 bowls, the comparison of the number of miner rats between any 2 combinations of bowls, whether the number of miner rats in any 2 bowls is equal, or the difference in the number of miner rats in any 2 bowls. You can only ask one of the above questions once per game, for a total of 3 questions.
I will always give an accurate answer.
Then you need to choose any one bowl. If it's an empty bowl, you win.
1 miner rat, I win. 2 miner rats. This round is a draw.
After the skeleton finished speaking, it detached its own bone arm from the joystick, letting it continue to shake the lever on its own.
Algae sneered unhappily.
What truly fair rules. We only have a 1/4 chance of winning, but you have half. Before the skeleton could speak, Fern poked Algae.
Stop making a fool of yourself.
Algae looked at Fern.
Are you not on my side?
I am. That's why I'm reminding you, these rules are advantageous to us. Don't let this bone frame change them.
Fern lowered her voice. You're right, but that's if we guess blindly. With 3 questions, even in the worst-case scenario, we can eliminate 2 bulls that would lead us to a guaranteed loss, and if we want to, securing a draw is very easy. As Fern spoke, the skeleton spoke again. Hey, I can hear you. Algie scratched her head. Why can we eliminate 2 losing options even in the worst-case scenario? It's normal that you don't understand. After all, you're a brawler and a charlatan. Leave this situation to me. Fern looked at the skeleton sitting cross-legged. As long as this guy doesn't cheat, it can't beat me. And I think, since it's gone to all this trouble, there's really no need to cheat. After all, they were in a dream constructed by someone else. If they simply wanted to kill them, why not just let this skeleton collapse the passage or send monsters to attack them? True, this kind of street performance is right up your alley for a liar like you. Algie placed her hand on Fern's shoulder. Then I'll be responsible for making sure it doesn't cheat. The skeleton laughed. Gentlemen, I am honest with young and old alike, and I never cheat. Saying this, it inverted the 8 bowls onto the board in front of it. Then, the skeleton used the hand still attached to its torso to pull 2 minor rats from under 2 bowls, then tossed them under 2 other bowls. Well then, let the game begin, the skeleton said, and then its single hand began to move the 8 bowls. Unexpectedly, the skeleton's speed was almost terrifyingly fast. There wasn't even a gradual acceleration process. As soon as its hand started to move, the 8 bowls instantly turned into blurs. The sound of metal bowl rims scraping against the iron plate at the bottom of the minecart kept ringing out, densely like stir-frying. Fern watched this scene and couldn't help but exclaim. These minor rats seem pretty resilient. Their fur must be very tough. If ordinary mice were moved with this intensity, they would probably have been shaken into a pulp long ago. Algie also chimed in with a complaint. Not only is their fur tough, but their willpower is also tough. These little guys don't make a sound. Maybe they can't make a sound? Fern also said. After about 10 seconds, the skeleton stopped its hand. The 8 bowls were arranged in a row from left to right, and the skeleton spoke again in a sharp voice. Gentlemen, begin your questions and choices. Number 1 starts from my left-hand side, up to number 8 on my right-hand side. I see. Fern stroked her chin, looking at the bowls, then spoke. Then I'll ask, what is the total number of rats in bowls 7 and 8? Inside bowls 7 and 8, the total number of minor rats is 3. When Fern heard this, her eyes curved into a smile. Oh, I hit the jackpot, it's 3. Even Algie reacted. 3 means that bowls 7 and 8 must be a combination of 2 and 1. I'd like to ask, comparing the sum of bowls 2 and 3 to the sum of bowls 7 and 8, which side has more? Fern asked, and the skeleton immediately replied, the number of minor rats in these 2 sets of bowls is the same. Aha, now we can confirm there are no empty bowls among these 4. Fern said with a grin, looking at Algie. How about that? We still have 1 question left, but we've already made the probability of choosing an empty bowl 50%. Now, the last question can be used to take a gamble, she said, then asked the final question. I'd like to ask, what is the difference between bowl 2 and bowl 1? The skeleton looked at Fern in surprise. Your strategy is not optimal, but your luck is good. The difference in the number of minor rats in these 2 bowls is 2. Fern smiled and said, sometimes you need a bit of luck, then this time I choose bowl 1. The skeleton lifted bowl 1, and the bowl was indeed empty. Congratulations on winning this round. Now, your minecart will accelerate, the skeleton said, and the detached hand next to it, which was shaking the lever, sped up. Clang! The skeleton's cart crashed into Fern and Algie's cart, then pushed their cart and began to accelerate. Creak! The iron tracks underfoot shrieked, and the speed gradually doubled. Now, there are only 6 hours left on the journey, Fern said optimistically. Algie, if we win 5 more rounds, the time will be about 10 minutes. Each round takes about 2 or 3 minutes, so we should arrive at the station directly by then. She spoke optimistically. Algie pursed her lips. Then you could totally win 3 rounds, and then slow down a bit each time. This guy won't rush you. If you're going to say that, then why don't we drag 1 round out for 12 hours, Fern pouted. But didn't you hear that Boneframe just say that? There's someone at the final boss who commands it and will play a new game? I believe Moss will definitely find the winning strategy for this game, and if Grass can convince Moss, the 2 of them might already be at the final boss. The next game might not be the type Moss is good at. Without knowing what Grass is good at, it's better for us to hurry over. As Fern said, if only survival rate is considered, and there's no obvious element of compulsion, the optimal solution for this game is actually to stall. Winning only shortens the time, but losing could mean immediate death. Although having the mine shaft blown up isn't necessarily death, it sounds like a very difficult punishment to deal with. However, for the 2 of them, the current situation didn't allow for stalling. Moss was in an unknown state that made them both extremely uneasy, not to mention, even ignoring the emergency caused by Grass's actions, they didn't have 12 hours to waste. In reality, his own body was still losing blood. Perhaps this was why Grass directly took Moss on an adventure.
Come on, skeleton. The second game began. The 8 bowls spun again and soon stopped. This time, Fern immediately spoke up and asked,
"Which is more, 5 and 6, or 3 and 4?
The skeleton raised his head, and after a moment of silence, said, "Your rats in bowl number 3 and bowl number 4 combined are more."
Okay, then what is the sum of 5 and 6?
The difference in the number of rats in these 2 bowls
is 0.
The skeleton's tone showed a slight fluctuation.
Ha, you see, this time our luck is even better. 2 questions have already secured the win.
Fern said to Algie with a smile, then looked at the skeleton.
Do I have to ask the last question? Can I just choose now?
The skeleton said with difficulty, "Of course you can." After he finished speaking, Fern then said with a smile,
"Then I choose bowl number 5. The skeleton lifted bowl number 5, and it was indeed empty.
Fern laughed lightly. "Now I believe you, you really didn't cheat.
You truly are honest."
After Fern finished speaking, the skeleton waved his hand silently, the hand pulling the lever sped up again, and the minecart also accelerated.
Again.
10 minutes later, the minecart, which had accelerated to almost breakneck speed, crashed into the wall with a bang, stopping directly at the bottom
of the spiraling mine shaft.
During the final descent, the skeleton had already stopped and left in advance, so in the end, only Fern and Algie arrived here. However, both of them were almost shaken to the point of vomiting and were now panting, leaning on the edge of the minecart. After Algie recovered first, he jumped out of the minecart and dragged out Fern, who was almost knocked unconscious, finding that they had arrived at a place that resembled a restroom. On a low table was a xenon lamp, much brighter than the previous hanging lamp, and surrounding the low table were several wooden barrels serving as stools. At the same time, there was also a scattered deck of poker cards on the table. Linyu and Moss were sitting by the table, and seeing the two approach, Linyu smiled and greeted Fern and Algie.
"Yo, you came very quickly. Sure enough, I wasn't wrong.
With a liar, one can indeed see through the trap in this game and find the fastest way to solve it."
Fern was stunned. "What trap?"
Linyu was also very surprised. "Of course it's the any bowl it says every time.
This is a very crude word game.
Although the biggest problem with its questions at first glance is that you can't pinpoint the exact value of a certain bowl with a single question. Its any doesn't specify any within this round of the game, nor does it necessarily refer to a number.
So, you could ask a question like, is the number in bowl 8 equal to the bowl containing 1 rat?
This way, the question becomes a ternary logic problem each time. For your first question, you choose any 2 bowls and ask for the difference in
their quantities. There are 3 possible answers, 0, 1, or 2.
If the answer is 2, for the second question, you directly ask if one of them is 0, guaranteeing a win.
If the answer is 1, for the second question, you ask if one of them is 1. The one that is not 1 must be a win or a draw. If the answer is 0, you ask for their sum. If it's 0 or 4, you choose one of them. If it's 2, you ask if any one of them is equal to any other bowl. If they are not equal, you choose directly. If they are equal, you choose directly from the remaining ones.
This is the least ideal situation, but it still eliminates 3 incorrect options, leaving only a 1/5 chance of being wrong, and even if you are wrong, it's not a big problem because if the minecart speed is already fast enough before the track is blown up, it's not fatal. I drew 6 times, won 5 times, and lost once. Fern was silent. "I didn't think of that."
"Then how did you get here? It couldn't have been luck, could it?" Linyu asked incredulously.
Algie sat opposite Linyu. "Grass, you also said that Guy is a liar," so she naturally didn't rely on puzzles but on deception. Although that skeleton shook them very quickly, the sounds of 2, 1, and none being placed are certainly different. "Although I couldn't hear it, Algie could," Fern said, pursing his lips.
And because they were laid out in a row, Algie could at least confirm whether the 2 empty bowls were in the middle, left, or right, accurate to the range of 2 bowls. Knowing that one of these 2 must be empty, I could then ask questions with the answer already in mind. The 2 of us just needed to put on a bit of an act. As long as we didn't let that skeleton discover that I was cheating with Algie's hearing, we could keep using this trick to cheat. After Linyu listened, he was slightly silent before giving a thumbs up. Impressive.
He only then realized that his trickster was sometimes not as good as a true liar. When the skeleton was honest and didn't cheat, Linyu forgot to actively deceive and cheat, instead genuinely focusing on finding the optimal solution
to the game.
If he had cheated, even the 1/5 probability of failure in the worst-case scenario could have been avoided. After all, Linyu's plan still had flaws. If he lost once at the beginning and then didn't quickly win several times to pick up speed, it would still be very dangerous.
Indeed, sometimes my thinking is too rigid.
Unless the situation is very urgent, I generally don't choose methods that break the rules. However, as the grass persona, it really shouldn't use unconventional methods so frequently. Lin Yu secretly analyzed himself. Essentially, it was because Lin Yu knew he wouldn't die in this dream. Unlike algae, fern, and moss, Lin Yu had a way to leave the dream at any time. The first time he entered the dream was because he was unprepared. But this time, Lin Yu actively entered the dream, and old Zhang and Hannah were both looking after him. And while Lin Yu was thinking, another minecart rumbled along. Screech! Accompanied by the sound of an emergency brake, a vehicle that was more like a luxurious small train than a minecart stopped. The door of the brightly red-painted carriage opened, and a cloaked figure emerged from inside.
Lin Yu recognized the person at a glance. Oof, the main character finally showed up. Although this dream was vastly different from the last, Lin Yu still recognized 20. After all, 20's appearance was almost the same as last time. However, compared to last time, 20 was much more proactive. After jumping off that train, 20 looked at the 4 people and walked straight to the table. Hey, there are a lot more people than I expected. My plan should have only invited one person. He tapped the table and spoke.
Algae and Fern both looked at him coldly, saying nothing.
Instead, Lin Yu spoke.
You did only invite one person, he said calmly.
But, are you surprised that so many of us appeared?
Listening to Lin Yu's tone, 20 narrowed his eyes and laughed.
Ha, not surprised at all. Even if you're men, women, old, and young, you 4 should all be one person. It's just that I'm not sure if you're the person I'm looking for. Lin Yu did not speak again.
For him, it was enough to just let 20 say that sentence. Indeed, Fern, who was in charge of external negotiations, frowned. I don't know who you're looking for, and even if you're looking for me, I don't know what you plan to do with me.
20 looked at Fern. Didn't you find my hiding place and come to fight me to the death?
But with your skill level, you shouldn't appear in this dungeon, Fern said calmly, and the method of entering the dream, and the series of arrangements you made to find someone after entering this dungeon, and repeatedly hovering around me finding you for a life or death battle can
be considered a form of self-defense, right? What if I said I had no ill intentions? Can we reconcile? 20 asked with a low chuckle. Fern didn't answer, and Algae sneered, of course not.
Even though this dream was 20's home ground, Algae and Fern clearly had no intention of backing down. After all, both of them knew very well that the cloaked man in front of them was just joking. What a shame, 20 said, shrugging, but even so, I won't intentionally make things difficult for you. After all, I'm just acting on behalf of someone else to probe your background.
As he spoke, 20's fingertips tapped lightly on the table twice.
All the playing cards jumped up and flew into 20's hand. Most people who sign a contract with a nightmare, once they pull an enemy's soul into the dream, will try to create difficulties, terror, and attacks in the dream to torment their opponents, thereby achieving the goal of driving them to madness, 20 said calmly. After all,
the dreams created by nightmares cannot kill the people who enter them, and all basic scene constructions must be real and existing. Subsequent
distortions of the scene must also be based on what is reasonable and recognizable, and there will definitely be an exit from the dream, and the dream manipulator's main body must also exist somewhere reachable within the dream. Algae, listening to 20 suddenly introduce himself, was a little surprised and spoke unhappily. You fellow, why are you suddenly saying all this?
Shouldn't these be the weaknesses and limitations of your abilities? Are you insulting me, thinking that even if you tell us this, we still won't be able to escape?
No, you misunderstood. I'm just reiterating my sincerity. 20 began to fluently shuffle the cards with one hand. The dreams I create using
nightmares are never meant to trap or kill the people I pull in.
I believe this is a place that can be used to understand others. The people I pull in are not so much my enemies as they are interesting fellows to me, so I don't want everyone to make things too ugly just to leave this dream. You've already played a game on your way here, right? You just need to win against me in the next game, and you can leave. 20 said, placing the shuffled playing cards neatly face down on the table. Those who win can leave here, those who lose, I won't do anything to you, you just need to answer one question. As 20 spoke, Fern still seemed to be hesitating.
But, unexpectedly, Moss nodded. Okay, but, what are we playing?
It pointed at the playing cards and asked. One of the simplest and most classic card games, blackjack. 20's fingers brushed over the cards, and the cards fanned out, also called
21. You've all heard of the rules, right? No one indicated that they didn't know.
This game was indeed too classic, almost mentioned in every casino and movie involving card themes, so much so that even those who didn't like playing cards more or less knew its rules. Lin Yu and this trio were no exception. After all, the rules of blackjack are not complicated. The The basic gameplay is that everyone initially has 2 cards and can choose to hit or stand. The goal is to make the sum of the card values in hand not exceed 21 and be as large as possible. A maximum of 5 cards can be drawn, and if the total value in hand exceeds 21 at any point, it's an immediate loss. Among them, J, Q, and K are counted as 10 points.
An ace has 2 values, 1 point or 11 points. If an ace is counted as 11 and the total exceeds 21, then the ace is counted as 1 point.
Seeing that everyone already knew the basic rules, 20 smiled and spoke. Since everyone already understands how to play this game, I won't explain the basic parts much. However, we are not playing for money or chips, so the rules are still different from those blackjack games in casinos. Here, I've also added some of
my personal rules. First, I always act as the dealer.
According to the rules, I will have 2 cards, one face up and one face down, but the difference is, your cards are also one face up and one face down. Each of us will have a face down card, and in the subsequent card adding phase, even if you've busted, you don't have to declare that you've busted, you just have to stop taking cards. Of course, you can also declare that you've busted. After all of you stop taking cards, I, as the dealer, will start taking cards. I still have the restriction of having to take cards until I reach at
least 17 points.
And after I start taking cards, you can vote to conduct a whole card exchange for everyone. The exchange order is up to you to decide, but once the exchange begins, everyone must exchange, except for those who have already declared they've busted. After that, if I don't bust when I stop taking cards, I will choose to compare card values with everyone. At this point, if your cards are busted, you must declare it. And if I bust, I must declare on the spot that I have busted, so that among you, those who directly declared busted during their own card taking phase will not be judged as losing, but I can still choose one of you who hasn't declared busted to reveal your cards. If the chosen person also busted, then the loser of this round is the one I caught. But if he didn't bust normally, then I am still the loser, and all players who didn't bust are considered winners.
If you win twice, you can leave the stream. And if you lose twice, you must answer one question for me.
After Nian finished introducing the rules, he also sat on a wooden barrel.
If there are no questions, then let's begin.
Naturally, no one expressed opposition. Soon, one face-up and one face-down card were dealt to everyone. Lin Yu's face-up card was a J, and then he glanced at his face-down card, which was a 9.
That's quite big. Lin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
It seemed he wouldn't need to draw any more cards this round, so he looked at the face-up cards on the other people's tables. Fern had a 7, Algie had a 3, and Moss had a K. The 3 of them were also checking their face-down cards. Algie kept rubbing his face-down card after looking at it, while Fern immediately covered hers after peeking at a corner.
Moss picked his up and took a look.
Their expressions for now didn't reveal what kind of cards they had received. As for Nian, the dealer, his face-down card was the same as Lin Yu's, a 9.
Moss didn't call out blackjack, which means his face-down card isn't an A.
Lin Yu pondered, and then Nian began to ask Lin Yu, who was on his left.
Do you want to take a card?
No.
Lin Yu shook his head and said,
although there's no surefire way to win at blackjack, there are methods that can increase one's chances of winning. This method is arguably the most well-known among various poker-type games, because this method is too legendary.
Kevin Ma, an ethnic Chinese student from MIT, the highest-ranking institution of learning across the ocean, along with his classmates, swept through
the casinos of Las Vegas, using card counting to walk away with millions of dollars.
This story was even adapted into a movie titled 21.
Lin Yu had watched that movie repeatedly. After all, one of the lead actors, Kevin Spacey, was an Oscar winner, and for Lin Yu, who was passionate about acting, he couldn't miss a drama film featuring an actor with such masterful acting skills. Therefore, Lin Yu also understood that card counting method. To put it simply, it was a real-time calculation strategy based on statistics and probability, paying attention to all the cards that had already
appeared on the table and assigning them points.
Although Nian chose to have everyone hold a face-down card, which reduced each participant's grasp of the information on the table, he was, after all, using a single deck and had 5 players. This provided a strategy for real-time calculation. Of course, for Lin Yu, starting with 2 cards totaling 19, even a player who didn't understand the optimal card drawing strategy would know that he shouldn't draw any more cards this hand. If the goal is to win the game, I only need to calculate the probability of a card exchange at most.
And even if I lose this time and get asked questions, it doesn't matter. In fact, I'm quite looking forward to Nian asking more questions. After all, it's very likely that it won't be me answering. Even if I do answer, it can still mislead Nian. Nian isn't sure now whether the 4 people on the table are Lin Yu or not.
In Lin Yu's opinion, the ideal situation would be to make Nian think that all 4 people are his, meaning Lin Yu's personalities, and then use the performances of the other three to mislead Nian. However, this also meant that in this game, Lin Yu had a more important task than winning. I have to make that Nian guy believe that I and the other three are a team, and I also have to make Nian understand why I wasn't experiencing dissociative identity disorder last time, but suddenly am this time, without alarming them. I have to say, it's a long and arduous journey. But Lin Yu felt that it wasn't impossible. Nian had already looked at Fern, who was sitting next to Lin Yu. Do you want to choose to take a card? Fern had a 7 in her hand. Looking at the situation on the table, Lin Yu felt that as long as her face-down card wasn't one of the largest, she could try to take one. Anyway, even if she busts, she can still bluff her way through. This rule essentially lowers the cost of taking a card, encouraging players to continue taking risks even if there's a possibility of busting. Even if Fern's face-down card was a 10, which is a T card in blackjack, she would still be precisely at the dangerous point of 17. Fern was very smart. Lin Yu felt that even if she hadn't studied blackjack strategies, she could make a relatively optimal choice based on intuition at this point. From this, Lin Yu could completely deduce what Fern's face-down card was. And Fern's answer surprised Lin Yu. I'm not taking a card. She calmly gave up. Lin Yu was a little surprised. Could her face-down card be an A or a T card? He thought silently, his expression unchanging. Nian, however, didn't hide his surprise that Fern didn't ask for a card. Although Nian, wrapped in his cloak, couldn't show expression, it didn't stop him from letting out a soft click of his tongue. You don't want a card either. Alright, Nian turned to Algie. Then what about you? I want to keep taking cards. Algie only had a 3 in front of him, so of course he would take a card. Only when Nian turned around did Algie put the face-down card he had been rubbing back on the table. Nian dealt Algie another card, which was a 5. That's quite small. Algie mumbled, then seemed to fall into thought. Watching Algie ponder, Lin Yu couldn't help but guess again. Now Algie's visible cards total 8, but he's still hesitating. In other words, perhaps his face-down card is a number that's neither too big nor too small? 6, 7, 8, 9 are all possible. If we consider that Algie doesn't seem to be as good at solving these puzzles as Fern, and is more like a thug in terms of personality, perhaps this range should be even larger, because he might not have your excellent numerical intuition and ability to precisely calculate probabilities. The scene was extremely silent, only the breathing of a few people and some distant noises from the mine could be heard. After a moment, Algie seemed to have made up his mind and spoke. I want to take another card. A new face-up card was placed in front of Algie, and this time, Algie got a new 6. Seeing this, Fern couldn't help but tease. If only this were Golden Flower. If your face-down card was good, you could even try for a straight flush. Lin Yu only noticed after Fern spoke that Algie's 3 visible cards, 3, 5, and 6, were all hearts. Unfortunately, suit doesn't mean much in blackjack. Watching Algie's visible cards already reach 14, but after a moment of silence, Algie spoke again. I still want to keep taking cards. This made Lin Yu even more curious. 14 visible and still taking cards. What exactly is your face-down card? If Algie's face-down card was very large, then he shouldn't be taking cards now. But if Algie's face-down card was very small, what was he hesitating about just now? Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly remembered the conversation that took place just before Nian arrived, when Algie and Fern first got here. Unless the two of them are cheating again. The 5th card was dealt to Zhao, and Lin Yu clearly saw what it was. It was a 4 of clubs. No straight flush now, but it looks like there might be a straight, Zhao joked with a laugh. We're not playing Texas Hold'em, Zhao said helplessly. Because he had already taken all 5 cards, and although his face-up cards hadn't busted, Zhao couldn't take any more cards. Lin Yu had also completely confirmed one thing, Zhao and Ju must be cheating. After all, Zhao's card-taking strategy was simply too strange, and strange here didn't refer to his act of taking 5 cards. From the outcome, if Zhao's whole cards were a 2, 3, it would be perfectly explainable. But just as Lin Yu had previously wondered, if that were truly the case, why did he hesitate when taking the 2nd card? That didn't make sense. However, what if we make this assumption, based on the existence of the whole card exchange phase? What if Zhao's hesitation at that time was him thinking and agonizing over whether to exchange his whole cards? What if he knew the whole cards in other people's hands, or if they were communicating at that time? So Zhao's dilemma at that time wasn't calculating the benefit of continuing to draw cards with his current hand, but rather deciding whether or not to exchange his whole cards. So, they have a way to communicate whole cards. Ju and Zhao, no, perhaps even Ju, Zhao, and Tai, can all share their whole cards with each other. They have some kind of conventional secret signal for communication. It makes sense, after all, there's a cheat among the 3 of them. Lin Yu's mind raced. The three of them cheating was both good and bad for him. From the good side, as long as he also integrated into their cheating, deciphered their cheating methods to achieve four-person cheating, then with Nian's observational skills as a detective, he would quickly realize they were cheating. At that time, when Nian discovered that he and the other three were cheating in sync, it would naturally further solidify the fact that he was of the same kind as them. But from the bad side, achieving this was no small feat. Lin Yu had to see through the cheating method before Nian, preferably before this round ended, to know their secret of communicating cards, and he had to achieve this subtly. He couldn't ask or probe, he had to act as if he already knew the method. Firstly, this definitely isn't their usual method. After all, they are all different personalities of the same person. Situations like this, where they are separated in a dream and need to use secret signals to communicate, are probably a first. So, this should be a method used by Ju, the cheat, and her other accomplices or temporary confederates when setting up a scam. It's just that the other two personalities also know this method, so they can use it directly now. To meet this condition, the method must be general, covert, and regular. Lin Yu thought quickly. Over there, Nian had already finished Zao's card-taking phase and looked at Tai. Do you want to take a card? In front of him was a king, a T card counted as 10 points. Tai didn't answer. But in Lin Yu's view, the probability of him not taking a card was very high. If Tai didn't take a card, his time would be very tight to figure out their secret before this round ended. He would only have Nian's card-taking time left. What's more, it would then be time to vote to exchange whole cards. It would be best to join before the vote. Lin Yu slowly thought, recalling everyone's actions from when they received their whole cards to now. Was it the act of rubbing the cards? Zao had been rubbing the card in his hand from the beginning. No, if that were the case, Ju and Tai should also have some small movements. But clearly, the two did not. Tai hardly moved at all throughout. And if it were some small movement with their hands, it would be too obvious. Nian would instantly discover they were cheating. But if it wasn't a hand movement, what could it be? Was it the content of Ju and Zao's conversation? After the first deal, Zao said, "It's quite small." Lin Yu was certain that Zao's words must have been precise to a specific point value, and definitely not implicitly referring to his whole card being big or small. And Ju later said that if Zao's cards were a golden flower, he could try for a straight flush. This sentence could be interpreted as a kind of affirmation, meaning for Zao to continue taking cards. But Lin Yu didn't think this sentence conveyed the point value because Ju only said it before Zao took his third card. If cheating was established, then the point in time when Zao knew the other people's whole cards must have been before he took his second card. What happened before that? Aside from Zao's ambiguous remark, there didn't seem to be anything else. And, Zao must have been the receiver of information, his words couldn't have let him know the other two's whole cards. But Lin Yu remembered very clearly. At that time, Ju and Tai did nothing, not even making small movements with their hands. It couldn't be some kind of soul link, could it? But if it were something like that, how could he gain Ju and Zao's trust? Not movements, then was it sound? That was even more incorrect. Lin Yu clearly remembered that Ju had spoken a few words earlier, while Tai had remained silent from beginning to end. Moreover, the words Ju spoke were all after Zao had already made his decision. Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly froze. Wait a minute. He felt like he had found the abnormal part. Ju, with her chatterbox mouth, could ramble on to herself for half a day even if she was just digging in the dirt. This game didn't forbid her from speaking, so why did she remain silent just now? It would be normal for her to say something. Not saying anything seemed more like avoiding suspicion. Especially the 2 times she spoke again later. In retrospect, it seemed like she had already completed this round's cheating communication, and, feeling relieved, she could start talking again. So, their cheating method is indeed sound, and it's a subtle, easily overlooked sound. Lin Yu silently began to recall all the sounds he had just heard. At the same time, it was a sound that inherently had a certain pattern, capable of encoding and simply transmitting information. He remembered that when Zao was silent and conflicted earlier, the scene was very quiet, so quiet that only the breathing of those present could be heard. But, the problem lay in those breathing sounds. Those breathing sounds were the means by which Zao, Ju, and Tai cheated and transmitted information. Truly worthy of a professional cheat. Such creativity, a truly brilliant concept. Lin Yu didn't deduce that the breathing sounds were problematic all at once after systematically eliminating various possibilities. Instead, when he recalled, Lin Yu also noticed that the breathing sounds themselves were problematic. Just as Algie was thinking, Fern and Moss's breathing suddenly changed in quick succession. A normal person at rest basically inhales and exhales through their nose. It is only during exercise or excitement, to increase oxygen intake, that a person will use their mouth to assist breathing.
At the same time, if it's just simple rapid breathing, under normal circumstances, both the mouth and nose inhale and exhale together.
Only during long-duration outdoor aerobic exercise, such as long-distance running, might an athlete intentionally control their breathing at the end
of an exhale, leading to inhaling through the nose and exhaling through the mouth. In other words, it's impossible for a normal person sitting down to actively use a breathing pattern of inhaling through the nose and exhaling through the mouth. And just now, both Fern and Moss briefly used this breathing pattern. But even if it was abnormal, this abnormality was extremely difficult to notice. Because this breathing pattern does exist, and breathing is almost the most subtle and common human behavior.
Even if he noticed this point, if Lin Yu hadn't been very sure they were cheating, and the times Fern and Moss exhaled through their mouths were even staggered, he wouldn't have been able to pinpoint this as the method of cheating. After all, even if someone really did breathe like that, it could be explained as adjusting nervous emotions. Deep breathing is also a good way to relieve stress. I'm not a genius after all, I still have to eliminate and verify things bit by bit to get the answers and conclusions. In contrast, Fern, who could think of this, is truly amazing. Especially since this method is also very efficient. Lin Yu estimated that both Fern and Moss only took a few seconds, breathing a few times. They were using the short codes of Morse code. The only thing Lin Yu couldn't be sure of right now was whether they were using clear code or encrypted, scrambled code. However, confirming this was also simple. He just needed to reverse engineer it based on the known information on the table. Among the three people's whole cards, Fern, Algae, and Moss, one must be a very small card supporting Algae getting a full 5 cards, and one must be a very large card supporting Fern folding when her face-up card was 7 points. And Fern's Morse code, which was the length of her exhalation, was short, long, a total of 3 times. Algae's was unknown. She must have exhaled earlier when it was noisier, the environment wasn't quiet enough then, so Lin Yu didn't remember. And Moss's was long, short, also 3 times. If following the general digital shortcodes, this should mean 2 and 8. This perfectly matched the conclusion inferred from the situation on the table. And at this moment, Moss's opening words confirmed Lin Yu's guess. I choose not to take a card. Moss said calmly, and 20 also spoke. Okay, then, 3 of you didn't take cards, did you? Then I'll start taking cards. 20 quickly took a card and placed it on the table. It was a 4 of clubs. Adding his face-up 9, 20's face-up cards now totaled 13 points. He looked at the cards and tapped the table. Oh, not bad. I won't take any more cards. Now, you choose whether to exchange whole cards. Although you can discuss, you absolutely cannot reveal or hint at your whole cards in your words, okay? Lin Yu heard 20's words and realized the time was right. Although the specific encoding, whether it was truly clear code, still needed to be verified when the cards were revealed later. But he gambled. This method, even with me, is truly just right. After all, I am someone who exhales when thinking about problems and regulating emotions. As he spoke, Lin Yu let out a long breath, as if naturally taking a deep breath. Pooh. He noticed that at the moment of his long breath, Fern, Algae, and Moss all clearly noticed his action. Then, a shorter exhalation. Pooh. Lin Yu then resumed normal breathing. Long, short. In China's universal digital shortcodes for Morse code, this represents the number 9. He revealed his whole card in clear code. If he hadn't guessed wrong, a moment later, Fern indeed spoke first. I agree to exchange. I agree too. Algae immediately followed suit. Lin Yu nodded. Agree. Moss also chimed in, seconded. The 4 of them almost tacitly reached an agreement. 20 asked with interest, then how do you want to exchange? Algae spoke first, I'll exchange with her. Algae naturally pointed to Fern beside her. Hearing Algae's words, Lin Yu could be 90% sure. Because the card in Fern's hand, interpreted as clear code, was 2, if given to Algae, he now had 5 cards totaling 20 points. Even if they were playing without the 5-star rule, i.e., 5 cards without busting if over 21 points, 20 points was large enough. And among the 3 known hidden cards in their own 4 hands on the table, this was the only one known not to bust Algae. Coupled with Algae seconding Fern's action, Lin Yu had an epiphany. I see, he should have a T card in his hand. Lin Yu thought, then spoke easily, I see, then it seems only the 2 of us will exchange. He handed his hidden card to Moss. Moss looked at Lin Yu, her eyes behind the plastic mask bright and clear, gazing at Lin Yu. Fern and Algae had clearly been surprised but not unexpected that Lin Yu also participated in the reporting points. But now, Moss clearly showed noticeable fluctuations at Lin Yu's ability to see through their 3-person cheating method. However, rather than scrutiny or wariness, Lin Yu felt that Moss's gaze at this moment was more a kind of appreciation. In any case, Lin Yu silently smiled at Moss, then picked up the card Moss handed over.
It really is an 8.
His and Moss's 2 cards were both large, both of them not only had face-up T cards, but their whole cards were also an 8 and a 9. Now that they had exchanged, Lin Yu was slightly at a disadvantage.
But Lin Yu didn't mind.
Because if one person had to be chosen between him and Moss to answer 20's question, Lin Yu still hoped he would answer.
Are all exchanges complete? Then let's reveal the cards.
20 said with a smile, and Lin Yu nodded, flipping over his newly received whole card, an 8.
His total was 18 points.
Then came Fern, her whole card, surprisingly, was unexpected by Lin Yu.
It was an ace. So Fern's cards now also totaled 18 points. It's an ace?
Lin Yu was a little surprised. Algie's original whole card was actually an ace. The hidden card was an A, not a T or any other high card, which was quite unexpected for Lin Yu. Because this meant, essentially, Algie didn't actually need to exchange cards and A could be calculated as 1 or 11. But why did Algie choose not to draw a card just now? Lin Yu understood this after a brief thought. Because Fern's cards were 2 and 7, and Algie's cards were A and 3, if the 4 cards from both of them were viewed as a whole, then A and 2 could be interchanged. Moreover, the strategy they 3 pursued was definitely to maximize the probability of everyone winning, not just themselves winning. So, Fern not drawing a card and Algie drawing a card was the absolute optimal solution.
Since Algie's 3 couldn't be exchanged, he definitely had to draw a card.
This strategy was probably not thought up by Algie himself. Although from the results, it increased the possibility of everyone winning and perfectly utilized the card exchange mechanism proposed by Nian. But Lin Yu always felt there was a fatal flaw in this operation. It was like, why did Nian add this card exchange mechanism that was clearly beneficial to the 4 of them? Nian's motive was also easy to explain. Lin Yu surmised that for Nian, rather than trying to kill him in this game, he was more about confirming the situation of the personality split that suddenly appeared.
This mechanism was more like testing there.
But precisely because Nian's motive could be explained this way, the way Moss and Fern arranged their strategy seemed strange.
This is like actively telling the other party that we are cheating. If it were Lin Yu, there would definitely be a better solution.
Now it was as if Nian had set up a trap, and Fern and Moss had directly stepped into it. But this is not a big problem. Lin Yu thought, and quickly decided to put this aside for now. After all, what he needed to do now was to integrate into the 3 of them. Anyway, Fern and Moss were already smart enough, so he chose to trust
them,
just as if they were truly a part of him.
Show your cards, friend. Lin Yu tapped the table and looked at Nian.
And Nian also revealed his hidden card. 9, for, the last hidden card was the 4 of diamonds.
He had 17 points. Too bad, I lost to all of you,
Nian said with a half smile. Although he lost to 4 people at once, he didn't seem to feel discouraged. This also aligned with Lin Yu's speculation. Nian setting up this game was essentially a test. He didn't care about winning or losing, after all, he did the same thing last time. Algie and Fern both seemed somewhat excited. After all, each of them only needed to win one more round, and they could leave the dream.
Let's continue,
Algie said, crossing his hands. Nian, of course, had no objection and shuffled the cards again. A new round of cards was dealt to everyone again. Lin Yu's cards this round were an open 6 and a hidden 7. This starting hand could be called terrible, a 13-point hand, quite awkward. Taking a card might bust, not taking one would make it very difficult to win. The most important thing was that this hidden 7 had a subtle value. However, fortunately, they could cheat now, so Lin Yu wasn't too worried. It was just that the number 6 didn't have a universal simplified shortcode, so Lin Yu had to exhale 5 times honestly this time. The others were still looking at their cards, so Lin Yu pretended to have a slight headache and quickly completed the secret signal. Then, he also successively received secret signals from the others. Fern's open card was a 9, and his hidden card was a 3, adding up to 12 points, also a bit awkward. After all, this could also be 5 points. Algie's cards were very good, an open Q and a hidden T card, a double T card start, 20 points already, almost putting him in a naturally unbeatable
position. Finally, it was Moss. Moss had an open 2, and his hidden card was another A.
Everyone's luck is good again this hand, Lin Yu said, thinking, but if we exchange cards, how should we exchange them?
Nian, as the dealer, had an open 5.
If the highest probability of everyone winning was still the guiding principle, excluding himself, the remaining 3 had an optimal solution.
A movable A, a movable T, could create Algie's guaranteed winning hand of 21 points plus Fern's 19 points, then giving Fern's hidden 3 to Moss, so Moss
would have a safe 2-card start totaling 5 points, and could confidently continue to draw cards.
But if he joined in,
Lin Yu felt that his hidden 7, no matter where it went, would be a difficult-to-handle negative return. Fern and Algae were obviously struggling with Lin Yu's card. However, Lin Yu had no worries at all, because he had already thought of the optimal solution for his operation, and it was the way to break the deadlock. Nian looked at Lin Yu, then, let's start drawing cards. Do you want to draw a card? Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Of course. A 4 was placed in front of Lin Yu, and now his hand's face value became an even more awkward 17 points. On the surface, it was also 10 points. And at this moment, Lin Yu still spoke. I still want to draw a card. Algae couldn't help but look at Lin Yu. Although Algae was very restrained, Lin Yu knew what he was expressing. Clearly, the best thing for Lin Yu to do now was to stop drawing cards. Because although 17 points was awkward individually, Lin Yu now had a better option. That was to take the A from Moss's hand when exchanging hidden cards later. This way he would have 21 points. At the same time, Fern, the next player, could take Algae's hidden T card, forming 19 points. And Algae could try to draw a card, deciding whether to take the hidden 2 or 7 based on the card he drew. If it was less than or equal to 4, he could take the 7 card, otherwise take the 2. The worst result would be drawing another T card, in which case Algae would have no choice but to take that A. But conversely, he could give his T card to Lin Yu. So, in summary, in Algae's opinion, it was best for Grass to stop drawing cards now. Algae inexplicably recalled what Fern had just told him about Grass suddenly taking Moss away. This guy called himself Special Circumstances, Special Measures, and was evaluated by Fern as aggressive. Now it seemed, Fern was really good at judging people. A new card was placed on the table. It was a 7 of Hearts. Now the total points in Lin Yu's hand had reached 23, he had busted. But this was actually a good thing. Now Lin Yu's open cards were only 17. As long as he exchanged his hidden card for Fern's 2, he could even get 19 points. With such a card exchange strategy, Moss might not be very comfortable drawing cards in the end. Algae thought, and Fern on the side was also about to speak. Nian looked at Lin Yu. Do you still want to draw a card? Lin Yu smiled and shook his head, then made a decision that surprised both Algae and Fern. No more, because I busted. He turned over his hidden card, announcing the fact that he had lost this round. Looking at the stunned Algae and Fern, the unexpectedly smiling 20, and Moss, who was staring intently at him, Lin Yu calmly spread his hands. Sorry, I lost. This was the best strategy Lin Yu could think of. If, without his trump card 7, Algae, Fern, and Moss's hands could achieve a relatively optimal solution, then, within that rule set, there was precisely a way for him to avoid participating in the trump card exchange. That was, to actively declare that he had busted. This would sacrifice him, making him lose this round, but greatly increased the chances of the other 3 winning. This was also a strategy Lin Yu had planned from the start. He had already decided that he would sacrifice himself to help the 3 of them, of course, not for any grand reason. Essentially, Lin Yu's goals were threefold. Firstly, he did this to maintain his persona, and it was a dual maintenance. This act of active self-sacrifice would likely further confirm the fact of 4 in 1 in 20's eyes. And in Algae and Fern's eyes, it would likely further confirm that he was an aggressive new personality. Secondly, Lin Yu doing this might also send the remaining few away. If Fern, Algae, and Moss all won, they would be sent out of the dream. This would once again create a one-on-one scenario between him and 20 in the dream, a scenario that would definitely be advantageous for Lin Yu. Thirdly, this was also Lin Yu's test and probing. As for the matter of potentially having to answer 20's question if he lost another round after losing this one, Lin Yu felt it didn't matter. He even secretly hoped he could answer the question. Although it might involve some risk, if he didn't answer the question, how could he completely deceive the detective in front of him? So, Lin Yu directly gave up this round. And just as Lin Yu had expected, 20 immediately saw Lin Yu's trump card and understood the purpose of his actions. Because every face-up card on your side of the table, when paired with your 7, is terrible, so you simply gave up? That's quite a decisive choice, 20 said softly. And even before 20's explanation, Fern and Moss had clearly already understood Lin Yu's strategy. Algae, after 20's reminder, also reacted. Looking at Lin Yu, Algae couldn't help but feel a little awe. That's really impressive, Grass, to be so aggressive. Rather, it's truly worthy of me. Although aggressive, it's also a very smart and decisive move. Fern clearly also highly approved of Lin Yu's approach. The resentment he had felt towards this Grass for directly carrying off Moss earlier had significantly diminished. If the aggression was only directed at others, Fern would have some complaints. Now, realizing that Grass, after assessing the situation, could decisively sacrifice even himself without any double standards, Fern naturally had a much improved opinion of Grass. 20 also looked at Fern. So, do you want to take a card? I'm still not taking one this round. Fern shook his head, choosing not to take a card based on the current optimal solution on the table. Next, Algie also gave up taking a card. Then it was Moss's turn. Moss chose to take a card. And he quickly got a JAT card worth 10 points. If they considered the cards after the future exchange to be 2 cards, 2 and 3, adding up to 5 points, then Moss now had 15 points in his hand. Moss frowned and thought for a moment, then finally shook his head and also chose to give up taking a card.
I'm not taking any more.
After all, the dealer 20 only had a 5 as his face-up card, which wasn't big. This meant that unless the opponent had an A or AT card, they couldn't win against Moss without taking a card. Moreover, the opponent could easily bust if 20 wanted to win against more people. The T card currently in Algie's hand would put enough pressure on him. Alright, now you can decide whether to exchange cards, 20 said, beginning to take his own cards. He got a 7, then immediately stopped taking cards. Then, the trio of Algie, Fern, and Moss began to exchange cards. Alright, show your cards. Accompanying the dealer 20's voice, everyone flipped over their face-down cards. Fern had a K and a 9, 19 points. Algie had an A and a Q, 21 points. Blackjack, an assured win. As for Moss, he had a 2, 3, and J, 15 points. And 20's hand was a 6, 5, and 7, exactly 18 points. So the result of this round was Algie and Fern winning, and Moss and Lin Yu losing. Algie and Fern saw the results. Fern was about to say something, but 20 raised his hand and directly sent him away. Whoosh! The 2 figures simply vanished into thin air. Lin Yu saw the 2 leave and fell into thought. So after those 2 leave, will their bodies in reality wake up? Although there was no basis, Lin Yu vaguely felt they wouldn't, because 20 himself was still asleep. If that were the case, wouldn't his move just be controlling himself? Also, Moss should be the main personality, and if the main personality didn't leave, it might not truly count as waking up. 20 spoke indifferently. Alright, congratulations to those 2 for winning this game. But you two, now you've lost. If you lose one more round, then you'll have to answer one of my questions. 20 reminded them. Lin Yu didn't respond. Moss nodded slightly. I know, continue. Moss made a pleased gesture. And for Moss's image, this gesture was a bit too mature. Moreover, it didn't quite match the introverted child Moss had previously displayed. Indeed, 20 looked at Moss with some surprise. It seems that having the other 2 present earlier somewhat affected your performance. 20 slowly shuffled the cards, looking at Moss, and spoke as if casually. Lin Yu heard 20's questioning but didn't speak. But he realized one thing. 20 seemed to think that Moss's earlier refusal to take a card was somewhat unusual. And Moss readily nodded in admission. Yes, I just wanted to send those 2 away. Moss said words almost identical to what Lin Yu had just thought. Honestly, the punishment for us losing is just answering a question. That doesn't really count as a punishment for me. I don't mind answering questions. Moss spoke the longest sentence Lin Yu had heard from the little guy since he met him. Moss said such a long sentence almost in one breath, with hardly any fluctuation in tone. And 20 also looked at Moss with interest. You don't even know what I plan to ask, do you? I really don't know, but it's nothing more than my identity or something, Moss said calmly, but that's precisely why I hope you ask. Because when you ask a question, and I answer, it's not just you, who hears the answer, who gains information. It's also me, who hears the question. Moss stated a very simple fact. For 2 parties who don't understand each other, asking a question in itself is enough to reveal many things. After a simple negotiation, a new round of dealing began. With 2 fewer people, it's even harder to win now, Lin Yu couldn't help but lament. After all, from a probabilistic perspective, 4 people meant 4 exchangeable cards, while 2 people only had 2. But luckily, Lin Yu didn't intend to win. Anyway, Lin Yu didn't care about answering questions. Moreover, Moss over there seemed to intentionally want to stay. This might be a good thing, or it might be a bad thing. But Lin Yu couldn't say for sure right now. In any case, the game started again. A new round of poker cards was dealt to Lin Yu. Because 2 people were missing, now 3 people sat around the table, forming a 3-way standoff, somewhat like a trisection. The dealing speed also increased a bit. Swish! 2 poker cards, 1 face up and 1 face down, flew across the table to Lin Yu. Lin Yu pressed his fingers on the 2 cards. The face-up card was a 5, and the face-down card was a K. Lin Yu looked up at Moss, preparing to report his whole card, but he heard Moss, who hadn't even received his cards yet, change his breathing frequency. First, short, 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 long, short, long. The moment Lin Yu heard it, he understood Moss's intention. SK, ha. In international Morse code, SK means end,
terminate communication. Does that mean no more cheating from now on?
Lin Yu frowned slightly. Although he didn't care much about winning or losing, winning was always good.
What was Moss's purpose in doing this? Was he afraid that 20 would also notice something, or did Moss have other plans? With Fern and Algie gone, could he trust this possibly smartest main personality, Moss? Lin Yu's thoughts raced, contemplating everything without showing it.
Since the other party said so, Lin Yu didn't report his whole card.
He watched the two face-up cards dealt to Moss and 20. Moss's face-up card was a 4, and 20's face-up card this time was an A. 20 still looked at Lin Yu. Do you want another card?
Of course. Lin Yu nodded slightly, and then a 4 was dealt into Lin Yu's hand. Now Lin Yu's 3 cards were 4, 5k, totaling 19 points. Lin Yu stopped taking cards, but he also knew that this round he wasn't very safe. After all, 20's face-up card was an A. Next, it was Moss's turn. Moss also chose to take more cards. Moreover, Moss took 2 cards this time before stopping. Now Moss's face-up cards were 4, 3, and 6, 3 cards. And when it was 20's turn, he smiled. I'm not taking any cards this round, so, do you two want to exchange? Lin Yu and Moss exchanged glances. Looking at the silent Moss, Lin Yu knew the other party was waiting for his opinion. Lin Yu had nothing to be conflicted about. His whole card was a T, which would make Moss bust immediately if he gave it to him. So Lin Yu shook his head. I don't want to exchange. Moss nodded. If that's the case, then let's not exchange. 20 nodded. Then let's reveal the cards. I finally got a good hand this time. He flipped over his whole card, which was a queen of spades. This hand, 20 got a black jack. The dealer takes all. Lin Yu and Moss symbolically flipped over their whole cards. Lin Yu was still alright, at least with 19 points. As for Moss, his whole card was a somewhat ridiculous 9 and exact 22 points, which was a bust. 20 collected all the cards on the table and smiled at the two of them. Alright, now you two, you both owe me a question. But don't worry, for the next 2 questions I'm going to ask, you two can freely decide who answers. One person answers 1 question, that's all. 20 said, as if he were so generous. So, you two, my first question is, what are your ID card numbers? Lin Yu almost laughed out loud. What a perfect application of knowledge. This time there was no opportunity to refuse to answer. This question was indeed very critical. But Lin Yu didn't care. He was sure 20 already knew his identity, so reciting it was fine. What made Lin Yu a bit conflicted was, if he recited it now, would it make 20 suspicious instead? And just as Lin Yu was conflicted, Moss looked at 20 and calmly said, I don't have an ID card. 20 narrowed his eyes, looking at Moss. You don't have an ID card? Moss stopped answering, as if to say, I have already answered the question. Although 20 was slightly surprised by this answer, he didn't dwell on it much. He looked at Lin Yu. Then the second question can only be answered by you, hey, Mei, or rather. Lin Yu. 20 directly called out Lin Yu's name. Moss also looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu wasn't surprised, leaning back slightly. I don't know who you're talking about. And 20 stared intently into Lin Yu's eyes, saying, it's okay not to admit it now, but you must listen carefully to the next question. My question is, can you and the other 3 soul entities who entered the dreamer's dream be considered the same person, physiologically or legally? 20's words came out. Lin Yu heard this question, leaned forward slightly, his expression changing. He opened his mouth to answer the question, and a familiar feeling surged up. It was the invisible restriction he had felt the last time he was pulled into a dream in Haicheng. At this moment, Lin Yu could only speak the truth. This was the rule of this dream realm. Although 20 didn't emphasize it this time, Lin Yu couldn't lie. Lin Yu pressed his hand on the table, as if rapidly thinking about something. I can't answer directly. If I do, all my previous efforts will be in vain. I must deceive 20. This detective is indeed difficult to deal with. I don't even know when he figured it out. Damn it, but I have to deceive him now. To deceive someone with the truth, I've never done that. Think, but the way this question is phrased is too precise. There's no room for playing games at all. This is truly terrible. Lin Yu mumbled frantically to himself, his thoughts rushing like a monologue backstage when an actor temporarily steps in for a major role in a play. But in the end, Lin Yu couldn't think of any solution. Finally, Lin Yu looked up and let out a long sigh. Alright, when did you find out? Seeing 20 remain silent, Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. I can clearly answer this question. I am not the same person as them. This time I lost to you, but what I want to know is, how did you know? Since your profession is detective, you shouldn't mind explaining the reasoning process to me. 20. 20 calmly said, of course, it's because of the overly deliberate, tacit understanding you intentionally displayed at the card table and
your abnormal, active sacrifice, just now.
Although I don't know how you're cheating yet, I know you are cheating, and you were the last to join. Moreover, no matter what, last time you didn't have a split personality, and this time you've conjured up 4 people. No matter what, it's too
strange.
I wouldn't believe you so easily unless I was an idiot. 20 said proudly, tapping the table. So, you and this liar are not the same person at all.
He stared at the somewhat dejected Lin Yu, grinning. You must want me to think that, don't you, the real Lin Yu? 20 turned his head and looked in Moss's direction.
The guy behind you, who looks more like Lin Yu than you do, is indeed speaking the truth. But that's just the truth as he perceives it, isn't it? I never thought that after just one visit last time, you didn't even give me a chance to ask a question, and you've already figured out the biggest
limitation of my dream-based questioning.
Honestly, you should already know or have guessed that I've investigated you. I know very well that you can use multiple profession abilities, so I've always been curious how you achieve this. So I looked at your resume. How should I put it? You're truly a genius in performance, Lin Yu. 2 years ago, you were just an ordinary high school student, but even then, at the high school gala, you performed a solo act, a monologue from a
play, a 10-minute segment, which you adapted yourself.
I found a video clip recorded by your high school classmates. It was truly stunning. And after the college entrance exam, you chose to major in performing arts, which your teachers found quite regrettable, and thus they had a very
deep impression of you. After entering university, you became even more unstoppable.
Just one performance with the drama club, and Professor Bai from Jiangqing Media wished
he could directly recommend you to a theater troupe.
At least 3 entertainment companies were waiting to poach you with a contract, but you rejected them all.
Lin Yu.
The reason your name hasn't become famous across the land is simply because you yourself don't want it to.
Combining these experiences, I couldn't help but start to speculate.
How could someone like you, entering the death game, have abilities unrelated
to performance?
So, I used some rather precious items to get your forum ID. I'm not referring to the alt accounts you later registered using various methods that
could even deceive the forum, but your very first one. Your forum ID is Director, isn't it? Nian said calmly.
Lin Yu couldn't help but once again feel Nian's terror even though he was mentally prepared. What this detective had uncovered was even more than he
had imagined. And it was precisely because of this that Lin Yu couldn't help but feel even more fortunate.
At this moment, Nian wasn't saying these words to him,
but to Moss. Is this a case where the entire process was correct, but only the result was wrong?
And Nian, unaware of the crucial step where he had erred, just spoke to Moss, lost in his own thoughts. I admit, the nightmare I can construct after signing a contract with the original nightmare is very powerful, but it's not omnipotent. You've also been investigating me, so you've also been guarding against me. Even the fact that I would pursue you into this instance is not a secret. With the acting and screenwriting abilities you've displayed, it wouldn't be difficult to weave several new identities, immerse yourself in them, and even develop multiple personalities. In fact, for a genius of your caliber, it would be strange if you couldn't do that. After all, in my opinion, you don't just have a talent for acting, you're the kind of genius who will achieve something in anything he does. It's just because you like acting that you've shown your talent in it, just as I only like games and deduction, which is why I became a detective. I understand you very well, because we are the same type of person. Your talent might even surpass mine. Hearing this, Lin Yu secretly thought to himself, thanks, but I really can't do that, and I'm really not a genius. He was just an ordinary person who truly loved and was good at acting. But Lin Yu certainly wouldn't interrupt Nian's brilliant deduction. So, you changed your image from the very beginning, and you respect me a lot. Precisely because you are a genius, you also know that I am a genius, so you don't believe that merely pretending to have multiple personalities and being female could deceive me. Instead, you deliberately exposed a flaw. You chose to actively seek me out, actively enter the dream, actively send away 2 personalities, and now you're actively losing the game all just to mislead me. As long as I eliminate you through questioning in the dream, I will naturally shift my attention elsewhere. And you've long prepared another suspicious option. That guy who was very active as the team leader at first, yet seemed to be hiding himself, wearing combat gear and revealing the corner of the clothes you once wore. I say. That guy, he's your summon creature, isn't he? Although I haven't found any data, you should have a summon creature with high intelligence that can act independently. You want me to chase that guy in this instance, so you can safely clear it, right? At this point, Nian tapped the table and drew his conclusion.
The Psychological Society gave you an extremely high rating, and you've certainly lived up to that rating. Unfortunately, you were still one step short, because your acting just now was too exaggerated, even though it was only slightly exaggerated, revealing a tiny flaw. Based on my understanding of you, it shouldn't have happened. Perhaps in other fields you might make mistakes, but in acting, into which you've poured so much effort and all your talent, you absolutely cannot make a mistake, Nien said, looking at Moss. Lin Yu silently exhaled. Good. Everything was as he had anticipated. The only variable now was Moss. And Moss raised his eyes, looked at Nien, and spoke an utterly certain truth. Your analysis is very good, but there's still one direction and one detail that's wrong, Moss said softly. Nien raised an eyebrow. Where did I go wrong? Firstly, I genuinely have multiple personalities, Moss said indifferently. Secondly, my acting can make mistakes. Because if I hadn't made any mistakes, you wouldn't be incessantly talking to me like this. As Moss's words fell, Nien burst out laughing. Ahahaha, indeed. You're finally showing your true colors now, proud and confident. Yes, this is how you should be. Very good, now we can finally talk, Lin Yu. Clearly, although Moss didn't directly admit it, Nien interpreted these words as a true recognition of Moss's identity. Lin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, Moss, thank you for your cooperation. Of course, while Lin Yu was relieved now, Moss's cooperation was not unexpected. This was something the two had already discussed. In the minecart, when Lin Yu realized he couldn't deceive Moss, he changed his strategy. He chose to persuade Moss. Because this guy was also a smart person, Lin Yu's negotiation went smoothly. Lin Yu confessed most of the information to Moss, his own and Nien's. This situation led Moss to be very willing to cooperate with Lin Yu. And it wasn't just Moss's cooperation. Rather, apart from Moss's final decisive word, the other parts, perhaps even everything, were not due to Nien's arrogance and coincidence that led him to this misunderstanding. On the contrary, Lin Yu largely agreed with some of what Nien said. Although Lin Yu didn't consider himself a genius, Nien was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying genius. Therefore, Lin Yu had always employed a saturated deployment, Stealer, Rakshasa, the impromptu idea after encountering Fern, the game in the dream, the deliberate act of losing. Even from the first time he entered the dream and encountered Nien, without knowing the other party's objective, Lin Yu had already begun his planning. This was a nested game within a game, 5 or 6 layers deep. But even so, Nien was still a little short, just one last layer from touching the truth. Lin Yu even felt that if he hadn't met Fern, this incredibly useful guy, the other party might have found him directly. But no matter what, the result now was, the deception was successful. He successfully deceived Nien. Geniuses are always arrogant. Out of arrogance, they overconfidently believe in their own abilities, their own reasoning, and their own judgment. And once they reach a conclusion, they rarely doubt themselves. That being said, deceiving a genius is still not an easy task. Because their arrogance often matches their ability, they possess extraordinary observational skills, memory, and reasoning power. But coincidentally, Lin Yu has extensive experience in deceiving geniuses. He has his own unique insights into how to fool intelligent individuals. No, rather than being experienced in how to deceive geniuses, Lin Yu felt he was more experienced in dealing with people much smarter than himself. And the source of this experience was his older sister, Lin Zhao. Perhaps Lin Zhao doesn't seem like a genius now, but in Lin Yu's memory, when he was young, Lin Zhao was indeed terrifyingly intelligent. It wasn't until she slowly grew up that Lin Zhao seemed to become more and more normal. Sometimes Lin Yu even wondered if his sister was hiding her true abilities, or if she had lost her talent amidst the struggles and hardships of life. And the most important lesson these experiences taught Lin Yu was, to go with the flow. Once the other party has a reasonable deduction, just let him continue to deduce. At this moment, 20, who had completely fallen into the trap, looked at Moss. So, there's no need for us to fight to the death, is there? Moss was also fully in character. Lin Yu had to admit that the person with dissociative identity disorder he encountered in this instance had surprisingly given him many pleasant surprises. Although Lin Yu gave Moss limited information, Moss still played his role so well that Lin Yu himself wondered if this guy truly believed he was Lin Yu. Moss heard 20's negotiation proposal and did not object, merely shaking his head slightly. I don't trust you. You consumed precious items, chased me into this instance, and risked being killed by me to activate this dream, just to negotiate with me now? I said, I'm just acting on behalf of someone else. As a rising star of the order, you can even escape from the diviner's grasp, so of course the marauders are very interested in you, 20 said. calmly.
Indeed, the mission conditions the diviner gave me were to investigate the secrets about you, and if necessary, to kill you directly.
But, as you said, I've consumed many precious items.
And the price for helping the diviner eliminate you, versus the price for investigating your secrets and allowing you to become a friend of the
marauders, the latter is clearly higher. Moss spoke impassively. Interesting. You mean you want to threaten me into becoming an informant within the order? You don't seem to have a strong sense of identity with the order either, and I'm not unable to offer you some benefits.
20 retorted.
Moss nodded. No, I don't have much sense of identity, but what price can you offer?
20 mused. I will have the marauders stop their pursuit of you.
You should know, you already have a high bounty on your head within the marauders. I need tangible benefits and guarantees, Moss said, staring at 20.
After a moment of thought, 20 spoke again. Alright, let's be straightforward then. Here is 1, Dream Sanctuary.
I want 3. Moss interrupted him. Agreed. 20 agreed readily enough.
With a gentle wave of his hand, a transparent, exquisite bottle appeared on the table before them. Inside the bottle, it seemed to contain dancing, glittering specks of light. And at the same time, a parchment contract also appeared on the table.
As for the guarantee of our transaction, how about we use this abyssal contract to achieve it? On the parchment, lines of twisted ink emerged, forming text.
Moss picked up the parchment scroll and placed it in front of him, positioning it so Lin Yu could also see it.
Lin Yu glanced at the content.
Firstly, after signing the contract, during the period of its validity, neither party shall harm the other. Secondly, after the contract takes effect, contract signatory A is obligated to ensure the personal safety of contract signatory B, and shall not
engage in any direct or indirect actions that are subjectively detrimental to B's personal safety and freedom.
If A becomes aware of others' intentions to act detrimentally towards B, A must inform B and provide assistance. Thirdly, after the contract takes effect, contract signatory B is obligated to truthfully answer questions posed by contract signatory A
regarding the order, and shall not engage in any subjective concealment, omission, or misleading. This contract is valid for 3 months.
Violators will suffer a soul backlash from the Abyssal Lord and receive a betrayer's mark in their soul, enduring the abhorrence and pursuit of
all abyssal creatures. 20 bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the bottom of the parchment contract.
Although this was a dream and the blood flowing out was not real, precisely because it was a dream, this action was even more effective than dripping
blood in reality.
This was a ritual completed directly in a soul state. At the position marked a blood red spread, and an invisible force connected and embedded itself into 20's body.
Your turn,
20 said, and Moss calmly bit his finger as well.
Blood dripped onto the parchment scroll.
You seem to value me greatly. This abyssal contract alone is very precious, not to mention you still have to convince the diviner.
The duration of this contract is even only 3 months.
Yes, this is an investment, 20 said slowly, looking at Moss.
If you hadn't performed so exceptionally in this instance, I certainly wouldn't be treating you this way.
It's just that you did, so I had the idea of investing in you. 3 months is already plenty of time, and I believe, after 3 months of cooperation, you will also be happy to continue working with me.
Moss bit his finger and dripped blood onto the parchment scroll.
Deal. The blood imprint dropped, and the contract was officially established.
Lin Yu, witnessing all of this, couldn't help but exclaim.
No wonder Moss agreed after just a moment's thought. This guy was indeed smart, worthy of being certified by the god of change. By cooperating with him, he actually managed to fleece such a large sum from 20. However, Lin Yu was also happy to see such a scene. In the most optimistic scenario, Moss might be able to help him fool 20 for quite a while, at least 3 months. Even if luck wasn't good, at least deceiving this instance would be no problem.
And the items 20 gave away and consumed were all indirect weakenings of him.
Within the Black Mire realm, at the site of the Glory Festival, Moss and Nian simultaneously opened their eyes. After the contract was made, Nian naturally chose to intentionally lose a game, allowing Moss and Lin Yu to leave the dream. Nian and Moss both calmly got up. After all, with the contract in place, the two of them were currently unable to harm each other. Watching the nightmare recede around him, Moss stretched his body, then took out a bottle of potion and drank it.
Go!
His severe injuries instantly lessened significantly. However, looking at the dim sky around him, Moss couldn't help but frown.
How long did your dream last?
Nian glanced at him.
Oh, about 40 hours. The flow of time in my dream is not the same as in reality.
It was fortunate that their state seemed relatively static when they entered the dream, otherwise Moss speculated he might have already died from excessive blood loss. But I thought it would be faster in the dream, Moss said. It's strange, if it were me, I would have done that.
If I could choose, I would do the same.
As Nian spoke, the black liquid-like nightmare substance recoalesced into a lazy black cat, which then jumped onto his shoulder.
Don't forget my reward. You can just collect it directly when we get back. Nian stroked the black cat's head and looked at Moss again.
So, 3 days after we get back, remember to contact me, Lin Yu.
Moss blinked. Alright, then it's time for us to part ways. I haven't completed the clear conditions for this instance yet.
Nian mused, although it's not difficult for me, it's about time I started. After all, half the time had already passed. According to the tradition of the Glory Festival, there might be very few prey left here. But just as the two were about to leave, a rustling sound came. In the woods, a figure dressed in animal skins, using a spear as a staff, appeared before them. The uninvited guest calmly spoke.
Gentlemen, you cannot leave yet. Nian and Moss looked at the new figure.
Both of them recognized the fellow at the same time.
That was an impressive fellow. Rakshasa. It's you, Mara.
Moss and Nian spoke simultaneously. The person who arrived was, of course, Lin Yu. Before the three were fully awake, just as signs of awakening began to appear, Lin Yu was instructed by old Zhang to have Hannah completely conceal his figure with the maximum power of stealth disguise. Then, the moment Lin Yu woke up, he manipulated shadowy corner to retreat deep into the forest.
And then, at this moment, he reappeared. Indeed,
Nian being deceived was something worth celebrating, and Fern, or rather Moss, was also a very good collaborator. However, Lin Yu still hadn't forgotten his purpose in chasing them. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If he had a chance to kill Nian, he would still be very happy to try. After all, as long as Nian was alive, he might realize that the person he met in the dream today was not Lin Yu. And at that time, Nian would realize he had been tricked, and would immediately understand that the abyssal contract would not prevent him from
killing Lin Yu.
Compared to such a headache-inducing situation, Lin Yu still preferred to kill Nian here. Especially since both Nian and Moss, due to their clever minds being focused on mutual scheming, still hadn't discovered that this Rakshasa was precisely Lin Yu. They hadn't even suspected that this Rakshasa was a player. Nian, naturally, goes without saying, in his view, who Lin Yu was already very clear.
As for Moss, she was also a clever person.
Fern, as a part of Moss, had formed the deeply ingrained notion that the Mara who acted with her was a Rakshasa, and this idea was also deeply
embedded in Moss's thoughts.
This was also equivalent to a conclusion Moss herself had deduced, so Moss would not overturn it at this moment. Especially since Lin Yu wouldn't give them any more time to think and ponder carefully. No matter how clever and perceptive one was, there needed to be space for thought and observation for it to be effective. Now that Lin Yu appeared directly here, facing the Nian who had ceased fighting, he naturally had ample confidence. Because after 40 hours of fermentation, the constantly spreading rumors had completely garnered more than 100 shares of belief within this Glory Festival venue. Coupled with the refined by Lin Yu's deliberately spread notions of transformation, ancestral bloodline, and other completely fabricated claims. At this moment, Lin Yu could feel that the deception he had begun to set up from the moment he entered this instance, finally, the lie came true. And as a trickster, Lin Yu could now feel that he could touch falsehood and transform it into truth. Looking at the Nian who was ready for battle, Lin Yu exhaled and silently thought. Tier 3, The upper limit of a unique class was indeed very high. Although he was currently undergoing a Tier 2 advancement trial, in terms of strength, he was still only Tier 1 after all. But at this moment, feeling the surging, Rakshasa-like power within his body after coming true, he didn't feel that Tier 3 was an insurmountable and unbeatable existence. Moreover, this current power had not yet been fully unleashed. He looked at the Nian, around whom black nightmare substance had recoalesced, and spoke like a true Rakshasa. Strong ones not of this realm, I need to borrow your blood and life, he said proudly, and Nian spat. What a hassle, I didn't expect to encounter such a hidden event in this instance. Is it because my strength still far exceeds this instance, thus triggering a fate correction? He pulled out a necklace. The pendant of the necklace was a golden eye in a tightly closed state. Old Zhang's voice rang in Lin Yu's mind. Be careful, this thing feels a bit scary. Even if it's not a exclusive item, it's at least an item of the same level. He didn't take out such a trump card even after fighting with Fern and Algae for so long, but he took it out the moment I appeared. He's quite decisive, Lin Yu nodded. If that's the case, then I'll also show some respect to a Tier 3 master. After all, if I want to kill him, I have to do it before the notary arrives here. Although the notary would not prevent contestants from killing each other. But Lin Yu was 99% certain that what he was about to do would most likely summon the notary. Come, strong one from another world. As he spoke, Hannah spewed illusionary ink, outlining a massive crimson body.
The next second,
that false, hideous figure turned into reality under intense belief, allowing Linyu to gain control of this vast and terrifying body. At this moment, he truly was like a demon god descended, becoming the Rakshasa that had disappeared for 1,000 years. The red four-armed giant rose from the ground, its terrifying, nearly 3-story tall figure standing on the earth, its taut muscles knocking over
the surrounding trees. The earth cracked, trees fell, and a dull rumbling sound echoed like continuous thunder.
If viewed from the sky, this scene was like the appearance of a massive and terrifying monster from old-school tokusatsu films and action movies. And up close, the sense of oppression was only greater. Nien, with his golden eyes, looked up at the enormous red monstrosity, his expression very grave. Just from its size and the physical strength that easily overturned trees, this thing would be difficult for even a tier 3 like him to handle.
What's more,
no one knew if this Rakshasa had any other abilities to assist it. It didn't need to be too bizarre. With such physical prowess and basic strength, any
random skill would likely be extremely troublesome and hard to deal with.
When the stats are already high enough, any mechanism added on top becomes overpowered. I never thought, Nien sighed, I came here expecting to fish, but this pond is truly deep. He looked to his side, preparing to negotiate with Linyu, with whom he had temporarily formed a cooperative agreement. But when Nien turned his head, he found that the aura around the other person had changed considerably.
Ha, am I fighting this thing? Seriously?
The masked woman looked up at the colossal, blood-red monster, which was as large as a detached house, then looked at the longsword in her hand,
letting out a heartfelt sigh.
Compared to the Rakshasa in front of her, the longsword was as ridiculous as ordering a whole rack of beef ribs at an American barbecue restaurant and
having the waiter bring a toothpick instead of a knife and fork.
Ju highly doubted she could even scratch the monster if it just stood there and let her stab it with her sword. Nien was also stunned.
Why did he call out his secondary personality again?
Oh, right, a secondary personality that was so difficult to split off should be put to good use.
But the problem is, this seems to be the trickster personality. If he wanted to fight, shouldn't he have chosen the monk to come out?
Unless, this guy doesn't plan to fight this Rakshasa. Nien pondered, and at the same time, Ju also seemed to understand something and spoke up.
Oh, so this is Mara's true Rakshasa form. I'm not saying, but this is a bit too big.
Ju seemed to have received news from Tai that the red giant monster in front of them was Mara transformed. Although Ju had vaguely heard of the appearance of a Rakshasa red skin, 4 arms, this monster was so enormous that even though Ju initially saw these features, she didn't associate it with sentient life. However, Ju also understood her mission now that she was in control. She looked up, trying hard to wave at the large red-skinned Rakshasa, whose head was now barely visible.
Hey, Mara, is that you? It's me, I'm Ju. Didn't we cooperate quite happily before?
Although I don't know what you need the lives of otherworlders for, there are actually many otherworlders in this round.
I think you must be a person who values loyalty and righteousness, so, how about we pretend nothing happened and you just let me go, okay?
Ju said earnestly. Her answer was 10 seconds of silence. After more than 10 seconds, a sound like a great bell finally came from above.
Get lost.
Ju breathed a sigh of relief, just about to turn and leave, when she suddenly felt herself being picked up. A giant red hand grabbed Ju, making her instinctively cry out.
Hey, Mara, what are you doing?
She nervously gripped the long sword in her hand. However, Ju still tried to negotiate. After all, she could feel that although the other party had grabbed her, he hadn't used too much force. Ju's guess was correct. She felt herself being lifted into the air. Then, the grand voice sounded again.
I'll give you a ride.
After saying that, Ju felt her body being violently flung, like a javelin or shot put thrown in the Olympic Games. She flew rapidly into the distance, looking back at the gradually receding red-skinned figure. Ju, very politely, shouted as loudly as she could in the air.
Thank you, Mara.
She had actually been let go. The joy of surviving a catastrophe filled Ju's heart. Indeed, my judgment of this Rakshasa was correct. He truly is a good person who values loyalty and righteousness. Ju threw the long sword in her hand while in the air, adjusted her posture to lie on the sword, and then used her ability to control flying swords to
gradually decelerate. Finally, she landed steadily on the ground. Back on the ground, Ju couldn't help but exclaim,
if it can survive the Rite of Glory this time, then I'll have a reliable NPC friend in the Black Mire realm. With this relationship as a foundation, I can try to develop more NPCs in the Black Mire realm with whom I can have friendly interactions. Ju climbed off the long sword beneath her, brushed the dirt off her clothes, and looked to the side. In front of a blazing bonfire, 3 barbarians were roasting some kind of animal meat. Ju looked at their full backpacks behind them, the sizzling roasted meat in front of them, and the three barbarians, covered in wounds, exhausted, and staring in astonishment at her sudden descent from the sky.
Hungry and desperately needing loot to clear the stage, Ju's expression instantly turned fierce. What are you looking at? This is a robbery. Hand over all your meat and loot.
Meanwhile, on the other side, after Lin Yu sent Ju away, Nian, holding the golden pendant he had just taken out, also looked cautiously at the
giant figure and spoke. Since she can leave, does that mean we don't necessarily have to fight?
A loud voice echoed from the sky again.
Reason?
I am the strongest among the otherworlders this time, Nian said confidently, and fighting me, you are not guaranteed to win. If we two fight, it's easy for both of us to get seriously injured. From above, a hearty laugh came.
That's not why I'd let you go.
That's precisely why I sought you out. You are not only the strongest among the otherworlders, but also the strongest among the participants this time. Therefore, I must fight you. Indeed, perhaps there's a chance I might die by your hand, but
no matter.
Upon hearing this, Nian's pupils contracted, and he suddenly dodged backward, sprawling awkwardly.
Boom!
Where he had stood, there was now a cracked crater and a blood-red, colossal giant foot. Only when the strong fight until their blood runs dry can it be called glory.
This is how the right of glory should be. Come on, fight.
A roar came from above Nian's head, like an ancient bellow that had existed for millennia, echoing once again across this land. As the Rakshasa, a race that had become legendary in the Black Mire realm, captured and imprisoned for blasphemy, Lin Yu didn't know much about them, but based on his deductions, there was a good chance these red-skinned monsters would get excited upon hearing their opponent was a master. Of course, this was just a relatively reasonable excuse Lin Yu found. His core motivation, from the very beginning, was aimed at the individual known as Nian. So, even if Nian wasn't the strongest in this instance, Lin Yu would find other reasons to force a fight with him. As for why he let Fern go,
it wasn't because Lin Yu was sentimental or valued loyalty.
Lin Yu even seriously considered whether to kill her off as well. After all, Moss knew far too much information about him. Although Lin Yu hadn't revealed any information beyond what Order and Nian had deduced, even regarding the identity information he had already actively reported to Order, it was always better for one less person to know. But after much deliberation, Lin Yu decided against it. After all, Moss was indeed a good partner. Moreover, if he truly displayed too much strength and pushed too hard, causing her to defect to Nian's side, although she was only a tier 2, her abilities were quite troublesome. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Lin Yu clearly knew that there was a time limit to his desire to kill Nian. If he were truly held up by Fern's full efforts, causing him to miss even the chance he might have had to kill Nian, then Lin Yu would probably regret it for a lifetime. So, he ultimately chose to trust Moss one more time.
And making this choice also meant,
Lin Yu was now prepared to kill Nian at all costs. After he stomped down and Nian barely dodged, Lin Yu wasn't surprised. If Nian could be injured by just one stomp, he wouldn't be a renowned tier 3 expert on the. So, as the opponent lost balance from dodging and hadn't yet regained his footing, Lin Yu clenched his fists, both his upper left and right hands gripping a long-handled heavy axe, raised high above his head. This heavy axe was naturally formed from replica. This was almost the largest thing Lin Yu had ever conjured with replica. He raised it high, pausing in mid-air, deliberately allowing Nian to see it clearly.
No, not just Nian.
Lin Yu could feel more belief surging in the commotion here was too great. And his figure was so conspicuous at this moment, naturally attracting
many people to watch the battle.
So, let them see it even more clearly. It was a pity that his current identity as a Rakshasa made it unsuitable to explain this giant axe, otherwise, Lin Yu would definitely add some
settings and skills to the axe in his hand, transforming this immense belief into reality.
But even without any extra flashy functions, the mere appearance and materialization of this giant axe was enough.
He aimed at Nian on the ground and let out a roar. Collapse! The giant axe fell heavily. Bang!
More like a heavy hammer than a sharp blade, the axe smashed into the ground, as if a giant from ancient legends was shaking mountains and splitting
earth with immense power. Nian once again narrowly dodged the blow.
The solidified black nightmare pulled at his body, making an almost anti-ergonomic movement, instantly darting several meters sideways, just barely
avoiding the axe.
But this time, even if he dodged the giant axe, he couldn't escape the subsequent shockwave. The earth trembled as if a dragon had turned over, and the originally sturdy trees swayed, like cowards quivering like sieves, fearing the Rakshasas'
divine power and the giant axe.
After all, the giant axe was aimed at Nian, and its landing point was right near him. Nian, who had just landed and hadn't yet stabilized, was thrown off his feet again, falling to the ground and being struck by the uplifted soil and fallen trees, making it difficult for him to get up for a moment. Lin Yu's heavy giant axe, having smashed into the ground, also became difficult to lift for a moment.
However, Lin Yu now had 4 hands.
He took a fierce step forward, and while 2 hands were lifting the axe, his other 2 lower hands, clenched into fists, were already slamming towards
Nian's location.
These 2 fists were like meteorites falling from the sky. Once they struck, they would surely flatten Nian into a thin paste of flesh. And this time, Nian had nowhere to escape. His surroundings were filled with fallen trees and overturned earth and rocks, almost a dead end.
Nian didn't try to escape this time either.
The dark nightmare substance solidified again, forming a wide-open net in front of him, propped open by the trees and rubble, blocking the momentum of
Lin Yu's double fists.
This blockage actually worked. Although it looked flimsy and delicate like a spun spiderweb, Lin Yu's fists striking it immediately dispersed and relieved much of the force. Lin Yu felt as if he had hit a very elastic substance. The momentum and force of his meteorite-like fierce fists were directly dissipated and absorbed
by more than half.
Crack! Although a large section of the trees and wood and stone it was anchored to toppled again, Lin Yu's meteorite-like fierce fists indeed slowly came to
a halt.
But these were only fists, not actual meteorites. Upon sensing that the momentum of his fists had run out, Lin Yu immediately opened his fists, his fingers directly beginning to tear at the black
netting.
Despite the nightmare substance's exceptionally good, it couldn't withstand Lin Yu's rapid change of tactics.
Moreover, its foundation was merely a pile of broken trees and rubble.
Lin Yu easily tore open a huge gap, then grabbed several stones and trees that served as main support points with one hand and threw them aside. This defense, which had successfully blocked Lin Yu for over 10 seconds, was once again wide open. Lin Yu clenched his fists again, aiming at Nian, who had just gotten up inside.
"Come on, you bastard."
By this point, Lin Yu had even already raised the heavy axe that had just been slammed into the ground again. Fists and axe simultaneously let out a terrifying roar, sealing off Nian's escape routes. At this moment, even the nightmare substance around Nian was much thinner than before. But he still didn't evade. Instead, a trace of madness and ferocity flashed across his face. "Very well, Rakshasa. Then I shall grant your wish and have a great battle with you." As he spoke, golden light burst forth from his clenched right hand, leaking out from between his fingers. Then, golden patterns pulsed and lit up on Nian's body, climbing towards the sky. Finally, those patterns flowed and condensed in midair into a brilliant, dazzling, golden eye. It overlooked the earth, golden threads hanging down and connecting to Nian's body, like a puppet's embodiment.
He raised his eyes and spoke faintly. "Rakshasa, this is my exclusive item. Since I obtained it, today is the 4th time I've used it. It is called Omniscient Visionary Deduction Method. You will be the 4th being to die beneath it." Comprehending vision, deductive method? What a strange name. Lin Yu couldn't help but complain inwardly as he listened to Nian introduce himself. Just by the name, this thing seemed like some kind of item used for gathering information. However, since Nian was bringing it out as a trump card in battle at this moment, it probably also provided significant help in instantly boosting combat power. And from its manifestation, this thing also seemed to enhance some of Nian's abilities. However, Lin Yu, currently acting as a Rakshasa, couldn't show his thoughts, despite having many. Looking at the golden eyes that appeared, he simply raised his head, appearing even more intrigued. "How interesting. Visitor from another world, you truly haven't disappointed me. I've never seen such a method in the Black Mire realm." As Lin Yu spoke, his giant axe and fist descended towards Nian. It didn't matter if he couldn't observe it. He just needed to attack, and the effects of this item would naturally become clear. The giant axe cleaved down, the fist descended. If the force of this attack landed squarely, it would certainly be enough to flatten Nian into finely minced pork belly. And it was at this critical moment, where a slight misstep could mean death, that Nian moved. This time, rather than a spontaneous action, it was as if he was pulled into motion by those golden threads. His movements were bizarre and abnormal. He pulled out an item with a backhand, throwing it while it was enveloped in nightmare matter. After flying for a distance, the nightmare matter stuck to the trunk of a tree. A moment later, the nightmare matter stuck to the tree trunk exploded. To be precise, the item wrapped inside the nightmare matter exploded. Boom! The scale of the explosion wasn't large, it only just managed to break the nearby tree. And this thick tree trunk was flung up by the explosion, hitting Lin Yu's calf. Bang! Although the tree was shattered, it successfully affected Lin Yu's balance. He stepped forward to steady himself, but suddenly felt his arm lose balance again. The black nightmare matter on the tree splattered with the explosion, all sticking to his arm. And it had just seeped directly into his skin, making Lin Yu's hand seem to lose control as well. These two instances of lost control and balance caused Lin Yu's fist and giant axe to go off target. Bang! As the two attacks landed, Nian took a step back. The attacks missed perfectly, and the ground vibrated again. This time, Nian, who was closer to the center than before, merely leaned backward.
The moment the tremor arrived, a stone bounced up behind him, hitting his back. Then, Nian used the force of the stone to straighten himself. After this round of attacks, Nian was not only unharmed, he even no longer looked as disheveled as before. He stood up straight, even having enough energy to counterattack. In his hand, there was an item shaped like a goat skull. He held the large skull with one hand, and it emitted bloody crimson flames before floating in midair. Old Zhang's voice rang out. "Be careful, that thing is the remains of a Night Valley monster. It should be a goat demon. I don't know what it's used for, but goat demons' abilities primarily involve creating things similar to marsh gas, causing corrosion and explosions. The explosives he just threw were probably also creations of the goat demon." Old Zhang spoke quickly, and the giant goat skull also launched an attack. GAA. Its mouth opened wide, spewing out extremely dangerous-looking bloody gas. The gases did not dissipate, instead, they gathered and condensed in front of its mouth, gradually becoming larger and larger. Approximately 2 seconds later, the spherical gas cloud, gathered to the size of a stone pier, flew towards Lin Yu, and the goat demon remain's skull immediately created a new gas cloud. In just a few tens of seconds, more than 10 crimson gas clouds flew towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu, having heard old Zhang's introduction, dared not underestimate these gas clouds, which were not too large for his current body size, so he simply fanned his hand, attempting to wave away these gas clouds as if shooing away mosquitoes. However, the moment Lin Yu fanned his hand, these gas clouds did indeed retreat a bit, but shortly after they began to retreat, the two rearmost gas clouds collided, as if instantly breaking through a critical point and losing balance, exploding directly. Boom! A series of dense explosions occurred, and the resulting shockwaves even caused Lin Yu, moving in his Rakshasa body, to recoil a step as if he had been knocked over. And because the explosions started from the very back, these shockwaves skillfully pushed the gas clouds back towards Lin Yu each time. Hot and foul-smelling air waves struck him, adhering to his skin and causing Lin Yu intense pain. This thing was indeed corrosive. The last gas cloud even exploded directly near Lin Yu's head, causing significant damage to his neck and face. Damn it! This thing caused Lin Yu great trouble. After this wave of explosions, Lin Yu immediately launched a counterattack. He turned and pulled up a tree, throwing it towards the golden eyes that had converged in the sky. After all, although the trouble was caused by the goat's head spewing unknown marsh gas, Lin Yu knew very well that the most deadly thing was the comprehending vision, deductive method in the sky. He could feel that if it were just a single goat demon remnant, it probably wouldn't be this troublesome at all. After all, judging from Nian's actions, just now, this thing had friendly fire. In other words, Nian also couldn't be immune to the damage from these crimson gas explosions and corrosion. The fact that this thing was only brought out now probably meant that Nian could only use it safely and to its maximum effect when he had his exclusive item. Because, according to the situation Lin Yu had currently pieced together, the effect of the comprehending vision, deductive method should be, in some sense, inferring causes from results. Nian only needed to conceive the result he wanted, and then this thing would deduce what actions he should take. Therefore, when his attack came down just now, Nian didn't dodge, instead, he threw out explosives. And when he was almost unbalanced by the tremors of the attack, Nian actually leaned backward voluntarily. Such counterintuitive actions were definitely not something a normal person could do. The same was true for this goat demon remnant. The gases released by this thing under normal circumstances should drift randomly. However, with the existence of the comprehending vision, deductive method, Nian could calculate their movement patterns. So, this name and the eye in the sky are also a kind of hint. Gathering all information within an area and then deducing all possible outcomes, it's almost like creating a Laplace's demon that works within a specific range. Laplace's demon is a hypothetical entity proposed by the mathematician Laplace, which can be simply explained as an omniscient being capable of knowing the trajectory of every atom's movement within the universe. Although Lin Yu was quite sure that the all-seeing vision's deduction method couldn't achieve this, its performance certainly showed a strength worthy of a Tier 3 player's exclusive item. Even if Lin Yu launched an attack that would normally put him in a desperate situation, it could be resolved in the face of this item, and his attacks would become even more aggressive and difficult to comprehend due to the existence of this thing. After all, it was equivalent to being able to find all possibilities to achieve the goal he wanted. Things that might have originally been achieved only by coincidence and accident, those low-probability events that were beyond human reach, uncalculable, and thus could only be ignored, now, for him, seemed to transform into usable knowns. Therefore, to deal with him, it's best to first disable his exclusive item. That's why Lin Yu had ignored the remains of the ram demon that had caused him actual damage and instead tried to attack the golden eye in the sky. However, this was just an attempt. As Lin Yu expected, the trees passed directly through the golden eye, causing ripples to spread out like water patterns, but having no actual effect. This thing had no physical form. It made sense, such a large, seemingly immobile object just sitting there in the unobstructed high sky, if it could be directly struck down, then his exclusive item would be a laughingstock. Since it was an exclusive item, it couldn't have such an obvious flaw. Should I use energy attacks? Although Lin Yu wasn't without such means, as a Rakshasa, if Lin Yu suddenly used something that looked very much like a player's item, it might expose his identity. This was what Lin Yu was most unwilling to see. No, although an exclusive item can't have two obvious flaws, it can't be truly invincible either. The thing in the sky wasn't physical, but this thing did have a physical form. Ultimately, this was an item, and it needed a carrier. Lin Yu still remembered that when he first took it out, it was in the shape of a pendant. So, where is that pendant? He quickly scanned his body but didn't find the eye-shaped golden pendant. However, those golden threads connected to his body seemed to all converge at one point in the end. The convergence point of those threads was right in the center of his chest. If I'm not mistaken, that thing should be there. It's just that he keeps it so close to him. With my current large body, if I really could get it, I could probably just kill him directly. If he could even touch a pendant he kept on his chest, why wouldn't he just go for a heart rip directly? Moreover, he would certainly be on high alert against Lin Yu's attempts to restrict his exclusive item. Lin Yu quickly thought, and soon a new idea emerged in his mind. Wait, since this thing is shaped like an eye and is called all-seeing vision, then maybe I can take a gamble that its information-gathering ability relies on seeing or mostly on optical imaging. If that's the case, Hana. Lin Yu called Hana's name in his mind. Croak, director, I'm here. I have an order for you. Next, you must try your best to approach and steal the golden pendant near that guy's chest. As Lin Yu spoke, Hana immediately responded. Croak, understood, director. Hana replied seriously. Although it was a bit risky, this was the optimal solution Lin Yu could think of at the moment. If the opponent truly relied entirely on seeing to gather information, then Hana was the most likely to fool this item with pseudo-omniscience. And Lin Yu wouldn't let Hana go on this adventure alone. Use Hana's disguise to see if she can fool the opponent, and at the same time, I need to make sure this thing is too busy to pay attention to Hana. He looked at him and spoke in a low voice. The function of your eye is to calculate what actions need to be taken to achieve your goal, right? As Lin Yu spoke, he laughed. You're smarter than I thought, Rakshasa. It seems the overlord of the Black Swamp Realm 10,000 years ago didn't just have brute strength. At least in combat, you are quite intelligent. His tone was quite arrogant, and it was precisely because of this arrogance that he chose to answer Lin Yu's question. After all, in his opinion, even admitting the opponent's guess and letting him know the general function of his exclusive item wouldn't prevent the opponent from being unable to deal with it. In his opinion, the strength of his exclusive item was among the strongest for Tier 3 players. As a detective who liked to plan behind the scenes, he didn't even have many means or items for direct combat. Yet he was still on the forum's rankings, which was enough to prove the point. Lin Yu looked at the confident him and exhaled. Confidence is good. Confidence is a good thing. This, all-seeing vision's deduction method, was indeed very strong, but since he also admitted that this thing was essentially calculating, then it was easier to deal with. In the persona of a Rakshasa, Lin Yu looked at him and declared, calculation? It really is so. Then it seems I only need to create a truly desperate situation that it cannot calculate any solution for, and I can still kill you. As Lin Yu spoke, he burst into laughter. If you can really do that, then my death won't be in vain. As he spoke, the goat's head once again began to spew out those crimson gases. Lin Yu once again raised his great axe and advanced into the crimson gas. As a Rakshasa, he didn't have many tricky methods or complex skills. Even with many player items, even if he could take them out, Lin Yu didn't think those items would be enough against a Tier 3 opponent. But, still, the same words. His current strength was powerful enough. The great axe fell heavily, and the golden eyes once again manipulated him to dodge in a strange way. Boom! The crimson gas enveloped Lin Yu, once again causing him some injuries. But, with Lin Yu's current physical fitness, these injuries were not enough to matter. He looked at Lin Yu's aggressive actions and sneered. Do you think such a forceful attack can create a desperate situation? Your crude attacks will only create more loopholes. He mocked, but Lin Yu didn't respond. He knew he was right, but Lin Yu wasn't really planning to force him into a desperate situation where no solution could be calculated. Such an attack was very difficult to achieve. Faster. Lin Yu's goal was simply to increase his calculation frequency and intensify the burden on his item. As long as it was calculation, it was possible for it to overload. After overloading, it might not make mistakes or errors, but it was very likely to overlook certain insignificant.
Boom!
A continuous barrage of sounds rang out, and the trembling of the earth and the snapping of trees barely ceased. Lin Yu's attacks grew faster and faster. Although the Rakshasa appeared to be a strength-based character, with even his skin being red, they were not
merely clumsy, brute force types.
Strength might have been the Rakshas's strong suit, but speed and agility were absolutely not his weaknesses. Lin Yu had witnessed this firsthand in the dungeon, Feast Above the Heavens.
At that time, the Rakshasa named Bidian, though not directly engaging in combat, was observed by Lin Yu as he wrestled with a mountain of delicacies.
Despite his broad, sweeping movements, Bidian never gave off a sense of clumsiness or sluggishness. Lin Yu felt the same way after gaining the Rakshas's power. The initial sluggishness was partly because Lin Yu, the driver, had not yet adapted to this massive body and couldn't control it freely. On the other hand, Lin Yu also harbored thoughts of making Nian misjudge him. Since he hadn't fully mastered it at the beginning anyway, he might as well create the illusion of being clumsy.
And now,
as Lin Yu's attacks grew faster, he could also feel Nian's responses becoming increasingly strained. A strong piece of evidence was that, in order to perfectly dodge each of his attacks, Nian's input and execution process were becoming more and
more complex.
Initially, Nian only needed to throw a bomb at a nearby tree and wait for the tree to be blasted to a specific position. But now, Nian had to use nightmare substance to create a buffer zone under his feet, walk forward, then use a goat's head to create a chain explosion, and then use thrown darts to deflect two rocks so they would precisely hit Lin Yu's blade after bouncing off the explosion.
Although Nian's strength was formidable, and even with Lin Yu's increased speed, he still had enough time to execute all these actions between each attack.
This only further convinced Lin Yu that while Nian's all-encompassing vision deduction method was powerful, it also had its limits. It could only integrate existing conditions to create seemingly incredible optimal solutions achieved through coincidence to a certain extent, but it couldn't break situations that were fundamentally impossible. Otherwise, Nian should have already instantly killed him with a series of chain reactions. The fact that this didn't happen itself indicated that this exclusive item had a definite upper limit.
After all, it's a exclusive item for a detective.
Although it seems a bit outrageous, in principle, it must adhere to logic. It's impossible for it to truly make the impossible possible.
Of course, this item itself was terrifying enough.
Lin Yu was very glad that if he hadn't chosen to impersonate a Rakshasa, he probably wouldn't have been able to put Nian in such a predicament now. Even impersonating another powerful Tier 3 player wouldn't have been this smooth. After all, a player's power primarily depended on items, and even with counterfeit, Lin Yu could only replicate one of them. But the Rakshasa's power was the most straightforward and brutal physical strength.
Immense power, absolute violence.
Explosions rang in his ears, crimson smoke lashed at his skin bringing unbearable pain, and large areas of corrosion infected Lin Yu's flesh. Such injuries, enough to make any creature wail and fall, or even die on the spot, did not make Lin Yu stop in the slightest.
In fact, they didn't even affect Lin Yu.
Of course,
if a real Rakshasa were here, he might not necessarily be able to withstand it.
This body Lin Yu was using wasn't his own, so he didn't feel any heartache using it. No need to consider sequelae, no need to consider injury and death, although it might be troublesome if this body truly lost its ability to move.
However, as long as it was to kill Nian, Lin Yu could accept it. Although the motivations were different, based on this point,
the madness and obsession, the fanaticism for battle that Lin Yu displayed, were just like those of a true native of the Black Maya realm. No, even those barbarians and blood Rakshasa were far inferior to Lin Yu's current performance. Anyone who witnessed Lin Yu's behavior at this moment would not doubt for a second whether he was a true Rakshasa. This aura and madness were truly fitting for the overlords and powerhouses who dominated the Black Maya realm millennia ago. However, Lin Yu no longer had time to pay attention to these things. He had completely immersed himself in the role, truly beginning to enjoy the battle. Faster, stronger. The great axe danced, chopping and cleaving like a torrential storm, while fists fell at tricky angles, interspersed abruptly like rolling thunder, suddenly exploding. Indeed, Lin Yu was only trying to interfere with the deductions of the all-encompassing vision deduction method, to create some opportunities, and, even out of tactical consideration for his opponent, Lin Yu conservatively estimated that he could at most force out the upper limit of this exclusive item. But if he could truly cleave Nian to death directly, Lin Yu would absolutely not miss this opportunity. Bang! The axe split the nightmare substance, and Nian, whose body was entwined with golden threads, finally had no more of those black malleable substances around him. The goat's eye sockets flared with crimson light, emitting syllables like a demonic whisper of Mizhan, blocking Lin Yu's next descending great axe. The goat's horn shot out crimson gas, 100 times denser and almost viscous compared to all previous explosion clouds, attempting to block the great axe. Hiss! Lin Yu's forearm and axe plunged into the red mist, instantly feeling a viscous resistance as if he were chopping into a mire. At the same time, the surfaces that came into contact with the blood mist, whether flesh or axe, emitted wisps of white smoke. The corrosion, dozens of times more intense than before, was impossible for Lin Yu to ignore, and his arm instantly became a bloody mess. Blood didn't even have time to drip before turning into wisps of white smoke and evaporating. Within this crimson, it was as if countless tiny insects and fish lurked, tearing, drinking, and devouring Lin Yu's flesh. However, since this arm and axe were fake anyway, Lin Yu felt no pain. He continued to chop down with force, letting out a roar befitting a Rakshasa. Die, 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 bang! The great axe finally broke through the blood mist. The goat's head let out a miserable shriek, its bones covered in cracks, and it fell weakly to the ground, rolling twice before stopping. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with ferocity, aiming at Nian, who was revealed behind the blood mist, the axe blade heading straight for Nian's figure. And at this critical moment, Nian flew up. To be precise, the golden threads on his body suddenly became streaked with mottled black, pulling Nian up and lifting him into midair. Those intertwining black and gold quickly made Lin Yu recognize them. TSK, still got some left, as expected of a high-level nightmare. Old Zhang exclaimed. That's right, these black substances were nightmare substances. And on those black nightmare substances, golden thread patterns emerged. The two intertwined, perfectly harmonious. The nightmare substance, provided by the nightmare, which this guy had been using all along, had now merged with his exclusive item, all-encompassing vision deduction method. Black and gold nightmare substance enveloped Nian and then spread out behind him, with golden edges inlaid before his golden eyes, like a grand coronation robe. Watching this scene, Lin Yu spat and raised his axe, cursing aloud. So you were hiding this move. Although he appeared angry and indignant, Lin Yu's actual feeling at this moment was a long sigh of relief. Finally, he took the bait. From the moment Lin Yu saw him take out the omniscient vision deduction method, Lin Yu believed that the usage he initially displayed was definitely not the full extent of its capabilities. As the name suggests, exclusive item means it's unique to each player. Unique also means tailor-made. Smart people like him would naturally develop different advanced uses for their exclusive item. This was something that experts among players would do. As for why Lin Yu was so sure he was still holding back at first, because he always did that. As a smart person, he seemed to have some kind of compulsive and paranoid tendency, always pursuing the most concise and economical solution for any situation and any problem. Just like when he fought Zao earlier, even after being heavily injured, he didn't use his exclusive item. This was another manifestation of his arrogance. If Lin Yu initially appeared slightly clumsy, then he would definitely continue to hold back. Only when Lin Yu once again surprised him would he play his strongest hand. Lin Yu didn't know the exact content of this hand, but he made a bold guess. Perhaps it was still related to dreams, nightmares, and nightmare matter. Lin Yu was sure, even highly likely, it was nightmare matter. Before he used the omniscient vision deduction method, the first 2 times he awkwardly dodged Lin Yu's attacks, he used nightmare matter to pull his body, achieving anti-ergonomic movements. This overlapped in function with what the golden threads of the current omniscient vision deduction method accomplished. 2 possibilities. First, these were 2 items with similar effects, and he was relatively accustomed to using items in this way. Second, the similar usage methods of these 2 items meant one was developed based on the other. But no matter which it was, because he was a sufficiently smart person, he would definitely consider the similar merging technique when developing advanced item combo skills and combinations. In other words, he could use the combination of nightmare matter from the omniscient vision deduction method to increase the upper limit of body manipulation. And if that were true, Lin Yu speculated that the final effect would likely be a significant improvement in his movement and efficiency. Now, Lin Yu guessed correctly. Has he gained the ability to move vertically in the air? Lin Yu exhaled, looking up at him, who was looking down at him. The tables have turned, Rakshasa. He noticed Lin Yu's gaze fixed on him, sensed the anger conveyed by Lin Yu's body language, and appreciated the frenzy in Lin Yu's expression. Speaking proudly, Lin Yu raised his great axe. Although he was very tall now, the raised great axe still couldn't reach his feet. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and said, "I'll knock you down." As his voice fell, he hunched his body, sprinted 2 steps forward, and then leaped high. Bang! Lin Yu's jump was deafening, and he raised his great axe high, striking at him again. But he merely swiftly pulled his body even higher, avoiding Lin Yu's attack. However, he didn't pull too high, because he was still counterattacking. The black and gold nightmare matter around him condensed into sharp, tentacle-like spikes, stabbing towards Lin Yu in the air. Swish! The spikes pierced into Lin Yu's body. Although the Rakshasa's flesh was tough, these tentacles still pierced deeply. However, under his attack, an ordinary mammoth might have been turned into a skewer. Lin Yu not even being completely pierced through was enough to show how terrifying his physical strength was now. Get out! He could even tense all his muscles, squeezing out the nightmare matter that had pierced his body, along with a few streams of blood. However, this reckless aerial attack had indeed failed. Lin Yu landed heavily on the ground, breathing heavily. Bastard! He roared. The current situation looked very unfavorable for Lin Yu, and it was getting worse. The goat skull, riddled with cracks on the ground, had been coiled up from the ground by his long, black and gold intertwined, tentacle-like nightmare matter, and was now back in his hand. Is that all? He looked down at Lin Yu, then said, "It seems it's time to end you." His black and gold nightmare matter covered the goat skull, and the bones once again made cracking sounds. Although the cracks had increased, the skull, now entwined with the black and gold nightmare matter, was forcibly reignited in his hand. Cha! It let out a frantic sound. "Shut up!" he whispered, and the goat skull instantly fell silent. Then, a crimson gas mass began to condense in front of the skull again. Lin Yu watched this scene and simply dropped his great axe. Ha! He wasn't giving up resistance, but rather mobilizing all his spirit. Lin Yu clasped his four hands in front of his chest, and a similar blood-red mass condensed in front of him. Only it wasn't a gas mass, but a liquid mass. A thick smell of blood emanated, as fresh blood gathered and pulsed in front of Lin Yu, as if roaring silently. The blood stored in the necklace of prayer water was condensing. Over the past few days, Lin Yu had been hunting prey, and in addition to collecting trophies for guaranteed passage, Lin Yu had also collected and stored a large amount of fresh blood. Under the manipulation of the necklace of prayer water, this blood was enough to become Lin Yu's means of long-range attack. Although Lin Yu didn't know if a Rakshasa could manipulate blood, no one else knew this anyway. Compared to blood manipulation, I prefer close combat, but you, a dodging fly, only deserve to be choked by this blood. Lin Yu said coldly, opening all four of his hands. Whoosh! The blood mass, condensed to its extreme, burst open, surging through the air and engulfing him. The rolling river of blood let out a roaring sound like a tidal bore, and mixed within the flowing blood were blood blades that were still in a compressed and solidified state, as hard and sharp as steel knives. This was like a surging flood of blood. Golden eyes rotated in the sky, and golden light flickered frequently. Clearly, Lin Yu's sudden and powerful long-range attack once again caught him by surprise. He had no choice but to prematurely detonate the gas mass in front of him to slow down the arrival of the blood, and then transform the black and gold nightmare matter into a sharp triangular barrier in front of him, attempting to block the impact of the blood-colored flood. Bang! The two collided, and the blood was instantly parted, with the blood blades inside constantly crashing against the barrier. A miraculous scene, like Moses parting the Red Sea, reappeared above the ceremony of glory. In the distance, Ju looked up at the exaggerated scene and couldn't help but exclaiming, "Good thing I ran fast." The blood controlled by Lin Yu and the nightmare substance controlled by Nian continuously collided, almost attracting the attention of the entire Glory Festival grounds. Not only Kay noticed the commotion, but many contestants who were originally resting or fighting also noticed the anomaly in the sky, raising their heads to gaze at the clash of blood red and black gold. However, compared to Kay, who knew the cause of all this, most of these contestants didn't know what was happening. What's going on here? Why is the scene so terrifying? Those who were closer could clearly see Lin Yu's dazzlingly huge figure and understand that it was probably a Rakshasa fighting with some fellow. But merely knowing such vague information made them feel even more uneasy and terrified. Does this Rakshasa actually have long-range attack methods? And who could be fighting this Rakshasa to such a standstill? Not only these contestants, but even the members of the 10 great tribes watching all this, and the judges of this glory festival, couldn't help but pay close attention to this area. Countless eyes stared at the sky covered in blood red and black gold. As the instigators of everything, Lin Yu and Nian had no time to pay attention to the onlookers. Although at this moment, neither of them continued to engage in close-quarters combat with their avatars. But precisely because of this, the situation at this time was exceptionally dangerous, and both of them were exceptionally focused. Manipulating such a massive amount of blood using the water prayer necklace was undoubtedly a huge challenge for Lin Yu, who had only recently acquired this item. Although the realized Rakshasa body provided Lin Yu with abundant physical stamina, which helped him sustain long-term use of the water prayer necklace's water control ability. However, the water prayer necklace ultimately consumed mental power. Lin Yu could already clearly feel his mental power being depleted. Whether the omniscient vision deduction method was overloaded, Lin Yu didn't know, but he himself was close to overloading. But Lin Yu still gritted his teeth and persevered, using his willpower to prop up his spirit. After all, although he truly didn't know if the omniscient vision deduction method was overloaded, Lin Yu was certain that Nian and his exclusive item were also having a very difficult time. Constantly manipulating blood to impact the nightmare substance shield in front of Nian, Lin Yu became increasingly tired and exhausted, while at the same time, he gained a more subtle and skillful mastery over the water control ability within the water prayer necklace. Therefore, he also gradually began to feel from the feedback transmitted by the blood that the defense of the nightmare substance was gradually being shaken. This kind of large-scale, liquid-based, covering attack, from a calculation perspective, was a massive chaotic system, consuming an exceptionally large amount of the omniscient vision deduction method. And the consumption for Nian himself was also like this. So, Lin Yu stared intently at Nian in the sky, who was almost submerged by blood. Nian appeared like a reef standing firm in a raging sea, but in reality, he was already tottering. Come on, come on. Lin Yu once again controlled all the blood to rush towards Nian. And this time, Nian in the sky actually voluntarily withdrew all the nightmare substance. The sudden wide-open portal surprised Lin Yu, but he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Lin Yu roared from the ground, raising the giant axe in his hand. Die! The blood rushed towards Nian, and at the same time, the giant axe thrown by Lin Yu also struck. And in the sky, Nian, who had actively changed his formation, also spoke coldly. Foolish! He raised the goat's head covered in black gold nightmare substance in his hand. Near that head, at some unknown point, a crimson mist, almost corporeal, had condensed. The dense dark red was almost black. Most importantly, within those crimson hues, there were also nightmare substances shimmering with golden light. They spread throughout like spider silk. Clearly, while hiding behind the nightmare substance shield, Nian had been manufacturing this thing. And now, facing the flying giant axe and the surging river of blood, Nian merely pushed it forward. Whoosh! It flew forward slowly, then at the moment it touched the blood. Boom! A huge explosion erupted. A scorching, intense light, as if a sun had been ignited, burst forth. Fortunately, Lin Yu already had experience dealing with such intense light, and he quickly turned his head to avoid the scorching glare. And Lin Yu also temporarily lost control of all the blood due to these explosions. Even the giant axe fell to the ground due to the explosion, and the blood was naturally scattered by the explosion, blasting outwards and turning into falling blood rain. As he felt the blood rain fall on his body, Lin Yu activated the water prayer necklace again. Only this time it wasn't water control, but rain prayer. Whoosh! Hidden within the falling blood rain, Lin Yu used the rain prayer function of the water prayer necklace to make the rain even heavier. Rainwater falling in continuous lines between the two, Lin Yu shouted in his heart. Now, Hannah, act. Croak, received. A small octopus briefly appeared as a blurry outline in the air. Lin Yu then activated the water prayer necklace. Again, all he did was make all the rainwater pause for a moment. This still curtain of rain was like a discontinuous sea. It was like Hannah's home ground. The small octopus began to move rapidly. Swish! Almost instantly, Hannah reached Nian's chest. What? The omniscient vision deduction method seemed to have captured Hannah's arrival. However, this sudden unexpected event left the exclusive item, still calculating Lin Yu's offensive, unable to make a judgment or reaction. Immediately, it was this momentary delay that allowed Hannah's tentacles to snatch the golden eye from his chest. Croak, success! Hannah reported excitedly, then plunged back into the water curtain. The moment the golden eye pendant left Nian's body, the golden threads around him began to recede. Damn it! Nian immediately summoned nightmare substance in the air, preparing to pounce on Hannah. However, he was quickly blocked by the blood that rushed towards him again. All of Lin Yu's arrangements were for this moment. When Nian was in midair, what Lin Yu called falling for it also referred to this. Although Lin Yu was indeed trying to kill Nian purely by brute force, overriding the omniscient vision deduction method, he never forgot his goal. That was to pave the way for Hannah. To find an opportunity in battle, to create a scenario where a large amount of liquid could be generated around Nian using the water prayer necklace, and it had to be reasonable enough not to let Nian realize he had other intentions. The rainwater and blood in the sky fell, splashing onto the ground. A small water ball enveloped Hannah and returned to Lin Yu's palm. And falling with that blood rain was Nian, with a look of disbelief on his face. Lin Yu had to admit that Nian was indeed very powerful. From the very beginning of entering the instance, he had been planning with both conscious and unconscious efforts, acquiring the power of the Rakshasa, calculating step by step. Even during the battle, he was constantly strategizing, adjusting, and taking measures against Nien. Ultimately, this victory could still only be described as a narrow escape. Even in the few short seconds while Nien was falling, Lin Yu could feel that his belief had decreased a little.
Nien was doubting his identity as a Rakshasa.
Just from that fleeting glimpse, just from Hannah's simple act of stealing his exclusive item, this detective could immediately overturn all his previous deductions and suspect the identity of the Rakshasa before him. Lin Yu knew that Nien must already be guessing whether he was Lin Yu.
However, it didn't matter.
When Lin Yu took the risk of using Hannah at the end, he had already prepared himself for the possibility that Nien might keenly notice something was wrong. But the reason he still chose this plan was, of course,
because it wasn't really a high-risk option.
Because after Hannah succeeded, even if Nien became suspicious, Lin Yu wouldn't give him time to figure everything out and straighten his thoughts. He looked at where Nien had fallen, then picked up the giant axe from the ground again. Lin Yu walked over and then saw Nien, who had fallen onto a rock. Nightmare matter had spread out behind him as a cushion, preventing Nien from dying due to the high-altitude fall. However, from his twisted posture, Lin Yu could still tell, that guy must have broken his spine. He lay there, covered in blood, with his limbs twisted, looking extremely disheveled. Hearing Lin Yu's heavy footsteps, Nien struggled to raise his head and spoke with blood-stained lips.
You won, but you should. Bang! Lin Yu interrupted Nien's concession speech.
He slowly put away the giant axe, looked at Nien, who had been folded into three by his axe, and let out a breath.
Phew, done.
He was in no mood to exchange pleasantries with a defeated opponent, especially an opponent as tricky as Nien, who might still be hiding some trump cards.
Lin Yu still remembered his first instance. If Yulongwa hadn't been slow and listened to him for a couple more sentences,
perhaps he would have been long dead by now. Lin Yu was very good at learning from various experiences, not just his own failures, but even reflecting on others' failures. So, even with Nien appearing to be on his last breath, Lin Yu wouldn't chat with him much.
What if he was stalling for time? Or even, what if he had some means of resurrection and was using this opportunity to trick information out of him?
In any case, being careful was never wrong.
Looking at Nien's thoroughly dead body, Lin Yu prepared to deliver another blow. But before he could act,
Lin Yu suddenly saw the nightmare matter around Nien surge.
A black cat recondensed its form. It was the nightmare that had always followed Nien.
Beside it, a dark passage opened, seemingly leading to another world. The black cat stood before the passage and glanced at Lin Yu.
All right, it seems you have no intention of negotiating with me. The black cat spoke softly. I will find out what happened today.
Instantly, Lin Yu's hair stood on end.
Because the black cat's voice was Nien's. Was it the nightmare's mischievous prank, or does he really have a second life? Lin Yu's thoughts flashed like lightning, but his body had already moved. He lunged at the black cat. However, the black cat jumped directly into the passage, its figure disappearing. Damn it!
Lin Yu cursed aloud.
After all this meticulous planning, did he still manage to escape? Where did that guy go?
Lin Yu stared at the disappearing darkness, trying to figure out where the black cat had gone. Old Zhang then spoke faintly. Don't look, he should have gone directly to Night Valley.
Lin Yu was a little surprised by this. He can perform inter-world travel directly within an instance? Are Tier 3 players also lawless? Is the map's authority that powerful?
Of course not, Old Zhang said calmly. So that black cat isn't a player, it's just a nightmare. Its contractor died, so it returned directly to Night Valley according to the Abyss contract mechanism. As Old Zhang said this, Lin Yu's expression softened slightly.
So that's how it is, but that shouldn't have been the nightmare imitating Nien's voice to scare me, right? With Old Zhang's hint, Lin Yu realized a possibility.
Old Zhang pondered for a moment before speaking. Clever, that kid is like me. Although he died as a player, the contingency he left allows him to retain his consciousness and soul, eking out an existence in a world he has long cultivated and managed. If I'm not mistaken, the contract he signed with the nightmare contains clauses for him to transform into a nightmare. Although it seems to come with a certain price for the nightmare, it's not impossible. No, now that I think about his affinity for nightmare matter, he must have already transformed a part of his soul into a nightmare from the beginning. So that black cat was just him putting on a show, and any nightmare abilities he used were actually realized through his own power, not transactions. Old Zhang analyzed, and Lin Yu understood.
No matter what, I managed to take out his first life, which is a good thing.
At least he can no longer operate as a player, he can only linger in Night Valley. Lin Yu let out a breath, quickly adjusting his mindset.
Well, although this outcome wasn't entirely satisfactory, it wasn't unacceptable either.
After all, his Rakshasa power was also a bonus. Old Zhang, however, was surprised by how quickly Lin Yu recovered his composure. Your mindset is quite good. Of course, and now is not a good time to express regret or vent dissatisfaction. Lin Yu sighed, turning to look behind him. There, a blood Rakshasa, though only half his height, but still tall enough to be called imposing, stood not far behind Lin Yu, with excitement in his eyes. There really is a Rakshasa, the blood Rakshasa spoke, looking Lin Yu up and down, and he's even more terrifying than what's written in the records. Lin Yu could feel that the blood Rakshasa before him exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The sense of oppression was completely unlike what a contestant should have. He looked at Lin Yu and, as expected, introduced himself. Let me introduce myself, I am Jiang Rong. I am the judge of this glory festival, or rather, the notary. He looked at Lin Yu, then explained his purpose. Your Excellency, I'll be blunt. I hope you can withdraw directly from this glory festival. Withdraw from the festival of glory? Hearing the other party's words, Lin Yu's expression became more solemn. Although the other party's tone was very polite and his demeanor was very courteous, this is not a very reasonable request. Lin Yu looked at him and said calmly. Jiang Rong did not deny it. Yes, I admit this request is even a bit excessive, but this is our consideration after careful deliberation. With the power you have currently displayed, if you continue to move freely in this festival of glory, the entire festival will become meaningless. Jiang Rong said straightforwardly. People from the Black Marsh realm always speak very directly, rarely beating around the bush. Especially people from the Blood Kingdom. Lin Yu looked at Jiang Rong and spoke again in a deep voice. Meaning? I'd like to ask, what do you consider to be the meaning of the Festival of Glory? When I last participated in this festival, there weren't so many restrictions. The most important meaning of this festival is to allow strong individuals who think they are strong enough to test just how strong they really are. Isn't that right? Facing Lin Yu's somewhat accusatory question, Jiang Rong responded unhurriedly again. Perhaps the initial establishment of this festival was indeed like that, but nothing remains unchanged. Today's Festival of Glory is essentially about various tribes selecting their most valiant and skilled young people to compete for glory for their respective tribes. Lin Yu snorted coldly. So, you refuse strong individuals from participating? Is there some clear standard for this? To what extent of strength does one become ineligible to participate? Facing Lin Yu's pressing questions, Jiang Rong finally showed some emotion. That's not it. Rather than saying strong individuals are not allowed to participate, it's more accurate to say it's an unwritten rule that established, veteran, strong individuals are not allowed to participate. Otherwise, I would certainly not be standing here as a referee, but rather fighting as a contestant against other top experts from other tribes down there. Jiang Rong sized up Lin Yu. Although I don't know what kind of reputation you had on this land back then, too many records about the Rakshasa tribe have been lost, but I think you are definitely not an unknown person. If the meaning of the Festival of Glory back then was truly that simple and pure, just to find out who was the strongest, then you should even less continue to compete in this Festival of Glory. This is not the Festival of Glory you imagine, is it? Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, participating until now, only that kid I just fought with was somewhat interesting. Jiang Rong smiled. He is our other dereliction of duty. Although it's not impossible for visitors from other realms to mix into the Festival of Glory, that guy was completely here to cause trouble. In that sense, I should even thank you for dealing with him on behalf of me, the referee, and listening to Jiang Rong's words, Lin Yu understood that the NPC in front of him was also aware of the player's existence. He shook his head gently. No matter, I just cannot tolerate someone causing trouble in the shadows of this festival. On the other hand, killing these visitors from other realms is beneficial to me anyway. Hearing Lin Yu's tone soften, Jiang Rong let out a breath. So, you agree to withdraw from the competition? How could that be? I don't care what you understand the Festival of Glory to be, but the battles and festivals I participate in cannot be abandoned halfway, Lin Yu said proudly. Once it begins, I only have victory or death. As Lin Yu spoke, he glanced at Jiang Rong, his gaze falling behind him. This is for all of you to hear. There's no need to test me like this, whether it's the Blood Rakshasa or the Barbarian tribe. I admit that this world and land now belong to you. I have no thoughts of reviving the Rakshasa tribe, nor will I demand anything back from you on that basis. We were imprisoned by that bastard god, and I only luckily escaped and returned here. If I were still to use the name of Rakshasa to try and revive or rebuild something, it would be too ridiculous. Escaping from a powerful being, returning home, and then starting a war with you. It's like a cowardly act of an incompetent person who, after being injured by a wild beast outside, returns home to beat his children to vent his anger. As Lin Yu spoke, Jiang Rong's expression became stern. On one hand, he was shocked that Lin Yu could tell that he was representing the 10 great tribes to approach this Rakshasa. On the other hand, our records and human records are correct. The claims of the spirits and demon races are wrong. The Rakshasa of that year, it seems, were indeed erased from the continent because of an act of blasphemy. After all, this Rakshasa just now actually compared a god to a wild beast. While Jiang Rong was shaken, he also directly nodded in admission. Indeed, we are somewhat worried about this, although I personally also long to fight against the legendary Rakshasa, but, for the sake of the tribe and race, I must ensure your safety. Lin Yu grinned. After 10,000 years, concepts really do differ and change, no wonder you are so worried. As Rakshasa, our concepts regarding race and tribe are actually very weak. Lin Yu's laughter revealed a hint of pride, but also some self-mockery. As Rakshasa, each of us is free to pursue power and battle. We don't need to consider the group. Being able to look after our blood relatives is already the maximum extent of our consideration. But perhaps it is also because of this that we were imprisoned by the gods. In the place of imprisonment, after I came into contact with other imprisoned individuals from other tribes, I did reflect a lot. Your concept, in the words of other races, is indeed more progressive and civilized. After Lin Yu finished speaking with a smile, his expression changed again. But reflection is reflection. Now that I have returned here alone, I have no intention of changing just like that. So, don't even think about ordering me around. It's impossible for me to withdraw from the Festival of Glory. No matter what, I will finish it and do my best to win the championship of the festival, Lin Yu said firmly. Jiang Rong looked at Lin Yu's unwavering will and pondered for a long time. In that case, I have a solution. I just witnessed your battle, a battle of that caliber. As the victor, there's no problem in declaring you the strongest in this Festival of Glory. The current Festival of Glory is already based on a scoring system. How about you end this festival early now, and we will score your combat performance? Lin Yu shook his head. But I haven't collected enough spoils of war. Why be constrained by formalities? You also said that the essence of the Festival of Glory is for the stronger, Jiang Rong said solemnly. The battle just now was obvious to all. It's not difficult to add an additional rule to this Festival of Glory. Excellent combat performance will receive extra points. I can make that decision myself.